Jiangzhou Province, the Supreme Military Command Headquarters. Report. Enter. The heavy door of the command center was pushed open. An adjutant in a crisp military uniform holding a file folder under his right arm walked in and saluted the youngest Supreme Commander in the history of Jiangzhou. Commander, the spatial rift above Jiangzhou has been investigated. The invading species is the six-eared demon wolf clan, generally at silver-level combat power. The highest-level fierce beast discovered so far is a gold-level beast. The 3rd Division and Mr. Wen Yuan have repelled them. Based on assessment, this is a Class C spatial rift, already the 6th Class C battlefield opened in the past 10 years. The commander furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. The frequency of alien race attacks is increasing. Jiangzhou's own defensive pressure is growing. We must take measures, otherwise Jiangzhou won't hold for another 10 years. Here's the plan. Draft a document for me right now. Increase this year's resource investment for Jiangzhou Martial University. Try to cultivate more martial artists and ability users. Ability users can be exempt from cultural course exams, and martial artists' cultural exam difficulty will be reduced by half. The captain could hardly believe his ears upon hearing this order. Commander, would reducing the weight of cultural courses, or even exempting them, cause dissatisfaction among certain people in the education sector? Some people only think about their own political achievements. What era is this? Can a perfect score on cultural exams make the myriad races retreat? Execute my order. Martial University isn't under the literatis' control. That belongs to us in the military. Yes. Jiangzhou Province, Yushan County, No. 1 High School, Grade 3, Class 4. Ding ling ling, the class dismissal bell rang. Subai habitually stretched his back. He originally wanted to turn his head to look at the blue sky and white clouds, but froze on the spot. Why are there so many holes in the sky? Subai, what are you looking at? Haven't you gotten tired of watching the myriad races battlefield in the sky after all these years? A crisp, pleasant voice sounded beside him. Subai knew this was the voice of his deskmate Lin Yanran. Myriad races battlefield. You mean those cracks in the sky are the myriad races battlefield? Subai looked at Lin Yanran with a completely bewildered expression. Subai could understand every word Lin Yanran said, but when strung together, he couldn't understand at all. Subai's dumbfounded look made Lin Yanran laugh out loud. She reached out her slender, fair little hand and touched his forehead. Did you sleep through class and make yourself stupid, oi? This scene instantly caused the jealousy meter of every guy in the class who was secretly watching Lin Yanran to skyrocket. Who was Lin Yanran? The undisputed school beauty of No. 1 High School, no question about it. This. Now there were simply no words to describe the terrible feeling those other male classmates held in their hearts. Subai completely failed to notice that the entire class's hatred meter was about to overflow. Feeling the delicate touch on his forehead, Subai froze on the spot. It wasn't because Lin Yanran's little hand was too tender, but because in his peripheral vision, he caught sight of various alien beast pictures and detailed introductions pinned on the blackboard. Bronze-level ghost-faced spider, silver-level scythe mantis. Do these creatures exist on Earth? Ding, the strongest beast Tamer system has been activated, successfully bound to host transmitting data. Just at this moment, an incomparably vast stream of data surged towards Subai's brain. This data contained various memories and images of this world, Subai like an old movie playing rapidly in Subai's mind. For a moment it made Subai feel like his head was about to explode. His face turned deathly pale and cold sweat seeped bead by bead from his forehead. Memory transfer complete. Host can view personal attribute panel through the system. After receiving all the memories, Subai finally understood at this moment. Holy shit, I actually transmigrated. A data panel with an extremely stylish design appeared before Subai's eyes. Host Subai, awakened class beast tamer, level ordinary, beginner, age 18, physique 4, agility 5, spirit 5, tamed beast feature. Host can contract any life form as a tamed beast. The system automatically detects suitable contract beasts. Current contractable count 1, talent evolution, infinitely evolved contracted tamed beasts with no level cap can break through divine level limit. Contracted beast stats and talents will feedback to the host proportionally. The higher the level, the higher the feedback ratio. Tip 1, myriad races invasion global crisis. Tip 2, known levels are divided into ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, lord level, king level, divine, each divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers. After reading his attribute panel, Subai remained bewildered, frozen on the spot. Lin Yanran beside him was startled. She quickly leaned close to Subai, her big eyes full of worry. Subai, what's wrong? You're sweating so much, are you okay? Coming to his senses, Subai gently patted Lin Yanran's little hand and absent-mindedly said, I'm fine. Ding ling ling, the class bell rang at this moment. A female teacher in her 20s wearing a black tight dress with a hot figure walked into the classroom. Students, I have some good news for you. Just now the Jiangzhou Martial University official website issued a notice. Starting from our cohort, ability users can be exempt from cultural exams and directly enroll in Jiangzhou Martial University. Students with preliminary martial artist physique will have their cultural course score line reduced to half. Students who have awakened abilities or have martial artist foundations can come to my office to register. Now let's begin the formal class. Last class we talked about the habits of the scythe mantis. After the teacher said this, the classroom fell into brief silence. Then all students from families with conditions to cultivate martial artist foundations let out frantic roars. The entire classroom was in an uproar, completely drowning out the teacher's words. Martial artists and ability users were the most promising professions in this world, and Martial University was the dream destination of everyone. Once you enter Martial University, it represents strength, power, status, and fame. How could everyone not be excited, not be crazy? Perhaps the only one not excited was Sue by this transmigrator, who still couldn't accept reality. Dazed and weary, Sue by endured until school dismissed in the afternoon. His first instinct was not to head home, but to visit an internet cafe near the school. To truly understand what kind of world this was, the internet was the best channel available. Although the system had helped him merge Sue Bai's original memories, there were still vast gaps of knowledge within that memory. Upon arriving at the internet cafe, he habitually pulled out the 5 yuan he had saved from lunch and slapped it on the front desk. "Boss lady, give me a temporary machine." After receiving the temporary card from the boss lady, Sue Bai went straight to a computer and turned it on. Official news, historical records, and information unfolded before him one after another. On September 18, 1906, a colossal rift suddenly tore open in the sky and countless alien beasts poured forth from within. It took the combined armed forces of humanity a full 3 months to slay all the alien beasts that had emerged from the rift. Yet as long as the rift remained, new beasts would appear periodically. So humanity decided to send a suicide squad into the rift to investigate. They discovered that behind the rift lay a vast, boundless land. To prevent alien beasts from continuously pouring out, the militaries of all nations united to build military bases within the sky rift to resist the beasts. At the same time, the spiritual energy of Earth began to revive, and some people gradually awakened martial arts and supernatural abilities. The new era of humanity officially began. On March 6, 1907, a second rift appeared in the sky. On May 7, 1907, the third rift appeared. The fourth, the fifth. Over the following century, more and more rifts appeared with increasing frequency. Until now, they cover every corner of the globe, and each rift contains different species of alien beasts. Thus, scientists named the battlefield beyond the sky rifts the Myriad Races Battlefield. Sue Bai also found a great deal of video footage showing humans being ruthlessly slaughtered by alien beasts. For example, an ordinary Worm family where the wife and daughter were smashed into pulp by a 3-meter-long monster with a single palm strike, while the husband grasped a kitchen knife to avenge them, only to meet a hopeless end. Another example, an ordinary soldier gripping a broken greatsword, facing a sea of fierce beasts, letting out one final defiant roar of unwillingness. And another, an unidentified human commander, armor stained with blood, single-handedly defending a city. As the walls fell, he roared out the tragic oath that humanity must prevail. For a moment, Sue Bai's mood grew heavy. After that, he let out a long sigh and continued searching for news about Martial Arts University. Sure enough, he found an official red-header document on the WU website announcing educational reforms. Previously, admission to WU required being a martial artist or ability user with cultural exam scores above the cutoff line. This year, WU reformed its enrollment standards, relaxing all cultural course requirements and expanding enrollment numbers several times over. However, Sue Bai knew that getting into WU was still no simple matter for ordinary people. Martial artists need to be tempered from childhood through training, conditioning, and nurturing both chi and blood. Whether through medicinal baths or renowned instructors, the costs required to cultivate them are astronomical. The awakening of ability users is even more a matter of chance. The probability is often less than 1 in 10,000. For ordinary civilians, even with cultural requirements relaxed, the remaining conditions remain extremely harsh. Fortunately, Sue Bai already possessed the strongest beast tamer system. As long as he contracted a fierce beast, he could legitimately become an ability user. After gathering all the information he wanted, Sue Bai quietly left the internet cafe. The sky gradually darkened, and the amber street lamps stretched his shadow long across the street. The invasion of the myriad races is a crisis for all humanity. From WU's enrollment reforms, Sue Bai could see that the situation in Jiangzhou had already reached a relatively dangerous level. Those who use martial arts to violate the law. Sue Bai could understand why both martial artists and ability users previously needed a cultural exam score cutoff. Because once powers far beyond ordinary people spiral out of control, they become no small danger to the nation and society. If the frontline situation were not dire, WU would not adopt such extreme measures to cultivate talent. Although Sue Bai was only a high school student, having lived 2 lives, his mental maturity far surpassed his peers. While other students celebrated the easier WU entrance, only Sue Bai realized the cruel truth behind it. The invasion of the myriad races hung over Sue Bai like a blade suspended above his head, never knowing when it would fall. Only by growing stronger, ever stronger, could he survive this human crisis. Before he realized it, Sue Bai had already arrived at the entrance of his home. Although the residential buildings were old and worn, they carried 18 years of his memories. I must get into W. Sue Bai firmed up his resolve. He wanted to protect the people he cherished, to protect this home and his family. The instant he pushed open his front door, the system's prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Detected a contractable creature, little turtle. Do you wish to tame the little turtle? Sue Bai hesitated for a moment. A small turtle. Could the system be referring to that soft-shell turtle his father had been raising for 3 months? I refuse to believe it. His first tamed beast is a tortoise. The problem is it's humiliating. If anyone found out his ability was to tame a turtle, he'd be the laughingstock of everyone. Staying handsome is a lifelong commitment. But then he reconsidered. With his current strength, he had no chance to tame fierce beasts on the myriad races battlefield anyway. With this little turtle proving he was an ability user, he could get recommended directly to the Marshall University. Once he reached Marshall University, he could use the school's resources to exchange for a more impressive beast. This wasn't a bad deal at all. Subai silently commanded tame. Ding. Taming the small turtle successful. Host may view the turtle's attributes through the system. Check the turtle's stats. Subai responded silently. Tamed beast small turtle level normal beginner possesses certain Xuanwu sacred beast bloodline, can grow infinitely, will eventually slay gods. Constitution 1 defense 3 speed 1 ability turtle shell defense evolution method eating woe. It actually possesses Xuanwu sacred beast bloodline. Infinite growth. And its evolution method only requires eating. This is incredible. He had originally looked down on this little turtle, never expecting it to be so extraordinary. Why would he exchange it then? Absolutely not. Just as Subai was getting excited and wanting to study this future sacred beast, he heard his younger sister's voice behind him. Subai, why are you drooling over Dad's little turtle? If you dare stew and eat it, Dad will stew you instead. Subai's younger sister was named Su Xiaomei, 4 years his junior, still in middle school. She was the family's precious jewel, well-behaved in every way except for her tendency to tattle on Subai to their parents. Their father had named the turtle Xiaoba, but Subai preferred calling it Xiaowangba. Subai cleared his throat and replied, cough. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm like you, obsessed with eating all day? By the way, Xiaomei, do you know where Dad put Xiaoba's feed? Since the system said the turtle evolves through feeding, Subai wanted to test its evolution mechanism. Wow, so in your heart, I'm just a foodie. Subai, you disappoint me too much. I don't know. Su Xiaomei pouted. Subai felt a headache coming on and could only coax her helplessly. Alright, Xiaomei's the best. Tell me where Dad put Xiaoba's feed quickly. I won't. Even if you beg me, I won't tell you. Seeing the little girl's expression, Subai knew exactly what she was thinking. Reluctantly, he took out 5 yuan from his pocket. Here, this is all the money your brother has left. Now will you tell me? Seeing the money, Xiaomei grinned and took the 5 cents from Subai's hand, then turned and ran. I don't know where the turtle feed is either. Find it yourself. Ha. After saying that, Su Xiaomei darted straight into her room and locked the door behind her. Finding his sister's mischief unmanageable, Subai had no choice but to search for the feed himself. But the moment he turned around, he discovered the little turtle had somehow escaped from its tank while he was chatting with his sister. It had even found the feed bag, torn open a hole in it, and spilled feed all over the floor. You beast, what are you doing? He was about to pick up the turtle, but quickly stopped. In less than a minute, the turtle had already eaten all the scattered feed. Originally, a bag of feed weighed 15 caddies. After 3 months of feeding by his father, roughly over 10 caddies remained. The turtle's appetite hadn't been significant. It hadn't even consumed 5 caddies in 3 months. But now, good heavens. In just a few bites, 10 caddies of feed vanished into the turtle's mouth. After the contract, this creature's appetite was enormous. 10 caddies of turtle feed was far larger than the little turtle's body size. Is this a Xuanwu? This damn thing is a glutton. After finishing, the little turtle crawled towards Subai step by step on its short 4 legs. When it reached Subai's side, it nuzzled against his shoes with its small head. Such an affectionate scene was truly rare. Turtles are naturally timid around humans. Even their father, who had raised it for 3 months, would scare it into retracting all 4 limbs and its head into its shell whenever he tried to pet it. For it to be this affectionate towards someone was extraordinary. Subai carefully observed the turtle at his feet, deep in thought. It had eaten so much yet showed no visible changes. So this thing only eats without growing. While Subai was lost in thought, the little turtle wriggled its body and crawled step by step to the original feed bag. It slapped the bag with its front claws, its mouth opening and closing continuously as if trying to communicate something to Subai. Ho ho ho. Since the turtle lacked vocal cords and couldn't produce specific sounds, it could only express itself through these gestures. Strangely enough, Subai actually understood. You just finished over 10 caddies of feed and you're still not full. Am I raising a pig? Whether from shyness or frightened by Subai's questioning, the turtle retracted its head halfway into its shell, but still looked at Subai with pitiful eyes. Watching the turtle look at him as dependently as a child looks at its father, Subai could only sigh helplessly and go find more food for it. Subai also wanted to see the turtle's limits, so he took out raw meat and leftover dishes from the refrigerator and placed them before the little turtle. The turtle was not picky, eating whatever Subai gave it. Over 10 minutes later, over a caddy of pork and 4 plates of leftovers were completely devoured. Still unsatisfied, the turtle extended its tongue to lick the plates clean, then continued gazing at Subai with pleading eyes. Ho ho ho. Subai ignored the turtle's sounds and stared carefully at it. The little turtle was slightly larger than before. Though not by much, it was noticeable. The turtle had grown from the size of half a palm to that of a large bowl. More importantly, Subai could clearly feel that as the turtle grew, his own body seemed to be strengthening along with it. A very faint sensation of power continuously surged from deep within his body. Motivated by this, Subai immediately rushed back to the kitchen and brought out everything edible in the house. Over 20 caddies of rice, 5 caddies of flour, 3 caddies of vegetables, and some bread. Today I'll let you eat your fill. 10 minutes later, the rice was finished. 2 minutes later, the flour was gone. 1 minute later, the vegetables and bread were all consumed. As the turtle grew larger, its eating speed increased proportionally. However, Subai's right eyelid kept twitching. It's eaten nearly 50 caddies of food and still isn't full. Ho ho ho. The turtle's front claws still slapped at the plates as if its stomach were a bottomless pit that could never be satisfied no matter how much it ate. With your gluttonous appetite, I can't afford to keep you. I might as well stew and eat you myself. Under Su Bai's intimidation, the turtle shrank, its head obediently stopped slapping the plates, and scuttled over on its short legs to nuzzle against Su Bai. As if saying, I won't eat anymore, master, don't be mad, okay? Watching the turtle act spoiled at his feet, Su Bai smiled helplessly. Su Bai wouldn't actually stew the turtle. It possessed Xuanwu bloodline after all. But this creature was truly expensive to maintain. Everything edible at home had been consumed by the turtle, including the rice their parents needed for evening meals. Su Bai rarely had pocket money himself. In the past, even his internet cafe funds had come from skimming his lunch money. He would need to figure out how to support a gluttonous turtle going forward. Suddenly Su Bai made a bizarre discovery. The first problem before him wasn't how to grow stronger. It was abject poverty. Who could he complain to about this? I'm back. Kids, are you hungry? Just as Su Bai was locked in a staring contest with the little turtle at his feet, his father's gruff voice rang out. His parents had returned from work. Su Xiaomei, who had been hiding in her room, quickly flung open her door and launched herself toward her father. Dad, Su Bai bullied your precious little one. He was going to stew and eat your pet turtle. Su Xiaomei complained grievously, her eyes glistening as if tears were about to spill at any moment. Su Bai, who had just stepped out of his room, froze on the spot. When did I bully you? But truthfully, that gluttonous thing really deserved to be stewed. Su Bai's father Su Zihao knew his daughter's mischievous nature well and initially dismissed her claim. But when his gaze instinctively drifted to the fish tank housing his turtle, he found it curiously empty. The little creature was indeed gone. Su Zihao regarded Su Bai with mild curiosity. Stewing was impossible. Su Bai couldn't even boil water. He waited for an explanation. Su Bai shrugged helplessly. Dad, I've awakened as an esper. Oh, you awakened in ability. Su Zihao had been casually echoing his son's words, but the next moment he froze. His eyes locked onto Su Bai with utter disbelief. Even his wide-open mouth trembled uncontrollably. What? What did you say? Say it again. Su Bai sighed. I've awakened as an esper. What? I didn't hear clearly, say it again. Su Bai. You've become an esper. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Su Zihao continued to stare at his son, still unable to believe what he was hearing. The probability of awakening as an esper was 1 in 1,000. Although old Su had once harbored dreams of such things, he was a practical man who understood how ordinary the Su family lineage was. Generations of common folk. An esper awakening. This had to be a joke. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the house. With 3 parts skepticism and 7 parts anticipation, everyone held their breath watching Su Bai. Seeing the family's skeptical stares, Su Bai nodded helplessly. It's true, I've said it so many times. Only after his persistent insistence did his family finally believe him. His parents, needless to say, were overcome with excitement. Our Su family now has an esper too, ha ha ha, wonderful. Now let's see who dares to say the Su family has no merit. My son, he's going to be someone, he really will. It was no wonder old Su was so agitated. Once someone became an esper, they could essentially secure direct admission to Wuhan University. After entering university, they could at least secure an official position, effectively rising above the ranks of ordinary commoners. This could truly be called bringing glory to the family. The family member who found it hardest to accept Su Bai's awakening was Su Xiaomei. Su Bai had just been play fighting with her moments ago. How could he have awakened as an esper in the blink of an eye? Did she now have an esper brother? Su Xiaomei asked suspiciously, why do I still feel like this isn't real? Then tell us, what ability have you awakened? Currently I know of 2 abilities, taming and evolving special beasts. Coincidentally, when I came home today, I noticed our little turtle seemed to be evolving, so I tamed it on the spot. Although the little turtle isn't particularly strong, the school just issued a new regulation today. Any esper can enter Wuhan University directly without taking cultural exams. In hopes of securing more feeding expenses for the little turtle from his parents, Su Bai felt he had no choice but to report the full truth to them. Of course, he naturally couldn't mention the secrets of the system and Xuanwu. As soon as his parents and Su Xiaomei heard that the little turtle had actually evolved into an evolved beast, they immediately clamored to go take a look. This morning, before Su Zihao left for work, the little turtle was only the size of a fist. Now it had grown to the size of a plate. Its volume had more than doubled. Its weight had also increased several times over, feeling heavy and substantial in the palm. If it weren't for the patterns on the shell remaining unchanged, I would have suspected Su Bai brought home an entirely different turtle. In just one day it's grown this much. If it keeps growing like this and eventually becomes a moving mountain, then Su Bai's ability would be extraordinarily powerful. Since Su Bai has become an esper and little 8 has also evolved, this is a double celebration. We simply must raise it. While the family was discussing excitedly, Su Bai scratched his head and said, Dad, little 8 has a drawback. It eats voraciously. Raising it may require extra money. Cough cough. Su Zihao waved off the concern carelessly. How much can one turtle possibly eat? No worries, Dad will cover this expense. Saying that, Su Zihao pulled out his wallet, extracted all 1,000 yuan inside, and slammed it firmly onto the table. That slap echoed loudly. Su Bai coughed awkwardly. With practiced ease, he slipped the 1,000 yuan into his own pocket, then continued to stare at old Su in silence. Old Su also began to sense something was amiss. This 1,000 yuan is enough to buy a year's worth of feed. Even if it's an evolved beast, and eats more now, that should suffice. Su Bai suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for old Su. It finished all 10 caddies of feed you had. Suzuheo laughed. Isn't that just 10 caddies of feed? Not much. And all the pork and leftover dishes from the refrigerator are gone too, Su-bai's mother added. It's fine the pork wasn't that much. And 20 plus caddies of rice, 5 caddies of flour, a bag of vegetables, and all the bread. Everything is finished. Suzuheo fell silent. Su-bai's mother also fell quiet. They had devoured everything edible in the house. A single large bag of feed cost only about 200 yuan. For the sake of their child's future, the Su family could grit their teeth and afford it. But adding up all the items Su-bai had mentioned, the total value amounted to no less than 500 yuan. The combined daily wage of both Su parents was barely over 300 yuan. Suzuheo withdrew a cigarette and slowly lit it. He rarely smoked in front of his children, but at this moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure weighing on his shoulders. If the child had no talent, it would be fine. After all, Su-bai slept through classes every day. After high school graduation, Suzuheo could take him to work at the factory together to earn a bit more money. But since the child had already awakened as an Esper equivalent to guaranteed university admission, how could a father let his own inadequacy hold back his child? After exhaling a ring of smoke, Suzuheo asked, "Wife, how much savings do we have left at home?" "A little over 30,000 or so. Little sister is about to enter high school, and her grades are excellent. We saved this money specifically for her tutoring classes." After weighing the situation carefully, Suzuheo spoke up. "Let's take out 10,000 yuan. Tomorrow I'll go to the feed wholesale market and negotiate. Hopefully buying in bulk will bring a better discount. As for little sister's tutoring fees, I'll figure something out later." We cannot delay Su-bai's future. The Su family was already quite impoverished. Seeing his parents struggle so over his matters, Su-bai felt a knot of guilt in his heart. "Dad, this 1,000 yuan is enough. I've done some research on raising turtles in the past. It doesn't have to be feed. Buy some cheap alternatives for it to eat. 1,000 yuan will last quite a long time. These creatures are tough, they're not high maintenance." In truth, Su-bai himself wasn't sure what to feed Little 8 to make it grow fast, while saving money. But he had already made up his mind, he would find a way to cover Little 8's expenses himself in the future. If raising Little 8 caused him to neglect his younger sister, or bring such a heavy burden upon his family, Su-bai would never forgive himself. Thus the matter was settled between Su-bai and his family. The rest of the night passed without incident. On the way to school the next day, Su-bai was deep in thought, pondering how best to raise the little turtle. Through last night's feeding session, Su-bai had clearly noticed that the little turtle's appetite seemed almost limitless. Moreover, as the turtle's body continued to grow, its food consumption increased proportionally. This creature was simply a bottomless pit. Heaven only knew how much money it would devour each day in the future. Just as Su-bai was endlessly wrestling with the thought of whether he should just stew it after all, his periphery vision caught sight of a rather dubious-looking advertisement poster affixed to a utility pole several hundred meters from the school. High-price purchase of exotic beast bones, blood, and hair. Interested parties contact 137x. Su-bai's eyes instantly lit up. Upon seeing the advertisement board, Su-bai's eyes lit up. As a beast tamer, his combat strength primarily relied on his tamed beast. The little turtle possessed the bloodline of the divine beast Xuanwu. As long as it could grow, Su-bai would have the foundation to survive this catastrophe. The little turtle's evolution method was simply eating, and its appetite was enormous, burning through money. At this stage, the biggest problem Su-bai faced was how to earn money to buy food for the little turtle. This advertisement was a godsend. A feasible plan had already taken shape in Su-bai's mind. However, the little turtle hiding in the taming space felt a chill down its spine for some reason, as if being targeted by someone with ill intentions. Time always passed quickly. A day had gone by in the blink of an eye. After school in the afternoon, Su-bai rushed home without stopping and released the little turtle from his taming space. Without further ado, he grabbed the little turtle's front paw, which was still somewhat bewildered, and directly slashed it with a kitchen knife. But to his surprise, the knife left no mark on the little turtle's skin. So tough. If this knife had cut human skin, it would have been split open, blood gushing like a spring. So Su-bai increased his strength, chopping with all his might, and barely managed to break the skin of the little turtle's front paw. Roar! The little turtle cried out in pain. Su-bai quickly took out a small test tube he had prepared and collected a few drops of the blood flowing from the little turtle. He had intended to collect more, but by then the little turtle's wound had already begun to heal itself, and no more blood was flowing out. This self-healing ability was somewhat exaggerated. The little turtle, which had inexplicably been cut, stared at Su-bai with its small mung bean-like eyes, terrified and bewildered as to why its master would harm it. Su-bai put the kitchen knife back in the kitchen, rolled his eyes at the little turtle's frightened look, and said, "I'm doing this to earn money to feed you. You think you can just freeload? Dream on." Su-bai couldn't be bothered with the little turtle's grievances. He grabbed its tail and threw it back into the taming space. Then he searched around the house and found his father's usual black coat, a peaked cap, and a mask. About 10 minutes later, Su-bai stood in front of the mirror, took a careful look, and nodded with satisfaction. With this disguise and a lowered voice, as long as it wasn't someone very familiar with him, basically no one would recognize him. Su-bai's actions were not meaningless. Beast blood was an essential material for making various warrior healing and cultivation medicines, a strategic resource for warriors and the military. Even the most common and lowest grade beast blood could attract a lot of unnecessary trouble in this turbulent world of invading races. Although the military did not completely control these resources, and there were private merchants who manufactured and purchased materials, one still had to be careful. He had not yet officially entered a martial arts university, so he didn't have a secure identity. He should avoid as much unnecessary trouble as possible. After preparing everything, Su-bai left the house. Not long after he arrived at the address indicated on the advertisement. Hiding in an unnoticed corner, he surveyed the small shop. The small shop was quite shabby, an ordinary three-story building that looked somewhat aged with only an iron sign standing at the entrance. Purchasing various raw materials, selling all kinds of necessary warrior medicines with favorable prices. After confirming the address, Su-bai did not enter immediately. Instead, he stayed hidden there for a while longer, observing. When he found nothing suspicious, he walked toward the shop. Upon entering, a strange but not unpleasant odor assailed him. The shop owner was a white-haired old man half asleep while listening to the radio. Hearing footsteps, he knew a customer had arrived. The old man quickly scrambled to his feet, squinting his small eyes and smiling as he looked over the visitor. "Friend, are you here to sell or buy?" Su-bai glanced indifferently at the old man, took out a test tube containing 3 drops of turtle blood from his pocket, handed it to the old man, and replied in a deliberately lowered hoarse voice. "I'm here to sell beast blood. Name your price." The old man took the test tube from Su-bai, opened the cap, and sniffed it. A faint fragrance drifted from the tube, and the old man was startled inwardly. This beast blood was not ordinary. Although it was only of common grade, the fragrance alone indicated that it definitely came from an extraordinary beast. It was a good thing. Since the invasion of the myriad races, spiritual energy had revived on Earth, and it wasn't just humans that had mutated. Animals, insects, and plants all had a chance to transform. Thus, scientists had directly dubbed non-human mutated species as beasts. The degree of mutation varied greatly, with some being stronger and others weaker. For instance, in the Shahala Desert, a mutated giant lizard had grown wings and transformed into a fire-type dragon, with strength comparable to the gold-level beasts of the myriad races. Its dragon breath could turn dozens of miles of desert into a hell of fire in an instant, making it one of the strongest known mutant beasts on Earth. If a powerful beast gave birth to offspring, there was a high probability that the offspring would also possess the potential to grow into a high-level beast. Although such specially mutated beasts or their young were only of common grade, the energy contained in their bloodlines far exceeded that of their peers, making them rare beast blood of the same level. Rare beast blood was often the best material for making body-tempering, blood-replenishing, and healing medicines, greatly enhancing their efficacy. Especially common-grade rare beast blood was the best medicine for building a warrior's foundation, and for many warrior families focused on nurturing their descendants, it was the most sought-after medicine. The old man concluded that the beast blood Su-bai was selling was indeed rare beast blood. He just wondered where this disguised customer had come from. This item was not easy to obtain. It mostly relied on luck or could only be acquired by high-level warriors. However, the old man didn't pry. He was a businessman, and as long as there was profit to be made, he didn't care where the goods came from. But as for the price, the old man pretended to examine the blood while in his mind, he was already calculating how to drive the price down. After a while, the old man shook his head and said, "Young friend, this is common grade beast blood. I'll buy it from you at the market price of 1,000 yuan. Su-bai sneered inwardly, and without wasting words picked up the test tube and turned to leave. The old man was stunned, so decisive. It seemed the customer knew his stuff. The old man quickly came out from behind the counter, grabbed Su-bai, and with a full smile led him back to his seat in the shop. "Young friend, don't be so impatient. I hope you can be sincere," Su-bai replied, briefly, not wanting to say much. Seeing Su-bai's confident demeanor, the old man hesitated and held up one finger. Su-bai nodded and said, "All right, deal at 100,000. The old man almost spat out blood. He meant 1,000 yuan, but Su-bai was so brazen. 3 drops for 100,000. Did he think it was bronze-grade beast blood? How dare he ask for that? The old man took a deep breath, slowly exhaled to calm his anger, and said, "Friend, you must be joking. Even the rarest common-grade beast blood can only sell for 10,000 yuan at most. I'm offering 10,000. That's already very sincere. If you don't want to sell, I won't insist." If the old man hadn't been staring at the test tube in Su-bai's hand while saying this, Su-bai might have almost believed his nonsense. Then there's nothing to discuss. You're really not sincere. With that, Su-bai stood up again to leave. After all, the turtle blood was in his hands, and he had the final say on whether to sell it. He was certain that 10,000 was not the true value of this turtle blood. Young friend, let's talk it over. If the price isn't right, we can negotiate." The old man, seeing Su-bai's unyielding attitude, almost cursed out loud. This person was hard to deal with, but the item was definitely worth more than 10,000, so there was room for negotiation. This time the old man pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. "All right, I'll be honest with you. This beast blood of yours, though common grade, likely comes from a rare beast. How about this? I'll double the price to 20,000 yuan. If you still don't want to sell, then I can't do anything about it. I've been very sincere." Seeing the old man gnash his teeth, Su-bai hesitated for a moment. It seemed 20,000 was indeed close to the owner's expected price. Honestly, Su-bai didn't know the exact market price, but he knew how to do business. Having lived 2 lives, he had seen too many profiteers. Wasn't this just a game of haggling? Su-bai still didn't relent. He continued to probe. 20,000. The last shop offered me 28,000, and I didn't sell. Why should I sell to you for 20,000? If you can offer over 30,000, I'll consider it. This remark actually struck a chord with the old man. In the entire county, there were quite a few alchemists, and top-grade basic body tempering medicine could help people quickly pass through the ordinary warrior stage and advance to the bronze warrior level. Its value far exceeded ordinary imagination. Setting aside the profit, selling such rare materials could also earn the friendship of some warrior families. Finally, the old man gritted his teeth and decided to take the beast blood, fine 30,000. Not a single cent more will I pay. Seeing the old man's gnashing expression, Su-bai knew this was probably the old man's limit. Without further ado, he completed the transaction. This 30,000 had far exceeded Su-bai's initial estimate. In the end, Su-bai handed over the turtle blood and received 30,000 yuan in cash. Just as Su-bai stepped out of the door, the old man quickly called out, "Young friend, if you have more rare beast blood like this in the future, feel free to come directly to me." After leaving the pharmacy, Su-bai gazed at the fiery red sunset in the sky, filled with emotion. He hadn't expected that 3 drops of turtle blood could fetch such a high price. It seemed making money in this era wasn't that hard. With this income, the pressure of feeding the little turtle would be greatly alleviated. 30,000 yuan could buy tons of turtle feed. The evening breeze brushed against Su-bai's cheek, and unconsciously, even his steps became lighter. A crisp, pleasant ringtone sounded. Humans use sand, trying to shape a tower to heaven in their dreams. For greed, they spare no cost. Su-bai took out his phone and saw it was a call from his homeroom teacher. "Hello, Su-bai. The college entrance exam results will be announced tomorrow, and you need to submit your choice between a martial arts university or a liberal arts college. Don't be late." "Okay, I understand," he replied briefly and hung up the phone. Yet his heart felt inexplicably stirred. Tomorrow would be a major turning point in his life. Just as Su-bai was lost in thoughts of the future, the little turtle lying in the taming space seemed to sense something, abruptly raising its head, its eyes blazing with vigilance as it let out a series of roars. And Su-bai suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A system warning panel appeared before his eyes. "Warning, warning. 3 humans harbor extreme hostility toward the host. They are currently within 10 meters of the host. Please be vigilant. Enemy level initial warrior, enemy level initial warrior, enemy level initial warrior." Seeing the system's warning, Su-bai's mental alarm bells rang loudly, and every muscle in his body tensed. Even though he had disguised himself, he was likely still being watched. Moreover, all 3 were ordinary martial artists of the same level as him. Before reaching the bronze rank, both martial artists and psychics were merely considered preparatory martial artists or psychics, without any grade distinction. Yet even so, the strength of a low-level martial artist far exceeded that of ordinary people, and before a psychic's abilities matured, martial artists generally possessed superior physical fitness and combat power compared to psychics of the same rank. Outnumbered 3-1, the situation was extremely tricky. Su-bai's thoughts raced, but he didn't panic. Calmly and quickly formulating a plan. Through the reflective mirror on the roadside, he sized up the suspicious individuals following him. The 3 were all adults, around 30 each, with an iron rod tucked at their waist, their burly figures exuding a rather menacing aura. He absolutely could not lead them back home. Su-bai would not bring any shred of danger to his family. Not even a 1 in a 10,000 chance was acceptable. The enemy's advantage lay in their numbers and weapons, but he had his own advantages. First, in their eyes, he was alone and seemed like prey. He could exploit their underestimation of him. Second, he had his tamed pet little turtle. Though it was only the size of a plate now, the creature was incredibly resilient. A perfect meat shield in critical moments. Moreover, its bite force was considerable. If given the chance to bite a vital spot, it could kill with 1 strike. As long as he could find a way to separate them, his chances of victory would be greatly increased. After clarifying his strategy, Su-bai headed straight for an abandoned building in his memory. The place was sparsely populated, had complex terrain, and was completely devoid of surveillance cameras. It was an ideal location for a counter-ambush. The sun slowly set on the horizon, and the dim yellow streetlights had already flickered on, casting the long shadows of Su-bai and the 3 low-level martial artists across the quiet street. There were virtually no other pedestrians on the street. If not for the city's surveillance coverage, the 3 stalkers would likely have already made their move. But who was the prey and who was the hunter remained to be seen. After turning a corner, the abandoned building came into sight. With the wall blocking their view, Su-bai instantly accelerated and dashed into the building. The 3 behind him suddenly lost sight of Su-bai after the turn. "Hey boss, where did he go? Could he be hiding in that abandoned building?" Judging by old Jing's attitude when he came out, this kid must have something good on him. "We finally ran into a fat sheep. It would be a shame to let him escape. Who would have thought, just as we got the stuff Brother Long wanted, and we're about to head back, we'd run into such a fat sheep. If we make a profit from this, we brothers can go to Diamond Paradise tonight, and have some fun. I heard a few fresh girls just arrived." As he said this, the other man also revealed a knowing smile. The slightly more mature boss ignored the 2 staring at the abandoned building, and said, "I'm afraid he's already realized we're following him. If I'm not mistaken, he's hiding in that building. If he had tried to run, we'd have had to chase him. That would have been a bit of trouble. But now he's just walking right into his doom. Absolutely foolish." Clearly, the 3 low-level martial artists were quite familiar with the terrain of this uninhabited area. The boss gave his orders. "This building is the only one here with 2 exits, front and back. I'll block the back exit. Third brother, you block the front, and watch for the kid jumping out a window. Second brother, go up and catch him." After the boss gave his orders, the 3 acted accordingly. The boss and third brother blocked the front and back entrances respectively, while second brother, iron rod in hand, slowly walked into the building. Martial artists all possessed strong danger perception. They hadn't sensed any threat from Su-bai, and since he was trying to hide and ran away at the sight of them, he clearly wasn't a formidable opponent. He was probably just an ordinary person who had stumbled upon some good material by luck. They had seen plenty of his kind. Dealing with someone like that with their level of martial arts, one person was more than enough. At that moment, they still considered themselves lucky. The abandoned building was only 6 stories high, and without any interior decoration, there were few places to hide. It was nearly impossible to stay concealed inside. It would take about 10 minutes to search from the first floor to the top. Second brother quickly finished the first floor, found no sign of Su-bai, and continued up to the second. At this moment, Su-bai was in a room on the 3rd floor holding a brick in his hand, his back against the wall, waiting silently. He had also released Little Turtle from his taming space, and its eyes were vigilantly scanning the surroundings. When second brother reached the 2nd floor, Su-bai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the footsteps. The enemy had indeed split up. Now only one person was on the 2nd floor. Everything was going according to Su-bai's plan. He tightened his grip on the brick and pressed his back firmly against the wall. His breathing gradually slowed as if he had entered a state of tortoise-like hibernation. Soon second brother reached the 3rd floor. The footsteps drew closer. Su-bai gently flexed his right hand, holding the brick ready to strike at any moment. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Just as second brother stepped into the room where Su-bai was hiding, Su-bai, who had been holding his breath, suddenly exploded into action. He swung the brick in his hand fiercely and smashed it directly at second brother's forehead. Bang! Opt! With his strength enhanced by Little Turtle's attributes, Su-bai was far more powerful than an ordinary person. This heavy blow directly to a vital point even a low-level martial artist couldn't withstand. Blood splattered. Second brother collapsed with the sound, then fell unconscious. But that wasn't the end. Su-bai picked up the iron rod from the ground and swung it again, delivering several vicious blows to his head. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Downstairs, the boss and third brother heard the screams and quickly called out. Second brother, what's going on up there? Are you alright? What happened, second brother? After receiving no response for a long time, the boss and third brother both rushed into the building, heading together toward the source of the sound. Second brother, where are you? The boss, being more meticulous, had already sensed something was wrong. He quickly covered third brother's mouth and whispered, Third brother, I'm afraid something has happened to second brother. This kid might not be simple. Third brother swallowed hard, nodded, and looked around warily, gripping his iron rod tightly. The two soon reached the 3rd floor. Here they come, 2 of them, and they're close together. Su-bai, hiding behind the wall, listened to the approaching footsteps and assessed the situation. When the 2 saw second brother already lying unconscious in the room, third brother, clearly lacking experience, stepped forward to check on him. But at that very moment, the boss saw a dark shadow dart out from behind the wall and rush at third brother. Third brother, watch out. But it was too late. Before third brother could react, Su-bai had already sprung into action. The brick in his hand, whistling through the air, slammed heavily onto his head. Thud! A dull sound of a heavy object colliding with flesh and bone rang out. Third brother fell straight to the ground. Su-bai's blow was merciless, without a hint of hesitation, even more ruthless than the previous one. Dropping the brick from his left hand, Su-bai didn't pause for a moment. He gripped the iron rod with both hands and struck third brother's head again with savage force. At this point, he could not afford any hesitation or mercy. Su-bai knew well the saying, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. He had to strike while the iron was hot. He swung the iron rod again and again until the back of third brother's head was caved in before finally stopping. Due to the intense exertion, Su-bai's disguise had completely fallen off, revealing his young, immature face to the boss. But the boss didn't let his guard down at all. Instead, the sense of threat and chill in his heart grew even stronger. He was completely stunned by Su-bai's ruthlessness and youthful appearance. Such a young boy with such meticulous thinking and such vicious strikes. It was chilling. Cold sweat kept beading on the boss's forehead. Su-bai, after finishing his work, panted slightly and said to the last stalker, from your expression, I can read fear. Now it's just you left. Aren't you going to run? Su-bai's words were spoken softly and calmly, but to the boss's ears, they were like a thunderclap. No, this boy would surely become someone extraordinary. Since he had already offended him, he could not be left alive. In his view, Su-bai had only taken down the other 2 through ambushes. In a head-on confrontation, he would definitely not lose. However, what the boss never expected was that just as he was about to engage Su-bai head-on, a black spherical object suddenly shot out from the shadows beside him. It slammed straight into his toes. The boss felt as if his toes had been struck by a sledgehammer in excruciating pain that caused his body to stagger. What the hell? I got ambushed too. What is that thing? Those were the last thoughts in the boss's mind. Su-bai had been waiting for this opportunity. With a swift stride, he closed in and swung the iron rod down. Bang! Another heavy blow rang out. The boss's eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. And so the 3 thugs, some dead, some unconscious, all lay at Su-bai's feet. To ensure absolute certainty, Su-bai continued to swing the iron rod with all his strength, smashing the boss's head several more times until red and white matter flowed out before he stopped. Huff, huff, huff. After completely eliminating the threat, Su-bai panted heavily, threw the rod aside, and plopped down onto the ground. Feeling the blood surging wildly through his body and the indescribable sensation of agitation, he murmured with a slight tremor, so this is what it feels like to kill. Having lived 2 lives, this was Su-bai's first time taking a human life. Reflecting on the afternoon's events, the reason he had been targeted by 3 junior martial artists was entirely because he had caught their attention while selling exotic beast blood at the pharmacy. Even though he had been cautious enough, he could not withstand human greed. Fortunately, those who set their sights on him were not high-rank martial artists, or he would have been done for. Through this incident, Su-bai understood a truth: the world was perilous, and danger came not only from alien races. Improving his strength was urgent. After resting on the ground for a while, Su-bai slowly stood up, examining the 3 corpses lying on the ground. Although the attack was dangerous, since they were martial artists, they should have some valuable items. He immediately began looting. 3 gold necklaces weighing about half a kilogram. At the current price of over 200 yuan per gram, half a kilogram was worth over 100,000 yuan. Some cash totaling around 3,000 yuan. He also found a white jade bottle from the leader's chest. At first, Su-bai didn't know what it was. He opened the cap and sniffed it, instantly feeling a surge of blood and qi rushing through his body. Could this be blood qi powder? Although Su-bai had never seen blood qi powder before, and as a non-martial artist, he normally wouldn't encounter it, he still knew its function and price. Blood qi powder was essential for preparatory martial artists. 1 bottle was enough for a month's use, greatly enhancing physical fitness. Even for preparatory martial artists aiming to advance to the bronze rank, blood qi powder was indispensable. On the black market, a single bottle could be hyped to over 3,000 yuan. With the gold necklaces worth over 1,000 yuan, Su-bai was now holding a fortune of 4,000 yuan. Just as Su-bai was about to put away the blood qi powder, the little turtle stared at it longingly, letting out a pleading roar. Roar, roar, roar. Through his spiritual connection with the little turtle, Su-bai immediately understood that it wanted the blood qi powder. Su-bai rolled his eyes. You're dreaming. 3,000 yuan could buy so much food. Giving it to this glutton would be a huge loss. Do you think I'm that stupid? Su-bai ignored the little turtle's pleading, directly sealed the bottle, and put it into his pocket. Roar, roar, roar. The little turtle persisted, staring at Su-bai with longing eyes. You say it will greatly help your improvement. The little turtle nodded humanly. Su-bai thought for a moment and asked cautiously, how much can it improve? The little turtle gestured with its claws up and down, roaring repeatedly, its face excited. How much is a lot? Man and turtle argued for a long time. In the end, Su-bai chose to trust the little turtle. After all, he earned money to raise it and enhance its strength. If blood qi powder could significantly help the little turtle, Su-bai was not one to lose sight of the essentials. He knew how to prioritize. After all, he was a beast tamer, and his main combat power came from his tamed beast. Su-bai took out the blood qi powder, opened the cap, and placed it in front of the little turtle. The little turtle directly bit the bottle's mouth, tilted its head back, and swallowed the entire bottle of blood qi powder in one go. Su-bai's eyes widened. That was the amount a preparatory martial artist needed to absorb over a month. Beast. He had underestimated the little turtle's appetite. A 3,000 yuan bottle of blood qi powder, just chugged in one gulp. Su-bai shook his head wryly. Maybe he should just cook it. Such a waste. Having finished the entire bottle of blood qi powder, the little turtle now closed its eyes, limbs limp on the ground. Its original dark green shell actually emitted a faint red glow. Its body gradually grew larger, from the size of a plate to that of a basketball. 10 minutes later, the little turtle's size finally settled at that of a wash basin. Ding, ding. The little turtle has evolved to a mid-rank ordinary exotic beast. Host level increased. You can randomly obtain the little turtle's talent. Acquire. Wow, it actually evolved. Su-bai looked at the little turtle. This was an unexpected delight. Acquire. Su-bai silently responded to the system in his mind, then felt a warm current flowing inside him, eventually settling on his skin and lingering. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired the little turtle's talent, turtle skin defense. Hearing the system prompt, Su-bai hurriedly opened his panel to check his current attribute status. Host Su-bai profession beast tamer level mid-rank ordinary host level increases with the tamed beast level age 18 physique 16 base 10 inherited from beast 6 agility 12 spirit 22 tamed beast little turtle view detailed stats talent 1 evolution infinitely evolved contracted tamed beasts no level cap can break through to divine level. A certain proportion of the tamed beast stats and talent abilities are fed back to the host. The higher the level, the higher the proportion. Talent 2 Turtle skin defense consumes stamina to activate, covering the host's skin with a layer of turtle skin, granting excellent defense. The little turtle's evolution drove Su-bai's level up as well, and all his attributes experienced explosive growth. The average attribute value for an ordinary person was 5. Su-bai's physique and spirit were now 3 to 4 times that of an adult. Perhaps because his tamed beast was a turtle, his agility did not increase much. Apart from that, Su-bai was pleasantly surprised to gain an actively triggerable talent ability. If he now faced the 3 junior martial artists from earlier, he probably wouldn't need any tactics. He could directly kill them barehanded. Even though Su-bai was a psychic who was not strong in physique, and even though the opponents were martial artists who focused on physique and blood qi, those junior ones only had around 10 physique points. Too weak. Who says I'm a beast tamer? Who says I have a Xuanwu? This was only a small gap between ordinary martial artists. He dared not imagine how terrifying the large stage improvements like bronze or silver would be. After understanding his own attributes, Su-bai looked again at the little turtle that had just devoured blood qi powder worth yuan and suddenly found it much more pleasing. Indeed, you can't catch a wolf without risking the child. It seems feeding can make the little turtle grow, but if given higher quality food it can grow even faster. Seeing that the little turtle had recovered, Su-bai was curious about its current stats and directly checked. Tame Beast Little Turtle level mid-rank, ordinary Xuanwu Bloodline, not activated, at bronze rank part of Bloodline, will activate stats, will surge physique, 32 defense, 38 agility, 10 spirit, 10 talent 1, shell defense retracts whole body into shell-forming defensive stance, increasing defense by 300, cannot move or attack in shell defense state talent 2. Turtle skin defense consumes stamina, enhances defense by 50 to 100. Su-bai, who had just been quite satisfied with his own attribute growth, was completely stunned after seeing Little 8's stats. 32 points of physique. 38 defense. That's ridiculous. For other strength-type fierce beasts, even at high-rank ordinary level, they would have around 30 attribute points. This thing broke 30 at mid-rank. How much at high rank? And it hasn't fully activated the Xuanwu bloodline, yet what would happen if it did? The only pity was that the little turtle's level was still too low, so the proportion of stats fed back to him was too small. Even so, it was enough. As the little turtle's level increased, the feedback ratio would grow. Su-bai closed the panel and glanced at Little 8 lying on the ground like an idiot. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Still, the little turtle now had combat capability, which was good. Finally, there was the matter of disposing of the 3 corpses. He couldn't just leave them there. They would rot and stink, attracting attention, and might lead to him being investigated. After much consideration, Su-bai simply threw the 3 corpses into his taming space, where they became nutrients for the space. About 10 minutes later, Su-bai erased all traces he had left in the abandoned building, then cautiously slipped out. Under the cover of night, he wandered around for a long time, throwing his coat and cap into the river before heading home. The cracks in the sky emitted a silver glow, not very visible during the day, but at night, they possessed a unique beauty. Behind those silver glows, countless alien races were ready to carve up Earth's resources. This beauty was also lethally dangerous. Under the neon lights, amidst the flowing crowds, greedy human nature drove people to constantly extend their claws toward their own kind. On the battlefield of myriad races, the army stood guard, but who could guard against human greed? Walking home, the turmoil caused by selling exotic beast blood filled Su-bai with myriad emotions. Perhaps in the future, he would have to face not only the invasion of myriad races, but also those who sought to profit from him. Only strength was the eternal truth. Today's experience made Su-bai understand this principle more deeply, and his resolve to study at the Martial University grew firmer. Tomorrow I can apply to the Martial University. Returning home, Su-bai did a simple wash. His parents had not yet come back from work at that hour. They must have been working overtime to raise money for him, otherwise his parents would normally have been home by now. Unconsciously, Su-bai felt a tinge of bitterness mixed with warmth. Seeing the light in his sister's room had been extinguished, Su-bai, exhausted after a long day, could no longer fight off his drowsiness. He casually tossed his clothes into the washing machine, returned to his room, and immediately fell asleep. He slept soundly through the night without dreams. When Su-bai woke up, he felt a complete refresh, as if all the fatigue from the previous evening had vanished. After a quick tidy-up, he headed straight to school. Su-bai had transmigrated to this world some time after the completion of the cultural subjects examination for the college entrance exam. Times were different, and students were not as carefree. They still had to stay at school to study various knowledge about the myriad races. Once the cultural subject results were released, if their scores met the threshold, they could choose whether to enter the Martial University or the Liberal Arts Academy. For martial artists, if their physical fitness and score failed to meet the Martial University's standards, they would be eliminated, either entering society to work or returning to the 3rd year of high school to retake the exam the following year. As for ability users, after the new policy waiving cultural score requirements was implemented, as long as they passed the political review, they were essentially guaranteed admission to the Martial University regardless of their ability level. After all, ability users were relatively scarce, making them highly sought after at the Martial University. The Liberal Arts Academy was mainly responsible for logistics work with higher score requirements. The advantage was that students did not need to enter the myriad races battlefield, allowing them to develop more stably without facing life-threatening dangers. The downside was that they held little real power or social status. As Su-bai just sat down at his seat, the class bell rang. His timing was remarkably precise. The homeroom teacher walked into the classroom, holding a stack of documents. Students, after 3 years of arduous struggle, this year's college entrance exam results are quite satisfactory. Aside from a few students who did not pass, everyone else has reached the first-round screening score for both the Martial University and the Liberal Arts Academy. As the homeroom teacher read out the exam results, Lin Yanran quietly nudged Su-bai with her elbow. Su-bai, do you plan to apply to the Martial University or the Liberal Arts Academy? I think the Martial University is too dangerous since you'd have to go to the battlefield. The Liberal Arts Academy is relatively much safer. If you study there for 3 years and acquire a specialized skill, you can contribute to humanity from the rear. If you want to apply to the Liberal Arts Academy, don't worry about the scores. I'll help you sort it out. Once you're at the Liberal Arts Academy, I'll look after you. However, Su-bai was not listening to what Lin Yanran was saying. He was preoccupied with thoughts of how to grow stronger after entering the Martial University. After Lin Yanran finished speaking, he casually replied, I'm applying to the Martial University. Upon hearing Su-bai's answer, Lin Yanran froze on the spot. Her plan had been to apply to the Liberal Arts Academy, then use her family's connections to transfer Su-bai there as well, so they could continue sitting together as desk mates. But she had explained it so clearly, and yet Sue by that blockhead still wanted to apply to the Martial University. How dangerous was the Martial University? Students were dispatched to the myriad races battlefield even while still studying. Amidst the chaos of war, how could I protect you, Sue Bai? Lin Yinran opened her mouth slightly, but found nothing to say. She could only stare blankly at Sue Bai's resolute profile, her heart filled with turmoil and sorrow. After finishing the announcement of the first-round college entrance exam results, the teacher continued, "The class monitor, please collect everyone's application preferences today. Tomorrow, the Martial University's admissions teachers will come to our school to organize physical examinations and ability tests. Students who wish to apply to the Liberal Arts Academy will take the second-round cultural exam in 3 days." After class, the class monitor went around one by one with a small notebook recording each student's application preference. Most of the class chose to apply to the Liberal Arts Academy, even though they knew the second-round cultural exam at the Liberal Arts Academy would be more difficult and many might fail. This was because applying to the Martial University required one to be either a martial artist or an ability user. Yushan County was merely a small county town, and ordinary families found it extremely difficult to afford the resources needed for martial cultivation. Out of the 60-something students in the entire class, only 10 had chosen to apply to the Martial University. When the class monitor approached Lin Yinran and Sue Bai, he completely ignored Sue Bai. Gazing at Lin Yinran's breathtakingly beautiful face, his heart couldn't help but tremble. "Lin Yinran, are you applying to the Martial University or the Liberal Arts Academy?" I'll think about it," Lin Yinran answered absent-mindedly. Sue Bai's choice ran completely counter to hers, leaving her in low spirits and unsure of how to make her decision. In a daze, the entire day passed by. On the way home, Lin Yinran tightly gripped her phone in her hand, picking it up and putting it down repeatedly, her face etched with turmoil. The setting sun cast a particularly soft glow upon the young girl, seeming to grant Lin Yinran a measure of courage. In the end, she picked up her phone and dialed the number of someone she had not contacted in a long while. "Dad, it's me. I want to apply to the Martial University. Can you help me?" On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man with a resolute face became overjoyed upon hearing his daughter's words. "Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Yinran, you finally come to your senses. Don't worry, Dad will arrange everything for you right away. I'll send someone to deliver martial cultivation resources to our home. Oh, and Sue Bai from our class, please arrange something for him too." After saying this, Lin Yinran's face flushed red as she hung up the phone. She had essentially told her father directly that she had a connection with Sue Bai. Sue Bai's cultural exam scores were very poor. If he failed to qualify, he would barely have the chance to even participate in the Martial University's second-round assessment. At this point, Lin Yinran had no idea that Sue Bai had become an ability user. On the other end of the phone, the uniformed father Lin paused for a moment. Ignoring his adjutant's bewildered gaze, his mind was consumed by a single question: who is Sue Bai? Why does his daughter care about him so much? Investigate. We must thoroughly look into this Sue Bai. After handling these matters, Lin Yinran felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She let out a long sigh, and the gloom in her heart dispersed entirely. Gazing at the countless myriad races battlefields in the sky, she had originally believed she would never have anything to do with them in this lifetime. Yet unexpectedly, because of him, she was making a decision she had never previously considered. "Even if it means the Martial University, I will go with you. Even the myriad races battlefield, I will protect you by your side." Lin Yinran clenched her petite fists against her chest and silently urged herself, "Lin Yinran, come on." Unaware of Lin Yinran's actions, Sue Bai sat at home watching television. Evening news. At the unfinished building on Luzi Street in Yushan County, blood traces belonging to 3 individuals were discovered, but no bodies were found. It is believed to be an attack by mutated beasts. Citizens are urged to remain vigilant and avoid the vicinity of the unfinished building on Luzi Street. Police have cordoned off the area and are intensifying efforts to resolve the threat as soon as possible. Seeing the news, Sue Bai felt a sense of relief. Someone had indeed discovered it. Fortunately, the police assumed it was a beast attack, otherwise it would have been troublesome. He would need to be more careful in his actions in the future. Just then, Sue Bai felt his phone buzz with a message. He opened it to read, "Sue Bai, I applied to WUDA 2. The message was from Lin Yinran. Sue Bai shook his head and smiled faintly. This girl, didn't she say she wanted to attend the Liberal Arts Academy before? Lin Yinran likely had not awakened any supernatural ability, so if she went to WUDA, she would have to go as a martial artist. But Lin Yinran, who had never undergone body tempering, would she meet WUDA's admission standards? Sue Bai couldn't help but worry for her, and replied, "Great good luck." Meanwhile, Lin Yinran, soaked in a bathtub filled with the bloody chi dispersal agent, clutching her phone to her chest, with both hands, a sweet smile on her face. The next day, banners hung everywhere at the school entrance. Warmly welcome Instructor Zhang Kai from Jiangzhou Martial University to convene an oath-taking assembly for students applying to WUDA. Under the escort of school leaders, the instructor and his party entered the school auditorium. Standing at the podium with a microphone in hand, the old principal addressed the packed audience. "Students, let us first extend a warm welcome to Instructor Zhang Kai, who has traveled from afar. He is your senior alumnus and a martial artist who emerged from our No. 1 high school. He currently serves as the instructor at Jiangzhou Martial University, cultivating generation after generation of warriors and superpowered individuals for the military, making outstanding contributions to national defense." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The old principal, observing the excited young men, continued, "Moreover, he holds another title, the guardian deity of Yushan County. Do you know how he earned this title? 12 years ago, an F-rank spatial rift suddenly appeared over Yushan County. At that time, the county's defense forces were engaged with ferocious beasts from another spatial fissure and could not spare reinforcements. As waves of beasts were about to pour out from the spatial rift, hundreds of thousands of Yushan citizens faced annihilation. In that critical moment, Instructor Zhang, disregarding his own safety, and without any backup, charged single-handedly into the 10,000 races battlefield, holding the spatial rift shut through sheer force of will for a full 12 hours. When reinforcements finally arrived, Instructor Zhang had suffered 135 wounds, 12 of them fatal, his entire body drenched in blood, clinging to life by a thread. Yet even so, he stood unyielding, his face devoid of fear, driving those alien races to such terror that they dared not advance even a single step. It was precisely because of Instructor Zhang's heroic courage that our Yushan County was not invaded by the 10,000 races and reduced to ruins. Students, I know many of you wish to apply to Wuda because you want to become the strong. But do you know what truly makes a strong person? Someone like Instructor Zhang, who uses his own chest as a barrier for the motherland, shedding the last drop of blood to protect his homeland. That is a true strong person. Can you achieve this? The old principal's words instantly ignited the atmosphere. Over 200 students from this year's senior class had applied to Wuda, and now in the assembly hall, students shouted at the top of their lungs, "Yes, yes, yes, we can do it." Watching the youthful, passionate youth, the old principal nodded in satisfaction, feeling his own blood grow warm once more. These children were the hope of the future. As long as their fighting spirit remained unextinguished, humanity would grow stronger generation by generation. The old principal firmly believed that the 10,000 races would eventually be driven away. Unlike the old principal, who had never set foot on the 10,000 races battlefield, Instructor Zhang deeply understood the brutality of combat and the formidable strength of the enemy races. He remained far more rational. Watching the flushed faces of the teenagers in the hall, Instructor Zhang sighed inwardly. They were all naive, innocent children, who knew how many would still be alive a year from now. Morale and conviction were indeed important, but blind confidence was dangerous. After approaching the podium, he scanned the entire crowd. What the old principal just said was somewhat exaggerated. "I am not that great, I merely did what I should have done." Students, perhaps you fantasize about the glory of becoming a martial artist, or perhaps you have noticed that in recent years not a single ferocious beast has emerged from the spatial rift in the sky. Do you assume humanity is invincible? Do you think the 10,000 races are nothing to worry about? If anyone thinks this way, I may very well place a white chrysanthemum at your tombstone next year. A year ago, 126 students from one high school entered Wuda. Of those, only 65 are still alive, a survival rate of 51%. 2 years ago, 98 students were admitted to Wuda. Only 32 remain alive, a survival rate of 32%. 3 years ago, 86 students entered Wuda. Merely 11 are still alive, a survival rate barely reaching 10%. These are our school statistics for the past 3 years. I share this with you now so that you understand exactly what awaits you after enrolling in Wuda. It is not about being cool and magnificent, nor is it about displaying your prowess or courting girls. It is about billions of ferocious beasts endlessly killing an ocean-like horde that will not cease until your body is devoured. Only then will you find release. This is the 10,000 races battlefield. Do you know what the first lesson at Wuda teaches? It teaches you how to write your last will. The enemy is far too powerful. Only by embracing the resolve to die can humanity carve out a breathing space in the 10,000 races battlefield. If at this moment you wish to withdraw, I will respect you as brave men who dare to face your fears. Saying this, Instructor Zhang paused, giving everyone time to reflect. After a long silence, no one withdrew. Instructor Zhang was satisfied. This batch of students was decent. Excellent, you are all admirable. Once you enter Wuda, you become soldiers. If anyone on the battlefield takes a single step backward, I will kill him with my own hands. Now please raise your right fists and recite the oath with me. I swear. All raised their right fists and roared in unison. I swear. I swear. As a warrior, I will inherit the will of our ancestors, using my flesh and blood to forge a great wall to defend our homeland beneath the heavens against the 10,000 races. No matter how many times this great wall falls, we will rebuild it. When our ancestors' blood runs dry, we, the younger generation, will step forward. When our blood runs dry, our descendants will take our place. With our chests, we shall forge an unyielding great wall for Dragon Nation. The passionate oath instantly ignited every soul in the hall. Countless young students, whether applying to Wuda or to the Liberal Arts Academy, stood tall, chests puffed out, heads held high, roaring in unison. Their voices pierced the 9 heavens, resounding across the earth, shaking the skies and trembling the ground. The surging roars continued for a full 5 minutes before the red-faced students finally fell silent. Zhang Kai himself was stirred by their momentum. Students, you are brave. I hope that a year from now I can still hear you address me as Instructor Zhang. Besides the 2 students from senior year class 4, Lin Yanran and Su Bai, who have been recommended for admission to Wuda, I will conduct physical and ability assessments this afternoon. Those who qualify will return to Wuda with me tomorrow. As soon as Instructor Zhang finished speaking, the entire school turned to look at Su Bai. Those 2 were recommended. What the hell? Got a wealthy backer. While others were bewildered, Su Bai himself was equally confused. Recommended already. He had originally planned to report his awakened ability to the school, but it seemed unnecessary now. Then Su Bai turned to look at Lin Yanran beside him. Su Bai was not a fool. He knew his recommendation must be connected to Lin Yanran. What surprised him was that this girl's background might be far from ordinary. Feeling Su Bai's intense gaze, Lin Yanran grew flustered and bashfully lowered her head. Like a little girl who had done something wrong, her face flushed red. She whispered cautiously, Su Bai, you won't blame me for making decisions on my own, will you? Although Su Bai was somewhat surprised by the recommendation, he did not feign modesty. There was no need. It was a gesture of kindness from Lin Yanran, and he accepted it gracefully. Without exchanging too many pleasantries, he looked earnestly at Lin Yanran and spoke softly, "Thank you." Though it was merely a brief thank you, it made Lin Yanran's heart race inexplicably, especially when Su Bai's direct gaze met hers. A warm current welled up within her. In an instant it flowed through her entire body. The next day, the students from No. 1 high school who had been admitted to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University gathered early at the school gate waiting for the university's dedicated bus. At 4 in the afternoon, the bus arrived at the gate of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. As they stepped off, the students were awestruck by the magnificent and imposing entrance. The stone gate, over 20 meters long and 9 meters wide, was pale white and utterly devoid of ornamentation. Beside it stood a stele over 3 meters tall. "With my chest, I forge an unbreakable great wall for the Dragon Nation." Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's motto. The seal script characters were engraved upon it. The students who had been chatting and laughing suddenly felt a sense of solemnity and fell silent. Hundreds of freshmen gazed solemnly at the university gate and the stele. In their graduation ceremony, the scene of clenching their fists and reciting the oath with instructor Zhang leaped vividly into their minds. "I swear, as a warrior, I will inherit the will of my predecessors and use my own flesh and blood to build a great wall against the myriad races beneath the sky. With my chest, I forge an unbreakable great wall for the Dragon Nation." The senior students who had come to welcome the newcomers did not disturb them, but accompanied the freshmen in experiencing this profound moment. Watching the sunlight illuminate the faces of the earnest students, it resembled the scene of their own first enrollment. After a long while, when the freshmen snapped out of their reverie, they noticed the seniors waiting to greet them. New students welcome to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Stepping through the gate, Su Bai and the others took a brief tour of the campus under the guidance of a senior. The university occupied a vast area of over 3,000 mu. With limited time, Su Bai and the others only visited the teaching buildings, training grounds, and the cafeteria, places they would frequent. Finally, the senior led the students to the dormitory building, completing the orientation task. Each student's dormitory had already been assigned. All they needed to do was register at the dormitory management office and collect their keys. Su Bai's dormitory was room 303 on the 3rd floor. Because he had been recommended and his identity as an awakened ability user had not been exposed, he was assigned to share a room with other martial artists. The dormitory housed 4 students. When Su Bai entered, his 3 roommates had already arrived. A young man dressed in Armani, wearing a Raymond while mechanical watch, exuding the air of a wealthy heir, greeted Su Bai with a smile, as if they were old friends. "Bro, the name on your bed says Su Bai, right? From now on, we're all brothers in this dorm. I'm the dorm leader, Han Jiagong. I arrived 2 days ago. If there's anything you don't understand about school, feel free to ask me." Yushan County was relatively remote compared to other areas, so Su Bai and his group were the last batch of students to arrive at the university. "I'm Tao Jiejun from Chongling District. Nice to meet you all. I'm your bunkmate Fan Shaoan. Welcome to 303. The last 2 roommates briefly introduced themselves. Tao Jiejun was nearly 2 meters tall, with a muscular build that made him look like a natural-born warrior. Fan Shaoan was the complete opposite, about 1.7 meters tall, with no visible muscle under his clothes, making it hard to imagine how he passed the physical fitness assessment. Su Bai exchanged simple greetings with his roommates and began unpacking his luggage. Before Su Bai entered, the 3 roommates had been chatting. The dorm leader resumed the conversation. "Brothers, I'll soon break through to the mid-level. If you ever have any trouble you can't handle, count on me." Tao Jiejun, who had reached the beginner level a year ago and was still far from the mid-level, was clearly skeptical of this claim. "No way, you're bluffing, right? Breaking through from beginner to mid-level isn't that easy." Fan Shaoan found it even more absurd. "It took me almost 3 years just to reach the beginner level. Don't tell me you're one of those naturally gifted types." Seeing everyone's doubtful expressions, the dorm leader lowered his voice mysteriously. "In martial arts cultivation, early stage progress depends on resources. I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else. A while ago, my dad was doing business in Yushan County and unexpectedly acquired 3 drops of extremely rare beast blood. He commissioned master alchemist Chao Yidan to refine 3 bottles of top-tier body tempering potions using the rare beast blood as the main ingredient, along with dozens of precious herbs. These are rare goods. With these 3 bottles of premium potions, my strength will skyrocket and breaking through to the mid-level will be no problem." The other 2 roommates became even more curious. "My family bought me blood sheep powder too, but what is rare beast blood? How can it be so effective? Since beast blood rarely circulates in the open market and is usually refined into potions by alchemists for wealthy families, ordinary people know little about it." As for the rare variety of beast blood, the other 2 roommates, obviously from modest backgrounds, had never even heard of it. Even Su Bai had only learned about it through a lucky guess and later from the shopkeeper's explanation. Hearing Han Jiagong mention this, Su Bai became interested. Seeing everyone pricking up their ears to listen, the dorm leader reveled in the moment. Hadn't he said all that just for this? He then produced a white jade bottle from his pocket. Since we're all brothers in this dorm, I might as well tell you. These are secrets of martial artists that most people don't know. The energy in high-level beast blood is too violent. For ordinary martial artists like us, it's actually poison. Potions made from ordinary beast blood are acceptable, but they take a week to fully digest, have mediocre effects, and don't provide much improvement to physical fitness. But rare beast blood is different. It comes from the offspring of high-level beasts or specially evolved beasts. Although it's only at the ordinary level, its potency is far superior to ordinary beast blood, and its nature is relatively mild, so even beginner-level martial artists can use it. The effect is amazing. The improvement from one bottle of that potion equals 3 packets of ordinary blood chi powder. With the remaining 2 bottles, I can break through to the mid-level within half a month. I bet there aren't many mid-level students among the freshmen this year. I'm definitely among the strongest in this batch. Stick with me, and you'll all have a bright future. As Subai listened, his hands slowed down while tidying up. He glanced at the white jade bottle in Han Jiagong's hand, a strange expression on his face. Mid-level. Apparently, he was already there. 3 drops of rare beast blood. Acquired in Yushan County. Could it be the 3 drops he sold? What a coincidence. Suddenly, Subai's mind began to formulate other plans. Little did Han Jiagong, still showing off, know that he had already changed in someone's eyes. He was leaning toward becoming a mobile ATM. This rare beast blood must be worth a lot, right? Subai asked the question that had been on his mind. Hearing Subai's question, Han Jiagong looked at him with an appreciative gaze, thinking this new roommate really knows how to play along. He had provided the perfect opportunity for another show-off. It's not expensive. Each drop of rare beast blood costs just over 30,000. 3 drops come to less than 100,000. A drop in the bucket. As Han Jiagong spoke with great enthusiasm, the 2 roommates' expressions gradually dimmed. That price was beyond what their families could afford. 100,000 yuan just for 3 drops of rare beast blood, let alone the cost of the finished potion. Tao Jiejun's family had to work day and night for years just to buy him an ordinary blood chi powder. Inevitably, he envied Han Jiagong. If he had such a background, he too could break through to the mid-level and become a standout among the freshmen. Fan Chao's situation was similar to Tao Jiejun's. Only those who had experienced it knew the hardships of a common family trying to support a martial artist. In the early stages of martial arts, resources are paramount. That was the principle of poor scholars, rich warriors. Subai was not listening at all. His mind was filled with one thought: rage, indignation, unbridled fury. So he had sold it for only 30,000, and the pharmacy profiteer had resold it for nearly 100,000, and he had thought he made a great deal. This was a massive loss. That despicable middleman. The more Subai thought about it, the angrier he became. Then his gaze toward Han Jiagong grew increasingly warm and friendly. Since the cash cow was right in front of him, he had to avoid letting middlemen skim off the profits. Just as Subai was pondering how to get close to Han Jiagong and fleece him, a commotion came from outside the window. Look, there's a stunning beauty downstairs by our dorm. That figure, those long legs. I'm in love. This year's campus beauty contest, I'm definitely voting for her. A group of rowdy guys crowded by the dorm window, staring at the beauty below, eyes gleaming and swallowing unconsciously. Even Subai's 3 roommates were drawn to the window, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of her face. A thunderous shout came from downstairs. Subai in 303. Someone's looking for you. That roar. The guy. It was almost like the lion's roar. Not only was it brimming with vigor, but the dust on the dorm ceiling was even shaken loose by the force of it. Subai, who had just registered with the dormitory supervisor, could clearly tell this was her voice. Wuda was indeed Wuda. Even a mere dormitory supervisor possessed such formidable strength. As for who was looking for him, Subai didn't need to guess. Since entering Wuda apart from his 3 new roommates, Lin Yanran was his only friend. Setting down his work, Subai headed straight downstairs. Fan Chaonan watched his departing figure leaning against the windowsill and whispering, "Tell me, could that goddess downstairs actually be here for Subai?" Han Jiagong tapped the luxury watch on his wrist, clearly unconvinced, and shook his head with a smirk. No way. A goddess at her level. Barely someone like me could win her over, let alone Subai. He's still not good enough for her. I can't imagine it either. Sure, Subai's got good looks, but standing next to a goddess like that, it's like a toad dreaming of swan meat. Before he could finish, the 303 dorm fell suddenly silent. They stared in disbelief as Subai casually approached the goddess below. Boys from other dorms noticed the same scene and erupted in wails of frustration. Damn it. Someone got there first. What the hell is going on with this guy? But Lin Yanran simply ignored the shouting, cheering, and whistling rising from the dorm above. To her, the other boys were nothing more than shallow, boring male apes. Utterly insufferable. Only when she was with Subai did she feel that genuine sense of joy. Her crescent-shaped eyes watched Subai draw nearer. At this sight, the 3 boys in dorm 303 completely lost their minds. Tao Jiejun pointed a trembling finger at Subai's figure. What the hell? He's really here for Subai? I don't believe it. Han Jiagong looked utterly bewildered. This has to be some kind of joke. Under the dim ambient light, Lin Yanran's crescent-shaped eyes traced Subai from head to toe as he stood there in his Wuda training uniform. Subai, you look quite imposing in that uniform. As she spoke, Lin Yanran stepped closer to Subai and gently smoothed out the faint wrinkles on his clothes. Her demeanor was as tender and domestic as a young bride. Even more handsome now. Oh right, Basic training starts the day after tomorrow, so I prepared some cultivation resources for you. Don't you dare turn it down. This isn't the time to be stubborn. If you do, I'll be really upset. Since Lin Yinran's father had helped Su Bai secure his admission to Wuda through recommendation, no one knew about his awakened ability, not even Lin Yinran herself. She still assumed his current level wasn't particularly high given that she knew his family wasn't wealthy and could hardly afford to prepare substantial cultivation resources for him. Turns out Lin Yinran had overthought things entirely. Su Bai showed zero hesitation. He took the white jade bottle and slipped it straight into his pocket without even glancing at it. Alright then, I won't be polite. Just come find me if you need anything at school. Seeing Su Bai accept her gift without hesitation and show such care, Lin Yinran felt warmth spread through her heart, responding with a sweet, playful tone. Okay. Watching the girl before him, Su Bai habitually reached out to ruffle her hair. Lin Yinran didn't shy away. She was as docile as a kitten, letting him stroke her proud little head. The two of them laughed and chatted so close it made the hearts of countless boys in the dorm building shatter into pieces. A sound of something breaking echoed throughout the entire dormitory. How dare you touch my goddess's head? Get your dirty paws off her. Who the hell is this guy? What's his background? Where did he pop up from? I hope I never see him again. Or if I do, I'll beat him up. But they could only watch helplessly as their goddess grew closer to Su Bai. All they could do was roar in impotent frustration since Wuda students were forbidden from fighting among themselves. A sour stench of envy permeated the entire boys' dormitory building. Su Bai and Lin Yinran naturally ignored the herd of jealous boys. Back in high school, they had grown accustomed to those envious stares, and at Wuda, it was simply the same crowd in different faces. After chatting for a long while, Lin Yinran finally waved goodbye reluctantly. See you tomorrow. The boys in every dorm room pressed against their windows, watching her disappear into the distance. When Su Bai returned to the dorm, he found his 3 roommates staring at him like hungry wolves. The dorm head even bounded over from the windowsill like a loose horse. Bro Su, what's going on with you and that goddess just now? Good lord, the dorm head, who'd been acting like the boss just moments ago, was now calling him Bro Su. Goddess? What goddess? Su Bai paused for 3 seconds before realizing they meant Lin Yinran. Perhaps because he saw her every day, he had never thought of her as some untouchable deity. A high school classmate. Why? Ahem, well Bro Su, all 4 of us in the dorm are finally here together. What a coincidence, right? Tonight's on me. I'm booking a private room on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria for a good meal. If possible, could we invite the goddess to join us? His 2 roommates chimed in, eagerly terrified. He turned down the invitation. Lin Yinran's beauty was simply too stunning to ignore. Meanwhile, Su Bai was still thinking about how to get some turtle blood to sell to the dorm head, so naturally, he wanted to keep him on side. As for introducing Lin Yinran to them, that was completely out of the question. She's already eaten, and I've got something to attend to later. How about this? I'll stop by after 8 o'clock. Seeing Su Bai agree to come, but not bring the goddess, Han Jiagong reluctantly accepted and nodded. Alright then, brother Su, you've got to be on time. Su Bai nodded and stepped out of the dorm. It was around 7 o'clock, still an hour until the group gathering. He had time to handle something else first. After wandering around Wuda for a while, he finally found a secluded spot and summoned the little turtle from his taming space. He pulled out the prepared dagger and without hesitation stabbed it into the turtle's front paw. After advancing to the mid-tier, the turtle's defense had skyrocketed to 38. Yet not even a scratch appeared. Roo. The little turtle let out a grievous cry from the pain. It had assumed its master had released it for food, never expecting he'd come after its blood again. The bloody lesson from last time was still fresh in its memory, so it simply retracted its head and all 4 limbs deep into its shell. Su Bai watched the turtle's reaction and rolled his eyes. Well, the kid had learned to be smart. Forcing the turtle blood wouldn't work, it would only provoke resistance. Besides, he couldn't even cut through its skin anymore. If he could get it to give blood willingly, that would save a lot of trouble. Seems like he'd need to try a softer approach. Su Bai put on a gentle smile and coaxed softly, Xiao Ba, that blood chi powder you had last time. Didn't it taste wonderful? Hearing Su Bai's words, the little turtle hidden inside the shell suddenly lit up with excitement, drool practically forming at the corners of its mouth. But fearing its master would harm it again, it still refused to poke its head out. Watching the turtle remain completely unmoved, Su Bai adopted the warm, patient expression of a father and continued persuading. Would you like another bottle? Roo. Yes. The little turtle ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the blood chi powder. It cautiously poked half its head out to study Su Bai, ready to retract it instantly at the slightest sign of movement, determined not to give its master any chance. Do you realize how valuable your turtle blood is? It can be exchanged for blood chi powder at the pharmacy. As long as you're willing to spare some of your essence blood, I can trade it for the powder for you. I'm doing this to help you, not hurt you, understand? The turtle still regarded Su Bai with suspicion, as if to say, I may be uneducated, but don't try to trick me. The look in those eyes left Su Bai facepalming. After what felt like endless persuasion, almost describing their bright future together to the turtle, it finally managed to convince Xiao Ba. Su Bai exhaled deeply, retrieved the prepared white jade bottle, and signaled the little turtle it was time to begin. Desperate for the blood chi powder, the turtle steeled itself, opened its mouth, and fiercely bit down on its own front paw. Instantly a wound appeared on the turtle's paw as blood began to flow. Su Bai quickly held out the white jade bottle to collect the turtle blood. 30,000, 60,000, 210,000. With each drop of turtle blood, Subai calculated at a conservative estimate of 30,000 per drop. By the 7th drop into the jade bottle, the little turtle's wound had already healed on its own. 7 drops would suffice for now. Any more, and the turtle probably couldn't withstand it. After all, the wool comes from the sheep, and you can't shear it too aggressively. Watching the aggrieved little 8, Subai smiled warmly and patted its head. Don't worry. I promised you blood chi powder, and I will deliver. After extracting the turtle's blood, Subai remembered what Lin Yanran had given him earlier, though he hadn't a clue what it was. He promptly reached into his pocket and pulled out the white jade bottle she had handed him. Opening the bottle cap, he was startled to find a perfectly round pill inside. The resources for martial artists to cultivate were divided into 3 categories. The first type was powdered like blood chi powder. This was the most inferior cultivation resource for its crude processing, meant martial artists often needed a full month to completely absorb its medicinal properties. During the absorption process, a considerable amount of medicinal power would be wasted, causing its enhancing effect to rank dead last among all cultivation resources. If it weren't for Little Turtle's ability to perfectly absorb the medicinal properties of blood chi powder, it would have been impossible for it to directly advance to the mid-rank realm with just 1 pack. A better alternative would be medicinal liquors crafted primarily from the blood of exotic beasts. For instance, the body-tempering tonic in the hands of their dorm leader Han Jiagong. The absorption cycle for such potions typically spans 7 days, proving far more effective than blood chi powder. However, obtaining such medicinal liquors was considerably more difficult than acquiring blood chi powder. It required not only substantial wealth, but also connections with skilled alchemists to assist in preparation. The highest tier was pills. 1 pill could be absorbed every 3 days, yet a single pill alone was enough to elevate a low-rank martial artist to the mid-rank realm. The refining process for pills was exceedingly intricate. The materials required were not only far more expensive than those for medicinal liquors, but the success rate was also considerably lower. When an alchemist prepared medicinal liquors, the success rate could reach as high as 80%. Yet when refining a batch of pills, the success rate often hovered around nearly 10%. Should the refinement fail, all the medicinal herbs invested would go up in smoke. This scarcity explained why the body-tempering pills in Subai's possession were so rare. Even within the military, they were exclusively reserved for nurturing outstanding descendants of high-ranking officers. No amount of money could procure them from the outside world. No wonder Lin Yanran had insisted repeatedly that evening when she delivered the pill, telling him never to let anyone know and to take it only in private. Subai gazed at the perfectly smooth pill and chuckled helplessly. I've fallen into her debt once again. Besides, this girl's background must be far more complicated than I ever imagined. Muttering to himself, Subai redirected his attention back to Little 8. As a beast tamer, Subai's primary combat strength stemmed from his domesticated creatures, and he could even draw attributes back to himself by strengthening them. Therefore, the greatest value of this pill lay in feeding it to Little 8. The faster Little 8 advanced, the stronger he would become. With this thought in mind, Subai directly tossed the pill into Little 8's mouth, who was still brooding nearby. The body-tempering pill was exceedingly smooth, its medicinal power and aura both remarkably restrained. At first, Little 8 failed to realize what his master was feeding him, assuming it was merely an ordinary candy bean. Once the pill entered his mouth, a warm current surged through Little 8's entire body. The weakness he had felt after releasing his essence blood vanished instantly, and he returned to his peak condition. With his bead-like eyes wide open, Little 8 stared at Subai in shock. Roar, roar, roar. Could this candy bean actually contain such formidable energy? Intenser medicinal power continued to wash over him. Without a moment to spare, Little 8 quickly closed his eyes and silently absorbed this terrifying medicinal force. What followed was a dramatic transformation of his body. From the size of a wash basin, at first it gradually expanded to that of a suitcase. It ultimately stabilized at the size of a dining table, with length and width reaching as much as 1.5 meters, and its weight utterly incalculable. Even with Little Turtle lying still on the ground with his eyes closed, the creature radiated an inexplicable sense of oppression. Throughout Little Turtle's growth, Subai likewise felt his own bones being continuously tempered beneath a warm current, only opening his eyes slowly after 10 minutes had passed. Closing his hands into fists, Subai sensed a surge of power far greater than before coursing through his body. He immediately activated his system to check his status. Although his attributes had improved across the board, unfortunately both he and Little 8 remained at the mid-rank stage and had not yet broken through to high rank. The ordinary high-rank stage sat closest to the bronze tier. Once crossing into the bronze tier, one could truly be considered a powerhouse capable of standing alone, a feat far more arduous than advancing to mid-rank. Nevertheless, Subai surmised that he was likely not far from reaching high rank. If he could trade 7 more drops of essence blood for some medicinal liquors, he was confident both he and Little 8 could break through to high rank. He had only just entered Wu University, and merely days had passed since his system awakened. Yet he was on the verge of breaking through to high rank almost immediately. Fortunately, no one knew about this. If word got out, it would be utterly astonishing. Such a cultivation pace was unheard of, possibly unmatched by anyone in the past or future. All those brilliant prodigies and illustrious clan descendants would pale in comparison before Subai. Yet he understood well that tall trees catch much wind. He preferred to grow stronger in secrecy rather than expose himself. Subai exhaled slowly and placed Little 8 back into his beast-taming space. Touching the test tube containing 7 drops of exotic beast blood still in his pocket, he set off toward the cafeteria. Nearing 8 o'clock, Su Bai entered the private room Han Jiagong had mentioned where the three others had already ordered dishes and were waiting for him. Seeing Su Bai arrive on time, they eagerly greeted him with warm smiles. After all, this was the revered figure who could contact their goddess. Whether or not they could speak to her in the future entirely depended on Su Bai. Brother Su, come sit down quickly. Feel free to order whatever dishes you'd like. Don't be a stranger. Surveying the table laden with dishes, Su Bai saw no need to order more, and the four began eating and conversing. Once they were about 80% full, Han Jiagong shuffled his chair closer to Su Bai. Brother Su, we're all brothers from the same dorm, and the goddess is also your friend. Since we're all friends, wouldn't it be only reasonable for us to get to know her and hang out together sometime? The other two roommates, sensing the conversation had finally drifted to the real matter at hand, perked up their ears immediately. Good heavens, these guys actually intended to make a move on Lin Yanran. Su Bai rolled his eyes and dismissed the request, outright sidestepping the topic. Don't even think about getting Yanran's contact information. It would be useless even if I gave it to you. Su Bai wasn't speaking idly. Lin Yanran's background had always been shrouded in mystery. Nobody truly knew what her family did for a living. Even former classmates from high school had Lin Yanran's phone number, yet only Su Bai could reach her. No one else, not even their homeroom teacher, could get through. That said, Jiagong, I do have something I might need your help with. Nothing major, and honestly it would benefit you as well. I have a friend who possesses 7 drops of rare exotic beast blood. Knowing I'm coming to Wu University, he asked me to help sell them for him. If sold on the black market, the price would likely be slashed, quite unfavorable. I noticed you seemed quite interested in such matters, so I thought I'd ask. Hearing Su Bai bring this up unexpectedly, Han Jiagong froze momentarily before his face erupted into wild delight. On such rare and precious beast blood, gold could not easily purchase it. Han Jiagong's father had merely been fortunate to acquire 3 drops while conducting business in Yushin County. For ordinary martial artists, such precious blood was undoubtedly something no one could turn down. Though he couldn't secure Lin Yanran's contact information, purchasing rare beast blood to strengthen himself proved an unexpected bonus. His original goal of gaining admission to Wu University centered on enhancing his own strength. Han Jiagong immediately agreed without hesitation. Very well. Since you're vouching for your friend Brother Su, I'll take whatever quantity of rare beast blood you have. I'm not doubting you, Brother Su. Han Jiagong said, a hint of awkwardness creeping into his voice. Su Bai understood his concern. All talk meant nothing without proof. Without hesitation, Su Bai withdrew a white jade bottle from his pocket and handed it over. Han Jiagong took the bottle, lifted the cap, and brought it close to his nose to sniff. The fragrance of rare beast blood wafted toward him, and Han Jiagong felt an inexplicable sense of bliss wash over his entire body. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment. Half a teacup's worth of time passed before Han Jiagong finally regained his composure. This exquisite specimen far exceeded the potency of the 3 drops his father had recently acquired. The fragrance alone was several times more potent. Han Jiagong was nearly moved to tears. Such top-tier precious beast blood needed no promotion, it would sell itself. The fact that Su Bai had chosen to offer it to him first spoke volumes about their friendship. What a true brother. His father had been right. Genuine camaraderie truly existed among students at Wu University. Lost in his thoughts, Han Jiagong became visibly emotional, gazing at Su Bai with sincere devotion. Brother Su, you treat me as a true brother, so I'll be honest with you. This batch of precious beast blood surpasses even the 3 drops my father previously acquired. I'm uncertain about the exact price, so please give me a moment to call my father and discuss this with him. Brother Su, rest assured. Since you trust me so dearly, I won't let you suffer any loss. To be frank, Han Jiagong's sudden display of heartfelt emotion and intense gaze left Su Bai somewhat bewildered, even slightly unsettled. But his attention soon shifted to the matter of blood pricing. Previously, when selling 3 drops of blood in Yushin County, Little 8 had only been at the low-rank stage. Now that Little Turtle had reached mid-rank, the quality of the blood had improved considerably. Su Bai harbored quiet expectations about what value these 7 drops of essence blood might fetch. Seeing Su Bai nod in agreement, Han Jiagong hurried out of the private room to find a quiet corner and dialed his family elder's phone number. Xiao Gang, have you already spent all the allowance I gave you a few days ago? Let me tell you, I sent you to Wu to strive to become a strong person, not to indulge in revelry day after day. Hearing his elder's slightly impatient voice through the phone, Han Jiagong wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and quickly explained, No, Dad, the reason I called this time is not to ask for money. I have serious business. What serious business could you possibly have? A classmate of mine has 7 drops of rare beast blood wanting to sell, and the quality is better than the 3 drops you acquired last time. I couldn't estimate the price accurately, so I'm reporting to you. Are you sure it's rare beast blood? This kind of thing is not common, don't make a mistake. Upon hearing beast blood, the elder on the other end also became serious. Han Jiagong patted his chest confidently and said, Dad, you can rest assured about this. I'm not someone who hasn't seen the world, I definitely won't be wrong. This classmate is also my roommate at Wuda. I've inspected these 7 drops of essence blood, and the unique fragrance of rare beast blood is intoxicating just by smelling it. It's correct. After Han Jiagong finished speaking, there was a silence on the other end of the phone as Old Master Han pondered. Although his child spends a lot of money normally, he is quite reliable when handling matters. If it is indeed rare beast blood, it must be secured. Rare beast blood is a hard-to-find good thing, and many families are searching everywhere. It's not clear over the phone. How about this? I will bring Master Chow with me tomorrow to discuss in detail with your classmate. Please help me schedule a meeting with him at 12 noon tomorrow. Let's show some sincerity. Let's meet at the Jiangzhou Shangri-La Hotel. That's the highest spec hotel in Jiangzhou. It's enough to entertain your friend. If it's as good as you say, our Han family will also give your classmate a satisfactory price. Additionally, maintain a good relationship with this friend. Don't worry about how much money it costs. If the money is not enough, I'll transfer it to you. Rest assured, Dad, I know what I'm doing. After hanging up the phone, Han Jiagong felt somewhat puzzled. His elder actually came to Jiangzhou provincial capital for this rare beast blood. Although he knew that rare beast blood was not cheap, his own father was the head of the Han family, a prominent figure in the entire Jiangzhou business circle. This seems a bit off. In Linchuan City, the Han family villa. An elder dressed in white clothes with a long white beard on his chest smiled and said, I never expected Xiao Gang to meet a classmate selling rare beast blood. Those who don't know might think rare beast blood is already common. I must say Xiao Gang's luck is quite good. However, these 7 drops of rare beast blood should not be worth your personal trip to the provincial capital. Lord Master. The Lord Master, mentioned by the elder, is exactly Han Jiagong's father, the highest authority of the Jiangzhou Han family. Old Master Han smiled and shook his head. Although Xiao Gang is quite decent among his peers, he is still a bit immature. His focus is only on these 7 drops of rare beast blood. Although these 7 drops are quite precious, their value is limited. What truly arouses my interest is that Wu Da's student who sells the blood. Those who can enter Wu Da are all outstanding among tens of thousands, and those who can coincidentally obtain 7 drops of rare beast blood. Such a person either has great fortune or possesses some extraordinary qualities unknown to others. If this person has no family, then take the opportunity to bring him into the Han family. If he already has a background, we can also make friends with him. In the future, he might even be able to help Xiao Gang at Wu Da. Nowadays, talents are in short supply. This is the reason why I decided to come to Jiangzhou provincial capital to see that young man. Hearing Old Master Han's analysis, the elder suddenly understood and stroked his long beard, smiling. With a family head like you, how can the Han family not flourish? At the school's second-floor cafeteria, Han Jiagong slightly calmed his mood, then returned to his seat and conveyed the elder's intention to Su Bai. Su Bai agreed readily, and during the following meal, Han Jiagong's behavior towards Su Bai appeared much more enthusiastic. The next noon, Han Jiagong drove Su Bai to the Jiangzhou Shangri-La Hotel. As the most high-end hotel in Jiangzhou provincial capital, not to mention the golden and glittering decoration style, is extremely popular among high-level figures in Jiangzhou. The property alone spans dozens of acres. From the main gate of Shangri-La to the hotel building, there is a distance of dozens of meters. Along this distance, on both sides of the aisle, stood tall models. When Han Jiagong brought Su Bai into it, dozens of beautiful models bowed in unison, "Welcome to Shangri-La." This grand display made Han Jiagong feel very satisfied. Su Bai also looked around curiously left and right. Cough cough. Whether in his past life or this life, he had never been to such a high-end place before, so curiosity was natural. Especially those 2 rows of dazzling long legs were quite eye-catching. Han Jiagong led Su Bai into the reserved private room, where Han Father and Master Chow, who were originally chatting, both turned their gaze towards the two. Han Jiagong simply introduced the 2 parties to each other. Han Jiagong's father is named Han Jingxing, around 40 years old. His simple light blue suit looks very comfortable. Beside him is Master Chow Idan, an older man with a long white beard on his chest, bearing a somewhat ethereal Taoist appearance. After mutual introductions, Father Han warmly invited Su Bai to take a seat and said, "Young friend, Su Bai is indeed promising at a young age. It's truly impressive that you can obtain such precious rare beast blood." Han Jiagong had long told the elder about Su Bai's entrusted sale matter, but the elder still deliberately praised him this way, wanting to test Su Bai's character and temperament. Moreover, the elder was certain what friend entrusted to sell. This kind of excuse might fool Han Jiagong, a student, but how could it fool him, Old Master Han? Regarding Old Master Han's flattery, Su Bai answered with great propriety. He simply responded lightly, "Uncle Han is joking. This rare beast blood was entrusted to me by a friend." His neither humble nor arrogant attitude made even Old Master Han, who had seen countless people, secretly admire. While Han Jingxing was chatting with Su Bai, Master Chow was single-mindedly concerned about the rare beast blood, so he took the initiative to speak. "Su Bai, could you let this old man take a look at the rare beast blood in your hand first? This old man will help you evaluate it and give you a fair price." Su Bai nodded, took out the essence blood, and handed it to him. Opening the white jade bottle cap, a refreshing fragrance drifted into Chow Idan's nostrils. Father Han held his breath, watching Chow Idan, his eyes flashing deep in thought. Han Jiagong was also full of anticipation, as this rare beast blood was what he had reported to his father. The higher the value, the higher his evaluation in his father's heart. After all, Chow Idan was still a potion master. After a moment, he pondered and said, "The quality of this rare beast blood is quite high. The energy contained within it is among the purest batch of ordinary grade rare beast blood I have ever seen in my life. Generally, the energy contained in ordinary grade rare beast blood is at most suitable for making liquid potion type cultivation resources, but this essence blood is sufficient to produce pill type cultivation resources. It can even improve the success rate by 1 level. If I were to use these 7 drops of essence blood, I could at least make 1 body tempering pill." After Chao Yidan's evaluation of this essence blood came out, even Han Zhengqing, a big shot in the Jiangzhou business circle, felt shocked. He didn't expect such an unexpected delight. Father Han took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, though his voice still carried a slight tremor. Master Chao, is this appraisal perhaps too high? Cultivation resources in the form of pills. No family or enterprise has been able to produce them yet. Can our Han family truly be the pioneer? Master Chao Yidan's response did not disappoint Father Han. He nodded and said, although this hasn't undergone precise instrument testing, my evaluation has already been quite conservative. Even with top-tier instrument testing, the value of this refined blood would only exceed my assessment. The moment Master Chao finished speaking, the usually composed Han Zhengqing couldn't help but clap his thigh. This trip has been incredibly worthwhile. The quality of the rare beast blood provided by Su by far exceeded Han Zhengqing's expectations. The reason cultivation resources in pill form are so extremely scarce is because the primary materials can only be obtained on high-level 10,000 race battlefields, which are firmly controlled by the military. Some families and enterprises in society have no qualification to access materials of this caliber, so they can only produce inferior liquid-type cultivation resources. If the Han family could produce pills and hold a press conference with proper marketing strategies, it would be enough to make the Han family renowned throughout Jiangzhou. The benefits far exceed what money can measure. It's a pity that the quantity of this beast blood is likely limited. If there were a steady supply, the Han family's overall strength could even be elevated. Watching Master Chao's appraisal and his father's excited expression, Han Jiagong was so stunned that his mouth hung open for a long while before he could utter a single word. What the hell? Su, brother Su, I never expected your rare beast blood to be this incredible. While Master Chao was appraising the rare beast blood, Su Bai was also contemplating a question. Su Bai's purpose for making money was simply to buy blood chi powder for the little turtle. For martial artists, blood chi powder requires a full month to absorb one dose, and most of its medicinal efficacy is wasted. However, these drawbacks do not apply to the little turtle. The little turtle swallows it in one gulp, eliminating any issues of prolonged cycles and wasted efficacy. In fact, blood chi powder offers the best cost-performance ratio for him. However, the black market price for blood chi powder is far too inflated, making it an unwise purchase. With Master Chao an alchemy master among the Han family, there must be an ample supply of such fundamental cultivation resources as blood chi powder. Su Bai's mind was already racing with calculations. Uncle Han, Master Chao, my friend, asked me to convey that if possible, he doesn't intend to sell these rare beast blood samples for money. He'd prefer to exchange them for an equivalent quantity of blood chi powder. Master Chao and Elder Han exchanged glances. Stroking his snow-white beard, Master Chao spoke. Although blood chi powder sells for 30,000 on the black market, our Su family can sustain ourselves without relying on it. The cost price isn't exorbitant, and you and Xiao Gang are roommates. How about this? The 7 drops of refined blood will be exchanged at a rate of 1 drop for 1 dose of blood chi powder, meaning you're getting it at cost price. In a few days, I'll have someone deliver the blood chi powder to you. Once you receive it, just hand over this refined blood to Xiao Gang. After Master Chao finished setting the price, Elder Han glanced at Su Bai with an unusual expression. If your friend can obtain more of this quality of rare beast blood in the future, whether selling it or exchanging for blood chi powder, our Han family will ensure you're never at a disadvantage. Su Bai understood from Elder Han's gaze that the old man likely already knew there was no such friend. The 7 drops of blood were all his own. But it didn't matter. He was now a cadet at Jiangzhou Military Academy, protected by the military. Anyone who wanted to make a move on him would need to carefully consider the consequences. Every military academy student is a pillar of the nation. Who would dare to harm one? In the end, those 7 drops of refined blood had been exchanged for 7 doses of blood chi powder. This was an excellent deal. Su Bai nodded. The Han family's offer showed considerable consideration. He rose and bowed. Very well. Thank you, Uncle Han and Master Chao. The little turtle's strength was already on the verge of reaching the high tier, and with these 7 doses of blood chi powder, it was more than enough to advance. After the transaction was concluded, Su Bai stood up and took his leave, walking toward the private room's entrance. Seeing how swiftly Su Bai acted without giving him time to cultivate the relationship, Father Han hurried after him. Young friend Su Bai, wait. I wonder if you would consider joining our Han family. In the future, your cultivation resources would be provided free of charge. After you graduate from the military academy, even though you would be affiliated with the military, you could also serve as an executive in our Han family company. All of this is recognized by the military. What do you think, young friend? Hearing this, Su Bai was taken aback. To be honest, he had never considered this question before. However, Su Bai understood the military's tacit allowance for martial artists to hold part-time positions as company executives. As martial artists progressed further, their resource needs grew enormous, and the military simply couldn't support everyone. Over time, they had turned a blind eye to such matters, since it all contributed to strengthening the nation's military martial artists. If this were an ordinary new military academy student being invited by the Han family, even someone using their feet could tell they would accept. The benefits were too numerous. But Su Bai was different. He carried too many secrets, and joining the Han family would only restrict his growth. So he declined directly. Thank you, Uncle Han, for the invitation, but I have no intention of joining any family at present. Su Bai, our Han family. Han Zhengqing wanted to continue persuading, but was interrupted before he could speak. A clear, crisp voice like mountain spring water came from the stairway. Su Bai says he doesn't want to join the Han family. Then no one can force him to join any family. Did you not hear clearly? Hearing these words, everyone in the hall, including Su Bai and his party, turned to look toward the stairway. A beautiful maiden, her face ethereal and her demeanor graceful, was slowly descending the luxurious stone staircase like a delicate white peony in full bloom. Everyone was immediately captivated by the girl's aura. Although the head of the Han family was somewhat amazed, he felt mostly angered. Whose daughter was this to be so arrogant? Though displeased within having led the Han family for so many years, he had long mastered the art of keeping his emotions hidden. He refrained from saying anything excessive at first. But just then another person emerged from behind the girl. The moment this person appeared, Han Zhengqing nearly collapsed onto the ground. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He felt fortunate that he hadn't scolded the girl earlier, muttering to himself, Mr. Wen Yuan. This Mr. Wen Yuan was a true golden-level powerhouse, one of the most notable figures throughout the entire Jiangzhou province. The sea-level rift that had suddenly appeared recently was guarded by Mr. Wen Yuan and the 1st Division of the Jiangzhou garrison forces, with Mr. Wen Yuan serving as the primary combat power. Who would have thought that such a renowned figure throughout Jiangzhou would appear here? Moreover, seeing how Mr. Wen Yuan unconsciously positioned himself a step behind the girl, it seemed he was actually deferring to this unknown maiden as their leader. Sweat poured down Han Jingqing's face even more profusely. The two visitors were none other than Lin Yanran and Mr. Wen Yuan. Su Bai didn't know who Mr. Wen Yuan was, but he recognized Lin Yanran, and his curiosity about this girl's background only deepened. However, since Lin Yanran had chosen not to reveal it voluntarily, there must be her reasons. Su Bai wouldn't press the matter. He was satisfied knowing she harbored no ill intent toward him. Watching Lin Yanran approach him, Su Bai greeted her naturally. Yanran, what brings you here? Lin Yanran, who had just moments before worn an icy expression and reprimanded the head of the Jiangzhou Han family, transformed the instant she heard Su Bai's words. She flashed Su Bai a sweet smile, her large eyes curving into lovely crescent shapes. I came to handle some matters. I never expected to run into you here. That Han family hasn't threatened you, has it? No one can force you to do anything you don't wish to do. Hearing Lin Yanran's words, Han Zhengqing didn't even have time to wipe the cold sweat from his face. He hurriedly waved his hands and explained nervously with a forced smile, Miss, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I truly had no intention of threatening young friend Su. He's actually my son Han Jiagong's roommate. I was simply hoping to build a good relationship with young friend Su Bai, so they could look out for each other at school. Although Han Zhengqing didn't recognize Lin Yanran, the Mr. Wen Yuan standing behind her was a figure known to nearly everyone in Jiangzhou province. And yet at this moment Mr. Wen Yuan was silently supporting this girl without uttering a word. This girl's background must be staggering. How could the Han family afford to offend someone like this? And Su Bai, who was connected to this girl with such an extraordinary background, was likely far more formidable than he had imagined. The young people these days were truly each more terrifying than the last. Seeing Han Jingqing's obvious tension, Su Bai explained on his behalf. Yanran, Uncle Han meant no harm. Don't worry. Hearing Su Bai say this, Lin Yanran obediently nodded. Su Bai, are you planning to return to school? Why don't we go together? Alright, I was just about to head back to school. While Su Bai and Lin Yanran were chatting, Mr. Wen Yuan, standing behind Lin Yanran, narrowed his eyes and carefully scrutinized Su Bai. Is this the young man that the elder mentioned needed close attention? Seeing how close he is with Yanran, there's probably no mistake. I must find an opportunity to thoroughly investigate this youth. Wen Yuan had watched Lin Yanran grow up and knew her temperament well. When had he ever seen Yanran treat a young man this way? He had no idea what had transpired between these two. At this moment, numerous thoughts swirled through Mr. Wen Yuan's mind, though he made no move to interrupt their conversation. He remained stationed behind Lin Yanran like a guardian deity. Lin Yanran seemed accustomed to Mr. Wen Yuan following behind her and paid it no mind. Noticing that Su Bai was also heading back to school, the two set off together. Are you returning to school? Wait. Han Jiagong was just about to suggest they include him when Elder Han swiftly grabbed him. One hand covered his mouth. Elder Han's face was flushed red. He lowered his voice so only Han Jiagong could hear. You little brat, although you have some connection with Su Bai, if you say anything that offends that girl or Mr. Wen Yuan, the consequences would be beyond what our Han family can bear. In the future, maintain a good relationship with Su Bai. Our Han family may well rise to prominence through your efforts. But with that girl named Lin Yanran, you must keep a very safe and very polite distance from her. Do you understand? Han Jiagong was still processing this, his mouth agape, looking foolishly at the retreating figures of Lin Yanran and Su Bai. Brother Su and Goddess Yanran are that impressive. Why couldn't I see it? After making their way back to school in cheerful conversation, Su Bai and Lin Yanran parted to return to their respective dormitories. The next day marked the commencement of the school's 3-month military training. For students admitted to the Liberal Arts Academy, they could simply rest at home for 3 months after completing their examinations. But Wuda was different. They were warriors destined for the battlefield, needing to grow stronger by the minute. There was no way they could afford to squander these 3 months. The following day at the Wuda military training ground, thousands of freshmen admitted from all corners began forming classes and squads under the guidance of their instructors. During the initial 3 days, to cultivate obedience and teamwork among the freshmen, the training was relatively light, focusing on basic formation drills common in military units. For these students admitted to Wuda, this level of training was something they grasped almost immediately and could execute with ease. Starting from the fourth day, the training shifted to practical combat techniques, primarily teaching students military hand-to-hand combat and foundational fighting skills. These training contents focused mainly on human versus human combat, helping students build a solid martial arts foundation. Only after completing the practical combat training would they truly enter survival skills training for battling ferocious beasts. By the 11th day, each person had been issued a battle blade and shield made of special materials. The battle blade was over 1.2 meters long, weighing approximately 20 plus gene forged from advanced alloy with an incredibly sharp edge. Such battle blades were essentially capable of cutting through the skin of all ordinary ferocious beasts, and even when facing bronze-level beasts, one could rely on these blades to fight. The shields were entirely forged from refined iron, measuring about 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, with each shield weighing over 40 gene. On each rectangular shield surface was engraved Jiangzhou Wu Da's motto, with our chests forged the invincible Great Wall of Dragon Nation. While low-level ferocious beasts could still be killed by thermal weapons once a beast reached bronze level or above, the practical effectiveness of thermal weapons dropped sharply, making it nearly impossible for ordinary soldiers' firearms to even target bronze-level beasts. Even if they managed to hit one by luck, aside from specially made sniper bullets and heavy weapons, ordinary firearms could hardly penetrate the hide of a bronze-level ferocious beast. If bronze-level beasts were already this difficult, then higher silver and gold-level beasts were even more impossible for thermal weapons to so much as touch. Only the strongest humans could serve as the primary force against high-level ferocious beasts. Yet even the strongest had to begin their growth from wielding blades and shields, gradually accumulating resources through combat to grow stronger, whether to slay more powerful alien ferocious beasts or be slain by them. Blade and shield training served a dual purpose. It strengthened students' physical fitness while teaching them how to fight with these weapons. It was the most efficient training method that Wu Da had developed over decades of exploration. Each day the students could see their own obvious progress. Some freshmen who were already approaching mid-level strength all broke through to mid-level during these 3 months. During this period, Su Bai received 7 portions of blood chi powder sent from the Han family, though he hadn't rushed to use them yet. Because once he broke through to the high level, he would struggle to stabilize his surging blood chi, which could easily attract attention during the new training period. When the time came to act, Su Bai would not hesitate, but when he could keep a low profile, he would. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had passed. At the new training graduation ceremony, Chief Instructor Zhang Kai watched as the once young faces now carried an air of determination, their overall strength having undergone earth-shaking changes. He nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Kai patrolled the area and slowly walked onto the high platform of the training ground. Though he held no microphone, every word he spoke reached each person's ears. Students, after 3 months of new training, are you tired? Across the training ground, over 3,000 students shouted in unison, not tired. Not tired. Not tired. To protect our homes and country, who else but us? To protect our homes and country, who else but us? Watching the students with their formidable momentum, the chief instructor nodded approvingly. Good students. After 3 months of training, you have grown from local youth into warriors. But to become outstanding warriors, there is one final training you haven't completed. That is entering the Myriad Races battlefield. The school will arrange for you to enter the Myriad Races battlefield in batches after 3 days for combat experience. Hearing this, the previously quiet and orderly formation immediately stirred with commotion. We have only just finished 3 months of concentrated training, and now we are being sent straight to the battlefield. Is Wu Da really this fierce? Through these 3 months, most people had gained a clearer understanding of the Myriad Races battlefield. To say they were not afraid would be lying to themselves. Zhang Kai naturally noticed everyone's expressions and continued, do not be afraid. The places you are going have already been cleared by the military. They are the safest areas available. Your main responsibility will be clearing the battlefield. But there is no absolutely safe place in the Myriad Races battlefield. Any accident could happen at any moment. Perhaps some of you will remain in the Myriad Races battlefield forever. Of course, I do not wish for you to make pointless sacrifices. Once on the battlefield, you must obey your instructor's arrangements. Never act on your own, never leave the main group, and never underestimate the enemy. Though the chief instructor had not said anything overly emotional, those 3 prohibitions conveyed everything. He hoped all these children would return safely from the Myriad Races battlefield. As if sensing the chief instructor's intentions and forgetting their fears, they all let out hysterical roars in response. We can do it. At the end of the speech, the chief instructor nodded with satisfaction. Then I hereby wish you all a triumphant return. After Zhang Kai finished speaking, the class assignment phase began. On average, each class had 50 people, with a bronze-level teacher serving as the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teachers would also enter the Myriad Races battlefield together with these freshmen after 3 days. Su Bai, his 3 roommates, and Lin Yanran were all assigned to the same class. Han Jiagong and the others immediately became eager to strike up conversations with their future classmate Lin Yanran. But Lin Yanran did not even glance at them. Instead, she ran straight to Su Bai. The male students in the class were all petrified on the spot. After failing to chat up the goddess while waiting for the instructor to arrive, everyone began pairing off and chatting. I wonder which Myriad Races battlefield we will be assigned to this time. According to the seniors, the first battlefield we enter should be one where the military has already secured the situation, so it should not be too dangerous, right? Not too dangerous. wherein the myriad races battlefield is not dangerous. Let me tell you, if you let your guard down even for a moment, you could lose your head. The chief instructor just warned us not to underestimate the enemy. Exactly. In previous years, the seniors sent to the myriad races battlefield after new training also suffered considerable losses. I heard that 3 years ago an accident occurred in a battlefield that was supposedly under military control, resulting in over 500 deaths. Just as the entire square was in an uproar, a group of instructors arrived. A fragrant breeze swept through, and a figure dressed in fiery red flashed before appearing in front of Subai's class. This was a very fiery woman. Her beauty rivaled Lin Yanran's, yet she was more mature and alluring. She looked to be in her late 20s or early 30s, wearing Wu Da's specially designed training uniform. Her explosive, exaggerated figure was simply breathtaking. Most importantly, this woman's temperament was like blazing flames. It made one's blood boil. Instantly, all the male students' eyes were drawn to her. Students of Class 8, I am Liao Yusin, your instructor during your time at Wu Da. Feel free to ask me any questions you have about entering the myriad races battlefield. Upon seeing that the beautiful instructor named Liao Yusin actually belonged to their own class, all the male students in Class 8 immediately started howling with excitement. This guy, Class 8, was truly something else, with Lin Yanran first, and now Liao Yusin. What great merit must he have accumulated in his past life? Compared to the excitement of Class 8's male students, the students from other classes were not nearly as happy. Looking at the instructors in front of them, either burly muscular men or decrepit old men, they wore expressions of utter despair. The brief interruption caused by the instructor's arrival passed. After that, each instructor began assigning tasks. Wu Da's first assignment was none other than a single one: writing a last will. Long before entering Wu Da, the students had already learned about this matter at their respective schools' graduation ceremonies, so they were somewhat prepared. 50 students followed their instructor into the classroom. But when blank sheets of paper were placed before these young boys and girls in the prime of their youth, everyone momentarily did not know how to write. After a long while, the students began picking up their pens and paper to write. Han Jiagang, Mom and Dad, I truly hope you never see this letter, because by the time you read it, I will not be coming back. Thank you for raising me, but I will not be able to care for you in your old age. In my next life, I will still be your son. I will not apply to Wu Da again. I will stay by your side to take care of you. Tao Jiejun, Mom, when I was little, my favorite treat was candied hawthorn, but you always hesitated to spend money on it. You said you would save the money to buy blood chi powder for me, so I could get into Wu Da. You got your wish, but I am not coming back. You must be regretting it now, right? But I do not regret it. At Wu Da, I met many interesting roommates who did not mind my clumsiness and took good care of me. Fighting alongside them, I am not afraid, even if it means death. Lin Yanran, Mom, I am sorry. This time I was truly being selfish. I did not follow your wishes to get into the Liberal Arts Academy and stay by your side. By the time you read this letter, I probably will not be coming back. This path was my own choice. Do not blame Dad. As many students wrote, tears unknowingly fell, staining the paper. They were warriors, yet they also had families and emotions, along with parents far away who worried about them. Only Subai's last will consisted of a single line, utterly unlike a farewell letter. Subai, Mom and Dad, I am doing well here at Wu Da. I also asked the school to send some money back to you. Just take good care of your youngest daughter, do not worry about me. As for why Subai showed no sign of preparing for his death, it was simply because Subai was strong enough. He did not want to die either. With 7 portions of blood chi powder in hand, he intended to break through to the high level within these 3 days. No matter what happened, he could not die. Absolutely not. After all the students had written their suicide notes, the mentor Liao Yusin granted them 3 days of leave. On the school street, Han Jiagong wrapped his arm around Subai's shoulder, smiling as he looked at Subai. Brother Su, any plans for these 3 days off? If not, let's hit the bar tonight. It would be even better if Goddess Yanran would come. Subai looked up at the sky as if seeing countless soldiers fighting fiercely amid the spatial rifts. In 3 days he would step onto the myriad races battlefield, fighting side by side with those soldiers, and a sense of pressure arose spontaneously. I want to improve my strength within these 3 days. Han Jiagong, hearing Subai's reply, wore a dejected expression. Come on bro, we've had no rest for 3 months of training. Now that we finally have 3 days off, shouldn't we relax? Once we're on the battlefield, there won't be a chance. Besides, how much can you improve in 3 days? No matter how Han Jiagong tried to persuade him, Subai remained unmoved. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. You really don't know how to enjoy life. Han Jiagong then turned his attention to the other 2 roommates, but their thoughts were the same as Subai's. Fan Chaoan, Han Jiagong, you go ahead. I can't go. I'm just a little short of the mid-tier, and I want to work hard to break through before the battlefield. That way I'll be safer. Tao Jiejun, I'm not going either. I still have a bit of blood chi powder left to absorb. These 3 days are just right for me to cultivate. Most of the new martial arts university students shared similar thoughts, wanting to use the last 3 days to consume any remaining potions or blood chi powder, making the utmost effort to improve their strength. On the battlefield, strength is the capital of survival. After parting ways, Subai did not return to the dormitory. He rented a luxurious single room at a hotel near the school. Others could cultivate in the school dormitory. But Subai had Xiaoba. If he released Xiaoba in the dorm, it would probably startle his roommates. Entering the room, he locked the door. The room was over 50 square meters. After clearing a large space, Subai carefully checked every corner of the room. Finding no cameras or the like, he released Xiaoba from the beast-taming space. Xiaoba was no longer a small turtle. It was now a massive creature about 1.5 meters in diameter, roughly the size of a round table, already possessing a hint of the aura of a fierce beast. Appearing suddenly before people, it carried a great sense of pressure. Over these 3 months, Su Bai had been extremely busy with military training, and Xiaoba had spent all its time in the beast-taming space. This time finally being released, Xiaoba immediately looked at Su Bai with an extremely resentful gaze. Roar, roar, roar. I thought you had forgotten me. Su Bai smiled and looked straight at Xiaoba, taking out a packet of blood chi powder. Having spent so much time with Xiaoba, Su Bai knew its temperament quite well. As long as there was food, this creature would lose all its temper. Sure enough, Xiaoba, which had been staring at Su Bai, immediately changed its gaze from resentful to joyful upon smelling the blood chi powder, nudging Su Bai's hand with its head. Roar, roar, roar. Master, I'm sorry I misjudged you. The joy of a glutton is so simple and unadorned. Su Bai placed the blood chi powder in front of it. Xiaoba eagerly grabbed the bottle with its mouth, tilted its head back, and downed the entire bottle in one gulp. A surge of blood chi force continuously emanated within Xiaoba's body. Xiaoba closed its eyes and began to slowly digest this force, its size gradually growing as well. At the same time, a warm current surged within Su Bai's body, causing a tingling sensation all over. The increase in Xiaoba's physical attributes also provided a certain degree of feedback to Su Bai. 5 minutes later, the warm current subsided, and Xiaoba opened its eyes. Roar, roar, roar. Master, I want to eat more. Su Bai felt the changes in his body. His physique had indeed increased somewhat, but he had not yet broken through to the high tier. So Su Bai simply took out the remaining 6 bottles of blood chi powder and placed them before Xiaoba. No problem, today you can eat your fill of blood chi powder. This was the best treatment Su Bai had given Xiaoba since raising it. Xiaoba looked at the 6 bottles of blood chi powder before it. The temptation was even greater than a full banquet laid out before it. Drool flowed all over the floor. Shaking its head, it picked up one bottle after another, tilted its head back, and downed them cleanly. In less than a minute, the 6 bottles of blood chi powder were reduced to 6 empty bottles scattered on the ground. Such speed as if afraid someone would snatch them away. After consuming the 6 bottles, Xiaoba closed its eyes tightly. Blood chi surged throughout its body, and its size slowly increased. At the same time, Su Bai instantly felt a violent energy sweep through his entire body, an unparalleled pain overwhelming his consciousness. Damn it! The blood in his body became scorching hot under the onslaught of this violent energy. Gradually, tiny cracks began to appear on his skin. Then it was repaired by the energy. Torn apart again. Repaired again. At this moment, veins bulged on Su Bai's forehead, and large drops of cold sweat dripped down his cheeks to the ground. A powerful pressure and aura gradually erupted from his body. Inside the room, the decorative vase on the shelf and the books on the desk were knocked to the ground by this aura. Bang! Bang! Scattered books, glass shards, and dirt covered the floor. In the next room, a couple who had been flirting were startled by the noise. The man, seeing the frightened look on the girl in his arms, felt a surge of anger. He walked to Su Bai's door with a dark face and with all his strength pounded on the door. What the hell are you doing? Instantly, the guests on the entire floor of the hotel poked their heads out of their doors, curious to see what had happened. But at this moment, Su Bai was completely unaware of the outside world, fully absorbed in channeling the surging energy within him. After pounding for a long time with no response from Su Bai's room, the man grumbled and returned to his own room. After an unknown amount of time, the violent energy began to slowly subside. Su Bai slowly opened his eyes. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Su Bai's face. Xiaoba was licking his cheek with its tongue. Roar, roar, roar. Master, you're finally awake. I feel so strong now. You silly creature. Su Bai rolled his eyes. The reason he was nearly torn apart by the violent medicinal power was because of Xiaoba's gluttony. Wouldn't it be better to eat 1 bottle and absorb 1? Why down 6 bottles in one go? At that moment, a system prompt appeared in Su Bai's mind. Ding. Little Turtle has evolved into a high-tier ordinary beast. Host level increased. Acquired new talent for Little Turtle Heavy Strike. Su Bai quickly opened the system to check his and Xiaoba's attributes. Host Su Bai, class beast tamer, level high-tier ordinary, age 18, physique 28, base physique 15, inherited beast attributes 13. Agility 19, base agility 15, inherited beast attributes 4, spirit 34, base spirit 30, inherited beast attributes 4, tamed beast. Little Turtle ordinary can inherit 20 attributes. Inheritance ratio increases with level. Next level bronze can inherit 30, talent 1, infinite evolution of the contracted beast. The beast's attributes and talents will feedback to the host to a certain extent. Talent 2, turtle shell defense, consumes some stamina, enhances defense by 50 to 100. Talent 3, heavy strike, consumes some stamina to trigger, enhances attack power by 100 to 200. Tamed beast. Little Turtle level high tier ordinary, physique 64, defense 78, agility 20, spirit 20, talent 1, tortoise shell defense, retracts entire body into shell, forming a defensive stance, increases defense by 300, cannot move or attack while in this state. Talent 2, turtle shell defense, consumes some stamina, enhances defense by 50 to 100. Talent 3, heavy strike, consumes some stamina to trigger, enhances attack power by 100 to 200. The more stamina consumed, the stronger the attack. This wave of attribute growth was truly terrifying. Through the 3 months of life at the Martial Arts University, Su Bai had used the system to check the attributes of many classmates and senior students. Generally, the physical attribute values of a low-tier ordinary martial artist range from 10 to 20, mid-tier from 20 to 30, and high-tier from 30 to 40. This is the physique they have continuously strengthened through blood chi cultivation. A high-tier ability user with physique and speed in the teens and spirit at 30 is considered average. Subai had never practiced blood chi cultivation, yet merely through Xiao Ba's feedback he could rival the physique of a high-tier martial artist. However, apart from physique, the other attributes had not increased much. After all, Xuanwu is a strength type excelling in physique and defense. After Xiao Ba's evolution, its defense and physique increased absurdly, almost breaking through the original level cap. Generally, the limit for a high-tier ordinary physique is 40, exceeding 40 falls into the bronze-tier strength category. That is to say, Little Turtle was already comparable to a bronze-tier fierce beast in both defense and physique. In addition, Xiao Ba's attack skill Heavy Strike could boost attack by up to 200. Even the attack power of a high-tier bronze martial artist would be no more than this. Perhaps this is the terror of the sacred beast Xuanwu bloodline. During growth, as the bloodline gradually awakens, one can feel this immense gap. And this gap would only grow larger. This was Su Bai's strongest survival card on the battlefield, enabling him to stand firm in the chaotic world of myriad races. After clarifying his current strength situation, Su Bai was very satisfied. Because his blood chi was still surging after the recent advancement, if he returned to the dormitory now, he would probably startle his 3 roommates. So Su Bai decided to stay at the hotel for 3 days, waiting for the blood chi to naturally calm down before returning. Stepping out of the room, Su Bai was about to go to the front desk to extend his stay for 2 more days when a rough, angry voice came. "Kid, you're finally out. What the hell were you doing in the room just now? Clattering and banging, you almost scared me limp." Su Bai looked baffled, turning back with an expression that said, "Are you insane?" at the burly man shouting. Since his blood chi was still uncontrollable the moment Su Bai turned his head, blood chi surged instantly, and a mighty blood chi force burst out from his body. For a moment, the entire corridor was filled with a powerful aura, as if the air itself had stopped flowing. Everyone stared in shock at this young boy, silently exclaiming in their hearts, "A martial artist, and so young. A martial arts university student." The originally arrogant middle-aged man also realized this. He was immediately scared, his lips turning white and cold sweat streaming down. A martial artist was not someone ordinary people could provoke, let alone someone who was likely a student of the martial arts university, a formal military martial artist, and in the future a high-ranking official of great renown. How unlucky could he be? Immediately, the burly man stepped back several paces and nervously apologized to Su Bai. "Sorry, brother, I mistook you. After saying that, the middle-aged man turned and fled in panic. Su Bai watched the man flee and, perceiving him as merely ordinary, dismissed it as a trivial interlude. After settling 2 days' rent, Su Bai returned to his room and began tallying his assets. The resources he had painstakingly accumulated were nearly depleted. After a rare good fortune, Su Bai found himself back at square one, plunging once more into dire financial straits. Moreover, the risks of selling blood had grown substantially. At the mid-tier stage, Xiao Ba's refined blood could already be used to produce alchemy-grade cultivation resources. Upon reaching the high tier, the quality of his bloodline improved dramatically compared to before. If such blood were sold, it would surely arouse suspicion. What difference would that make from courting death? His ties with the Han family were not close enough for that. Su Bai naturally would not risk exposure for mere cultivation resources. With the path of selling blood blocked, Su Bai pondered relentlessly but found no better solution. He could only consider heading to the Wanzhou battlefield to see if an opportunity might present itself. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of September 18th, at the teleportation plaza on Wuda campus, over 3,000 freshmen and some 70 to 80 instructors stood before 3 massive teleportation arrays awaiting their dispatch. Each student wore training uniforms, left hand on a shield and right hand gripping a battle blade, their expressions utterly solemn. The teleportation arrays at Wuda were set up by senior spatial type ability users dispatched by the military. Once activated, the teleportation arrays could transport everyone within them to the corresponding military bases in the Wanzhou battlefield. The 3 campus teleportation arrays targeted different races of the Wanzhou faction. However, all were F-level battlefields that had already been scoured clean, making them generally safe. The 3,000-plus students were divided into 3 batches, entering in rotation. At the front of Class 8's formation, Liao Yusin wore autumn camouflage training gear, a crimson-red spear strapped to her back. She walked past each student, inspecting their equipment, while explaining precautions for the Wanzhou battlefield. "During this mission, we will be assigned to military bases at the rear of the battlefield to clean up combat zones. It is comparatively safe, an opportunity for practical training the school has provided for us. However, you must not let your guard down during the cleanup. Many fierce beasts may appear fallen, yet they are not necessarily dead. They lie in ambush, waiting for the perfect moment to deal a fatal blow to humanity." After inspecting all of Class 8's weapons and equipment, Liao Yusin returned to the front of the formation. Reporting to the chief instructor, "All 50 cadets of freshman Class 8 are fully equipped and ready. Present strength 50 of 50. Standing by for deployment, awaiting your orders." Zhang Kai scanned the class and nodded. "Enter the teleportation array and await transport." "Yes, sir." After saluting the chief instructor, Liao Yusin jogged back to her classmates and led them into the teleportation array to form a queue. One class after another stepped into the arrays under their instructor's guidance. Only after all 1,200+ students from 25 classes had assembled did the chief instructor's commanding voice ring out, "Activate teleportation array number 1." The stone floor beneath the students' feet, previously bare, slowly revealed silver-white patterns emerging from obscurity into clarity. In the next instant the students felt their vision blur, and found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Where stone flooring had been a grassy field now lay beneath their feet. The school buildings had vanished completely. As far as the eye could see stood military camps with towering walls and thick earthen ramparts. Every 5 paces a guard post, every 10 paces a watchtower. The multi-li perimeter walls were densely posted. This was one of the military bases on the Wanzhou battlefield. The students realized with shock that they had truly been teleported into the battlefield itself. So this is a military base within the Wanzhou battlefield. It must be. We've truly arrived. As students chattered in small groups, an officer bearing the rank of major entered the base's teleportation plaza. Impatient with the noisy crowd, the major was no schoolteacher, his temper considerably less forgiving, and he had no time to wait for them to quiet down. He bellowed, "Silence, all of you." Instantly the entire plaza fell still. Students gaped in awe at the officer. "I am the Deputy Battalion Commander of Military Base F-269. You may address me as Deputy Commander or Sir. Once on the Wanzhou battlefield you are no longer WUDA students or instructors. You are soldiers. I do not care whether you are a student or a lead instructor. As long as you are in my territory, your only duty from this point forward is to obey my commands. Let me be plain, anyone who dares to defy orders will, pursuant to Article 54 of the 7th Military Prohibition of the Wanzhou battlefield, forfeit their WUDA student or instructor status. In serious cases I reserve the right to execute them on the spot." Seeing the solemn expressions of both students and instructors, the deputy commander nodded with satisfaction. Having established his authority, the deputy commander's iron-hard countenance finally relaxed. "You are fortunate. Yesterday our base concluded a campaign. For the foreseeable future your task is to sweep the battlefield and eliminate residual nethercats. Resources gathered during the cleanup can be exchanged for military merit points here at the base. Though merit points earned from cleanup pale in comparison to those from slaying nethercats, the safety margin makes it well suited for newcomers like you who are just beginning your battlefield training. At the logistics department, 1 merit point exchanges for 10,000 yuan in cash. 10 points yield 1 vial of blood chi powder, 15 points 1 vial of standard body tempering medicine, and 30 points 1 vial of rare body tempering medicine." Pausing here, the deputy commander allowed the students time to absorb the information. For every cohort of WUDA students, the moment merit point exchanges were announced was always the most thrilling. Tao Jiejun nudged Fan Shaoan with his elbow. "No wonder there are so many martial artists in the military. These merit points are incredibly valuable." Fan Shaoan whispered back, "The key is blood chi powder sells for 300,000 yuan a vial on the black market, yet here it costs only 10 merit points. Such a bargain. If I had the chance I'd risk my life for merit points." Other students buzzed excitedly about converting merit points into cultivation resources. Even Su Bai's eyes lit up. He had been worrying over how to earn money for cultivation resources, and had originally come to the Wanzhou battlefield, hoping to strike lucky. Hearing that just 10 merit points could redeem a vial of blood chi powder, his expectations grew even brighter. Seeing the high spirits around him, the deputy commander continued, "Since you all seem eager to dash onto the battlefield this instant, I will not waste your time. Follow me now to familiarize yourselves with the camp, and then I shall lead you out to begin the cleanup." The military's trademark decisiveness shone through in full display. The moment he finished speaking, the deputy commander led the WUDA faculty and students straight out of the teleportation plaza. This sight startled many WUDA instructors. Shouldn't a company commander or someone of lower rank have been dispatched to guide them through the camp and battlefield? After all these years, encountering a deputy battalion commander leading them personally was genuinely novel. Since the deputy commander was willing to take them on himself, the instructors merely felt a touch of curiosity and raised no objections. Yet the instructors failed to notice one detail during his address. The deputy commander's gaze had drifted repeatedly across the students as though searching for someone specific. Following the deputy battalion commander out of the teleportation plaza, the group surveyed everything within their sight with curiosity. Under the deputy battalion commander's lead, they passed by numerous places along the way. The tallest building, reaching over 20 stories, was the most eye-catching. Many students speculated that such a grand edifice must be the base command center. Yet upon entering they discovered it was a military hospital. Through the glass doors they saw countless soldiers, some with bandages wrapped around them, sitting in chairs awaiting treatment. Others had missing arms or legs, leaving empty sleeves dangling limply in the air. Still others had their chests pierced through by a single claw of a nethercat, forming a transparent hole, carried in on stretchers by their comrades. Looking at the faces of these soldiers, they were merely youths around 20 years old. Unlike ordinary hospitals filled with weeping, here the soldiers were fully aware of their injuries. If they could be saved, they would survive. There was no need to cry. If they couldn't be saved, there was even less reason to weep. Dying on the battlefield of 10,000 races was an honor. Many were cheering and shouting encouragement to their comrades being carried in on stretchers. "Wang Song, you damn well hold on. Just a hole in the chest. I've had several myself, and I'm still alive and kicking. Don't you dare let me down. You hear me? Countless nurses and doctors were drenched in sweat, yet had no time to wipe it away. They moved constantly among the patients, stitching wounds, giving injections, wrapping bandages, and so on. The comrade in emergency room No. 2 has had his wounds stitched up. There are no vacant wards. Send him to tent No. 88 to rest. Emergency room No. 19, a Lieutenant Wang Haitao couldn't be saved. Send him to the Martyrs Hall for cremation. Emergency room No. 25. These were only the scenes visible to the students in the hospital lobby. How many more such scenes were unfolding inside the 20-plus-story hospital? Having just fought a fierce battle the day before, the hospital wards of this military base were already packed with patients. Beside the hospital stood hundreds of tents. Inside each tent, white-robed military doctors and nurses tended to the soldiers brought in. Those with minor injuries, or those who had already received treatment and were stable, were arranged to recuperate in the temporary tents downstairs. As the group of students stepped within a dozen meters of the tent area, an intensely thick smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. Ugh! Even many male students turned pale at the sight and the pungent odor. Not to mention the girls in the group. Many began to dry heave, some even vomiting their breakfast. Outside the tents, wounded soldiers with lighter injuries watched the students' reactions and waved at them with smiles. You're this year's martial arts university students, right? Once you leave the barracks, stay safe. Those nether cats are cunning bastards. Be careful not to get hurt by them, or else we'll be playing cards together here. Hey girls, be extra careful. There's no separate female ward here. If you get injured, you'll have to bunk with us rough men. Old my, you shameless bastard, scaring the little girls like that. The deputy battalion commander glared at these light-injured, yet lively soldiers and barked. All of you get back into your tents and rest. If you think your injuries are light, you can go back to training. The deputy battalion commander's authority was formidable. He was known as the Tiger King in the barracks. The soldiers who had been joking around instantly shrank back like quails into their tents. Though stern with the soldiers, the deputy battalion commander said nothing about the students vomiting. Every year new recruits came to the base for training, and such reactions were routine to him. Even the martial arts university instructors would frown slightly when the pungent smell of blood hit them. Subai, however, seemed unfazed, completely unaffected by the overwhelming stench. 3 months ago, he had personally smashed the skulls of 3 low-rank martial artists who had tried to rob him using a brick and an iron rod. The scene of pale brains and crimson blood intermingling on the ground, though not as massive as this, was still quite gruesome. Moreover, having advanced to a high rank as a psionicist with a spirit attribute of 34, his psychological resilience was naturally stronger. After the students had finished vomiting, the deputy battalion commander spoke. You're already throwing up just from the hospital in the military district. Later, when you face countless nethercat corpses, will you still be able to hold your shields and blades, eh? Faced with the deputy battalion commanders questioning, the students all lowered their heads, gaining a new understanding of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Gone was the impulsive eagerness they had felt when they first heard about military merits for cultivation resources. Perhaps the deputy battalion commander had chosen to bring them to the military hospital to help adjust their mindset. As he spoke, his eyes swept over the students' expressions like lightning. Normally, a deputy battalion commander would not personally lead trainees on expeditions. But this time was different. Among the trainees was an important figure specifically named by higher-ups to be protected. Just as he was about to look for the one designated for special care, Subai in the crowd caught his attention. This young man's eyes remained utterly calm despite such a shockingly vivid scene. The others were either retching, violently pale-faced, or too terrified to lift their heads. Only Subai's face showed no emotion, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Such composure was truly remarkable. Either he possessed an extraordinarily strong mind, a born warrior, or he had witnessed so much death that he had grown numb to such scenes. Since Subai was only a freshman, it was unlikely he had killed many. The deputy battalion commander leaned toward the former. That Subai was a natural-born warrior. If this young man could grow, his future achievements might be considerable. A promising seedling. This kid is interesting. The deputy battalion commander muttered inwardly, not expecting to find such a promising recruit this time. When he eventually graduated from the martial arts university, the deputy battalion commander would definitely try to secure him. If only he could be assigned to his own unit. Having made up his mind, the deputy battalion commander decided not to linger at the military hospital and led the new students toward the gate. Subai, unaware that he had drawn the deputy battalion commander's attention, noticed Lin Yanran's pale face and handed her his canteen. Yanran, are you alright? Lin Yanran took the canteen, drank a few sips, and her complexion improved slightly. In a voice only Subai could hear, she said, Subai, once we're on the battlefield, you must stay close to me. I don't want anything to happen to you. The sight of the wounded soldiers had touched Lin Yanran deeply. She didn't want Subai to end up like them, carried in on a stretcher, life hanging in the balance. Clearly Lin Yanran was still unaware that Subai had already advanced to a high rank. If his little turtle's combat power were factored in, he could even rival a martial arts university instructor. Hearing Lin Yanran's slightly petulant words, Subai felt a wave of warmth rise in his heart. Very well, you must also be careful. When we clean up the battlefield later, let us not stray too far apart. Lin Yanran gave Subai an endearingly silly smile with her crescent-shaped eyes, then raised her right arm and bent it at 90 degrees, as if showing off her muscles to him. Look, I am really strong now. Subai chuckled lightly, reaching out habitually to pat Lin Yanran's head, only to realize he was still carrying a shield in his hand. While the two were chatting, the deputy battalion commander led the students through the hospital, passing by the Martyrs Memorial Hall, the crematorium area, the command building, the soldiers' dormitories, and the quartermaster department, finally arriving at the gate of the military camp. The camp gate was guarded by an entire company. Upon the deputy battalion commander's arrival, the company commander immediately brought a communicator forward to greet him. After verifying the passwords, the company commander saluted. Reporting Deputy Battalion Commander. Company Commander Tan Xiaofei of the 3rd Company F-269 military base is currently executing the guard duty at the North Gate. 35 fierce beasts attacking the camp have been eliminated today. Awaiting your orders. The Deputy Battalion Commander nodded and spoke. Open the camp gate. Additionally, dispatch a squad of soldiers to accompany me. I will take these young ones to witness what the battlefield of 10,000 races truly is. The company commander hesitated for a moment. Yes, Deputy Battalion Commander. He immediately assigned his strongest squad to follow the deputy battalion commander, then personally pushed open the camp gate alongside the communicator. The camp gate was forged entirely from alloy, approximately 25 meters long, 12 meters high, and half a meter thick. Such a gate could not be breached, even if several bronze-level fierce beasts attacked simultaneously. Although the number of human warriors was far inferior to the beasts of 10,000 races, the defenses forged by humanity could not be so easily torn apart. As the gate gradually opened, a scene completely different from within the camp was revealed before the young students. The earth, dyed reddish-brown by blood, was strewn with severed limbs and broken remains. Countless fierce beast corpses lay scattered, some riddled like sieves by machine gun fire, others blown to pieces by artillery barges. More still had their chests split open in a single strike, their internal organs spilled across the ground. Some fierce beasts were incredibly fast. Without extremely dense concentrations of enemies, thermal weapons inflicted far less damage than cold weapons. Outside the camp gate, over 20,000 fierce beast corpses, the large majority killed by cold weapons. Scanning the horizon, almost no human bodies could be seen. If they had not witnessed the military hospital overflowing with thousands of cots still unable to accommodate all the wounded, nor the billowing thick smoke from the crematorium that never ceased rising, nor the 10 craftsmen in the Martyrs Memorial Hall, each holding a thick stack of names one by one, carving them onto the stone monuments of the fallen. Without seeing these scenes, the students might have still believed this battle was a great victory for humanity. Yesterday's campaign was indeed a victory, but a tragically costly one, at the price of countless soldiers' flesh and lives. Having already witnessed the bloody scenes at the hospital, the students felt somewhat less distressed upon seeing the battlefield outside the military camp again. What was more prominent now was solemnity and hatred. Why had these damned alien races come to Earth? Why had they invaded our homeland? Seeds of hatred filled with fighting spirit began to sprout in the hearts of the students. The deputy battalion commander observed the expressions on everyone's faces, but said nothing. In truth, the greatest purpose of bringing freshmen here for training was precisely this. Humanity needed to develop a deep personal hatred toward the alien races, and only through such hatred could it ultimately transform into an unyielding, indomitable fighting spirit. Subsequently, he led a squad of soldiers and accompanied the wounded students out of the military camp. Watching the departing figures, the company commander sighed. This time, even the deputy battalion commander is personally leading the team. I hope no casualties among the students occur. Capital City, the Dragon Nation's Supreme Military Command Center. An elderly man with the rank of lieutenant general stared intently at the defense line deployment map of the battlefield of 10,000 races for a long time. Reporting Chief of Staff. War reports have come from various military bases in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Recently, all major races of the 10,000 races have begun frequent invasions of our defense lines, with the Nethercat clan being the most active. Among the Nethercats already engaged in combat, there are no fewer than 12 golden-level strong warriors, each attacking one of the 12 military bases along the southwestern border, such as D-128 and D-140. Although the Nethercat strong warriors have been repelled by the frontline military bases, several forces have still infiltrated deep into our rear areas, and their current movements remain unknown. However, since they managed to evade the surveillance of our powerful warriors, their strength should not be great. It should not exceed the silver level. The Chief of Staff pondered for a moment, rubbing his brow. You must thoroughly investigate the movements of these alien forces. Even a single bronze-level alien infiltrating our rear areas would be an extremely dangerous matter. Now is the time when freshmen from various martial universities enter the battlefield of 10,000 races for training. They are all the future of our Dragon Nation. We must not afford any losses. Issue orders for the rear military bases to heighten their vigilance. Once alien forces are detected, annihilate them at all costs. Protecting the students is the primary combat objective. F-269 military base was located in a jungle area. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the base, all trees had been cleared by the military, making it resemble a plain. However, beyond the 10-kilometer radius, the jungle remained dense with towering trees, an ideal battlefield environment for the Nethercats. The main task of this battlefield cleanup was to extract the beast cores from the Nethercat corpses. Beast cores had extremely broad applications, for instance, crafting enchanted weapons or grinding them into powder as primary materials for producing spiritual energy pills and other cultivation resources. If any Nethercats that were not yet fully dead were discovered during the cleanup, a finishing blow was necessary. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could allow a dying Nethercat counterattack to claim 1 or 2 students' lives. Overall, the battlefield cleanup mission carried little danger. Its primary purpose was to allow the students to experience the battlefield environment and familiarize themselves with the battlefield of 10,000 races in advance. If these Wuda freshmen who had only undergone 3 months of intensive training were sent into actual combat, it would be little different from sending them to their deaths, and the military could hardly bear to do that. Since the battlefield was vast, and the number of Nethercat corpses exceeded 20,000, the students were scattered at this time. Each person simply needed to sweep outward along their assigned area. The deputy battalion commander and his squad of soldiers served as the final guarantee. At the beginning, they patrolled around the battlefield. After confirming there were no threats, the deputy battalion commander stopped monitoring the others. He simply trailed about 10 meters behind Lin Yinran, Su Bai, and the others. The other students were focused on cleaning up the battlefield and did not notice this scene. However, the sharp-eyed Wu Da instructors all cast sidelong glances. Judging by the deputy battalion commander position, he was basically protecting Class 8, or rather protecting Lin Yinran. After noticing this detail, everyone was deeply shocked in their hearts and understood why the deputy battalion commander had personally led the team. Everyone was speculating about who Lin Yinran actually was. She was actually being personally protected by a deputy battalion commander. After sweeping outward for 6 or 7 kilometers, the Wu Da instructors at the rear of the team noticed no anomalies. This batch of students had a very high overall quality. Unable to restrain their curiosity any longer, everyone gathered in small groups to discuss. Instructor Liao, the person being personally protected by the deputy battalion commander behind us belongs to your class, right? Exactly. What exactly is her background? The military taking the initiative to protect a student. I have been a Wu Da instructor for 8 years, and this is the first time I have seen such a situation. Liao Yusin also shook her head helplessly. I have reviewed her file, but it only states that she comes from an ordinary family with no remarkable background. That is strange. If you tell me this girl has no background, you might as well kill me before I believe it. At that moment, the deputy battalion commander had somehow appeared behind the instructors without anyone noticing. His martial aura flickered visibly as he sternly reprimanded. What you are not meant to know, do not seek to know. It is for everyone's benefit. The instructors were startled by the sudden voice behind them. They had no idea when the deputy battalion commander had arrived at their backs. They all rose in alarm, watching the deputy battalion commander with caution. Although all were at the bronze level, there were differences in strength within the bronze tier. Undoubtedly, these 3 instructors were not on the same level as the deputy battalion commander. Su Bai and Lin Yinran were completely unaware of what was happening behind them, happily gathering their harvest. Especially Su Bai, whose eyes were squinted into slits from sheer joy. Good heavens, money was everywhere in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Rare materials that were almost unseen on Earth were nearly commonplace here. The residual fur, flesh, claws, and teeth on the battlefield were all materials that could be used to craft weapons, armor, and potions. Moreover, they could occasionally extract a beast core from an intact cat brain. He was getting rich, getting rich. Su Bai, who had been driven to poverty by Little Ba antics, was simply beaming with joy at this moment. But just then, the little tortoise in the beast-taming space, which had been sleeping, suddenly opened its eyes wide. Its gaze was filled with vigilance, its expression extremely grave, emitting low growls from its mouth. Warning! Warning! Extreme danger. 864 alien Nethercats are rapidly approaching with clear hostility. The threat is currently 3 kilometers away from the host in the direction of the southwestern jungle. Please stay vigilant. High-level threat, 4 stars, extreme danger. 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 Fatal threat, 5 stars, extreme danger. Su Bai stared at the system's warning alert, his pupils constricting sharply. The last time the system issued a warning was before Su Bai enrolled at the Martial University. The system alerted that 3 junior martial artists harbored strong hostility towards him, but did not indicate a danger level. This time it immediately declared extreme danger. There was even a 5-star lethal threat. If the system judges something as a lethal threat, it must be extremely serious. 864 Nethercats were charging. Subconsciously, Su Bai turned his head to look at the forest to the southwest. Although the forest was calm at the moment with no sign of imminent danger, yet Su Bai's gaze seemed to pierce 3 kilometers away, envisioning the Nethercats surging forth in a formidable tide. This Nethercat force was charging with overwhelming momentum. This was a death trap. A large wave of beasts is attacking. At this moment, Su Bai could no longer care about anything else. He let out a furious roar, issuing an alarm to everyone. Grabbing Lin Yinran's arm, he rushed to the mentor and said urgently, "Mentor from the southwest, I sense a large number of beasts charging towards us." Liao Yusin looked in the direction Su Bai had indicated. The forest was as still as a stagnant pool. Where was the danger? Liao Yusin thought Su Bai was joking. Displeased, she scolded him sternly. "Su Bai, this is the battlefield of 10,000 races, not a place for your fooling around. Do you have any idea what consequences your actions could cause if they panic the students?" The deputy battalion commander, who had been trailing behind Lin Yinran, also noticed the situation. He quickly walked over, squinting as he sized up Su Bai. "You're Su Bai, right? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation." He was a military man and a battlefield commander. His perception of danger was far beyond that of these mentors. Just when Su Bai had raised the alarm, he had already scanned. As a veteran of many years, he had over a dozen ways to detect an enemy attack. In an instant, he knew that within at least 2 kilometers of the forest there could be no danger. As for further away, even with his peak bronze-level strength and over a decade of military experience, he couldn't detect it. What right did Su Bai, a mere student, have to know? Seeing the Deputy Battalion Commander confronting Su Bai, Liao Yusin quickly tried to defend him. Deputy Battalion Commander Su Bai is just a student on his first battlefield. Although he may be a bit rash, he certainly didn't mean any harm. Perhaps he's just overly nervous and imagined things, as such things happen often. Liao Yusin's explanation was reasonable. Most freshmen on their first battlefield under the dual impact of visual and mental pressure tend to become overly nervous. Everyone was indeed accustomed to such situations, but the army was the army. No amount of excuses could break military discipline. Su Bai would likely not escape punishment. Lin Yanran, who had been staying by Su Bai's side, also sensed the delicate situation. But she knew Su Bai better than anyone else. In her heart, Su Bai was never a person who spoke without grounds. Since Su Bai said there was a crisis, then there must be one. She believed in Su Bai without any reservations, needing no reason. Others feared the Deputy Battalion Commander's status, but Lin Yanran didn't care. She directly protested to the Deputy Battalion Commander, "Before everything is clarified, I hope no one jumps to conclusions. I believe what Su Bai said." The Deputy Battalion Commander was rendered speechless by Lin Yanran's retort. Others didn't know Lin Yanran's background, but he had some guesses. The reason he had come to lead this team was frankly because of Lin Yanran. Now that the main party had spoken, he was momentarily at a loss. The atmosphere was awkward. The Deputy Battalion Commander didn't know how to respond, so he turned his gaze to Su Bai. Su Bai, seeing that no one believed him, felt a surge of thoughts as he analyzed the situation. Su Bai didn't want to be a hero. In essence, he was just an ordinary person who had been forced to transmigrate into this dangerous world. Frankly, apart from his family and Lin Yanran, he didn't feel much sense of belonging to this world. He only wanted to live well and protect the family and friends he cared about. If one day he became strong enough within his power, he wouldn't mind helping more humans survive. But not now. What mattered most now was that he and Lin Yanran could survive. Now he and Lin Yanran were on the battlefield. If he abandoned the others and recklessly left the battlefield, that would be desertion. Desertion was not an option. The military's attitude toward deserters was uncompromising. Summary execution without any excuse. Even if Su Bai guessed that Lin Yanran had some connections, military law was as unyielding as a mountain. Moreover, staying with the main force in this situation would give them a higher chance of survival. Therefore, for Su Bai at the moment, the optimal plan was to quickly convince the Deputy Battalion Commander to believe him, make corresponding countermeasures early, and increase everyone's chance of survival. And the quickest way to gain their trust was to show them his strength. After sorting out his thoughts, Su Bai spoke. "I am a beast tamer psionicist. Everyone knows that magical beasts have a far superior perception of danger than humans. I happen to have inherited this ability. When I entered the Martial University, because I was admitted through recommendation, the school didn't register me as a psionicist." At these words, everyone was stunned. Liao Yusin was especially shocked as she looked at Su Bai. Su Bai was actually a psionicist. In the 3 months of training, no one had noticed at all, and they had been training Su Bai as a martial artist for so long. And Su Bai's perception ability was actually above that of the bronze-level Deputy Battalion Commander. Was this really possible? The most terrifying thing was Su Bai's calm and composed nature. When ordinary youths awakened their psionic abilities, who could resist flaunting them? Just as the Deputy Battalion Commander was still unable to distinguish truth from falsehood, in Su Bai's words a sudden feeling of palpitation spread in his heart. Violent danger signals exploded wildly in his mind. The Deputy Battalion Commander abruptly looked toward the southwest. However, the forest only emitted a rustling sound of leaves rubbing, as if a gentle breeze was brushing through the foliage. There was nothing else. But cold sweat still covered the Deputy Battalion Commander's forehead as he looked at Su Bai in shock. What Su Bai had said was actually true. A large number of beasts were indeed charging. Now words were useless. They must prepare immediately. He took a deep breath and roared at everyone, "Attention, everyone. Everyone gather by squad, quickly converge on me, and form a defensive formation nearby. The danger is from the southwest. A large number of beasts are attacking. Hurry up, all of you, don't just stand there blankly. If you don't want to die, move as I said now. Quick." Instantly the atmosphere across the area became extremely tense. Liao Yusin looked at the Deputy Battalion Commander with some confusion. Why had he suddenly believed Su Bai's words? But she did not disobey the military order. She quickly executed the command. The trainees facing this scene for the first time fell into slight panic. Some even couldn't react in time. The Deputy Battalion Commander kept issuing urgent commands. "Everyone gather by squad, quickly converge on me, and form a defensive formation nearby. Quick, all of you move it." The quickest to react were the accompanying soldiers and the Martial University mentors. Although they didn't know what was happening, a military order was a military order. They just needed to execute it. Under the organization of the mentors, the situation was quickly stabilized. Although the trainees were still flustered from tension, under the guidance of the Deputy Battalion Commander and the mentors, they formed a circular defensive formation on the spot and moved in groups toward the 8th squad, where the Deputy Battalion Commander was located. Su Bai and Lin Yanran originally wanted to return to their classmates to form the formation, but the Deputy Battalion Commander grabbed them. "You two don't need to join the formation. Just stay by my side. I'll have 2 soldiers take your previous positions." Then the deputy battalion commander turned to the squad leader who had come with him from the camp. Zhang Changrong, have you contacted the camp? When will the reinforcements arrive? Report, deputy battalion commander. I contacted the camp immediately upon your order. I just received word from the camp that signs of a large number of beasts attacking have also been detected around the camp. They cannot provide support for now. Hearing their conversation, Liao Yusin's peach-like eyes showed a trace of panic. Deputy battalion commander, are there really beasts attacking? If it's true, without reinforcements these students have little combat capability. The deputy battalion commander pondered for a moment. That's right, Su Bai's perception was correct. Just now I sensed a large number of beasts rapidly approaching us within 2 kilometers. They're very fast. Our F-269 military base is near the Jiangzhou provincial military fortress. The fortress has a rapid response force. The disturbance of our attack here will surely alert the fortress's rapid reaction force. Trust me, reinforcements will arrive within an hour at most. The key now is whether we can hold out for that hour. Hearing this, Liao Yusin looked at Su Bai beside her in disbelief. This young student suddenly became mysterious in her heart at this moment. At that moment, trees in the distance to the southwest shook violently, startling a flock of birds into frantic flight. Looking up, a dark mass of birds filled the sky, a truly spectacular sight. But no one was in the mood to appreciate this magnificent view. Now anyone who wasn't a fool knew that danger was approaching. A sense of oppression grew in every trainee's heart. The pressure was mounting. Seeing this sight, Liao Yusin knew the students had little time left to react. Just as she was about to return to the cadet ranks to organize the formation, the deputy battalion commander called out to her, Liao Yusin, I've assigned Zhang Changrong to help you lead Class 8. Now in my capacity as a military major and deputy battalion commander of base F-269, I hereby summon you. From this moment forth you must ensure the protection of Lin Yinran. Understood. Before the deputy battalion commander finished speaking, Lin Yinran frowned and interjected, I can fight. I am also a martial artist. I don't need protection. As Lin Yinran spoke these words, Su Bai gently tugged at her small hand. What was this girl thinking, showing off at a time like this? Didn't she have any awareness of her own limitations? If she wanted to be a hero, she should first take care of herself, survive, grow stronger, and then talk about it. This wasn't Su Bai being selfish, this was reality. What contribution could meaningless death on this worthless low-level battlefield make to humanity? Absolutely nothing. Su Bai, having lived 2 lives, saw things more clearly and fundamentally than these reckless youths. Only the strong could truly bring great contributions to humanity. When weak one need only focus on doing one thing well. Survive and stay alive. Feeling Su Bai's gesture, Lin Yinran's delicate face flushed slightly, and she subconsciously said, we must also protect Su Bai. Perhaps it was out of guilt for not heeding Su Bai's words earlier, or perhaps because the deputy battalion commander had recognized Su Bai's ability to provide advance warnings and deemed him worthy of protection. At Lin Yinran's addition, the deputy battalion commander nodded, acknowledging that Su Bai was also included among those to be protected. As for Lin Yinran's claim that she wanted to fight, it was simply ignored by the deputy battalion commander. Although the deputy battalion commander spoke passionately to the others, his true thoughts actually aligned with Su Bai's. In this era of the invasion of 10,000 races, only high-end combat power could bring great contributions to humanity. The lower ranks were merely cannon fodder. Even he, relative to the entire battlefield of the 10,000 races, was but cannon fodder. But these words could not be spoken aloud. Liao Yusin looked at Lin Yinran with utter astonishment, her mind continuously guessing who this extraordinary person might be. Someone who could make a full-fledged military major defend her so vigorously. Liao Yusin was a person of strong principles and felt somewhat resistant to the major's words. Lin Yinran and Su Bai are also my students. I will naturally do my utmost to protect them. But I cannot selfishly protect only these 2, the others are also my students. The deputy battalion commander looked at Liao Yusin with a grave expression. During wartime you are no longer a tutor of Wu University, but a soldier who must obey military orders. This is a military order. Saying this, the deputy battalion commander glanced at Liao Yusin, whose face had turned iron blue, and still lowered his voice to explain, there are some things you don't need to know. This may benefit you in the future. Actually, the deputy battalion commander was not entirely clear about Lin Yinran's specific background, but through clues he could deduce it. Lin Yinran was definitely the descendant of those high-end combat powers. The bloodline of such people was already different from ordinary humans. The probability of their rise was also the greatest, and her value could not be compared with anyone present. She absolutely could not be cut down halfway. Someone like her entering the battlefield of 10,000 races would inevitably have protection. Originally, for entering a battlefield of this level, a senior bronze stage major, like the deputy battalion commander, providing protection would have been sufficient. But who would have known that a simple Wu University trial would result in such a major incident? Looking at the solemn deputy battalion commander, Liao Yusin was influenced by his aura, especially that last sentence, which made her ponder deeply. In the end, she said nothing, merely nodding. She still dared not defy military orders on the battlefield. However, a question had been bothering Liao Yusin, so she directly voiced her confusion. Deputy battalion commander, there's something I don't understand. Since we detected the assault of ferocious beasts in advance and had sufficient time to react, why not choose to flee back to the camp area? Hearing this, the deputy battalion commander did not respond immediately, but instead glanced at Su Bai, whose expression was peculiar. Subai, you were the first to discover the crisis, and when I made my decision, you didn't show any sign of doubt. I imagine you understand what's going on, don't you? Subai, who had been somewhat embarrassed from being forcibly protected by Lin Yanran, like a mother hen, noticed the deputy battalion commander mentioning him. He could only nod and say, although I cannot be 100% certain based on various materials in the textbooks, they are fast-moving and prefer ambush attacks in forests. The ferocious beast attacking this time should be the Nethercat pack. Hearing this, Liao Yusin's eyes narrowed sharply as she looked at the deputy battalion commander. The deputy battalion commander nodded. My judgment aligns with Subai's. Although the Nethercat pack launched a surprise attack some time ago, and we repelled them, logically speaking the 10,000 races would switch to attacking with another species. But on the battlefield nothing is so absolute. The attackers this time may still be the Nethercat pack. From here to the camp area is about 10 kilometers. At our speed it's impossible to escape the hunting of agile-type ferocious beasts. To use an analogy, we are infantry while the Nethercats are cavalry. Without formations to block them, when infantry encounters cavalry, fleeing means one-sided slaughter, we would surely be annihilated. Facing them head-on still leaves a sliver of chance for survival. Hearing the deputy battalion commander's explanation, Liao Yusin furrowed her brows tightly. The last shred of hope in her heart was completely extinguished. Under Zhang Changrong's leadership, the Class 8 cadets slowly formed their array, their youthful faces tense as they gazed toward the jungle in the southwest direction. Although they couldn't see the ferocious beasts, the rustling sounds from within the jungle only weighed heavier on their hearts. Thanks to Subai's early warning, the students had time to form their arrays. Other classes had also formed their formations and were rushing toward Class 8 at top speed. Only by concentrating their strength in one place could they unleash maximum power. Class 16 is fully assembled, formation complete. Class 17 is fully assembled, formation complete. Reports from instructors kept coming in. Over a dozen classes had gathered around Class 8. But just at that moment, everyone clearly felt the earth trembling as if thousands of troops were charging forward. The air was filled with a strong, pungent odor. This confirmed the judgment of the deputy battalion commander and Subai. The coming beasts were indeed Nethercats. This odor was unique to them. All people looked toward the dense forest in the southwest direction with shock and terror. Getting closer, ever closer. Some clenched their fists tightly. Some broke into cold sweats. Some opened their mouths as if to scream. Whoosh! A black shadow darted out from the forest. It was as large as an adult Tibetan mastiff. Its ink-black fur resembling a demon crawled out from hell. Its claws, like steel and over 10 centimeters long, reflected a chilling gleam in the sunlight. No one would doubt whether these claws could tear through human flesh. In its scarlet amber cat eyes, the intense killing intent made one shudder with fear. With the first one there came a second. 10, 20, 100, 200. The numbers kept growing, becoming so many that the students felt terrified. So many that even the instructors and deputy battalion commander felt their scalps tingle. And deeper in the jungle, countless black shadows surged up and down among the tree shadows, as if a hidden flood was bursting forth in an instant. A whoa! A whoa! This wasn't cats at all, it was more like a pack of tigers. In the blink of an eye, the first batch of Nethercats bursting from the jungle was less than 100 meters away from the students. The Nethercats' speed was dazzling. Hundreds of Nethercats came riding on a foul wind. The great battle was about to erupt. The first batch of Nethercats charging out of the forest were all ordinary grade specimens. Their figures grew impossibly large in the eyes of the cadets. To minimize casualties among the students, a squad of veterans from the military unit and tutors from Wuda had positioned themselves at the front line. These were battle-hardened veterans with years of combat experience. The squad leader especially reached the higher tier of the mortal realm, capable of taking on 3 lower-tier Nethercats single-handedly. The remaining veterans all stood at the middle tier of the mortal realm, already surpassing most students in cultivation level, let alone their combat experience that left the classmates far behind. Yet several vanguard Nethercats had also broken through to the higher tier, their bodies larger and more muscular than ordinary specimens. Combined with their all-out charge across the entire front, there simply weren't enough tutors and veterans to protect such a vast formation. Drop low and hold your shields in front. Stay in formation. Zhang Changrong's thunderous roars echoed from the front lines, barking commands to keep the cadets disciplined. In an instant, the first Nethercat slammed into a veteran's shield. A tremendous impact rang out. The devastating force sent even hardened veterans flying. A second, a third. Bang, bang. A single charge sent several veterans and over 20 cadets tumbling through the air, their bodies completely out of control. In the next moment, dozens of Nethercats leaped into the air, and before the students' eyes shredded open the bellies of veterans and cadets alike with flashing claws. Scarlet blood splattered across the faces of students behind the circular formation like rain. Shattered remains lay scattered across the ground. The female cadets within the formation froze in terror at the sight, too paralyzed with fear to even lift their weapons. Some collapsed to their knees, clutching their heads as they screamed in helpless terror. As the formation began to fracture, the deputy battalion commander knew what mattered most right now was their fighting spirit. Hold the line. Form the defensive array. If we can withstand this first wave of Nethercats, we'll win. You represent humanity's hope for tomorrow. If you can't repel mere Nethercats, what good are you to the parents who've sacrificed everything to support your martial training? Do you remember the oath you swore upon entering Wuda? With these chests we shall forge an indestructible great wall for Dragon Nation. Now let us use our bodies to raise that wall. Let these nether cats understand. We Dragon Nation martial artists bend, but never break. The deputy battalion commander's thunderous voice reached every Wuda cadet, and something profound stirred within them. The girls stifled their sobs and retrieved their weapons from the ground, their eyes red, but resolute. On the boys' young faces, fear gave way to steely determination. Squad leader Zhang Changrong joined the deputy commander's thunderous cry. Brothers, the more we fear them, the bolder these nether cats become. Only by fighting with everything we have can we survive. A cadet roared back, damn nether cats. I'm not afraid of you. Even among the girls, one shouted through her fury, let these beasts see what Jiangwu students are made of. We are martial artists. Their voices rose from the heart, and the swelling battle fever spread through every cadet, Su Bai and Lin Yanran included. Su Bai felt the urge to break from formation and cut through the enemy ranks. But he held back. He knew it wasn't time yet. The system had warned of extreme danger. This wouldn't resolve so easily. He needed to conserve his strength for the critical moment. His survival depended entirely on what came next. The circular formation, which had begun to disintegrate, slowly reorganized itself. Each student possessed at least the foundational martial realm, with several reaching the intermediate stage. If they could overcome their fear, they still had the strength to stand against these ordinary nether cats. The tutors managed to repel most of the initial wave of higher-tier nether cats. Kill, kill, kill. The ambush battle was now fully engaged. Su Bai stood at the center of the formation, his gaze sharp and scanning across the battlefield. His eyes immediately found his three roommates. Tao Jiejun, with his corded muscles, had already reached the middle tier of the mortal realm. His massive frame and raw strength made him nearly impervious, his shield and battle blade moving in a blur, keeping the nether cats at bay. Beside Tao Jiejun stood Han Jiagong. Though the wealthy heir appeared lazy, even in his cultivation, he showed no fear in this critical moment. He chugged a potion from his chest, and his strength surged dramatically. The 40-pound great shield became less a defensive tool and more a devastating bludgeon smashed into any nether cat that dared approach. Already at the middle tier, the potion's effects made Han Jiagong unstoppable. He fought while shouting, die. All of you die. He was the fiercest fighter in Class 8. Backed by the Han family's resources and the beast blood Su Bai had provided, he never lacked cultivation materials, making him the second strongest in their dormitory after Su Bai himself. Fan Xiaoyan, still at the lower tier, could only follow behind his two roommates and defend against the weakest nether cats. Once he confirmed they were safe, Su Bai's gaze shifted toward the distant forest. 800 ordinary nether cats had already emerged, a force substantial enough to be concerning for their Jiangwu training squadron, yet nowhere near the extreme danger or mortal threat that the system had warned about. Su Bai understood there must be an unseen threat lurking in the shadows, the true killing strike. They remained dormant until they moved, and when they did, it would terrify humanity. That would be the decisive factor in this battle. Honestly, even relying on himself and Xiao Ba, he wasn't confident enough to face this crisis alone. But Su Bai refused to die. He had to fight. Xiao Ba's defenses were unmatched across the entire battlefield, and he might just prove invaluable when it mattered most. He had to wait. 10 minutes into the battle, several students began drawing attention, like the slender girl from Class 2 wielding a bow and arrows. Every arrow found its mark straight through the nether cat's eyes. Whether targeting lower, middle, or higher tier specimens, none survived her aim. Judging by her aura, this girl had already reached the higher tier of the mortal realm. She was Zhang Mani, one of the three renowned beauties of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, ranked alongside Lin Yanran, aptly nicknamed the Divine Archer from Water Margin. In Class 6, a stoic-faced youth stood completely alone amid a circle of nether cats, wielding a dark blue spear, yet displaying no fear whatsoever. Wherever his spear pierced through the air, thunderous cracks echoed, each strike felling a nether cat. A higher-tier lightning attribute, awakened ability, user combined with masterful spear techniques from the Lei family lineage. Lei Yunxiao of the Lei family from Jiangzhou. Meanwhile, in Class 12, a towering man wielded a heavy blade weighing over 100 pounds, as if it were nothing more than a toy. Over 20 nether cats lay beneath his devastating strikes. Luo Yonghao, recognized as the strongest newcomer of this year at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, possessed innate divine strength. The three most dazzling prodigies naturally caught Su Bai's attention. Consulting through the system, he discovered that each of them possessed distinct advantages. Luo Yonghao's physique, Zhang Mani's speed, and Lei Yunxiao's spirit had all surpassed the 40-point threshold of ordinary high-rank warriors, even rivaling those at the bronze rank. Beyond these three, Su Bai spotted over 20 fellow students with high-rank martial cultivation, yet compared to the trio, they paled in comparison. Overall, the battlefield had stabilized and casualties were contained. Perhaps because the ordinary tier nether cats had failed to break through, a series of roars grew louder from the depths of the jungle. Dozens of extraordinarily towering and muscular nether cats emerged slowly from the forest. Though numbering only a few dozen, the oppressive presence they radiated was far beyond anything the ordinary tier nether cats could muster. They were all bronze rank. Their scarlet amber feline eyes reflected a chilling gleam beneath the sunlight. Their gaze was not filled with the pure bloodlust of ordinary nether cats, but rather carried a mocking amusement, as if savoring the struggle of their prey. Indeed, in the eyes of these bronze-rank nether cats, these humans were nothing more than prey. Much like a cat playing with a mouse, it would not devour its victim immediately, but would toy with it thoroughly before the final strike. Perhaps this was simply the nature of felines. The appearance of these bronze-rank nethercats immediately drew the attention of every instructor on the battlefield. This is dire. How can there be so many bronze-rank nethercats? Quick, hold them at all costs. They must not break into the students' formation. Instructors assemble. The deputy battalion commander narrowed his eyes, silently calculating the disparity in strength between the two sides. Wu Da fielded 25 instructors, and with himself added that made 26 at the bronze rank. Currently, 21 bronze-rank nethercats had appeared. Although humans held a slight numerical advantage at the same bronze-rank, demonic beasts inherently possessed far greater overall combat power than human warriors. Under normal circumstances, it typically took 2 warriors to defeat a single beast of equal rank. These 24 bronze-rank nethercats could not possibly be held back by merely 26 warriors. The situation was extremely perilous. Under such circumstances, as the foremost combatant, he had to advance to the front lines to confront the bronze-rank nethercats. He could no longer remain by Lin Yanran's side to protect her. Otherwise, the entire force would be annihilated and no one would survive. The deputy battalion commander turned to Liao Yu Xin. I'm leaving them to your care. Ensure their safety. Spare no cost. With that, he drew the long blade from his back. Gazing at the charging swarm of bronze-rank nethercats, the deputy battalion commander laughed boldly. Wu Dao instructors, follow me into battle. Roaring, he led the charge forward, charging headlong toward the bronze-rank nethercats. Kill. Witnessing the deputy battalion commander strike, each Wu Dao instructor's fighting spirit ignited anew. They roared and surged forward, following closely behind him as they charged toward the bronze-rank nethercats. The 3 prodigies gripped their weapons tightly upon seeing the bronze-rank nethercats, yet no fear flickered in their eyes. Only fierce, soaring battle intent. They understood that relying solely on the instructors and the deputy battalion commander would never be enough against these bronze-rank nethercats. A longbow hung at her waist, and the valiant Zhang Man and I, matching any man in spirit, saluted the deputy battalion commander. Zhang Man and I request permission to engage the bronze nethercats. With a flick of his spear accompanied by a crack of thunder, Lei Yunxiao, the legitimate heir of the Jiangnan Lei family, clasped his fists. Lei Yunxiao requests permission to engage the bronze nethercats. Wielding a heavy iron blade like a swirling gale, Luo Yonghao, the top freshman of Jiangzhou Wuda, blessed with divine strength, clasped his fists. Luo Yonghao requests permission to engage the bronze nethercats. Their voluntary offer of service surprised the deputy battalion commander mid-charge, causing him to glance back at the 3 spirited youths. Through previous battles, he had witnessed the prowess of these 3 prodigies firsthand. While confronting early-stage bronze-rank opponents was certainly within their capability. With high-end combat forces critically scarce on the human side, their addition to the bronze-rank battlefield would indeed greatly alleviate the pressure. At this point, there was no choice but to let them take the risk. If they survived this trial, their future paths might well stretch even further. The deputy battalion commander nodded solemnly to the 3. Battle authorized. Meanwhile, the bronze-rank nethercats had already thundered onto the battlefield, piercing through the ranks of ordinary tier nethercats and charging straight toward the human formation. They appeared aimless, scattering in disarray, yet their objective was singular and clear: one goal, wholesale slaughter. Seeing this, the deputy battalion commander smiled. Truly, these beasts had underestimated him. Instantly, he twirled his massive blade in the air, his chi and blood erupting in a sudden surge as fierce winds swept across the battlefield. His great blade was dyed crimson by his surging energy, and an oppressive aura of high-rank bronze power instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. A gale swept forth, and countless ordinary tier nethercats were shaken backward by the sheer force of the deputy battalion commander's presence. This dominant surge sent the human side's morale soaring. This was the terrifying vital energy of a battle-hardened veteran, far beyond anything the Wu Dao instructors could muster. In an instant, the bronze-rank nethercats unleashed terrifying roars. Sensing the threat, several of them lunged toward the deputy battalion commander at blistering speed. The deputy battalion commander showed no fear whatsoever. His blade became a whirlwind of steel, single-handedly holding off multiple bronze-rank nethercats. At the same time, the others were likewise stirred by his indomitable spirit and did not remain idle. Instructors who considered themselves relatively stronger engaged individual bronze-rank nethercats on their own, while weaker pairs of Wu Dao instructors teamed up to confront them together. Yet even with all the human elites engaged, 3 bronze-rank nethercats slipped through and charged toward the students. Roar! Oh! Roars and shrieks of agony echoed across the entire land. Most students possessed only early ordinary rank strength. How could they withstand the brutal slaughter of bronze-rank predators? In a single instant, a large portion of the students fell victim to the bronze-rank nethercats. Crimson blood surged relentlessly across the battlefield, painting a scene of indescribable tragedy and ferocity. Watching the bronze-rank nethercats tear through their ranks with no one able to stop them nearby, students fled in terror. Help! Run! In an instant, a section of the battlefield descended into chaotic retreat. This was the terrifying deterrent effect that elite combat power exerted over ordinary forces. The 3 bronze-rank nethercats howled in fierce excitement, pouncing down student after student and tearing out their throats. Perhaps claws could kill faster, but this method of snapping throats brought them greater ecstasy, driving them into a hysterical frenzy. The scene was horrifyingly bloody. The scene was brutally bloody. The three prodigies rushing over saw this, and were instantly enraged. Zhang Mani the fastest kicked off the ground, stepping on a common high-level nethercat to leap into the air and roared, "Beast! Stop!" Whoosh! 3 arrows were fired simultaneously, accompanied by a sharp piercing sound shooting straight toward the 3 remaining bronze-level nethercats. The 3 bronze nethercats, who had been gleefully slaughtering instantly, had their first stand on end. Their instincts made them dodge vital spots, but completely avoiding the rapid arrows proved difficult. The 3 arrows embedded into their backs. Wincing in pain, the 3 bronze nethercats fixed their scarlet eyes on Zhang Mani, who was still in midair. Roar! 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 Whether cries of rage or pain, the 3 bronze nethercats ceased slaughtering ordinary students and charged toward Zhang Mani. Meanwhile, the other 2 prodigies had also arrived at the battlefield. Luo Yonghao swung his broadsword in front of him and laughed heartily. "What a thrill! My first expedition, and I'm already up against bronze level. Haha, I'm way more awesome than my grandpa." "You fiend, take your grandpa Luo's blade." Lei Yunxiao, naturally aloof, wasted no words. Holding his spear in one hand, he thrust it straight down at a bronze nethercat with a terrifying momentum. If the nethercat hadn't been extremely fast, Lei Yunxiao would have impaled it clean through. 3 prodigies against 3 bronze nethercats. They not only held their ground, but even showed signs of dominance. This scene also caught the students' eyes. Those who had been fleeing stopped in their tracks. Look, the 3 bronze nethercats are being blocked. A normal level warrior fighting bronze level. That fierce. Xiao Huarong, is this incredible? 1 arrow hit 3 bronze nethercats. Quick, stop running, form a formation. We still have a chance. The instructor's battlefield was farther away and the students couldn't spare attention amid the chaos, but the prodigies' fight with the bronze nethercats unfolded right before their eyes. Instantly led by the 3 prodigies, the students' morale surged, gradually stabilizing the crumbling situation. Lei Yunxiao, wielding his spear with both hands, struck the bronze nethercat with a technique like a rock, spreading its wings, making it vomit blood repeatedly. His lightning ability imbued the spear with paralysis, dulling the otherwise agile beast. The bronze nethercat's eyes even showed fear toward Lei Yunxiao. Brother Lei is usually expressionless, but who knew he fights so ferociously? Brother Lei's bold and unrestrained Lei family spear technique truly lives up to his lineage as a direct descendant of the Jiangzhou Lei family. Zhang Mani's battle was less spectacular than Lei Yunxiao's. She mostly darted across the battlefield, dodging and occasionally firing arrows, yet the nethercat she faced was utterly frustrated. With her agile footwork and the complex terrain, Zhang Mani had fought until now without the bronze nethercat getting within 10 meters of her, while 8 arrows were already embedded in the beast's body. Is Boss Lady going to turn that bronze nethercat into a pincushion? It's just that the bronze nethercat is too fast. She can't hit vital spots, otherwise why would she need so many arrows? Luo Yonghao's situation was even more extreme. One hand gripping his broadsword, he chased the bronze nethercat with a thunderous roar, and the beast offered no resistance. If not for the nethercat's incredible agility dodging to avoid fatal strikes, Luo Yonghao would have slain it in less than 30 exchanges. Geez, I knew Brother Hao was awesome, but I didn't know he was this awesome. My goodness, that's a bronze-level nethercat. Brother Hao's strength is downright monstrous. Don't just stand there gawking, damn it. My arm is numb from holding the shield. Come help. Not only the students noticed the battle, but the vice battalion commander, concerned with the overall situation, also constantly kept an eye on the 3 prodigies. After all, their battlefield was at the rear. If they collapsed, the students would be in grave danger. However, the 3 prodigies' performance did not disappoint the vice battalion commander. Not only could they individually resist the bronze nethercats, but they even gained the upper hand. Given a little more time, they could even slaughter these 3 bronze nethercats. For the Martial University to have such students was truly a blessing. If these 3 grew up, they would undoubtedly be future pillars of humanity. The battlefield erupted with shouts of killing. Luo Yonghao, wielding his broadsword, relentlessly chased the bronze nethercat, bellowing, "You fiend! Where do you think you're going?" The panicked nethercat scurried near Liao Yusin, who suddenly erupted with a surge of blood chi. The creature was startled into a shiver. That momentary falter in the nethercat's steps allowed Luo Yonghao to catch up. He slashed it across the back, cleaving it in 2. The bronze nethercat's blood splattered several meters, landing at Subai's feet. After this beast was slain by Luo Yonghao, the common nethercats within hundreds of meters fled in terror. Many female students in Class 8 screamed upon seeing Luo Yonghao's brutal kill. "Look, Brother Hao has slain a bronze nethercat. Luo Yonghao is mighty. This is a bronze nethercat. Brother Hao is so amazing." Having successfully slain the bronze nethercat, Luo Yonghao caught his breath. Killing a bronze wasn't tiring, chasing it down was. Luo Yonghao reveled in the cheers and praise of his classmates. For a man, wasn't this the highest glory and moment of brilliance? He then gave the students a warm smile. "Don't be afraid. Wherever I, Luo Yonghao, am, even a bronze nethercat won't harm you." Instantly, Class 8 erupted into cheers. For a moment, Luo Yonghao was the center of attention. Han Jiagong, who witnessed this from the side, muttered quietly in disbelief. A normal high rank crossing levels to kill a bronze low rank. This guy is indeed impressive, but I can't help feeling he's a bit conceited. Fan Chaoan whispered in response, "I think it's because all the girls in our class are gazing at him with admiration. Are you jealous?" "Brother Gang, not everyone worships Luo Yonghao. Look, our goddess and the instructor don't even give him a glance." Hearing this, Han Jiagong instinctively looked towards Subai. After the deputy battalion commander left, sporadic ordinary nethercats approached Su Bai and his two companions. The three of them began to fight. Surprisingly, Su Bai and Lin Yanran, who had always kept a low profile, fought with exceptional ease. Their standard combat techniques were not particularly dazzling, but their defense and offense were flawless. They didn't even glance at Luo Yonghao. Liao Yusin's fighting was far more brilliant than that of Su Bai and the others, but at this moment, she was completely immersed in the battle and had no mind to pay attention to Luo Yonghao's show-off. Yet Lin Yanran and Liao Yusin happened to be the most beautiful in Class 8, and even the entire school, with Lin Yanran being the top campus belle of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. As goddesses, men naturally paid attention to them, and Luo Yonghao was no exception. Under normal circumstances, he could understand if they didn't pay attention to him, and he wouldn't take it too seriously. But when he had just accomplished the feat of cross-level killing a bronze rank, and everyone else was looking at him with admiration, the contrast from the two girls immediately made Luo Yonghao displeased. Very displeased. Especially when he saw Su Bai standing between the two goddesses, his displeasure nearly exploded on the spot. What has this guy done? What qualifies him to stand beside the goddesses? Damn it, aside from being better looking than me, what else does he have? What else does he have? Is he stronger than me? The more Luo Yonghao thought, the more unbalanced he felt. He opened his mouth and angrily shouted at Su Bai's waist. Sissy, nothing but a face, a pretty boy. Under Luo Yonghao's angry rebuke, many trainees turned their gazes to Su Bai. Su Bai instantly became the center of attention. Seeing everyone staring at him, Su Bai's head was full of black lines, and he looked at Luo Yonghao with a speechless expression. This guy is way too hot-blooded. You show off your glory. Did I provoke you? Is it a crime to be a bit more handsome than you? Before Su Bai could say anything, Lin Yanran beside him nearly exploded on the spot. She couldn't bear to scold Su Bai, but just then a sudden gale swept through, stirring up clouds of sand and dust. A massive black shadow accompanied by a strong stench rushed toward them at lightning speed. Luo Yonghao, who had just finished rebuking Su Bai, suddenly felt his scalp tingle as a sense of crisis enveloped his entire body. Without time to react further, he instinctively tensed his muscles to defend himself. Slap. Damn. A loud crash rang out, and Luo Yonghao was cleanly sent flying. He flew far, far away, carving a long trench on the ground. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They had no idea what was happening. As the gale dissipated, everyone saw the shadow that had sent Luo Yonghao flying. Its body was even larger than all the nethercats present, and its ferocious aura was even stronger. Liao Yusin exclaimed in shock. Bronze high rank. How is that possible? That's right, the newcomer was a bronze high rank nethercat. The appearance of a bronze high rank combatant stunned everyone present, including the deputy battalion commander, the instructors, and the soldiers. Although the difference between a bronze high rank nethercat and a middle rank was only one level, the gap was enormous. This was not good news. Only one person in the entire field was not surprised. Su Bai? As expected, there's a big one. Su Bai narrowed his eyes and used his system to check the attributes of this bronze high rank nethercat. Race nethercat, level bronze high rank, physique 45, agility 88, spirit 43, combat analysis. This bronze high rank nethercat's combat power cannot break through the defense of little turtle, threat level is low. Host may choose to fight. Nethercats specialize in speed, while their other aspects are relatively average. However, with its 45 points of physique amplified by extreme speed, the attack power it could unleash was also considerable. Luo Yonghao, who focused on physique, was not inferior to this bronze high rank nethercat in terms of physique, but under its surprise attack, he was directly sent flying without any chance to resist. But under Xiao Ba's even more terrifying defense, this attack method was perfectly countered, unable to even break through Xiao Ba's defenses. Thus the bronze high rank nethercat posed no threat to Xiao Ba at all. After closing the system panel, Su Bai sized up the nethercat. This nethercat was as massive as a horse, its scarlet amber cat eyes full of mockery. Its right paw, when it had sent Luo Yonghao flying, had slashed open his back, and fresh blood and flesh clung to its sharp claws. The trainees who were closer to this high-rank nethercat were even more shocked by the sight. But after enduring such a long baptism of war, they did not immediately flee. Instead, they were quite calm and composed. Brother Hao was actually swatted away with a single slap. Such terror. A bronze high-rank nethercat. Is this terrifying? Don't panic. Form a defensive formation quickly. Only if we stay organized can a few of us have a chance to escape. Fan Shaoan is right. Let's form a formation and retreat in an orderly manner. If they fled in panic with the speed of the bronze high-rank nethercat, it could slaughter the humans nearby in an extremely short time. But if they formed a defensive formation and retreated in order, the killing efficiency of this bronze high-rank nethercat would be greatly reduced. It must be said that the cruel war had claimed the lives of countless trainees, but it had also caused the survivors to undergo a gradual transformation. Liao Yusin instinctively swung her spear horizontally before her chest, her pupils sharply constricting as she stared fixedly at the bronze high-rank nethercat before her. She shouted, Su Bai, Lin Yanran, you two retreat with the others. I'll hold off this bronze high-rank nethercat for a while. At this moment, the bronze high-rank nethercat was right in front of them. Liao Yusin was at the bronze middle-rank level, and she was confident she would not lose against an ordinary bronze middle-rank beast. But a high rank was different. Liao Yusin had no confidence. As if her words had caught the attention of the bronze high-rank nethercat, its amber cat eyes turned towards Su Bai and the two others. Roar. The next moment it pounced fiercely towards Su-bai and the others. Su-bai felt little fear, instead he was more annoyed. He let out a deep sigh. It seems I can't hide it anymore. Can't wait any longer. Xiaoba, time to work. As soon as he spoke, a giant turtle entirely cyan black and the size of a small car suddenly appeared from the air. With a loud thud it crashed to the ground, blocking the path of the bronze high-rank nether cat. The sudden appearance of the giant turtle stunned everyone. Crowd. Han Jiagong, where did this turtle come from? Fan Chao and damn, such a huge turtle. Hearing everyone's comments, Su-bai's face was full of black lines. Indeed, a turtle as a tame beast was just too embarrassing. The bronze high-rank nether cat was also stunned by Xiaoba's sudden appearance, but a ferocious beast was still a ferocious beast. It quickly regained its murderous aura. Especially when it saw that Xiaoba was merely a normal high-rank mutated beast, its ferocity grew even stronger. With a push of its hind legs it charged at full speed towards Su-bai and Lin Yanran, and as it neared Xiaoba, it lightly raised its right paw ready to casually swat away this troublesome turtle. Slap. The cat's claw like a steel blade howled down with a terrifying stench. This casual strike seemed to carry the force of 1,000 jin. It slammed fiercely onto the turtle shell. Unfortunately, Xiaoba, the size of a car, already weighed several tons. It didn't budge an inch. Xiaoba even yawned in a very human-like manner, as if it were just an itch. As the saying goes, one should return a favor. You hit me once, I hit you back. That's only fair, at least in Xiaoba's mind. It wouldn't do to let you strike for free, that would be impolite. Slap. Xiaoba's innate skill heavy strike was activated, increasing attack power by 200. As a strength-type creature with the boost of heavy strike, this claw strike was indeed heavy. A surging torrent of force instantly erupted from Xiaoba's turtle claw. In that moment the bronze high-rank nether cat's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening. Roar. The outcome was without suspense. The nether cat, which was not strong in physique, was directly sent flying, just like Luo Yonghao had been earlier. Xiaoba could not be bothered with that bronze-level nether cat. After all, his task was done. Since he had exerted himself, should he not at least be rewarded with some food? The thoughts of a foodie were always so simple and unadorned. After swatting the nether cat away, Xiaoba immediately shuffled his massive frame. With everyone watching in fright and astonishment, he scampered over to Su-bai and affectionately rubbed his head against Su-bai's clothes, behaving like a spoiled pet. The scene left everyone frozen in disbelief. Su-bai and Xiaoba once again became the center of attention. Lin Yanran stood closest to Xiaoba, her face filled with curiosity as she examined the creature from head to tail, its size comparable to a small sedan. Su-bai, you just said you're an Esper beast tamer. Is this your tamed beast? Su-bai gave a helpless nod. If he had any choice, he truly would not admit that this humiliating creature belonged to him. A turtle dad. Heh. What a disgrace. Nearby the students were also buzzing with excited chatter. What kind of nonsense is this? A bronze-level nether cat got swatted away by a turtle. And this turtle is actually Su-bai's tamed beast. Brother Su is seriously impressive. So this is Brother Su's true strength. Holy crap, are turtles really this badass? I want to keep one too. Even on the distant bronze-level battlefield, the deputy commander and the mentors had noticed the scene. Although they were also shocked by Xiaoba's strength, their predominant feeling was one of exhilaration. The deputy commander laughed heartily. Haha, this kid Su-bai has been hiding his talent deep. I never expected him to possess a tamed beast rivaling a bronze high-tier powerhouse. The mentors also felt as though a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Su-bai having such strength is indeed unexpected. Wonderful. With Su-bai and the deputy commander holding the line, these nether cats pose no real threat. Our Jiangzhou Martial Arts University cohort truly produces exceptional talents year after year. Haha. While everyone was still exhilarated by Xiaoba's appearance, the nether cat that Xiaoba had slammed into the ground began to rise from the crater, shaking its dazed head. It then fixed Xiaoba with a ferocious, murderous glare. This was nothing short of utter humiliation. A bronze high-tier creature had been swatted away by an ordinary high-tier beast. Unacceptable. It immediately let out a piercing howl. Two more roars echoed from the jungle in response, and two massive figures slowly emerged from the forest, arriving beside the agitated beast. These two newly arrived nether cats also possessed high-tier strength. With 3 bronze high-tier nether cats now on the field, the ferocious beast's aura surged dramatically. The common-tier nether cats across the battlefield fell into a frenzied rage, launching their most vicious attacks against the human martial artists without regard for their own lives. The pressure on the human side intensified sharply. A mentor whose strength had reached the bronze middle tier was distracted by the sudden appearance of the 3 high-tier beasts, and in that moment of disarray, awoo, awoo, the frenzied howls of countless nether cats filled the air, and the thick pungent stench of blood hung heavy in every breath. This place felt as though it had become hell itself. The deputy commander swept aside a bronze middle tier nether cat blocking his path, and cast his gaze toward the location of the 3 high-tier beasts. Beads of cold sweat, each the size of a bean, rolled down his forehead. Although he had anticipated the appearance of high-tier beasts, he never imagined there would be 3, and at precisely this critical moment. This was going to be troublesome. The gap between high-tier and middle-tier was far more complex than one might imagine. He could simultaneously fight 2 middle-tier beasts, but against a high-tier opponent, he could only manage 1. And even then victory would demand reckless desperation. And what about the remaining 2? He had to find a way to stabilize the situation. If they could not hold off these 3 bronze high-tier nethercats, humanity was doomed to lose. At this moment, the deputy commander turned his gaze toward the battlefield where the Wuda mentors were fighting. Individual Wuda mentors were still locked in bloody combat, with bronze-tier nethercats being slain and Wuda mentors falling to the ground every moment. Of the original 24 Wuda mentors, only 13 remained. Nearly half had perished in this battle. However, thanks to the support of the deputy commander and the 3 prodigies, the total number of common and bronze low-tier nethercats had been reduced to just 7. Relatively speaking, the bronze-level battlefield on this flank had already come under human control. As long as these 3 high-tier beasts could be dealt with, humanity would turn the tide. Having quickly assessed the situation, the deputy commander shouted directly to the Wuda mentors beside him, "Can you hold the line?" The Wuda mentors had all seen the 3 bronze high-tier beasts arrive. They understood this was where the true turning point of the battle lay. Even if they could not hold, they must hold. Gritting their teeth, they roared firmly, "We can hold the line." Seeing the unwavering determination in their eyes, the deputy commander nodded. "Well done. We shall prevail. Should we fall today, you will all be entombed in the martyrs' cemetery and posthumously honored as brave warriors. Your families will be supported by the nation." With that, the deputy commander sprinted toward the rear, his target the 3 high-tier beasts. Racing along the front lines, the distance from the battlefield's vanguard to the rear was only a few hundred meters, yet across that span the deputy commander witnessed countless tragedies. The formation ahead can't hold much longer. "Brothers, even if we die, we'll take these nethercats with us. Kill." Along the way, student formations were being shattered by common-tier nethercats, with dozens of students making desperate last stands. Oh, a female student's arm was bitten clean off by a nethercat. In her final moments, she summoned every ounce of strength and smashed her shield into the beast. "They've gone mad. All of them are mad. Kill them all. Kill. Fight these beasts to the death." An ordinary high-tier student led the remaining 16 classmates of his squad in a suicidal charge against dozens of nethercats. The deputy commander's expression remained grim, his pace never faltering for a single step. He was the supreme commander of this campaign. Mercy had no place in war. He could only watch helplessly as these young students struggled alone on the battlefield. He had a more critical mission to fulfill. He needed to lead humanity to victory. Once those 3 bronze high-tier nethercats were dealt with, humanity would triumph. Even if it cost him his own life, he would not hesitate. When the deputy commander reached Su Bai, he spoke in a grave tone. "Su Bai, Lin Yinran, Liao Yusin. The 3 of you combine your efforts to hold back 1 bronze high-tier nethercat. Can you do it?" With combat power at an extreme premium, and Su Bai having just demonstrated astonishing strength, the deputy commander had no choice but to ask them to risk confronting a bronze high-tier beast. If the battle line collapsed, none of the 3 would survive. The most passionate response came from Liao Yusin. Her naturally fiery and explosive personality flared to life. Her hands tightly gripping her spear the moment the deputy commander's order had barely been issued, before Su Bai or Lin Yanran could respond. Liao Yusin shook her spear and declared loudly, "Liao Yusin pledges to complete this mission at the cost of my life." Su Bai, who was usually carefree and laid back, was moved by the moment as well. Since his abilities had already been exposed, there was no longer any point in holding back. He glanced at the battle-ready Liao Yusin and declared just as loudly, "Su Bai pledges to complete this mission at the cost of my life." The usually delicate and gentle Lin Yanran also revealed a spirited side, shouting equally resolutely, "Lin Yanran pledges to complete this mission at the cost of my life." Seeing that all 3 had accepted, the deputy commander nodded. He turned to look at the 3 bronze high-tier nethercats, which had already breached the front line and were racing toward the rear at tremendous speed. Dust swept across the battlefield like a storm. The deputy commander charged forward directly. He would hold back 2 of them with his own strength alone. 3 bronze high-rank netherworld cats drew closer and closer. Wherever they passed, the ordinary netherworld cats' scarlet eyes were filled with madness, completely losing their sanity and transforming into killing machines. Oh whoa, oh whoa. The howls of netherworld cats spread from the front to the rear. On the human side, the battle cries shook the heavens as shields were pieced together, forming walls of flesh and blood. Just as the vice battalion commander was about to advance to meet the enemy, Luo Yonghao, who had crawled out of the pit, suddenly came to his side. "Vice battalion commander, I want to fight too. Today I must slaughter that beast." At this moment, Luo Yonghao's hair bristled with rage, his eyes wide open, and he carried a 100-gene heavy blade in one hand. As long as the vice battalion commander gave the order, he would charge with the blade to fight to the death against the bronze high-rank netherworld cat that had dared to ambush him. The other 2 prodigies had also finished off their opponents and arrived just in time to witness Luo Yonghao's play. "Zhang Mani, vice battalion commander, Luo Yonghao is no match for a bronze high-rank netherworld cat. I request to fight alongside Luo Yonghao. Lei Yunxiao, count me in." The vice battalion commander's eyes flickered. The 3 of them facing a bronze high-rank netherworld cat would be fraught with considerable risk. But there was indeed no one else available, and fighting 2 alone would put too much pressure on him. Moreover, these 3 were not weak and might provide some assistance. So he nodded. "Follow behind me, everyone. Be careful." With that, the vice battalion commander shot out like an arrow, meeting a bronze high-rank netherworld cat head-on and slashing down fiercely with his blade. Die! His entire blood and chi gathered on the blade's edge in an instant. The silver greatsword, originally made of metal, turned crimson as if flames were burning upon it. Battle Art Blood Flame Slash. With a single swing, even the air became scorching hot. But the bronze high-rank Netherworld cat showed no fear, its eyes cold as it stared at the vice battalion commander. In the midst of its charge, it swiftly dodged the slash, and its sharp claws silently struck toward his side. The vice battalion commander was not surprised that the Netherworld cat had evaded his attack. He twisted his wrist, switching from a two-handed grip to a single-handed one. Ignoring the claws aimed at his side, he used the momentum of the previous slash to bring down a more ferocious strike upon the Netherworld cat. He completely abandoned defense, adopting a life-for-life tactic. The other three also engaged another bronze high-rank Netherworld cat. Without waiting for the others to arrive, Luo Yonghao charged alone with his blade toward the Netherworld cat that had just swatted him away. Beast! How dare you ambush your grandpa Luo? Surrender your life. His blood and chi surged, veins bulging on his arms like Azure Dragons coiled around them. A yellow light covered the 100-gene heavy blade as he cleaved down at the Netherworld cat's head. Battle Art, Overlord Blade Art. The two teammates saw this and cursed him for a fool under their breath, but they quickened their pace, following closely behind and unleashing their strongest attacks. A flash of purple lightning streaked by as a spear thrust straight toward the Netherworld cat's abdomen. Battle Art, Thunderbolt Strike. A silver arrow broke through the air, aiming for the cat's eyes. Battle Art, Piercing Cloud and Moon. Though they were only at the ordinary high-rank level, the three managed to hold back a high-rank Netherworld cat with their inherited battle arts. But with their current combat power, it was still difficult to wound a bronze high-rank Netherworld cat. On Su Bai's side, Xiao Ba held the front line, forcing the bronze high-rank Netherworld cat to sigh in frustration. Nevertheless, Su Bai frowned deeply, for Xiao Ba lacked a one-shot kill move. This battle must be resolved as quickly as possible. Dragging it out was not a viable option. When Su Bai noticed that the vice battalion commander and the three prodigies had unleashed combat power far beyond their usual performance, with surging blood and chi and weapons wreathed in light, his eyes lit up. Fortunately, Liao Yusin was nearby, so Su Bai asked directly, "Mentor, why can the vice battalion commander and Luo Yonghao suddenly unleash such powerful combat power?" Liao Yusin glanced at the other two battlefields and explained, "When a martial artist's blood and chi reach a certain level, they can learn battle arts. However, because ordinary level martial artists lack sufficient blood and chi, forcibly learning battle arts would harm their bodies. That's why the school hasn't taught you yet. The ones they use are probably inherited martial arts which resonate with their bloodline, so they can be used even at the ordinary level." Su Bai's eyes brightened upon hearing this. He asked, "If possible, we need to kill this Netherworld cat as quickly as possible. Does Mentor have the confidence to deliver a fatal blow?" Liao Yusin looked at Su Bai's serious expression, thinking he wanted to finish the fight quickly to help others. She nodded and said, "My Liao family has a battle art called Void-Breaking Spear, which can deliver a strike lethal to a bronze high rank. But it requires 2 seconds of charging." When Liao Yusin mentioned the battle art, Lin Yinran's beautiful eyes shimmered, but she said nothing. Su Bai nodded and said, "Good, use this move." Xiao Ba, tie it down. Xiao Ba, who was tussling with the Netherworld cat, looked at its own short limbs and rolled its eyes. "Are you trying to make me do the impossible? What do I use to tie it down?" Suddenly Xiao Ba had a brainwave. It deliberately took a claw from the Netherworld cat, and then lay motionless on the ground, feigning death. No matter how the Netherworld cat attacked, Xiao Ba remained unresponsive. After a while, the Netherworld cat looked puzzled and cautiously approached to investigate. At that moment, Xiao Ba suddenly sprang up, bit the cat's paw, and rolled over, pinning the Netherworld cat beneath it. Seeing this, Liao Yusin knew the opportunity had come. Instantly, her blood and chi erupted, her spear wreathed in silver light, and a terrifying power slowly gathered upon the spear. The Netherworld cat suddenly felt its scalp tingle, its pupils narrowed, and its fur stood on end as it stared at Liao Yusin in terror. Oh whoa. But no matter how it struggled, it was futile. Xiao Ba pinned it down firmly. After charging, Liao Yusin thrust her spear straight at the Netherworld cat's head. The air itself seemed to be torn apart by the strike. Under the stimulation of death, the Netherworld cat's power surged abruptly, and it barely managed to turn its head to the side, dodging the fatal blow. Boom. A violent explosion rang out. By now, nearly half of the Netherworld cat's shoulder had been blasted into minced flesh and blood, and even its heart was only half left. But as the saying goes, a cat has 9 lives, and at this moment it seemed to come true. The Netherworld cat did not die. Xiao Ba's massive body was shoved aside, and a black shadow charged towards Su Bai. "No danger," Liao Yusin cried out, but she was too late to intervene. Seeing this, Su Bai immediately activated his innate skill tortoiseshell defense. A green light enveloped his skin as he prepared to withstand the blow. In the nick of time, Lin Yinran appeared before Su Bai with a dizzying speed. At that moment, her hands were clenched into fists. Though she held no weapon, a golden luster covered her delicate fists. In an instant, she had finished charging. Earthgrade battle art, Roaring Tiger and Singing Dragon. Boom. Roar. A single punch struck the Netherworld cat, sending the hundreds of gene beast flying dozens of meters away. The power of this punch was far from limited. On the Netherworld cat's body, where the fist had landed, a massive wound half a meter in diameter remained. Inside, the internal organs were completely shredded by the violent force, leaving a hollow cavity. Blood and flesh fragments slowly fell through the air. A seemingly delicate punch, yet its lethality was so terrifying. The first bronze high-rank Netherworld cat fell dead on the spot. Not far away, the vice battalion commander locked in fierce combat, with another bronze high-rank netherworld cat, saw a flash of golden light. He glanced at Lin Yinran's direction, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Roaring tiger and singing dragon. It's actually roaring tiger and singing dragon. This girl. Could she be the daughter of Lin the tiger? My heavens. The power of this punch was terrifying, yet it drained every ounce of strength from Lin Yinran's body. After all, she was merely a high-rank, ordinary martial artist. Though her blood and chi energy far surpassed peers of the same level after this blow, even her lips lost all color, turning deathly pale. Her body grew so weak that she nearly collapsed to the ground. Clearly a battle skill of this level was not yet something she could wield at will. Subai rushed over in 3 quick strides and caught Lin Yinran in his arms. Are you crazy? You dared to block a dying counterattack from a bronze high rank. Are you tired of living? Lin Yinran's face was ashen, yet she gazed tenderly at Subai and managed a faint smile. I won't allow anything to happen to you no matter what. In her mind, scenes of her time with Subai flashed by. In the first year of junior high, we met for the first time at school. You saw me all alone, came over to play with me, made me laugh, and showed me around the school. Since I can remember, my father hasn't been home, and my mother only comes back once or twice a year. They left me alone in my hometown to study with no one to look after me. Others thought I was quiet and never smiled, so they called me strange, said I was sick. But you alone, seeing that I couldn't smile, did everything to make me laugh. Seeing that I didn't talk much, you silently stayed by my side. In this world, you are my only friend. At this moment, Lin Yinran felt as if her whole body was being torn apart. The side effects of using a high-level battle skill beyond her rank began to manifest fully. The immense pain and emotions erupted all at once. Her eyes reddened, tears streaming uncontrollably, shoulders trembling as she spoke with effort. Subai, promise me, don't let yourself get hurt. Okay, don't leave me. I'm afraid. Something will happen to you. She could face death without fear, but she was terrified of what she would do if Subai met with an accident. Without Subai, how dull the world would be. In truth, Lin Yinran was very timid. But just now, when she saw the nether cat pounce at Subai, her heart panicked. Her body moved instinctively, and she stepped in front of Subai, unleashing her strongest battle skill. Subai hugged her tightly, his eyes filled with pain and complexity. Don't talk. Xiaoba, seeing that Subai had no time to notice him, crept to the corpse of the bronze high-rank nethercat, pried open its skull with a crunch, and swallowed the beast core in one gulp. After devouring the bronze high-rank beast core, Xiaoba's blood and chi surged. He lay on the ground, slowly absorbing the energy within the core. At the same time, his body gradually grew larger. A few minutes later, he went from the size of a sedan to that of a minivan. Meanwhile, Subai felt a warm current surge through his body, his physical strength continually increasing. However, when about a third of that warmth remained, it could no longer be absorbed, lying dormant in his bloodline. Xiaoba excitedly ran to Subai to show off. Roar. Master, I've grown stronger again. Subai held Lin Yinran, his face serious. Roar. Really strong. Subai still held Lin Yinran, calmly analyzing the battlefield. Xiaoba felt it was boring, so he simply dashed to the nearby battlefield, digging out beast cores one by one and eating them. Since the beast cores here were free, the master probably wouldn't be angry. He was already a mature, tamed beast. He should learn to find his own food. Although the energy contained in common nethercat beast cores was not much, every bit counted. Xiaoba the glutton wouldn't complain about the taste, as long as there was food. On the battlefield, the deputy battalion commander had a deep, bone-deep wound running from his left chest to his lower abdomen, looking quite horrifying. But the nethercat he was fighting was no better off, with 13 cuts on its body, each one hitting bone. Huff. The deputy battalion commander gasped for air, his eyes fierce as he stared at the nethercat before him. His blood energy was already less than a tenth of what it had been at the start, yet he still madly mustered the last of it for one final attack. The nethercat was now half crouched on the ground, its crimson cat eyes fixed on the deputy battalion commander's every move. The deputy commander sneered, "Beast, today is your death." With a burst of blood energy, a battle skill was activated, and the nethercat could not resist. A massive cat head rolled to the ground. The second bronze high-rank nethercat fell. The battlefield of the 3 prodigies. Luo Yonghao had 28 wounds all over his body, 3 of which were almost re-injured. Even with his defense, he was beaten to the ground and couldn't get up motionless except for his eyes. Lei Yunxiao's spear was broken. He now used the remaining half as a crutch, kneeling on one knee. The upper part of his clothes had been torn to shreds by the nethercat, blood dripping as he gasped heavily. Zhang Mani's quiver was empty, as she now held a double-edged blade from her waist, her body covered in wounds, standing unsteadily, watching the nethercat with wary eyes. Lei Yunxiao, seeing Zhang Mani blocking in front of him, and Luo Yonghao roared, "Zhang Mani, run. Don't worry about us." Just then a voice suddenly appeared beside him. Subai said mockingly, "Run. Now it's this nethercat that should run." As Subai's words fell, the massive Xiaoba appeared between Zhang Mani and the nethercat. Xiaoba mechanically raised a front paw and brought it down. Slap. One paw crushed the bronze-rank nethercat's skull. After pocketing the beast core, Subai paid no further attention to them and turned his gaze to the battlefield of the instructors and students. At this point, there were only 3 bronze mid-rank nethercats left. Under the siege of 8 instructors, they could hardly cause any trouble. There were still several dozen common nethercats, but they were surrounded by the students in several groups. Slaughtering them was only a matter of time. The deputy battalion commander, who was also overseeing the whole situation, saw the battle nearing its end and let out a slow sigh. How many had died in this fight? The deputy battalion commander still didn't know the exact number, but he knew it must be high. Definitely more than half had perished in this battle. With the last common nethercat slain, cheers erupted. We won. We've won. Ha ha ha, we won. Ah ha. Roars of laughter. Ecstasy. Instantly cheers rose everywhere. Countless students crouched on the ground, crying in each other's arms. The emotions pent up inside the survivors burst forth in that moment. The deputy battalion commander looked at the students with a face full of gratification. Having undergone this baptism of blood and fire, the once childish faces now bore a sharper and more ruthless expression, stripped of the panic and naivety they had shown when first stepping onto the battlefield. Overall, everyone had grown, becoming more like warriors. The deputy battalion commander knew that these soldiers had been forged. In the future, they would surely become the new backbone of humanity. In 15 years of service, he had never felt so joyful, so exhilarated. He surveyed the desolate battlefield littered with nethercat corpses and human bodies. Blood flowed across the land, dyeing the black earth scarlet. While Subai's side was still cheering at the Jiangzhou Fortress Command Center. Report. Vice Commander, a large-scale attack by nethercats has occurred at base F-269. Based on frontline energy fluctuation analysis, there is likely a silver rank combatant on the battlefield. The nearby rapid response forces deployed reinforcements 40 minutes ago. Additionally, after receiving news of the attack on base F-269, Master Wenyuan rushed to the rear for support 30 minutes ago and should arrive earlier than the temporary response forces. Currently, not only base F-269 in our province, but rear military bases across the country are experiencing similar incidents. The General Staff evaluates this as a premeditated, organized, large-scale surprise military operation aimed at eliminating humanity's foundation. After hearing the communicator's report, the Vice Commander flew into a rage as a foreboding feeling surged within him. His eyes bulging, he slammed the table and roared, "Is the frontline detection system a bunch of useless idiots?" A silver rank actually slipped through to the rear. The rear is humanity's foundation, the future backbone. It must not be compromised. Notify the rapid response forces to rush at full speed, no matter the cost. They must arrive within 20 minutes, no excuses. If they're even a second late, I'll have them all shot. After the Vice Commander finished, the communicator hurriedly turned to relay the orders. Beside him, the adjutant with the rank of colonel asked puzzledly, "Why would Master Wenyuan mobilize for a silver rank?" The Vice Commander didn't answer immediately, but instead walked to the door, checked no one was outside, closed it, and whispered, "Old Lee, this is confidential. Don't tell anyone. The batch of trainee interns from Jiangzhou University is at base F-269. Lin the Tiger's daughter is among those interns. Master Wenyuan must be moving for her sake." Upon hearing this, Old Lee jumped up from his seat, his face full of terror. Lin the Tiger's daughter. My God, no wonder Master Wenyuan personally went. If anything happens to her, the entire Jiangzhou province, even the whole country, would tremble. I hope the rapid response forces and Master Wenyuan arrive in time. In the jungle, a figure sped southwest like a thunderbolt, stirring up fierce winds that nearly snapped the surrounding trees. This figure, his face full of worry, was Master Wenyuan, rushing to the rear upon receiving the news. Meanwhile, from another direction, a 5-man team also raced southwest at extreme speed, led by a silver rank expert with the rest, at least high-level bronze, or above. Both reinforcements cried out frantically in their hearts, "Little ancestor, please be safe." On the battlefield, the students and instructors breathed sighs of relief. Some cheered, others wept with joy, or cried out loud. Some lay on the filthy ground, staring blankly at the sky. "Old Zhang, when we get back, you damn well better treat me to a good meal. I saved your ass at the critical moment." "Absolutely, brother. What do you think the military and school will reward us for winning?" Seeing all the nethercats slain, Subai also relaxed. But for some reason, an uneasy feeling still lingered in his heart. Yet it was elusive, and he couldn't pinpoint why. In the end, he attributed it to the tension of facing such a bloody war scene for the first time. Just as he was thinking, a young man walked over to Subai, casually threw an arm around his shoulder, and said, "Subai, your tamed beast is awesome. I've decided to raise a turtle too when I get back." Subai turned to look at the young man, vaguely recognizing him as a classmate. Apart from Lin Yanran and his 3 roommates, Subai had no other friends. He hadn't even remembered this classmate's name. Since crossing over, Subai had little sense of belonging to this unfamiliar world. He longed for the peaceful, stable life of his past. His desire to become stronger was solely to better protect those he wanted to protect and to achieve the stable life he yearned for. Thus, after arriving in this world, Subai had always been cautious and reluctant to make friends. However, fighting alongside students and instructors had indeed shifted his mindset. This classmate's proactive friendliness touched Subai even more. This world had the cold cruelty of myriad races invading, but also the iron-blooded passion of humanity to warm it. He began to slowly accept this world. But just as Subai smiled and turned to chat with him, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes, too fast for him to react. Slap! A silver-white cat's claw shot out, and the classmate who had just patted Subai's shoulder was instantly sent flying, leaving only a mist of blood in the air. Warm red liquid splattered onto Subai's face. Subai froze. After sending that classmate flying, the figure paused briefly before darting off in another direction. It was another cat, pure white as snow and the size of a rhinoceros. Unlike ordinary and bronze nethercats, its pupils were not blood red, but silver gray, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. Its aura was sinister and sharp, sending chills down everyone's spine wherever it passed. Brutal, cold, bloodthirsty. As Subai stood stunned, the system automatically displayed the nethercat's attribute panel. Race: nethercat. Rank: silver. Low constitution, 72 agility, 145 spirit, 75 talent. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Upon sustaining severe injuries, enters a bloodthirsty frenzy state, increasing agility and attack power by 100, decreasing defense by 50. Combat analysis: extremely dangerous. Proceed with caution. Subai ignored the system's warning. He slowly raised his hand, wiped the still warm blood from his face, and stared at it intently. The classmate who had warmly greeted him, who had left a good impression. In the next second, only this lingering warmth and the crimson sky remained. A flame of rage rose from the depths of Subai's heart, burning hotter and fiercer until it nearly consumed him entirely. Silver rank. So there was a silver rank. That unease earlier wasn't first battle jitters. The danger hasn't passed. Right, a 5-star lethal threat. How could it be so simple? How could I have let my guard down so easily? How could I be so stupid? Subai's heart now erupted in fury. Fury at his own carelessness, his mistake, and the loss of a vibrant life. If he had anticipated a silver rank, if he hadn't relaxed. Perhaps. But truly it wasn't his fault. He was just a rookie on his first battlefield. In such an unexpected, inexperienced situation, he had already done remarkably well. At the critical moment when a high-level bronze was about to slaughter wantonly, he held it off, helped Luo Yonghao and others kill one, and assisted in the final cleanup. He had made a significant contribution to the entire battle. Without him, the 2 extra high-level bronze would have swept the field. On the other side, the deputy battalion commander's face turned deathly pale, eyes wide with terror as he stared at the last nethercat, as silver. How can a silver rank be here? What did a silver rank mean? It could single-handedly massacre everyone present with absolute dominance. This was a cross-tire power crush. But as a veteran of many battles, after a brief shock, the deputy battalion commander quickly regained his composure. He shook the blood off his long blade, his eyes blazing with wild determination. Silver rank is strong, so what? Should we just lie down and let it slaughter us? Even if I die, I'll tear a piece of flesh from it. Instructors from the university, are you afraid of this silver rank beast? If we can kill this beast today, how impressive will that be? Damn, a cross-tire kill. How many can do that? So how about it? Want to give it a try with me? The instructors, who had lost their fighting spirit at the appearance of a silver rank, drew their weapons again at the deputy battalion commander's words and roared, damn it. So what if it's silver rank? Even if we die, we'll cut off a few pieces of its flesh. Kill. It's just a beast. Silver rank or not, let's just go for it. With that, led by the deputy battalion commander, the group of instructors charged at the silver rank. Subai said nothing, just stared at the rampaging silver rank nethercat and silently followed. However, against absolute power, fearless courage was nothing but a joke. Clearly they still didn't understand how terrifying a silver rank combatant was. A single silver rank beast, given time, could massacre an entire city by itself. After casually swatting an agile instructor who caught up, the nethercat grinned mockingly at its pursuers and then charged straight into the student formation. It was too fast. It was taunting. It was toying with them. This was a one-sided massacre. In an instant, hundreds of students were overwhelmed, unable to fight back. Screams erupted continuously among the students. Severed limbs flew, blood and flesh filled the air. A wave of despair settled over everyone. They simply couldn't win. Just then the silver rank nethercat showed a hint of disappointment and spoke in human tongue. Foolish humans, you just warmed up on some cannon fodder. Did you really think killing the fodder would let you survive? Watching your foolish actions is truly delightful. Humans, such a lowly race. Cannon fodder. Even a high-grade bronze rank nethercat is nothing but cannon fodder in its eyes. This is the ruthlessness and brutality of beasts. They show no mercy or sympathy, not only to enemies, but even to their own kind. The deputy battalion commander had never truly faced a silver rank beast before, but from the strength it displayed just now, he knew in his heart that he could not last more than 10 moves against it. No, even 10 moves might be an overestimation. In the midst of slaughter, the nethercat made no distinction between humans of bronze rank and those of ordinary rank. Wherever it passed, it simply tore apart anyone in its path. In its eyes, they were all meant to be killed with no difference whatsoever. Instantly the crowd scattered in all directions, no one daring to mention forming a formation again. Yet there was one person and one turtle still moving against the tide of fleeing people, actively charging toward this nethercat. Although the silver rank nethercat was terrifyingly fast, Subai continued to close in on it. Because Subai knew that only Xiaoba's defense could possibly hold back this silver rank nethercat. Only by stalling it could they have a chance to kill it. First they had to find a way to limit its speed. Having done its share of killing, the nethercat also noticed Subai. It watched Xiaoba and Subai with interest. Having been observing the battle, it naturally recognized that this turtle had slapped a high-grade bronze rank nethercat to death in one blow. This turtle seemed somewhat interesting. You could play with it first. After all, with its speed, none of these people could escape. So the nethercat stopped slaughtering ordinary people and charged straight at Xiaoba. A moment ago it was tens of meters away. The next second it appeared in front of Xiaoba, its speed utterly terrifying. Silver-white claws came down with a roaring wind, crashing violently onto Xiaoba's shell. Ding! A metallic clang resounded. Xiaoba had no time to react, and was forced back several steps despite its current size being as large as a minivan and weighing over 10,000 gene. What a nice punching bag. Subai showed no fear upon realizing he had been targeted by the nether cat. On the contrary, it suited his plans. If the creature kept dashing around, he would never catch up. Subai studied the system's prompt and came up with a rough idea. He had to take a gamble. If he won, he would live. If he lost, they would die together. After all, given the silver rank nether cat's speed, no one could escape. So rather than sit and wait for death, it was better to fight to the death. Seeing that Xiao Ba could withstand its blow, the nether cat became intrigued. It leaped directly onto Xiao Ba's back, and in an instant, its claws flew rapidly, stirring up a fierce wind. Witnessing this, Subai remained calm and simply murmured, "Shell defense." Instantly, Xiao Ba's blood surged, coating its shell and tripling its defensive power. Seeing this, the nether cat sneered. Golden light swirled around its claws as its attacks rained down like a storm on Xiao Ba's shell. In less than a minute, the nether cat had struck over 100 times. Each blow carried terrifying force, even causing tiny cracks to appear on Xiao Ba's shell. It seemed the golden light had a tearing effect on the shell. The force of these attacks even penetrated Xiao Ba's shell, reaching its flesh. In an instant, Xiao Ba's internal organs began to rupture, and it spat out mouthfuls of turtle blood. This was Xiao Ba's first injury. The attacks continued relentlessly. No matter what Xiao Ba did, it could not shake the nether cat off its back, and could only endure the damage. As time passed, Xiao Ba was beaten until it was barely breathing. Its shell was now covered with horrifying cracks. Although the nether cat lacked armor-piercing attacks, and Xiao Ba's abilities were somewhat counteractive to it. Under absolute attribute suppression, even the thick-skinned and tough Xiao Ba could not withstand this assault. Warning! Warning! Tame Beast Little Turtle has entered a severely injured state. Awakening Talent Origin Communion. The host can share energy and damage with the Tame Beast. As Subai had expected, the system had warned of extreme danger, but the advice was to proceed with caution, not to flee. In other words, the system judged that their side had a certain probability of winning, and it was not yet necessary to escape. In times of crisis, the system also provided some assistance. Seeing Xiao Ba being beaten without any ability to fight back, Subai activated the Origin Communion talent without hesitation. In an instant, blood gushed from Subai's 7 orifices, while Xiao Ba's wounds healed considerably. Subai. Lin Yanran saw Subai injured and desperately tried to rush over to help him, but was stopped by Liao Yusin. Having just used Tiger's Roar and Dragon's Cry, Lin Yanran was still in a weakened state and could not break free from Liao Yusin. At this moment, Liao Yusin stared at Subai in shock. Heaven and earth return, soul, undying, divine weapons, gather holy beast armament, grass, and would root Origin Communion. Could this be one of the 3 top exclusive battle skills of Tamers? Origin Communion. Subai was able to comprehend Origin Communion on his own. Such talent is unheard of. The deputy battalion commander and the martial arts university instructors who arrived also saw this, and were greatly alarmed. This is the Tamer's Origin Communion. Subai has comprehended such a legendary battle skill. No. Subai is sharing the damage of the silver rank nether cat with his tamed beast. We must go support him. Kill. At that moment, Subai felt a warm current suddenly emerge within his body, rapidly healing his injuries and continuously strengthening his physical condition. The same scene occurred with Xiao Ba. Having been beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, it simply retracted its limbs into its shell, no longer bothering with the nether cat on its back, and swiftly absorbed the energy from the beast core it had just consumed. The aura that had stagnated at the peak of ordinary rank began to grow rapidly under the life and death crisis. If the nether cat had not severely injured Xiao Ba, the energy stored in its body might have taken a long time to digest. But now Xiao Ba's meridians, internal organs, and bones had been nearly destroyed by the nether cat. This latent energy finally found an outlet, continuously integrating into Xiao Ba's body. Ding. Little Turtle has evolved to bronze rank initial stage. Earth Xin Turtle Xuanwu Bloodline activated, acquiring talent Gravity of the Earth. Host level upgraded to bronze rank initial stage. Tame Beast Earth Xin Turtle level bronze rank initial stage. Xuanwu Bloodline activated 30. All attributes greatly increased. Talents: enhanced constitution, 138 defense, 162 agility, 40 spirit, 40 talent 1. Earth's Rampart can gather Earth's power to form a defensive stance, increasing defense by 500. Talent 2. Earth Spirit Possession consumes stamina to cover the body with Earth Elemental Energy, enhancing attack by 100 to 200 and defense by 200 to 300. Talent 3. Gravity of the Earth. Target a designated enemy. The target will be pulled by gravity and can only move toward the Earth Xin Turtle, otherwise its speed will be greatly reduced. Having advanced to bronze rank, Xiao Ba's size instantly swelled to that of a 30 square meter room, and its weight was incalculable. Most importantly, the Xuanwu Bloodline was fully activated. Xiao Ba slowly opened its eyes, and the sacred beast Xuanwu Bloodline unleashed a terrifying might at this moment. A primeval aura radiated from Xiao Ba. The ground beneath its feet cracked, and terrifying fissures appeared out of nowhere. Roar! With a furious roar, a fierce wind arose, and the heavens and earth darkened. The nether cat, which had been attacking with gusto, felt a sudden chill run down its spine. An overwhelming sense of dread rose in its heart. The next second, it leaped off Xiao Ba's back and darted far away, squinting warily as it sized up Xiao Ba. At this moment, Xiao Ba was at the bronze rank initial stage, a full major realm below the nether cat. Yet the nether cat felt a terrifying pressure emanating from Xiao Ba, making it difficult to breathe. This was the pressure of an apex predator over a lower species. The deputy battalion commander and the instructors who had rushed to the battlefield were momentarily stunned by Xiao Ba's advancement. The soul-crushing pressure emanating from it was so intense that they instinctively retreated several steps, their hearts gripped by fear. Su Bai's tamed beast only at the early bronze stage possesses such terrifying pressure. Its bloodline level must be extraordinarily high. Its physique is already larger than most silver-tier beasts. After the advancement, Xiao Ba's demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. Its eyes burned with a bloody glare fixed upon the nether cat. Suppressed for so long, its heart was filled with wrath. It hungered for vengeance. Bearing boundless fury, it took a single step. The earth trembled. The nether cat glared viciously at Xiao Ba, let out a thunderous roar, and lunged forward once more. Yet Xiao Ba's current size was 3 to 4 times larger than the nether cat, making the latter's charge appear as feeble as a child rushing at an adult. Though only at the early bronze stage, Xiao Ba faced the silver-tier nether cat without a shred of fear. Its palm, as large as a round table, came crashing down with a howling wind. The strike seemed slow, but that was merely an illusion caused by its massive frame. In truth, the turtle's claw moved with incredible speed, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Caught off guard by Xiao Ba's astonishing speed, the nether cat could only react hastily. Boom! The two claws collided, and the rhinoceros-sized nether cat was sent flying backward dozens of meters, carving a long trench into the earth. Xiao Ba stood immovable as a mountain. The deputy battalion commander halted in his tracks, his heart swelling with joy at the sight. This silver-tier nether cat had been swatted away. Just how terrifying was Su Bai's tamed beast? What level of ferocious beast possessed such a bloodline that it could challenge a silver tier at the bronze stage? Could Su Bai's tamed beast be the offspring of a platinum tier existence? Regardless, as long as Xiao Ba could hold off the silver tier nether cat, they had a chance to survive. Good. Su Bai, well done. The fleeing trainees stopped in their tracks, and some even began cheering for Su Bai. Go! Su Bai, crush it! Avenge our brothers! Lin Yanran breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Su Bai and Xiao Ba, who after their advancement could now swat away a silver-tier beast. Those who had been plunged into despair by the appearance of the silver-tier nether cat now felt a flicker of hope rekindled in their hearts. The nether cat, having been sent flying, crawled out of the pit, shook off the dirt, and with bloodshot eyes and a furious roar charged at Xiao Ba with even greater speed. Hell! It was enraged. How could a dignified silver-tier beast be swatted away by a newly ascended bronze-tier creature? A sheer humiliation. Thud! 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 Xiao Ba advanced with heavy steps like an angry mountain pursuing the nether cat. Talent, Earth Spirit embodiment. Xiao Ba's defense and attack power surged dramatically. The nether cat's strikes, whether against the shell or Xiao Ba's skin, proved utterly ineffective. It couldn't even break through the defense. After a few rounds of grappling, Xiao Ba seized an opportunity and delivered another slap, sending the nether cat flying once more. Howl! The wounded nether cat slowly crawled out of the pit. This time it was more cautious, yet it still couldn't fully evade the speed of Xiao Ba's blows. The silver-tier nether cat was bewildered, humiliated, and most of all baffled. How had this turtle's power skyrocketed so much after its advancement? Its full-force attack couldn't even breach the turtle's defense. At that moment, the distant cheers of encouragement for Su Bai reached its ears. The nether cat's rage flared. It charged directly toward the trainees. It would vent its fury by taking their lives. No, the nether cat is coming. Retreat, scatter, and run. Talent, Earth's gravity. Seeing the nether cat attempt to flee, Xiao Ba activated its newly acquired skill. With a single palm strike to the ground, a faint yellow light enveloped the nether cat. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't shake off the glowing aura. A flicker of panic crossed the nether cat's mind, but sensing no lethal force in the yellow light, it relaxed slightly. Yet when it tried to lift its paw, it felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had been tied to its limbs. Every step required immense effort. The nether cat whipped its head around, eyes wide with shock as it stared at the approaching Xiao Ba. That damn turtle. What kind of talent was this? After repeated attempts, the nether cat discovered that the only movement not restricted was moving toward Xiao Ba. Every other action was agonizingly slow. A cold shiver ran down the nether cat's spine. A bad premonition arose. This effectively nullified its greatest advantage, speed. Howl! With a fierce roar, the nether cat decided to fight to the death against the turtle. But Xiao Ba's defense was now absurdly high. The nether cat's attacks were little more than tickles. Just as Xiao Ba bound the nether cat with Earth's gravity, the deputy battalion commander and 6 instructors arrived, encircling the creature. Battle skill Blood Flame Slash. Battle skill Demon Exterminating Spear. Battle skill Blade Storm. A dazzling array of colorful chi lights filled the air, raining down upon the nether cat and tearing its flesh apart. Without Earth's gravity, the nether cat could have easily dodged these attacks or turned to counterattack the humans. But now every time it turned, the terrifying gravity bound its limbs, rendering its movement sluggish. The binding force of Earth's gravity might be negligible for a physique-oriented silver-tier beast, but for a speed type like the nether cat, it was a nightmare. It was completely countered. Howl! Before long, the nether cat was covered in wounds, its eyes bloodshot, staring death at Xiao Ba. The silver-tier aura surged skyward. Its silver-white pupils turned crimson, and its fur transformed into a blood-red hue. Cornered, the silver tier nether cat began to fight desperately. Talent, bloodthirsty rampage. In the jungle, Master Wen Yuan could already see the outline of the F-269 military base in the distance. Soon. At most 5 minutes until he reached the battlefield. Hang in there, little one. Just then a violent silver tier aura erupted from afar, causing Master Wen Yuan to frown. The nether cat's bloodthirsty rampage. No, Lin Yanran was in danger. On the battlefield, the nether cat now in its bloodthirsty rampage had vastly increased stats. It gained a sliver of maneuverability, and in a few swift moves tore a university instructor in half. But the instructor paid no heed to his own injury. His severed upper body still clung to the nether cat's right claw, his face twisted with grief and rage as he roared, "Don't worry about me, kill it." The deputy battalion commander, seeing the instructor willing to sacrifice himself to hold the nether cat, had tears in his eyes. He gathered all his blood chi into his long blade and launched a final strike at the silver tier beast. Battle skill, blood flame slash. The other instructors also unleashed their strongest attacks, raining down upon the nether cat's body. Boom, boom, boom. Under bloodthirsty rampage, the nether cat's speed and strength doubled, but its defense halved. The barrage of battle skills tore the nether cat's flesh apart, leaving it nearly dead, lying on the ground with feeble cries. Seeing it still alive, Xiao Ba raised its right palm and brought it down with a devastating slam. Smack! Gouts of blood spewed from the nether cat's mouth. It had no strength left to fight. Xiao Ba raised its right palm again. Thud, thud, thud. Over and over Xiao Ba pounded relentlessly. Even after the nether cat's body was flattened, Xiao Ba did not stop. The ground had caved in, forming a massive crater. Everyone held their breath, their hearts beating in sync with Xiao Ba's strikes. Only when the nether cat stopped moving and Xiao Ba bit off its head, carrying the beast core in its mouth, did it halt. It was finally over. Truly over. Exhausted, everyone collapsed to the ground. Some lay flat, too tired to speak. All of them breathed deeply of the air on the battlefield, savoring the feeling of survival. At that moment, a fierce wind swept in from the outskirts of the battlefield, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Cold sweat poured from their foreheads, their hearts tensed instantly, and they subconsciously gripped their weapons. Damn it, don't tell me there are more nether cats. What the hell is the front line doing? Allowing so many nether cats to reach the rear. Damn it, when I get back I'll drag those incompetence fools at the front line to a court-martial. As the wind dissipated, everyone squinted and realized it was not a nether cat, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The newcomer was Wen Yuan. When he surveyed the devastated battlefield, his heart grew incredibly heavy. Just glancing at the scattered remains and broken limbs everywhere, he could sense how brutal the recent battle had been. Countless students and mentors from Wu University, clad in their training uniforms, lay dead in every corner of the battlefield. His heart trembled as he muttered inwardly, "Little ancestor, please don't let anything happen to you." Only when Wen Yuan saw that Lin Yanran was unharmed did he hurriedly approach and examine her up and down. "Girl, it's a relief to see you're safe. You gave me quite a fright. By the way, what happened to that silver-level nether cat? I sensed it entering a bloodthirsty frenzy just now." As he spoke, Wen Yuan finally noticed the lifeless body of the silver-level ferocious beast on the other side. Beside the corpse sat a youth in meditation alongside a massive turtle. A tamed beast. Having witnessed much in his lifetime, he immediately recognized that the giant turtle was a human-tamed beast rather than a ferocious creature from the myriad races. Wen Yuan's arrival drew the attention of many. Most students and mentors were unfamiliar with him. However, the deputy battalion commander knew that although Mr. Wen Yuan was not a direct military officer, his contributions to the armed forces were plainly visible throughout Jiangzhou province. The military had bestowed upon Wen Yuan the honorary rank of colonel. While lacking actual authority, he enjoyed the social benefits and treatment commensurate with that rank. In the event of war, this honorary title would convert to a formal rank on the battlefield, granting him the authority to command local forces. According to regulations, after Mr. Wen Yuan's appearance, the deputy battalion commander was required to report the current battle situation to him. The deputy battalion commander hurriedly sprinted toward Mr. Wen Yuan, saluted, and reported, "Mr. Wen Yuan, I am Major Wang Jinyang of military base F-269. During this battle, a squad from my unit alongside Wu University mentors and students encountered a large group of nether cats. We killed over 800 nether cats, including 24 bronze level and 1 silver level. We are currently tallying casualties and providing initial treatment to the severely wounded. Awaiting your orders." Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan was internally shocked. So many bronze level nether cats and a silver level one as well. They had completely annihilated them all. However, he did not reveal it on his face. He nodded and asked, "Was this silver level nether cat killed by you?" The deputy battalion commander replied, "That silver level nether cat was killed by Su Bai and his tamed beast." Hearing the deputy battalion commander's answer, Wen Yuan was surprised once again. His gaze returned to the youth sitting in meditation. A beast tamer ability user was actually Su Bai. That turtle was his tamed beast. His file contained no mention of this. What were those intelligence bureau people doing? Missing such crucial information. From the moment he laid eyes on Su Bai, he knew that Su Bai had already broken through to the bronze initial stage. 18 years old at the bronze initial stage. Such talent was truly 1 in 10,000. Unexpectedly, he was also a beast tamer ability user. Jiangzhou province was vast, and Wen Yuan had naturally encountered many 18-year-old bronze initial youths. But an 18-year-old capable of dispatching a silver-level nether cat was something he had never seen before. This youth's future prospects were truly limitless. At that moment a bold thought crossed Wen Yuan's mind. Perhaps Su Bai could reach the level of Lin Lao. With such talent regardless of his background, he was at least worthy of the Lin family's daughter. Su Bai, who had been sitting in meditation, heard the deputy battalion commander mention his name to Mr. Wen Yuan, so he immediately rose and greeted Wen Yuan. Mr. Wen Yuan. The silver-level nether cat was slain through the combined efforts of the deputy battalion commander, the mentors, and myself. It was not my achievement alone. Although Su Bai was being modest, Wen Yuan's discerning eyes could clearly see that Su Bai's tamed beast must have been the primary contributor. In fact, without Su Bai and his tamed beast, it was uncertain whether anyone would have survived. The deputy battalion commander and several mentors were merely at the bronze level. What could they possibly accomplish against a silver-level nether cat? Yet, even so, Su Bai did not selfishly claim all the credit. Instead, he acknowledged the contributions of the deputy battalion commander and the Wu University mentors. This lad's character was indeed commendable. For once a smile graced Wen Yuan's face as he nodded towards Su Bai and said, "Su Bai, you're quite impressive. After graduating from Wu University, would you be interested in joining the army at Jiangzhou Fortress General Command?" Although beast tamers have declined in prominence nowadays, given your current talent, it wouldn't be unreasonable to pursue both beast taming and martial arts cultivation simultaneously. If you're willing to come, I'll personally guide your cultivation. What do you think? Once Wen Yuan spoke, everyone on the battlefield turned their envious gazes towards Su Bai. All Wu University graduates must join the military. That was a fixed rule. However, under normal circumstances, they were assigned to minor military fortresses, advancing only through meritorious service or seniority. Yet Su Bai would have the opportunity to join the Jiangzhou Fortress General Command straight out of graduation and receive personal instruction from Mr. Wen Yuan in martial cultivation. It was like leaping straight to the heavens. But Su Bai shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wen Yuan, but I'm only a freshman right now. Choosing a military unit at this point feels a bit premature for me. You mentioned earlier that beast tamers have fallen into decline. Could you explain what that means?" Wen Yuan did not take Su Bai's refusal too seriously. At only a freshman, it was indeed a bit early. Regarding Su Bai's question, he provided an explanation. Beast tamers do develop rapidly in the early stages, but there is a problem. A beast tamer's rank and strength grow in tandem with their tamed beast. However, there is a catch here. High-level ferocious beasts cannot be tamed by beast tamers, but once they tame lower-level beasts, the beast tamer's rank ceiling becomes restricted by their tamed beast's ceiling. Only young ferocious beasts with high-quality bloodlines possess sufficient growth potential to accompany the beast tamer through successive rank advancements, but such high-quality bloodline beasts are rare and difficult to obtain. Therefore, the beast tamer ability is also known as the most cumbersome of all abilities, which is why I suggested you also cultivate martial arts. In the 100-year history of the human race, countless beast tamers have emerged, but only one truly became a powerhouse. Unfortunately, since that person fell, no beast tamer has achieved anything remarkable. The highest rank reached was merely silver. Hearing Wen Yuan's explanation, Su Bai nodded, but said nothing. Are you kidding me? His little ape possessed the sacred beast Xuanwu bloodline. It was just that so far only Su Bai knew this fact. While Wen Yuan was explaining the secrets of the beast tamer profession to Su Bai, the deputy battalion commander, having finished tallying the casualties, hurried over to report, "Mr. Wen Yuan, the casualties of this battle have been counted. Our side suffered 682 deaths, 218 severely wounded, and the rest mostly minor injuries. Report complete. Please give instructions." Wen Yuan nodded at the wounded deputy battalion commander, patted his shoulder, and said, "You've all worked hard. You are all outstanding. Come, I'll take you home." At the mention of home, the trainees, whose eyes had grown vacant from the intensity of the battle, suddenly lit up with a glint of hope. Wave after wave of netherworld cats on the battlefield had torn their roommates, classmates, and even instructors into shreds, leaving them forever on this field of blood. This cold battlefield forged the surviving trainees into iron and steel, but the mention of home finally loosened the taut string within them. The boys' eyes reddened as they fought back tears. The girls huddled together in twos and threes, wept openly. Only then did they remember that they were just 18 years old, still freshmen at the university. Even the deputy battalion commander, a veteran of 15 years, was moved by the scene. With red-rimmed eyes, he saluted Wen Yuan once more. "Yes, sir." The severely wounded trainees were carried on backs while the others used their weapons as crutches, slowly trudging toward the camp. When they had arrived, they were still young and tender freshmen at the military university. A team of over 1,200, every face bearing the tension of heading to the battlefield and the novelty of youth. But when they returned, only 500 remained. Though all were wounded, the tension and naivety had faded away. The 10-kilometer return journey was slow, taking over 2 hours to complete. Mr. Wen Yuan silently led the way at the front. 5 members of the rapid response unit flanked the trainees, swiftly dispatching any stray netherworld cats that wandered near. Outside F-269 military base. After killing the last netherworld cat, the battalion commander wiped the bloodstained blade on his uniform and sheathed it. "Brothers, we've wiped out this pack of netherworld cats. Quickly clean up the battlefield. The deputy battalion commander is waiting for our support. Zhang Dabiao, take your company and follow me to reinforce the deputy battalion commander. I hope they can hold on." Zhang Dabiao acknowledged and immediately turned to organize his men. Just then the camp's communications officer rushed to the battalion commander and reported, "Sir, we just received orders from above. Deputy Battalion Commander Wang Jinyang and the Wuda University instructors and trainees have concluded the battle. They killed over 800 Netherworld cats, including 1 silver grade and 24 bronze grade. They are currently returning under Mr. Wen Yuan's guidance. We are ordered to prepare for their reception." After the report, the battalion commander breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "The battle is over. Good." Then realizing what he had heard, his eyes widened in disbelief at the communications officer. "What? Say that again. Silver grade? Impossible." The communications officer was startled by the battalion commander's reaction, but he had reacted the same way when he first received the order. After confirming 3 times, the battalion commander finally accepted the fact. The battalion commander stood frozen, muttering, "Damn, these kids are incredible. They actually took down a silver grade. Old Wang probably won't stay as deputy battalion commander for long. He's bound for promotion." Then, as if remembering something, he roared, "Zhang Dabiao, get back here. We don't need to reinforce the deputy battalion commander. Attention, all personnel. Clean up the battlefield at top speed. Within 1 hour, not a single Netherworld cat corpse should remain outside the camp. Move it. Get moving." The communications officer's words also reached some soldiers, who began discussing the deputy battalion commander and the trainee's feat of killing a silver-grade Netherworld cat. When the rays of the setting sun bathed the earth, the group finally caught sight of F-269 military base. By then the battlefield had been cleared by the soldiers. The battalion commander personally led 500 troops, forming 2 long lines on either side of the camp gate, to welcome the return of the Wuda University instructors and trainees. The soldiers' ranks stretched for hundreds of meters, every one of them craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the returning heroes. Seeing Mr. Wen Yuan leading the group, the battalion commander broke into a smile and bellowed, "Attention, all personnel. Salute." Hundreds of soldiers raised their right arms in perfect unison. Raised the banners. Dozens of human race battle flags were hoisted high by the soldiers. The blood-red banners, emblazoned with the pattern of the Great Wall, fluttered in the wind. Wherever the banners flew, there stood the indomitable spirit of humanity in the battlefield of 10,000 races. The battalion commander continued to shout, "Beat the drums." Boom, boom, boom. The stirring war drums reached the trainees' ears, instantly lifting their spirits and easing their fatigue. The drumbeats rang on without end. The battalion commander, mustering his blood energy, roared again at the Great Wall of Dragon Country. 500 soldiers shouted in unison, "Unshaken with me. War of 10,000 races. I am the vanguard. 100 battles unyielding. Humanity must prevail." The shouts soared into the sky, echoing across heaven and earth. Each soldier clenched their fists, placing their right hands over their hearts. Their expressions were resolute, their fearlessness absolute, as if they sought to dispel the shadows of the brutal battle from the trainees' minds. Infected by this unyielding spirit, the trainees, both lightly and severely wounded, raised their weapons high and joined the soldiers in shouting, "Humanity must prevail! Humanity must prevail!" After the cheers, the battalion commander personally led everyone to the military hospital, where their injuries received preliminary treatment. Since they were all martial artists, as long as the wounds were not fatal, recovery was fairly quick. With the help of medical treatment and the self-healing power of their blood energy, most of the lightly injured trainees were nearly fully recovered. The severely wounded would be sent back to the university for further treatment. During this time, the battalion commander dispatched soldiers to retrieve the bodies of the fallen from the battlefield. After a brief rest, the trainees gradually began to recover from the shock of the battlefield. The battle commenced at dawn and raged until near dusk. The students, having gone nearly a full day without food, flocked to the camp canteen and began devouring their meals ravenously. It was not until after 8 o'clock in the evening that all the students, under the guidance of their mentors, gathered at the military district's teleportation plaza, preparing to return to Wu University. Originally, their training mission at the Myriad Races battlefield was scheduled for 1 month. However, due to the ambush by Nethercats, the students had already far exceeded what such training could achieve through this fierce encounter. The camp commander led his soldiers in formation to see them off. After spending an evening among the troops, the students had grown warmly integrated with the base soldiers. At this moment of farewell, the soldiers offered their sincere blessings. "Brothers, when you return to Wu University, remember to train hard. Perhaps next time we'll have the chance to fight side by side. Don't hold me back. You lot are the most remarkable group of kids I have ever encountered. When you return to Wu University for training, do not slack off, understand? Do not let me hear of your deaths on the battlefield next time." The students waved goodbye and stepped into the teleportation array. The deputy commander, seeing that all the students were ready, barked, "Activate teleportation array 1." The great teleportation formation beneath their feet gradually illuminated with a silver glow. In a flash of light, they all arrived at the receiving end back at Wu University. Watching the suddenly emptier teleportation plaza, the deputy commander let out a long sigh of relief. The commander approached with a smile and asked, "What's wrong? Have you grown so attached to these children after just 1 day?" The deputy commander nodded and said, "Indeed. These children are extraordinary, especially that one named Subai. I hope we have the opportunity to cross paths with him again." Pausing briefly, the deputy commander added, "I owe that young man a tremendous favor." Jiangzhou Province Fortress General Command Headquarters. Though it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, the command center remained brightly lit with all lights ablaze. Countless officers wore grave expressions as they busied themselves with their duties. Reporting. Vice Commander Mr. Wen Yuan and the Rapid Response Forces have returned from Military District F-269. The frontline battle has been won. All Nethercats that launched the rear ambush have been eliminated. 682 killed in action, 218 seriously wounded. Additionally, Mr. Wen Yuan sent word asking you not to worry. The Lin family member is safe and unharmed. Hearing this news, the vice commander, whose brows had been furrowed constantly, slowly exhaled and said, finally some good news. This time most provinces across the nation suffered beast attacks. Other martial universities sustained heavy losses, some even wiped out entirely. We must remember this grievance. Was it Mr. Wen Yuan who arrived in time and slew the silver-ranked ferocious beast? The communicator hesitated, an indescribable expression crossing his face before he replied. By the time Mr. Wen Yuan reached the battlefield, the battle had already concluded. That silver-ranked ferocious beast was slain by a student named Su by working alongside the base's deputy commander and the Wu University mentor. What? Such a thing actually happened. They are all outstanding. Truly remarkable young men. The vice commander fell into deep thought, his fingers rhythmically tapping the desk. Su Bai? I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. Pay close attention to this batch of surviving students. They may bring us surprises in the future, especially that one named Su Bai. The Myriad Race's large-scale ambush, though it inflicted heavy casualties upon our current generation of Wu University freshmen, also revealed their inner anxiety and fear regarding humanity's rapid growth and potential. Whatever the Myriad Races fear, we shall pursue it relentlessly. They dread our human new generation's swift advancement. Then we must strike fear into their hearts. At this point, the vice commander rose abruptly from his seat and declared with resolute authority, issue the order. Starting this year, Jiangzhou Province shall begin martial artist and ability user training at the high school level. Focus on cultivating talented students. Furthermore, the Military Supreme Command has decided to host the Wu University 100 Schools League in 1 month's time. The General Staff will provide detailed competition regulations within 3 days. The rewards for this tournament will be exceptionally generous, designed to provide talented students with greater cultivation resources for their growth. Additionally, the Jiangzhou Wu University incident has set an exemplary standard for all military personnel and martial university students. Comprehensive publicity is essential. Transmit the F-269 military base ambush battle report to all television stations and media outlets in Jiangzhou Province. Have them prepare overnight drills. I want the entire nation, all of humanity, to witness the heroic courage of our Dragon Kingdom's martial artists, slaying across ranks. Fearless. The vice commander's final words were delivered with passionate fervor, causing every soldier in the entire command center to rise to their feet. With heads held high, they roared in unison, Dragon Kingdom martial artists. Fearless. When the students and mentors returned through the teleportation array to Wu University's transmission plaza, the elderly principal and chief instructor Zhang Kai were already there, accompanied by the entire faculty and student body. News of the battlefield encounter had already reached Wu University, and the fact that a group of freshmen had slain beasts beyond their cultivation level sent shockwaves through everyone. Massive banners hung overhead, and a sea of people had gathered. All present wore solemn expressions, awaiting the hero's triumphant return. The moment Su Bai and the other freshmen emerged from the teleportation array, deafening cheers erupted from the vast sports field. They're back. On behalf of all faculty and students of Jiangzhou Wu University, welcome home, heroes. Welcome home, heroes. The returning students were completely taken aback by this sight. Ha, we're back at school. Hey, heroes, I never expected us to become heroes ourselves. Su Bai is the real hero, isn't he? We're nothing, just cannon fodder. Ha. Exactly, cannon fodder, damn it. Just thinking about that scene still makes me shudder. Thank God we won't have to deal with Nethercats anymore, right? Otherwise I'd probably reflexively prepare for battle every time I hear leaves rustling. Finally back. I'm going to take a proper hot bath tonight. Hey, if not for all the classmates we've lost, I'd think today's experiences were just some dream. Watching these students, forged with a hint of iron-blooded spirit through trials of blood and fire, the elderly principal, with white hair, slowly walked forward with Chief Instructor Zhang Kai following behind him. Children, welcome back to campus. I am aware of what happened on the battlefield. You have all been remarkable. You are all heroes of Jiangzhou Wu University. It is getting late, and everyone is exhausted. Those seriously injured should come with me to the university hospital for treatment. The rest should return to your dormitories and get some rest. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow evening the school has organized a bonfire party for you. Let us celebrate properly. After the principal finished speaking, hundreds of students carrying stretchers rushed the critically wounded to the hospital for treatment, while Su Bai and the others made their way back to their dormitories amid the respectful gazes of the crowd. After a comfortable shower, Han Jiagong lay in bed yawning and said, "Brothers, don't you think this bed is unusually soft tonight?" Tao Jiejun chuckled and replied, "Honestly, I could sleep straight through until tomorrow night." Meanwhile, Fan Shaoan was calculating in his head, completely wide awake. "Tell me, do you think we earned significant merit this time? That military credit should be counted, right?" Fan Shaoan came from an ordinary family and had long been coveting the cultivation resources that military merit could exchange for. Han Jiagong rolled his eyes and said, How much can your meager merit be worth? Speaking of merit, our brother Su slew a high bronze tier beast, and then a silver ranked one. I reckon he could trade for an entire basket full of cultivation resources. By the way, brother Su, what breed of turtle is your xiaoba? I might get one too. Having it around just makes me feel at ease. Su Bai fell silent. He had been about to chat with his roommates, but decided against it. Indeed, keeping a turtle clearly wasn't befitting his dignity. Su Bai silently vowed to himself next time he would definitely keep a more impressive companion beast. Snore snore. Soon snores filled the dormitory as everyone drifted into dreamland. This battle had come too suddenly. They were still just boys. Though they appeared cheerful on the surface, every one of them was physically and mentally exhausted. It was not until noon the next day that Han Jiagong and his companions finally awoke. Yet an unshakable fatigue still clung to them. They had overextended themselves far too much in the battle the day before. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking came. Han Jiagong's bed was closest to the door, so he casually opened it. To everyone's surprise, a group of girls walked in, each carrying a lunchbox. Hello, junior schoolmates. We're from the Jiangwu Student Union. The principal said you all are heroes just back from the battlefield, so you should rest a bit longer. Just remember to show up at the campus training ground at 6 o'clock tonight for the bonfire party. Also, we brought you lunch, cooked by us senior girls ourselves. Don't be too picky, okay? Han Jiagong, who had been lounging lazily, instantly perked up at the sight of the senior girls delivering lunch. Still in his pajamas, he leaped off the bed. Huh. I never thought coming back from the battlefield would come with such perks. You senior sisters are too kind. We won't let your generosity go to waste. The senior girl smiled politely at Han Jiagong, then carefully scanned the dormitory. I heard Su Bai is also in this dorm. Which one is Su Bai? Han Jiagong was baffled. Aren't you here to deliver lunch? We all came back from the battlefield. Why are you only concerned about Su Bai? Fan Shaon spoke up. Do you know Su Bai? One of the senior girls said with an admiring look. By now the whole country probably knows Su Bai's name. He's the hero of our Jiangzhou Wu University. The news says the education chiefs of every province and the principals of martial arts universities are all amazed by Su Bai's feat. We happen to be assigned to deliver lunch to your dorm, so we wanted to see this remarkable junior. Tao Jiejun scratched his head. You're too late. Su Bai went out to eat on his own. Hearing that Su Bai wasn't in the dorm, the senior girls looked disappointed. After finishing the lunch delivery, they left directly. Han Jiagong and the other two were speechless. So without Su Bai, they just turn and leave. Is this how shallow it gets? While eating lunch, the three discussed what the senior girls had said. Did I hear correctly? She said Su Bai was on TV. When did that happen? We're his roommates, and we didn't even know. Stop talking. Hurry up and turn on the computer. The three huddled around the computer. As soon as they opened the browser, they were immediately drawn to the headline news and clicked to read the details. Longhua Military Channel. Yesterday, large-scale incidents of myriad races beasts attacking human rear military bases occurred in several provinces. Among all those beasts that struck the rear bases, silver rank combat power appeared. The students of martial arts universities in various provinces were slaughtered by the myriad races beasts, with fewer than 1 in 100 surviving. In Fuhu province, a total of 830 students from several martial arts universities died on the battlefield. The provincial education chief flew into a rage, declaring that this year 30 billion worth of cultivation resources would be poured into the province's martial arts universities to forge an elite force. The thirst for revenge was unmistakable. At Lingchuan Wu University, over 1,000 students were completely annihilated on the myriad races battlefield. Principal Zhao Qian smashed his cup in fury, raised a war banner, and roared, "If I do not avenge this, I Zhao Qian am not a man." Currently, Principal Zhao has personally led several hundred instructors from the university to the myriad races battlefield. In Wuling province, the sole heir of the Zhao martial arts family was killed. All 84 members of the Zhao family, dressed in mourning and holding long spears, volunteered for battle. According to feedback from the military headquarters staff officers, the large-scale beast attacks on the rear bases were aimed at cutting off humanity's future. The chief of staff declared this grudge humanity will repay. Yet often in the direst of circumstances, the indomitable will of humanity shines like a beacon in the dark night. In this large-scale surprise attack, under the fierce counterattack of the instructors and students of Jiangzhou Wu University, they killed 1 silver-rank beast, 24 bronze-rank beasts, and 850 ordinary beasts. Among them, freshman Su Bai single-handedly held off a silver-rank beast. Under the siege of the instructors and a bronze-rank military expert, he accomplished the extraordinary feat of cross-dire killing. All fronts were defeated. Only Jiangzhou Wu University emerged victorious. The military resolved to commend the spirit of the Jiangwu students who, facing enemies far stronger than themselves, still displayed an unyielding will and fought to the end. Accordingly, the participating students and instructors of Jiangzhou Wu University are awarded the collective second-class merit and a Great Wall silver medal. Student Su Bai, for his outstanding achievements in battle, is awarded a personal first-class merit and a Great Wall gold medal. We hope everyone will learn from the students of Jiangzhou Wu University. When facing the invasion of the myriad races, humanity must hold an unyielding will and fight to the end. To help students embody this spirit, the military has decided to hold a 100-school tournament in 1 month in conjunction with all martial arts universities. Tickets will be available for everyone to watch live, and all ticket revenue will become part of the tournament's rewards. One after another his roommates opened reports from various media outlets, all with roughly the same content. Tao Jijun gasped. Hiss. The other places were that tragic. So many schools wiped out. Han Jiagong said with lingering fear. If it weren't for Brother Su, we wouldn't be much better off. This Great Wall gold medal is well deserved for Brother Su. Tao Jejun agreed. Yeah, I think Brother Su is the first freshman in our school to receive a Great Wall gold medal. With just this medal after graduation he'll be at least a company commander when he enlists. Fan Chaoan frowned in thought. The military, the Ministry of Education, all the martial arts universities, and the martial arts families are furious. It seems humanity is gathering strength to launch a counterattack. Walking on the street outside the campus, Su Bai was oblivious to what was happening in the dorm. As he looked around he saw a banner hanging on almost every building. Kill all the dogs of the myriad races. Humanity will prevail. Yet what surprised Su Bai was that the usually bustling back street of the school was now almost empty of pedestrians. The shops along the street were mostly closed. Su Bai walked for half an hour and couldn't find a single place to have lunch. Isn't it Saturday today? Why isn't anyone doing business? Su Bai sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to return to the school convenience store to buy a pack of instant noodles, he faintly heard shouts in the distance. The shouts were sometimes unified, sometimes chaotic, but one thing was certain. There were no fewer than several hundred people shouting, possibly even over 1,000. Kill all the dogs of the myriad races. Kill, kill, kill. Return our bright and clear world. Humanity will prevail. This chorus of shouts, as if carrying the rage of countless people, roared straight into the sky. Su Bai curiously observed the direction from whence the voice originated, seeing a surging crowd on the distant street, banners held high above their heads. Annihilate the dogs of the 10,000 clans. Humanity shall prevail. Su Bai could tell these were ordinary residents from near Wu University, and at the very front of the crowd there were even shopkeepers Su Bai recognized. Each one bore a look of deep resentment, their eyes seeming to blaze with fire. Every person gripped their fists tightly and raised them high above their heads, every shout steeped in hysteria. The crowd was in a frenzy. This was Su Bai's first time witnessing such a street procession, the voices growing louder as they approached, each roar reaching his ears. Witnessing this scene stirred something within Su Bai, bringing forth memories of the battlefield. It was the same kind of unhinged, desperate roars. These were the voices of the human race, their hatred for the invasion of the 10,000 clans running deep. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, this scene was not confined to outside Wu University's campus. Throughout the nation, countless crowds were chanting and shouting, expressing their inner fury through collective street processions. Hundreds of martial universities across the country returned from battle in devastating defeat, many of their students completely wiped out. Even Jiangzhou Wu University's triumphant return came at a heavy cost, 1,200, when only 500 returned. So many young warriors fell on the battlefield. So many parents lost their flesh and blood. So many families were shattered by the beasts of the 10,000 clans. The invasion of the 10,000 clans was a calamity for all humanity, and even ordinary people contributed what they could through this very method. Witnessing this, Su Bai couldn't help but be moved. In Yushan County at the Su residence, Su Xiaomei had just finished watching an episode of a TV drama and was about to change the channel when she accidentally saw the news mention Su Bai. For a moment she thought she was seeing things, rubbing her eyes with both hands before looking again. Student Su Bai, distinguished in combat service, awarded the first-class merit with a gold medal. Su Xiaomei immediately ran to vigorously knock on her father's door. Dad, come out and look, Su Bai is on television. But when Su Bai's father saw the news, although he was happy that his child had achieved such great honor, more than that was a face full of worry and concern. I never expected so many people to die in this war. Xiaomei Wu University called at noon to say that tomorrow is the day they're holding the funeral ceremony. Our family should go together to Wu University to see your brother, okay? Su Xiaomei grew up with Su Bai since childhood, and the siblings had always been close. They hadn't seen each other for over 3 months this time. Hearing her father say they would go to Wu University together to see Su Bai, her grape-like eyes immediately lit up with joy. Okay, I'm going to make Su Bai treat me to a big meal. Clearly Su Xiaomei hadn't yet realized how solemn and serious the funeral ceremony held at Wu University would be. It was hardly a place for her to play around. Su's father looked at his lively daughter, shook his head helplessly, and lovingly patted her head. Su Bai walked with the procession for a distance before returning to his dormitory. After seeing the military channel news as well, he remained silent for a long time. Recalling the procession from earlier, Su Bai finally understood why those ordinary people, though they had never been to the battlefield, could scream with such heart-wrenching intensity. If he were to die on the battlefield, then his father, mother, and little sister, the 3 of them, would likely be as grief-stricken and heartbroken as that crowd of marchers. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that Su Bai with a heavy heart arrived at the training ground. Dozens of bonfires burned fiercely across the Wu University training field. All 8,000 students and faculty members currently enrolled at Wu University gathered around the bonfires. Various provisions were available: ingredients, barbecue grills, beer, beverages, fruits, and other supplies. The old principal, dressed in Wu University's ceremonial uniform, held the microphone and spoke word by word. Students, I believe you've all noticed today's news and the headlines across major media outlets. You've proven your valor and fearlessness to the 10,000 clans with your own blood. You are the pride of our Jiangzhou Wu University. This time you've earned great merit. You are heroes. I trust you've all seen today's news and the headlines. Now let us give our warmest applause to thank our heroes for their triumphant return. Tonight's bonfire party is held for our heroes. We won't stop until we're drunk. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the gloom of battlefield slaughter dissipated in this moment. Among them the classmates who had fought alongside Su Bai on the battlefield knew well that without him, they would have fared no better than the schools from other provinces. Simply returning alive would have been a miracle, let alone attending this celebration-like bonfire party. Whoa, we won't stop until we're drunk. Wu University normally enforced a prohibition on alcohol, but today with the old principal giving the word, everyone naturally drank to their heart's content. At this moment Su Bai and Lin Yanran stood at the edge of the crowd with wine glasses in hand, watching the jubilant students. Both of them were quiet-natured people content to observe the boisterous scene from the sidelines. Near the bonfire Han Jiagong and several other roommates were already flushed red from drinking. Han Jiagong raised his voice and shouted, "Come on brothers, being able to return from the battlefield is already a blessing. Today let's drink without holding back. Drink. We won't leave until we're drunk today. That's right, this time we really need to thank Brother Su. Without him we probably wouldn't have made it back. Hey, where's Brother Su?" Han Jiagong, his face flushed red, searched around, and finally spotted Su Bai's figure at the edge of the crowd. "Brother Su, why are you two hanging in the corner? Come on, come drink with us." Before Su Bai could refuse, Tao Jiejun also rushed over. "No way, Brother Su is the protagonist of today. Come on, everyone shout with me. Su Bai, Su Bai, Su Bai." The students who had fought alongside Su Bai on the battlefield all raised their right hands, joining in the chanting. "Su Bai, Su Bai, Su Bai." Instantly, all the students and faculty present raised their right hands, their fists clenched tightly, swinging upward toward the sky. "Su Bai, Su Bai, Su Bai. Su Bai, Su Bai, Su Bai." Thousands of people shouted Su Bai's name. Cheers, applause, and shouts echoed without cease. Su Bai, who had always favored tranquility, could hardly bear such a scene and momentarily didn't know what to do. The exuberant students, not caring at all about Su Bai's bewildered state on the spot, directly lifted him up and threw him into the sky. When Su Bai came back down, dozens of hands caught him before tossing him skyward once more. Lin Yanran watched from the sidelines, her lips curving into a gentle smile at Su Bai's disheveled state, and this scene sparked another wave of cheers from the boys. The old principal, chief instructor Zhang Kai, and the various Wu University faculty members all held wine glasses in hand, partying with the young students, cheering together and drinking freely among the crowd. Together they cursed the soulless nether cats for their inhumane cruelty, condemning them for taking the lives of so many brothers who would never return. Too many people found themselves weeping as they drank. Some were laughing wildly, yet tears of their own volition traced paths down their cheeks. These iron-willed warriors who on the battlefield had courageously raised their weapons against the tide-like assault of nether cats now shed their composure in this moment. They were still merely children of 18. Beneath the night sky, the blazing bonfires seemed like this young cohort, standing firm against fate in the darkness of the 10,000 clans. After the bonfire party concluded, the students had no idea how they made their way back to the dormitories. Once again, it was not until the afternoon of the next day that Su Bai's roommates gradually awoke. Today, the entire Jiangzhou Martial Arts University held a funeral for the students who had fallen in battle. Su Bai and his roommates, each clad in the university uniform and draped in a white linen garment, walked in twos and threes along the campus streets. A light drizzle fell from the sky, yet not a single student raised an umbrella. They walked in the rain with solemn expressions, heads bowed. Their destination was the Martyrs' Cemetery of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Before the cemetery, rows of coffins were arranged. On each coffin were inscribed the heroic deeds of the fallen. The old principal, his voice choked with grief, read aloud. Cheng Guorong began martial training at the age of 10, reached the initial martial stage at 15, was admitted to the university at 18, and was a mid-level martial artist when he entered the battlefield of the myriad races. To protect his comrades, he fought desperately against 3 netherworld cats, holding them off until his death in bloodshed. Chang Shanin, top scorer in the martial arts exam of Baiyang County, entered the university as a mid-level martial artist. After 3 months of training, he advanced to high level. When a bronze-grade netherworld cat ravaged the land, he risked his life to confront it, holding it back for 3 full minutes. He was torn into 12 pieces, his body nearly devoured by the cat, leaving only one hand. Beside the coffins, students in university uniforms, each also draped in a plain white linen garment, stood in solemn rows. Each time the old principal finished reading the deeds of a martyr, 12 students with solemn expressions would lift a coffin from the ground and march with dignified steps slowly into the martyr's cemetery. Each coffin was draped with a bright red battle flag of the human Great Wall with the motto of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University embroidered in golden thread. With my chest forged the unyielding Great Wall of Dragon Country. On the ground lay white paper money, a tribute from the living to mourn and see off their fallen comrades. The drizzle in the sky grew heavier, as if the heavens did not wish to see these iron-willed warriors shed more tears and sought to conceal their sorrow with rain. After all the coffins had been carried into their respective graves, the old principal delivered a eulogy. You who survive must fight for those who did not return. They are all your brothers and sisters. Carry on, there will grow stronger, kill and protect. The chief instructor then roared, all together. First bow. Thousands of students slowly bent forward, bowing deeply before the rows of tombstones. This bow signified, may there be no war in heaven, only peace and happiness. Second bow. This bow represented the wish to be brothers again in the next life, to drink and laugh together. Third bow. This bow meant, from now on your parents are my parents, and I will do my utmost to care for them. Brother, may you rest in peace. Fire. Bang bang bang. 100 senior students raised their rifles and fired into the sky, the bullets streaking through the heavens, as if guiding the spirits of the fallen toward paradise. When the gunfire rang out, countless civilians in white outside the university wept uncontrollably. These were the parents who had come upon hearing the news. 1,250 had gone, but only 500 returned. Too many would never come back. To the nation, it was a warrior who fell on the battlefield. But to a family, it was the loss of a beloved child. It was the sorrow of the gray-haired mourning the young. An elderly woman clutching a garment her child had once worn collapsed in despair on the ground. She beat the railing beside her, tears streaming, and cried out in a heart-wrenching voice, Why did those myriad races of beasts invade us? Why did those beasts kill my son? What wrong did my son ever do? Heaven, tell me what wrong my son did that you had to take his life when he was only 18. We were a happy family. How could you be so heartless? You damned beast, give me back my son, give me back my son. Thousands of parents present, the vast majority sharing the same feelings as this elderly woman, could not understand why the myriad races invaded, why they had to lose their children. Weeping filled the entire university. Even the usually lively Su Xiaomei, clutching her parents' hands, asked, Dad, are they all the families of those who died in battle? Su's father Qiu Zihao nodded solemnly. Su Xiaomei's voice choked with emotion, sigh, they look so pitiful. The entire funeral lasted nearly 3 hours. Finally, the old principal, looking fatigued, announced, Students, your parents are likely waiting for you outside the campus. Starting tomorrow, the school will be on break for 7 days. Spend some time with your families. If not for so many classmates having fallen on the battlefield of the myriad races, the students would have jumped for joy at the news of a 7-day holiday. But now all of them were filled with grief, slowly walking toward the school gate. Since the university was under a militarized management system, parents were not allowed inside. The surviving students could still rush into their parents' arms. But for those who had fallen, senior students had to carry black caskets, searching through the crowd for the corresponding families. Seeing Su Bai emerge, Su Xiaomei quickly called out, Su Bai, we're here. Hearing the voice, Su Bai looked toward it and saw his parents and younger sister. His gloomy mood from the entire day instantly lifted, and he smiled as he walked toward his family. No matter the time or how bad the mood, as long as his family was by his side, they could always bring him the warmest feeling. Su's mother, with deep dark circles under her eyes, scrutinized Su Bai repeatedly. Seeing that he was truly unharmed, she pulled him into her arms and sobbed uncontrollably. Su Ziki said, Your mother heard yesterday that the school was holding a funeral and saw on the news that so many students had been attacked by ferocious beasts. She was so scared she couldn't sleep all night. Even though I told her you were fine, she's still worried. Alright, Su Bai is safe and sound, isn't he? Let's go home and talk slowly. It's raining so hard, even with umbrellas, we'll get soaked. But Su's mother refused to let go, as if afraid that once she released him, she would never see him again. Su Bai had always told his family only the good news, never the bad. He hadn't mentioned going to the battlefield this time, and after returning, he had only made a brief phone call to ask about daily life, as if the war had never happened. So it was only after receiving the school notice and watching the news that Su Bai's parents learned their son had already been to the battlefield. A long time passed before Su's mother finally calmed down. The family had dinner at a nearby restaurant, then boarded a bus heading back to Yushan County. Along the journey, Mother Su's heart was troubled with complexity. She glanced at Su Bai again and again, words hovering on her lips, yet in the end she remained silent. Drop out. Her son had been admitted to Wu University and stepped onto the martial path. Could she really forbid Su Bai from continuing, just because she feared he might come to harm? This was the path Su Bai had chosen himself. As a mother, she could only sigh softly and transform her worries into silent prayers. Su Bai's father was not as tormented as his wife. A man going to war, meeting life or death, that was only natural. From the very first day of entering Wu University, one should have been prepared for such circumstances. But to say Su Zihao was entirely at ease regarding his son was impossible as well. Upon seeing his parents' solemn expression, Su Bai smiled and reassured them, Dad, Mom, don't worry about me. With my current strength, the F-rank myriad races battlefield poses almost no danger to me. As for higher-tier battlefields, I haven't encountered them yet, so rest assured. Su Xiaomei, unusually refraining from bickering with her older brother, chimed in, exactly. Look, many people return from the battlefield wounded, but our Su Bai hasn't got a scratch. And I remember on TV they said Su Bai even received some golden medal. With both children speaking so confidently, Su Bai's parents could only swallow their anxieties. After alighting from the bus, it was already past 9 at night. To Su Bai's surprise, Yushan County, much like Jiangzhou City, was draped in banners across every street and alley. Down with the myriad races, ferocious beasts. Humanity shall prevail. As long as the Dragon Nation stands, the Great Wall shall endure forever. On their way back to the residential compound, the old guard at the booth was dozing with his eyes half closed, listening to the radio. Su Zihao searched his pockets and realized he'd forgotten his access card, so he rapped firmly on the locked iron gate. Old Zhang, open up. Hearing the commotion at the gate, the old man took a glance. His expression was initially one of mild impatience. This old Su must have forgotten his card dozens of times this month. But when he caught sight of Su Bai, his eyes lit up instantly. He sprang from his chair and stepped out of the guardhouse, greeting them warmly. Oh, it's Su Bai. Welcome back. Old Su, you're truly extraordinary, raising such an outstanding lad like Subai. Ha ha. We neighbors were all chatting about Subai appearing on TV at noon. That golden medal, TSK TSK TSK. You have no idea. Ever since old Wang heard about Subai's deeds, he's been wielding a stick every day, forcing Wang Zhenzi to study. Before Su Zihao could respond, the old man had already launched into his own boasting, as if Subai were his own grandson. Su Zihao's eyes crinkled with delight as he waved his hands modestly. Oh, come now. It's all Subai's own hard work. This old father of mine hasn't contributed much. Subai also nodded to the old man, offering a polite greeting in return. The old man looked at Subai with growing fondness. Old Su, you two should drop by my place sometime. Let Subai give my grandson a few pointers too. After chatting amiably with the old man, who spent most of the conversation complimenting him, the family returned home in high spirits. The moment they opened the front door, a system voice suddenly resonated within Subai's mind. Ding! A contractable creature has been detected, a little kitten. Would you like to tame the little kitten? Subai paused, not responding immediately. Instead, he turned to Su Zihao. Dad, do we have a cat at home? Su Zihao looked at him surprised. How did you know? Your sister found a stray cat on the road a few days ago. Feeling sorry for it, she brought it home. I figured since you took Xiaoba with you, we should keep something at home, so we decided to adopt it. Subai pursed his lips. I'm a beast tamer, so I'm quite sensitive to creatures that can be trained. Fortunately, this cat meets my conditions. He muttered under his breath, why does everyone keep raising these things? Can't they get something cooler? Su Zihao carried the kitten over and offered it forward. If you can tame it, I'll give it to you. The kitten was only the size of a shoe covered in pure white fur. Looking frail and delicate, it shivered pitifully in Su Zihao's palm. Su Xiaomei pouted, unwilling to part with it. No way. This kitten is mine. I found it. It's the most attached to me. It gets scared whenever anyone else gets close. Su Zihao nodded in agreement. Indeed. Even my wife and I have tried feeding it these past few days, but it won't eat. Look, it's trembling right now in my hands. It only lets Xiaomei approach. If you want to tame it, it's going to be quite a challenge. Subai smiled and looked at his younger sister. How about this? We place a bet. We each stand on one side, and whichever way the kitten walks belongs to us. What do you say? Su Xiaomei stared at him with unshaken confidence. Bet accepted. The kitten I raised will have nothing to do with you. Glancing at his daughter, Su Zihao thought if Subai truly could tame this kitten, he would make Xiaomei give it up without hesitation. After all, this was a matter concerning Subai's strength. But seeing that Subai seemed interested in playing along with Xiaomei, Su Zihao also wanted to witness just how formidable his son's ability truly was. Having accepted, Xiaomei watched as Subai grinned and silently invoked in his heart, tame the little kitten. As expected, the moment the kitten was placed on the ground by its owner, it didn't even glance at Xiaomei. Instead, it cheerfully scampered straight to Subai's feet, leaped onto his instep, and curled its tiny paws against his pant leg. Meow meow meow. The entire Su household was stunned. This kitten had never been so affectionate, even with Xiaomei. Ignoring everyone else's astonishment, Subai opened the system to check the kitten's stats. Tame beast, little kitten, level common, lower rank, possesses certain white tiger sacred bloodline, can grow infinitely, ultimately capable of slaying gods. Constitution 1, defense 1, agility 3, spirit 1, talent sharp claws, increases attack speed and attack power by 100%. Each evolution method eating, in terms of stats, it was roughly comparable to when Xiao Ba was first contracted. Given that Xiao Ba had the Xuanwu bloodline, the kitten's white tiger sacred bloodline came as no surprise to Subai. But what made Subai's right eyelid twitch was the final entry evolution method, eating. He knew all too well the hardships and tears poured into raising Xiao Ba. The resources invested in Xiao Ba converted to money amounted to easily several million. That was more expensive than raising a son. And just as his eldest son was finally showing promise, here came another gluttonous younger son. Being a father was truly not easy. While Subai was calculating in his mind, Su Xiaomei saw the little cat apparently betraying her, pouting in an unhappy manner. Even more frustrating was the fact that the little cat was so clingy with Subai, yet Subai wore a bitter smile, looking thoroughly disgusted. Seeing his sister's unhappy expression, Su Zihao quickly changed the subject. By the way, Subai, how is your little ba doing now? Could you let it out so we can see it? Subai came back to his senses, glanced around the living room, and shrugged. No way, I can't let it out. The living room is too small. I'll take you to the mountain tomorrow to see it. Su Zihao looked at Subai with disbelief. What? You're joking, right? Our house isn't that small, how could we not be able to fit a turtle? Subai explained helplessly. Little Ba is about the size of a large truck now. The whole family was shocked, their mouths hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. A big truck sized? You're talking about little Ba. The next morning, Subai led his family to a vacant lot on a mountain outside the city. Little Ba was released from the system space by Subai, and a profoundly dull thud echoed as it landed. Bang! Seeing the turtle that was truly as large as a big truck, Su Zihao instinctively retreated several steps in fear, nearly sitting down hard on the ground. Is this really the little Ba I raised before? Subai nodded, confirming the matter. Su Xiaomei murmured this. Little Ba is way too big. A big truck isn't even as large as little Ba. Su Zihao finally gathered his courage and cautiously approached little Ba, which at that moment turned its head. It gave Su Zihao a glance with its lantern-sized turtle eyes. Although Little Ba hadn't revealed its bronze-level pressure in front of Su Bai's family, just that single glance made Suzuhayo's legs go weak, and he didn't dare to approach any closer. But what Suzuhayo thought was that just from its size, Little Ba looked so terrifying that if Su Bai brought it onto the battlefield, it would be relatively safer for him. Seeing his family members were quite frightened by Little Ba, Su Bai directly collected Little Ba back into the system space. Mankind uses sand trying to shape the Tower of Babel from dreams, sparing no cost for greed. At that moment, Su Bai's phone rang. Looking at the display, it was Lin Yanran calling. Su Bai, I just arrived in Yushan County this morning. Shall we have lunch together? Su Bai agreed. After the two confirmed the meeting place, Su Bai told his family that a high school classmate had come to find him and left on his own. Su Bai's mother looked at Suzuhayo with interest. I seem to have heard that the person who called Su Bai to meet up was a female classmate. Suzuhayo nodded. I heard it too. Our Su Bai is so outstanding it's normal for girls to ask him out. It's college after all. He should be dating too. Near Yushan County No. 1 high school at a hot pot restaurant. After Su Bai and Lin Yanran finished ordering, Lin Yanran took out a small bag from her purse and handed it to Su Bai. There are 10 beast cores from bronze-level ferocious beasts here. Little Ba should like them, right? Uncle Wen Yuan said that thanks to you slaying the silver-level nether cat, the students of Jiangzhou Martial University were able to win this battle. He wanted to properly thank you, so he asked me to bring you 10 beast cores. Seeing that these 10 beast cores were from Mr. Wen Yuan, Su Bai didn't hesitate and collected them directly, smiling. Thank you, Yanran. Also, please help me thank Uncle Wen Yuan. Su Bai knew very well that Mr. Wen Yuan had never seen Little Ba eating beast cores, only Lin Yanran, who had been by his side all along, knew. Even though the gift was from Wen Yuan, it was Lin Yanran who had brought it up first. With such a reasonable pretext, Mr. Wen Yuan naturally agreed. Therefore, the one Su Bai should thank the most was still Lin Yanran. This girl, no matter when, was always the first to think of him. She never sought credit from Su Bai or mentioned how much she had sacrificed for him. Instead, she quietly supported and helped him from behind the scenes. Having such a girl by his side warmed Su Bai's heart. For the next 6 days, Su Bai basically spent his time accompanying his family and Lin Yanran. After careful consideration, Su Bai ultimately decided to feed the 10 bronze-level beast cores to Little Ba since the 100 Schools League was about to begin and the rewards were reportedly quite generous. Su Bai, who now had 2 sons to raise, would naturally not let slip any opportunity to make money. Little Ba had currently awakened the Black Tortoise bloodline, so the attributes it could grow from corresponding resource investment would naturally be greater than that of the little cat. Additionally, after Little Ba consumed a silver-level beast core last time, although it hadn't broken through to the bronze mid-stage, it was not far off. Su Bai had originally expected to use these 10 beast cores to help Little Ba break through to the mid-stage, but unexpectedly Little Ba's attributes had only increased somewhat, and it remained at the bronze initial stage. This left Su Bai somewhat speechless. What kind of Black Tortoise bloodline was this? It was clearly a gluttonous bloodline. If not for the lack of a pot large enough, Su Bai would have wanted to stew this creature again. On the 7th day, Su Bai and Lin Yanran traveled together back to the Martial University. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Su Bai saw that all 3 of his roommates had already returned to school. Han Jiagong saw Su Bai return and put down his game. Brother Su, you're finally back. Are you free tonight? My father said that this time I was able to come back alive, thanks to you, Brother Su. He insisted on properly thanking you. Today he happens to be handling some matters in Jiangzhou City. Since you're back, Brother Su, shall we go out to eat together tonight? Su Bai nodded and agreed, but what surprised him was that Han Zhongqing actually wanted to meet him. After all, although Su Bai's relationship with the Han family was decent, their connection was merely a transaction involving rare mutant beast blood from the previous occasion. Mr. Wen Yuan was ultimately working for the military, so he would seek to thank Su Bai, because Su Bai's defeat of a silver-level opponent on the battlefield indirectly saved over 500 Jiangzhou Martial University students. The Martial University served as a talent reserve for the military, meaning Su Bai had indirectly saved over 500 future officers on behalf of the military. So Su Bai could understand Mr. Wen Yuan wanting to show appreciation, but Han Zhongqing had absolutely no connection to the military. Nevertheless, since Han Jiagong had invited him, Su Bai naturally wouldn't refuse as a roommate. Just as Su Bai was finishing organizing his belongings, his advisor Liao Yusin called. Hello, Su Bai. I heard you've arrived at school. The principal asked me to tell you to come to his office now. Su Bai glanced at the time. It was only 4 in the afternoon, still far from dinner, so he decided to go directly to the principal's office. Standing at the door, he knocked and called out, "Report." The old principal was dressed in military uniform today, with a senior colonel rank on his shoulder. It was clear that before serving as the principal of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, he must have held a high military position. Su Bai, I've discussed with the university mentors over the past few days and learned about your deeds at base F269. The school has also tallied your military merits from the battlefield. You are the top contributor in this battle with a total of 1300 merit points. Under normal circumstances, the cultivation resources available at base F269 are suitable for human warriors. But since you are a beast tamer, these resources are not applicable to you. So, I'd like to ask if there's anything you want. The school will try its best to fulfill your wishes. Upon hearing that his military merits had finally been registered, Su Bai's face lit up with joy. He had been worrying about not having enough resources to feed his 2 tamed beasts, and the old principal's offer came like a pillow when he was drowsy. Su Bai didn't know exactly what 1300 merit points could exchange for, but he was certain the value would be substantial. After all, in the military 10 merit points could already exchange for a bottle of blood chi powder, or 1 point could be converted into 1,000 yuan in cash. By that ratio 130 points were equivalent to a staggering 13 million yuan. Perhaps considering that Su Bai had no way to purchase cultivation resources with that money, the school directly asked him to state his requirements. Since the old principal had offered that the school would try its best to meet his demands, Su Bai naturally wouldn't hold back. Old principal, I think we shouldn't put too much burden on the school. How about 1,000 or so gold rank beast cores? If not, silver rank ones will also do. The old principal had been looking at Su Bai with admiration after all. The boy had saved over 500 students and brought glory to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. But he never expected Su Bai to be so audacious. Suddenly the old principal's face darkened. He said sternly, "Do you have any idea what a gold rank beast represents? And you dare ask for 1,000 of them? The whole country might not even slay 1,000 gold rank beasts in a year. Don't even think about silver rank ones. With your measly merit points you can't even afford the fraction of one." Seeing the old principal's anger, Su Bai was not intimidated. He thought, ask a high price and let the other side bargain low. This is my only chance to fatten up the 2 tamed beasts. For that Su Bai was willing to sacrifice some face. He was almost ready to roll up his sleeves and haggle with the old principal. "Old principal, you can't calculate it that way. The lives of our students cannot be measured by mere beast cores. With over 500 students returning alive, doesn't that mean humanity will have over 500 pillars of strength in the future? If each of them kills just 2 silver rank beasts in their lifetime, the school and the military will have made back their investment. This deal is clearly a huge profit for the military. Gold rank is a bit too much, but I want 1,000 silver rank beast cores, not one less. Old principal, I bled for the school. You can't treat a hero so shabbily." Su Bai stared into the old principal's eyes, his voice resolute, as if asking for 1,000 silver rank beast cores was already a modest request. For a moment the old principal was so angry that he could barely breathe. This was sheer sophistry. This little rascal with his delicate features and seemingly indifferent demeanor turned out to be so despicable when it came to interests. The old principal said with a stern face, "You did have merit in killing silver rank beasts and indirectly saving the students, but the military also awarded you the Great Wall Gold Medal of Honor. Do you know that among all the students of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, only 2 have received this honor, and you are the only one to obtain it as a freshman?" Saying this, the old principal opened a drawer and solemnly took out a gold-edged wooden box, slowly opening it in front of Su Bai. The luxurious packaging combined with the gleaming golden Medal of Honor indeed had an impressive appearance along with an enviable sense of glory. The old principal believed that no young man could resist the temptation of this gold Medal of Honor. Even the old principal himself had only obtained a Great Wall Gold Medal of Honor many years after advancing to gold rank, by luckily slaying a gold rank beast. He still remembered how he had trembled as he held the medal in his hands, afraid to drop it, and then tucked it into his pocket, afraid it might be stolen. This was the highest honor medal the military could award to grassroots officers. Generally, only those who had reached gold rank were eligible to receive it, though some exceptionally talented individuals might obtain it at silver rank. If it weren't for the fact that Su Bai was the only one nationwide who had single-handedly killed a silver rank netherworld cat during this defeat, he would have at most been awarded a silver medal of honor. This medal was a dual symbol of honor and strength. The old principal was confident that once he presented the medal, Su Bai would cave in. But Su Bai took one look at the military's solid gold, gleaming Great Wall Gold Medal of Honor, and immediately saw that it weighed no more than 200 grams worth, at most around 5,000 yuan if sold. "Trying to fool me with this? Dream on." Su Bai pushed the medal back to the old principal. "I don't want this so-called Great Wall Gold Medal of Honor. Don't give me these empty flashy things. Whoever wants it can have it. I just want 1,000 silver rank beast cores, not one less." Seeing Su Bai's reaction, the old principal coughed violently, as if his old wound had relapsed. He pointed a trembling finger at the door and said, "You get out of my sight." Su Bai said with a look of grievance, "Old principal, I bled for the school. All right, seeing how old you are, I won't be too harsh. 800 silver rank beast cores. That's my bottom line." The old principal took a deep breath to calm himself. With his experience, he could clearly see that Su Bai was a little rascal who wouldn't let go of the prey without seeing the rabbit. Since Su Bai was asking for an exorbitant price, the old principal had to bargain back. Su Bai, the reason humans are different from the myriad beast races is that for human experts, protecting the weak is their duty and mission. Beasts have a strict hierarchy, and lower-level beasts are mere cannon fodder before higher-level ones. Saving these students was the awareness and mission you should have as a strong person. Do you understand? Of course, the military and the school will not bury a talent like you. That's why we give you merit rewards. Here's my decision. I'll give you 10 bronze-rank beast cores. Su Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, and he slammed the table. 10 bronze-rank beast cores. Old principal, don't your conscience hurt at all? I've shed blood for this school. The old principal's right eyelid twitched violently. He already regretted summoning Su Bai to his office to ask what the boy wanted. If he had known, he would have simply announced the reward directly and been done with it. But since matters had come to this, the old principal could only reason earnestly. Su Bai, a bronze-tier beast core, is also worth 150 military merit points within the military. You shouldn't think the blood energy pill is cheap merely because it costs 10 merit points. That's because it's refined from ordinary tier cores. A bronze tier core is worth far more than that. With your 1,300 merit points, you couldn't even exchange for 10 bronze tier cores. The school covered the difference. As for silver tier beast cores, those require over 500 merit points per unit. Don't mention giving you 800. I couldn't scrape together that many merit points myself. Subai had previously had no clear idea of the value of a bronze tier beast core, but now the old principal had revealed the full picture, giving Subai confidence. When Subai had initially demanded 1,000 silver tier cores, he hadn't truly intended to receive so many. It was merely part of the bargaining process. Though his merit points totaled only 1,300, the school would certainly not deny him a reward, and 10 bronze tier cores from the old principal had not yet reached his bottom line. Finally, after nearly an hour of haggling, the reward was settled at 15 bronze tier beast cores. The old principal's face displayed a tangled mix of resignation, bitterness, anger, and anxiety as he slumped weakly into his chair. Is this Subai really only 18 years old? His bargaining skills rival those of the Andes at the wet market. Next time I discuss such matters with Subai, I must bring the school's negotiation team to bargain with him. Otherwise, negotiating alone would exhaust me to death. After muttering softly, the old principal's wallet ached once more. The extra beast cores had all come from his own pocket. Meanwhile, Subai was pleased, cradling the 15 beast cores and the golden medal, casting a glance at the grumbling old principal. Old principal, do you have other matters? If not, I'll take my leave. The old principal's temper flared instantly, so Subai only addressed him respectfully after securing his reward. But now was not the time to fuss over this little rascal's manners. The old principal sighed wearily and said, I called you here mainly for 2 matters. The second concerns the 100 schools competition. The rewards are generous, and I believe you would be interested in participating. After haggling with Subai for so long, the old principal had come to understand that the boy was someone who wouldn't rise without profit. Laying the benefits before him would save considerable effort. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Subai's expression shifted instantly. With solemn earnestness, he declared, as a member of Jiangzhou Martial University, bringing honor to our school is our duty. Old principal, you need not worry. I, Subai, shall spare my last drop of blood for Jiangwu. The old principal rolled his eyes. If there were no rewards, Subai would likely wear a completely different countenance. Nevertheless, since Subai had agreed, the old principal nodded and said, very well. Let me see your current strength. This old man is also quite curious. What enables you to slay a silver tier nether cat? Subai surveyed the office. Though it spanned some 30 to 40 square meters, it was still too small for Xiaoba's figure. Old principal, I am a beast tamer ability user. This room is too small for me to release my tamed beast. The old principal replied with some surprise. Even a room this large is too small. Very well, then let us go to the training ground. Rising from his chair, the old principal led Subai all the way to the indoor training ground reserved for mentors. This time the space was truly spacious, spanning several hundred square meters, and Subai immediately released Xiaoba. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as Xiaoba landed. Opening eyes as large as lanterns, it surveyed the old principal. As a gold-tier existence, the old principal naturally would not shrink before Xiaoba the way Suzaheo had. He strode directly to Xiaoba's front, his right palm facing upward, extending 2 fingers to lightly tap the turtle shell 3 times. Those seemingly casual taps carried the force of 10,000 June. Thud, 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 heavy muffled sounds rang out. The formerly languid Xiaoba was suddenly startled, its eyes flashing with terrifying ferocity as it glared at the old principal. One more move from the old principal, and Xiaoba would have bitten. Glancing at Xiaoba's gaze, the old principal smiled faintly and let his gold-tier aura erupt. Golden light enveloped the entire training ground as a fierce wind rose from nowhere, toppling training equipment in the corners. Even Xiaoba, who could dominate a silver-tier nether cat, was forced back several steps, feeling as though it could barely breathe. The power of a gold-tier expert was truly terrifying. The old principal stood immovable as a mountain, his overwhelming aura continuously ascending. Hundreds of meters away, even the tightly sealed windows cracked with countless fine fissures from this pressure. Crash! Glass shattered across the ground. Under the increasingly oppressive pressure, Xiaoba finally activated its 3 innate talents to bolster its strength. Talent Earth Barrier. Talent Earth Spirit. Talent Earth Gravitation. 3 earthy yellow radiance flickered uncertainly under the terrifying gold-tier pressure. Witnessing this, the old principal stared at Xiaoba in utter disbelief and exclaimed, what? 3 talents. And this is merely a bronze-tier fierce beast. What caliber of bloodline does this possess? Ordinary beasts among the myriad races could only awaken 1 talent at the silver tier, 2 talents at the gold tier, and even platinum tier beast calamities, requiring the strength of an entire province to repel, possessed merely 3 talents. But Subai's tamed beast had already manifested 3 talents at the bronze tier, leaving the old principal utterly astonished. What the old principal did not know was that Xiaoba had actually possessed 3 talents since the high ordinary stage. After awakening the Xuanwu bloodline, each of these 3 talents had been strengthened once. The old principal slowly retracted his aura and did not ask Subai where he had found such a terrifyingly gifted tamed beast, for everyone has secrets. As long as the secret did not endanger humanity's interests, it could be permitted to exist. After composing himself, the old principal nodded with satisfaction. Subai, retract your tamed beast. With your participation this time, perhaps Jiang Wu can break into the top 3 at this year's 100 schools competition. For a moment, the old principal's lingering resentment over Su Bai's greedy demand for 15 bronze-tier cores dissipated somewhat. If Jiangzhou Martial University rose to the top 3 because of Su Bai, the military's investment in Jiangzhou Martial University would be worlds apart. That would far exceed the benefits that a mere 15 bronze-tier beast cores could ever provide. The old principal gazed at Xiao Ba with deepening satisfaction, nodding approvingly. No wonder he managed to slay a silver-grade nether cat with his bronze-level cultivation. Impressive, truly impressive. With those words, the old principal withdrew his phone and made a series of calls summoning all students in the academy who had reached the bronze tier or beyond to assemble at the training ground. While the others had not yet arrived, the old principal turned to Su Bai and said, "Su Bai, the regulations for the 100 Schools League have been officially released. Let me give you a brief overview first. I have already spoken individually with everyone who arrived at school earlier. This year's 100 Schools League is organized under the military's leadership with martial arts universities across the regions and the Ministry of Education enthusiastically responding. The objective is to select the most outstanding geniuses for concentrated training, thereby strengthening the foundation and capabilities of humanity's elite and fostering among martial arts academy students the spirit of dauntless courage in battle combat proficiency and the ability to achieve victory. Furthermore, the rankings of martial arts academies will fluctuate based on the results of this 100 Schools League. Our Jiangzhou Martial Arts University was established in 1968, and since its founding period is considerably shorter than those century-old institutions, Jiangwu's rankings have traditionally lagged behind. Consequently, the military has allocated relatively few resources to our academy, resulting in students receiving fewer materials and opportunities compared to the long-established martial schools. The scarcity of resources leads to slow cultivation progression for students, creating a vicious cycle. Take those prestigious academies: the Capital Martial University, the Magic City Martial School, or the Great Wall Guardian Army Academy. Every year they produce geniuses who can reach the silver tier before graduation. In contrast, the highest attainment at our Jiangwu is merely the bronze tier. Since your strength rivals that of a silver-grade cultivator, perhaps we can finally compete on equal footing with those time-honored institutions. We must seize this opportunity and elevate Jiangwu's ranking. As he spoke, the old principal's eyes sparkled with fervent determination, resembling an aged warhorse still harboring ambitions to traverse 1,000 miles. Su Bai nodded respectfully and replied, "Rest assured, principal. I will spare no effort and contribute my utmost strength to Jiangwu." Regardless of whether Su Bai was motivated by personal gain or genuine desire to bring honor to the school, the old principal found his response quite satisfactory. At that moment, 9 students entered the indoor training arena and greeted the old principal. Among them, Su Bai recognized 3 individuals: Luo Yonghao, Lei Yunxiao, and Zhang Mani, the 3 top geniuses of the freshman year. The remainder were likely senior students. Once everyone had assembled, the old principal introduced them to one another. A wooden element ability user at the bronze mid-tier third-year student, Guyu Qingshu. A martial artist at the bronze mid-tier third-year student, Xiong Tianxiang. A martial artist at the bronze mid-tier third-year student, Feng Jioga. A martial artist at the bronze mid-tier second-year student, Qin Shi. A martial artist at the bronze mid-tier second-year student, Bai Ningbing. A martial artist at the bronze mid-tier second-year student, Wang Qingqing. A martial artist at the bronze early-tier freshman, Luo Yonghao. A lightning element ability user at the bronze early-tier freshman, Lei Yunxiao. A martial artist at the bronze early-tier freshman, Zhang Mani. A beast tamer ability user at the bronze early-tier freshman, Su Bai. What surprised Su Bai was that these 3, Luo Yonghao and the others, had actually advanced to the bronze early tier within just 1 week, a level comparable to certain second-year prodigies. Indeed, the battlefield was the greatest crucible for tempering one's abilities. Through those life-and-death battles, the latent potential of Luo Yonghao and the other 2 geniuses had been further awakened, and they had all broken through to the bronze early tier. After the mutual introductions, the old principal continued. The 100 Schools League comprises 138 martial arts universities. Each institution sends 10 representatives, 5 official competitors, and 5 reserve members. The official squad must consist of 3 third years, 2 second years, and 2 freshmen. Meanwhile, the full roster requires at least 3 third years, 3 second years, and 4 freshmen. You are currently the strongest group of students the academy can field. For this 100 Schools League, Jiangzhou Wuda's official competitors shall be Su Bai, Guyu Qingshu, Wang Qingqing, Bai Ningbing, and Luo Yonghao, with the remaining students serving as reserves. Su Bai shall be appointed team captain. Does anyone have any objections? Almost immediately after the principal spoke, a senior student stepped forward defiantly. It was the second-year student, Bai Ningbing. Principal Scholar Qingshu outperforms everyone here in terms of combat strength, seniority, and overall capability. By what right should a mere freshman be appointed captain? Exactly. Su Bai is merely a bronze early-tier ability user, a full tier below Scholar Qingshu. Why should he be the captain? There were no fewer than 6 second and third-year students present. They would hardly accept being led by a freshman. However, the nominated Guyu Qingshu instead stepped forward with a smile to support Su Bai. Student Su Bai has proven capable of shouldering the burden against a silver-grade ferocious beast. His true strength undoubtedly far exceeds his peers. We should not judge him solely by his bronze early-tier title. More importantly, our purpose in participating is to bring honor to the academy, not to squabble over who should serve as captain. Since the principal has explicitly chosen Su Bai to lead us, we ought to respect and obey his decision. Hearing these words, Su Bai looked at the senior with newfound respect and studied Gu Yuqing Shu more carefully. Dressed in azure robes with his hair tied back, his face was handsome and refined, his eyes bright like starlight. A folding fan rested lightly behind his back, and his manner was calm and composed, radiating an air of scholarly grace. No wonder so many were willing to follow Gu Yuqing Shu voluntarily. Both his vision and his magnanimity made him truly stand out among his peers. The old principal frowned and declared, "I trust you have all seen the news from the past 2 days. Su Bai possesses the strength to slay a silver-grade ferocious beast. Whoever wishes to challenge this appointment may go forth and kill one themselves. I will replace him immediately." The students exchanged displeased glances and fell silent. Their highest realm was merely the bronze mid-tier. How could they possibly contend with a silver-grade beast? Yet their expressions betrayed deep resentment, each secretly believing that Su Bai's feat against the silver-grade beast was accomplished with assistance from military experts and instructors, a product of opportunism rather than genuine strength. At this moment, Luo Yonghao kept his eyes lowered, his fists clenched tightly. He harbored resentment towards Su Bai's appointment as captain. Having once been hailed as the strongest freshman, he naturally possessed considerable pride. During the week-long break, he had advanced to the bronze early tier. Even if forced to face that bronze high-tier nethercat alone again, he might now stand a fighting chance. This was the confidence of a true prodigy. Nevertheless, even with this growth, he still acknowledged that Su Bai's strength surpassed his own. Those who had not witnessed Su Bai's performance that day could not comprehend it, but Luo Yonghao knew well. The combat power of a silver-grade cultivator was far beyond what he could currently match. But Su Bai could. Unconsciously, Luo Yonghao had already come to regard Su Bai as the person he sought to surpass. The old principal observed this scene with full understanding of what the students were thinking. Yet he chose not to say more. These students were all top talents within the academy, and many came from prominent families. They naturally would not submit to a mere freshman named Su Bai. However, once the competition began and Su Bai demonstrated his true capabilities, these concerns would naturally dissolve. Thus, the old principal did not take the matter too seriously. As for Su Bai possibly facing difficulties during this pre-competition period, what concern was that to the old principal? This lad had dared to trick him. Appointing Su Bai as captain served both as a trial for him and as a minor punishment. After everyone walked out of the training ground, Bai Ningbing directly blocked Su by saying arrogantly, "Don't think you can act cocky just because the principal has your back. If you want us to obediently follow your orders, I'm telling you right now, impossible." Su Bai rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. Too lazy to waste words on such a person, he turned and walked away. This scene infuriated Bai Ningbing, who wanted to teach the junior a lesson about respecting his seniors. But Gu Yuqing grabbed him and advised, "This 100 schools tournament is of great importance. It concerns Jiangzhou Martial University's ranking among the 100 schools, as well as our own practical interests. It would be unwise to have internal strife before the competition even begins." Seeing that senior brother Qing Shu had said so, Bai Ningbing glared at Su Bai's retreating figure. He thought to himself, "I'll let this kid off for now. Once the competition starts and no one follows his orders to go on stage, he'll be in for a surprise." Not long after Su Bai walked out, a graceful figure blocked his way again. Looking up, he saw Wang Qingqing, a sophomore senior. She was indeed exceptionally beautiful and graceful, and also one of the 3 campus beauties of Jiangzhou Martial University. Wang Qingqing's face was frosty, her brows furrowed as she glared at Su Bai. "Su Bai, you only managed to kill a silver-tier beast by luck with the help of military experts and instructors. Even if you've become the captain, don't think you can order us seniors around." She continued, "I don't know what my grandfather was thinking telling me to get closer to you. What qualifications do you have? I advise you not to have any ideas about me." At this, Su Bai's face darkened. "Are these prodigies all on something? This principal guy deliberately made me the captain, didn't he?" He cursed inwardly, "This old man is so wicked." Su Bai glanced sideways at the tsundere beauty and said, "Rest assured, I definitely won't get close to you. We're just not compatible." He added, so young yet thinking such wishful thoughts. Su Bai truly had no interest in this so-called aloof campus beauty. What was she doing putting on a face right away? She's not even half as cute as my Yanran. And my Yanran is also a campus beauty. With that, Su Bai didn't spare Wang Qingqing another glance and headed toward the dormitory. Wang Qingqing watched Su Bai's retreating figure, her face flushed with anger. Which male student on campus wasn't crazy about her and obedient to her every word? This Su Bai actually said we're not compatible. And he said I'm thinking wishful thoughts. Who's thinking wishful thoughts? Who? Oh, this is driving me mad. The contrast made Wang Qingqing extremely displeased. She gritted her teeth and vowed to make Su Bai suffer when the 100 schools tournament began. After Su Bai had gone far, Bai Ningbing saw that even Wang Qingqing had been angered by Su Bai. He walked over and said sarcastically, "This year's junior really has no manners." Wang Qingqing glanced at Bai Ningbing, and all her pinned-up frustration exploded. "Huh, and you have manners." With that, Wang Qingqing tossed her waterfall-like hair and turned away, leaving a livid Bai Ningbing standing there flabbergasted. "I didn't do anything to you." Gu Yuqing saw this scene and sighed helplessly. Before the competition even started at Jiangzhou Martial University, 2 official team members had already fallen out with Su Bai. It was said that Luo Yonghao also didn't have a good relationship with Su Bai, meaning 3 of the official members were at odds with him. Su Bai's role as captain would be tough. At Daidu Martial University, inside the principal's office, 10 vigorous students stood in a row. The principal of Daidu Martial University nodded with satisfaction and said, "Our Daidu Martial University has always been the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. Many prestigious schools envy us for receiving the most resources." He continued, "Then we must show the world why Daidu Martial University is hailed as the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Yang will be the captain for this 100 schools tournament. We must seize first place." The 10 students saluted the principal respectfully and replied yes. Wang Yang's strength was enough to awe everyone, not just within Daidu Martial University, but across the entire younger generation of the country. On the D-level all-races battlefield, 10 prodigies from Great Wall Guard Martial School were constantly fighting amidst a tsunami of beasts. With expressions as firm as iron, their movements were precise and efficient. With every strike of their blades, a beast fell. The leading youth, built like an iron tower with shoulders like mountains, swung a 1,000-gene spiked mace with such force that it whistled through the air, beating a silver-tier giant bear until it had no chance to fight back. The principal, wearing the rank of lieutenant general, stood on the watchtower of the military base, watching the students battle. Beside him stood the chief instructor, wearing the rank of colonel, who nodded while looking through binoculars. "Not bad, not bad." He added, "This batch of students is very strong overall. Their practical combat experience and mastery of techniques are such that even older warriors might not surpass them by much." He said, "Wouldn't it be too unfair to send these battle-hardened warriors to the 100 schools tournament?" The principal even showed a rare smile. "100 schools tournament." He replied, "For these 10 kids, it's about as challenging as a sightseeing trip." At Modu Martial University, inside the practical training hall, 10 youths were training drenched in sweat, with chi swirling around their bodies. The shimmering lights of various techniques filled the training hall. Among them, the captain by Xiaohao, with his formidable silver-tier chi, could easily take on 3 opponents without pressure. The chief instructor walked into the training hall carrying a silver-white box. "Everyone stop," he announced. "The school has just applied for a batch of bronze-tier chi blood pills for you. Your only task for the next 3 weeks is to become stronger at all costs." He continued, "The training resources will be provided by Modu Martial University. But at the 100 schools tournament, you must all deliver decent results." He added, "I heard that Su Bai from Jiangzhou Martial University could kill silver-tier beasts even at bronze-tier. Recently, Jiangzhou Martial University has gained fame and has been boasting in the media that they will shine at this tournament and compete for more resources." He scoffed. "They're just an ordinary martial university, yet they dare to covet the resources of prestigious schools. If you encounter them, beat them to a pulp." He asked, "Can you do it?" The 10 students' faces showed undisguised contempt. Jiangzhou Martial University. If not for the recent beast attack incident, they would never have heard of this school. Since it dared to covet their resources, they wouldn't hold back. Instantly, the 10 students roared in unison, "We can!" Whether ordinary martial universities or prestigious schools across the Dragon Kingdom, everyone was actively preparing for the 100 schools tournament. Universities with strength were full of confidence, while those slightly weaker refused to be outdone. Even if they couldn't compete for first place, as long as they could improve their school's ranking a bit, they could get more resources in the future. Jiangzhou Martial University was not an exception among ordinary martial universities. Every principal of an ordinary university wanted their school to be stronger and have more resources. Meanwhile, Su Bai, on the other hand, did not care at all about the attitudes of his teammates, nor did he feel any sense of urgency to prepare. His mind was full of how to support the 2 gluttons at home. Those 2 battle pets were each more voracious than the other. By the time Su Bai returned to the dormitory, it was already past 7 in the evening. Han Jiagong and the other roommates had been eagerly awaiting his return. "Brother Su, we're heading to the Shangri-La Hotel again tonight. We've been waiting for you." Su Bai nodded. Having made no preparations of his own, he simply joined Han Jiagong and the others in the car to the Shangri-La Hotel. Outside the magnificent hotel, dozens of model-like attendants lined up and bowed in unison, "Welcome to Shangri-La." The 2 made their way to a pre-booked private dining room, where Han Jiagong's father and Master Chowidan were already seated. Upon seeing Su Bai arrive, Han's father quickly rose with a smile. "My worthy nephew Su Bai, it has only been 3 months since we last met, yet I never expected you would already have forged such a formidable reputation on the myriad races battlefield. My boy Han Jiagong owes his safe return entirely to your protection during the battle. This time I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you." Su Bai responded with a smile. "Uncle Han, you flatter me. Han Jiagong is strong enough on his own. There was no real danger to his life on the battlefield." Having interacted with Su Bai once before, Han Zhengxing understood his nature well. The guy was polite on the surface, but when it came to protecting his interests, he'd never compromise an inch. But in Han Jingxing's eyes, this pragmatic character came across as refreshingly straightforward and genuine. No hidden agendas, making him easy to get along with. Without wasting words, he retrieved a briefcase from nearby and opened it before Su by revealing 10 bottles of blood chi powder and a bank card inside. Han's father smiled. "My nephew is too kind to my boy. As his father, I know exactly what he is capable of. Moreover, when a silver-tier nethercat appeared, even if my son had sprouted for extra legs, he still would not have escaped. Since you were able to slay a silver-tier nethercat, you have naturally saved my son's life. Our Han family ought to reward you handsomely for this. Here are 10 bottles of blood chi powder and a savings card containing 1 million yuan. Please accept them. Han Jiagong chimed in from the side. Yep, Brother Su, this truly is our family's heartfelt gesture. Just accept it. The blood chi powder had little use for Xiaoba at this stage, but Su Bai had recently formed a contract with a small feline companion, so these tin bottles would serve that purpose quite well. Since they insisted so earnestly, Su Bai no longer demurred and accepted Han Jingqing's gift. Since both Uncle Han and Jiagong are so insistent, I shall accept without further pretense. However, I cannot simply take these things from you for nothing. How about this? I'll acquire some rare beast blood for Han Jiagong later. It might help him advance to the bronze tier sooner. Since Su Bai's identity as a beast tamer had already been exposed, he saw no need to claim the blood came from a friend. Xiaoba had awakened the Xuanwu bloodline and was no longer suitable for supplying blood to the Han family, though the kitten's blood would pose no problem. Han's father became noticeably more enthusiastic upon hearing this. Whether it was beast blood or not was secondary. The real priority was earning Su Bai's goodwill. To be honest, Grandfather Han had originally only wished to cultivate a connection because he saw Su Bai as a talented individual. But ever since learning about Su Bai's close ties with Lin Yinran, his impression of Su Bai had completely changed. At that time, he had been strategizing how to build a relationship with Su Bai, even if it meant gaining nothing in return. Who could have predicted that before Grandfather Han could even make a move, Su Bai would accomplish something that stunned the entire nation, slaying an opponent beyond his rank, becoming the youngest recipient of the Great Wall Gold Medal in history, with countless honors bestowed upon him. Though Su Bai himself had not yet realized it, many people already viewed him as someone extraordinary. This young man's future held limitless potential. That was precisely why Grandfather Han had been so eager to meet with Su Bai this time. For a moment, all the guests at the banquet shared in the joy. In the end, Su Bai had to support the completely inebriated Han Jiagong back to the dormitory. By dawn the next day, Su Bai went straight to the principal's office and requested use of the indoor training facility. After the students returned from their 7-day holiday, classes officially resumed at the school. However, due to Su Bai's participation in the 100 Schools League competition, the principal had granted special permission for the 10 of them to temporarily exempt themselves from regular academic coursework. All they needed to do was focus entirely on strengthening their capabilities. The principal had no objections to Su Bai renting the indoor training ground. While other martial artists might not require much space, Su Bai Xiaoba was enormous and naturally needed a much larger area. Upon arriving at the indoor training ground, Su Bai secured the doors and windows before releasing both Xiaoba and the kitten from his beast-taming space. Little ones, it's time to eat. After many days apart, Su Bai indulged himself, once more placing 15 bronze-tier beast cores before Xiaoba. The creature's eyes lit up instantly at the sight, drool spreading across the floor. Roar, roar, roar. Master, where did you strike it rich recently? So much delicious food. Su Bai glanced at Xiaoba in surprise. This glutton had somehow become almost human in its expression. But who had taught it such a worldly tone? His gaze shifted to the timid kitten hiding near Xiaoba's feet, and a bad feeling immediately arose within him. Sensing Su Bai's stare, the kitten let out a pitiful meow, meow. Master, I'm so hungry. Judging by the kitten's demeanor, it surely could not have been the one corrupting Xiaoba. The thought brought Su Bai reluctant relief. Then Su Bai waved his hand and produced 10 bottles of blood chi powder, saying proudly, "All right, today you two can feast to your heart's content." At the sight of the blood chi powder, the kitten's eyes immediately brightened. It reminded him of when Xiaoba first discovered it. The kitten popped open the cap and downed the entire bottle in one go. However, the kitten was still far too weak. After consuming a full bottle of blood chi powder, it collapsed limply on the ground. Witnessing this, Xiaoba gently nudged the kitten with its head. Roar, roar, roar. Bro, ease up on the eating. Your current physique cannot handle the energy from an entire bottle of blood chi powder. After watching for a while, and confirming the kitten was unharmed, Xiaoba began enthusiastically devouring the 15 bronze-tier beast cores before it. 1, 2, 10. Each beast core costing over 1 million at production seemed like candy to Xiaoba, chomped and swallowed in just a few bites. Su Bai's eye twitched at the sight. After 10 cores, Xiaoba still showed no signs of advancing to the mid-tier stage. Su Bai's expression darkened. Including the 10 cores fed previously, that meant an investment of 30 million in total. How could such an enormous investment fail to push it even one minor breakthrough? Was this supposed to be leveling up? This was just burning money. Su Bai's anger flared. Squinting at Xiaoba, he warned, 5 more cores, and if you still don't advance, I'm giving all future resources to the kitten. Xiaoba shrank back in fright, but fortunately after consuming the 13th beast core, it finally began glowing with a cyan light across its body. Its skill releases typically manifested as earth yellow radiance, while advancement triggered this blue-green aura. Lying prone on the ground, it slowly absorbed the tremendous energy. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Earth Dark Turtle has advanced to bronze mid-tier, and your level has increased. A crisp system notification echoed in Su Bai's mind. He broke into a proud smile, like a father watching his child gain admission to a prestigious martial arts university. Silently, he commanded, "Open Xiaoba's status panel. Tame Beast Earth Dark Turtle level bronze mid-tier, Xuanwu Bloodline activated at 30%, all attributes significantly enhanced, talents strengthened constitution, 218 defense, 292 agility, 60 spirit, 60 talent, 1 earth barrier condenses terrestrial power into a defensive stance, boosting defense, by 500% talent 2. Earth Spirit Embodiment expends Constitution to coat the body in Earth Elemental Energy, increasing attack power by 100 to 200%, and defense by 200 to 300%. Talent 3. Earth Gravity targets designated by the user are drawn toward the Earth Dark Turtle by gravitational force. If they fail to approach, their movement speed is severely reduced. After reaching bronze level mid-tier, the number of talents did not increase, but the attribute boost was absolutely terrifying, even more horrifying than the attribute gain a typical silver level beast would receive from advancing a minor rank. Subai was quite satisfied with this. As expected of Xiao Ba, who possessed the Xuanwu bloodline, it was worth all the effort he had put into collecting freeloading so many resources to feed him. All the effort had paid off. After Xiao Ba leveled up, Subai decisively put away the remaining 2 beast cores. This guy had such a huge appetite that feeding him those 2 cores would be like giving him 2 candy beans. Barely any effect. Rather than that, it would be better to save them for little cat later. After all, the younger son is still a son, who as a father, he couldn't be too biased, having already given all the good resources to Xiao Ba. Roar, roar, roar. Master, didn't I just level up? Why did you put away those 2 cores? Xiao Ba looked at stingy Subai, immediately resisting with a pitiful expression. But how could Xiao Ba change anything? Subai decided. Whoosh. In an instant, Xiao Ba, who was larger than a big truck, was absorbed into the taming space. Xiao Ba, damn. When he turned his gaze to Little Cat, its body size had already increased noticeably, and its aura was gradually strengthening. When Little Cat had fully digested a bottle of blood chi powder, Subai could sense that it was close to the mid-tier. Its body size had now reached that of an adult wolf dog, meaning it at least possessed a certain level of lethality. Subai gently stroked Little Cat's head and said, "Here, all these blood chi powders are yours. Keep eating." If Xiao Ba saw this, he would probably be in tears. Master was just too damn biased. Thinking back, when Xiao Ba wanted a bottle of blood chi powder, he was doubted by Subai for a long time and had to sell his blood to get the medicine. How heart-wrenching it was. Indeed, the treatment of the younger son was much better than that of the elder son. Meow, 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 thank you, master. Saying that, the little cat downed another bottle of blood chi powder. Ding. Little Cat has evolved to ordinary level mid-tier beast awaken talent, Ghost Step of the Netherworld. With the system notification sound, Little Cat officially entered ordinary mid-tier, and its body size had grown to that of a Tibetan Mastiff. There are still 8 bottles left. Eat as much as you want. After you finish, I still have 2 beast cores for you. Subai's gentle voice echoed in Little Cat's ears. Having spent several days in the taming space with Xiao Ba, Little Cat naturally knew how much hardship Xiao Ba had endured for a bite of food. Having just learned this from Xiao Ba, Little Cat had already mentally prepared itself to be doubted and have its blood drawn. But Master was clearly so gentle, so considerate, so generous. Could it be that Xiao Ba had misunderstood him? At this moment, Little Cat's heart was warm, and with a face full of happiness, it gulped down the remaining 8 bottles of blood chi powder one after another. Suddenly, a violent force surged through Little Cat's entire body, almost tearing it apart, much like the pain Subai had experienced when he advanced to ordinary high tier. However, Subai was already at bronze mid-tier, and his physique and other aspects were far superior to Little Cat's, so this time he appeared quite calm and composed. Ding. Little Cat has evolved to ordinary level high tier beast awakened talent, Ghost Step of the Netherworld, tamed beast. Little Cat level ordinary high tier, possesses a certain amount of white tiger sacred beast bloodline, can grow infinitely, and eventually slay gods. Physique 39, defense 38, agility 79, spirit 25, talent 1, sharp claws, consumes a certain amount of stamina, increases attack speed by 100 and attack power by 100, talent 2, bloodthirst, consumes a certain amount of stamina, increases attack power by 100 to 500, the more severely injured the higher the attack boost. Talent 3, Ghost Step of the Netherworld, consumes a certain amount of stamina, increases movement speed by 100 to 200, the more blood chi consumed the greater the speed boost. I looked at Little Cat's attributes and found them similar to Xiao Ba's when he was at ordinary high tier, but Xiao Ba focused on physique and defense. Little Cat's physique and defense were slightly higher than an average ordinary high tier, but not by much. However, in agility, Little Cat's attributes had explosively increased. Although Little Cat's white tiger bloodline had not yet been officially awakened, its attribute values were already comparable to a bronze high tier netherworld cat. With the enhancement of its 3 talents, it could easily thrash a bronze high tier netherworld cat. Subai nodded in satisfaction, closed Little Cat's panel, and then opened his own panel. Host Subai, occupation tamer, level bronze mid-tier, receives attribute boost of 30 from Dadi Xiangui and 20 from Little Cat. Age 18, physique 115, base 38, inherited 65 from Dadi Xiangui, 12 from Little Cat, agility 74, base 32, inherited 18 from Dadi Xiangui, 24 from Little Cat, spirit 86, base 60, inherited 18 from Dadi Xiangui, 8 from Little Cat, tamed beasts. Dadi Xiangui, view details, tamed beasts. Little Cat, view details, talent 1, infinite evolution of contracted tamed beasts, system granted, talent 2, can use all talent skills of tamed beasts, common to all tamer superpowered individuals, talent 3. Origin confluence, host can share energy and share damage with tamed beasts. Subai stared at his own attributes for a long time without speaking. Originally, his base attributes were only average for an ordinary superpowered individual, but with the attribute boost from his 2 tamed beasts, his attributes were now comparable to a silver level initial tier martial artist. However, martial artists were not just about high attribute values. Their level of control over their own blood chi was far beyond Su-bai's ability, and combat techniques were the highest essence of a martial artist's use of blood chi. Su-bai, however, had no combat techniques. But he had 3 talents of his own, and one of them allowed him to invoke the 6 talent skills of his 2 tamed beasts, meaning Su-bai now possessed a total of 8 talent skills. These covered 5 aspects: attack, defense, movement, control, and support. These talent skills originating from the 2 sacred beasts Xuanwu and White Tiger provided Su-bai with a combat boost far beyond what ordinary combat techniques could match. Back then the principal had already been shocked out of his wits when he saw Xiaoba had 3 talent skills. If the principal were to find out that Su-bai had a full 8 talent skills, he would probably forget about the 100 Schools tournament and just grab Su-bai to study him like a lab rat. If Su-bai were to really fight a silver-level martial artist now, he would probably beat the martial artist to the point of questioning life. After silently calculating in his mind, Little Cat had also finished eating the remaining 2 beast cores, but it was still quite far from advancing to bronze level. After extracting 5 drops of essence blood from Little Cat under its resentful gaze, Su-bai directly threw Little Cat into the taming space as well. After dispatching those 2 gluttonous beasts, Su-bai pondered for a moment. At that moment, only 20 days remained until the 100 Schools League. Once all resources had been exhausted, it was impossible to further enhance the combat strength of his 2 tamed beasts within such a short period. However, strength enhancement was only one aspect. Understanding one's opponent was equally crucial. As the old saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can face 100 battles without peril. Yet Su-bai, having transmigrated midway into this world, knew nothing of the secrets surrounding martial artists and espers, nor the common knowledge that could not be found on the internet. Fortunately, he still had 20 days ahead. Su-bai resolved to make up for this gap in his knowledge. At the very least, he refused to be outmatched by his own ignorance. Once his thoughts were in order, Su-bai returned the indoor training ground and headed straight for the academy library. The library of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University consisted of 18 floors. The lower 6 floors housed general books accessible to everyone, including various professional subjects and literary classics. The middle 6 floors contained works on the great master's insights into the martial way, the history of wars among all races, introductions to various species, and other materials closely related to martial artists and espers, though these were merely academic knowledge points. These 12 floors were freely open to all students. The top 6 floors, however, held martial techniques for martial artists and detailed applications of espers' innate abilities. These were the very essence capable of directly enhancing one's inner strength, the foundational treasure of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. An entry to the upper 6 floors required academy credits. Each student could earn 10 credits per year at the school. Additional credits could be obtained by contributing to the academy, earning merit on the battlefield, or achieving a significant breakthrough in one's cultivation realm. This was Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's student cultivation system. Su-bai had met all these criteria, accumulating a total of 180 credits, more than sufficient for his needs. Upon arriving at the 13th floor, Su-bai handed over his student ID card to the supervising tutor. When the tutor checked Su-bai's credit balance, he nearly wet himself, convinced his eyes were deceiving him. This credit count exceeded even that of the instructors themselves. After looking more closely and confirming it was indeed Su-bai's student card, the tutor relaxed somewhat and remarked with a hint of disbelief, "Who would have thought a first-year freshman already possessed 180 credits? Many third-year students haven't earned nearly this much by the time they graduate. Since this is your first visit, let me explain. Books on the 13th floor and above cannot be borrowed. They must be read within the library. The 13th, 14th, and 15th floors each deduct 1 credit per day, while the 3 floors above that deduct 10 credits daily." Understood. Su-bai had no objections whatsoever. After stowing his student ID, he walked directly into the 13th floor library. His 180 credits were more than enough to sustain him on the top 3 floors for half a year. What could possibly be wrong? The entire 13th floor held only several hundred books, all devoted to martial artists' combat techniques. Several second and third-year students sat quietly nearby, immersed in their reading. Beside each bookshelf stood sealed training chambers. Students who gained insights after studying martial techniques could practice on their own in these rooms, though using the training chambers required an additional credit fee. Alternatively, one could spend credits to hire professional tutors to guide their study of battle techniques. In other words, as long as one had credits and resources, the environment of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University allowed realm advancement far faster than the outside world. Su-bai spotted several of his teammates preparing for the 100 Schools League on the 13th floor as well, but he made no effort to greet them. Thanks to the old principal's wise decision, those individuals already harbored considerable resentment toward him. After circling the 13th floor, Su-bai made his way up the stairs to the 14th floor. I previously heard Tutor Liao Yusin mention the 3 supreme exclusive talent mantras of beast tamers and espers. Heaven and earth return, the divine soul endures, weapons gather, the sacred beast armors forth, roots of grass and trees merge, the primal origin flows as one. I have already obtained the 3rd mantra, the primal origin flows as one. As for the other 2, I have never even heard of them before. Perhaps relevant records can be found here in the library. Su-bai walked along, sorting through his thoughts. Upon reaching the 14th floor, he indeed found bookshelves dedicated to espers. Following a signpost, he accidentally came across a black-covered book. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a memoir written by a beast tamer. Subai decided to take it and sat down at a nearby seat to read. Autobiography of Luo Fan, the strongest beast tamer in history. As Subai turned to the first page, he saw the very mantra tutor Liao Yusin had once recited. Heaven and earth return, the divine soul endures, weapons gather, the sacred beast armors forth, roots of grass and trees merge, the primal origin flows as one. Instantly Subai was captivated by this book and began reading intently. Beast tamers, like all other espers, primarily cultivate their spiritual power. But it seems their spiritual growth grants no combat enhancement whatsoever. Is that truly the case? Wrong. It is because those beast tamers are utterly inadequate. They have no understanding of what a true beast tamer truly is. Why does everyone claim our beast taming ability is the most useless of all espers? I refuse to accept it. I will make the world recognize the strength of beast tamers, something no other esper can ever rival. There are no useless abilities, only useless people. I, Luo Fan, was born beneath heaven and earth. Since I have become a beast tamer, I must carve a path forward for all beast tamers to reach the king tier. Though my name is Luo Fan, I possess a heart that refuses to accept mediocrity. Thus my entire life has been devoted to finding such a path for beast tamers. I succeeded. I have finally pioneered a method for beast tamers to harness spiritual power. It turns out there exists an invisible, intangible, and imperceptible link between beast tamers and their tamed beasts. A connection that, though beyond sight, touch, and sound, is undeniably real. Even if a newly contracted beast cannot speak human words, the beast tamer can still communicate with it flawlessly through this link. A beast tamer can expand this link through their own spiritual power, thereby enabling mutual energy transmission, shared damage, and even the sharing of vital life force between tamer and beast. In this sense, the relationship between a tamer and their beast is much like the roots and leaves of a tree. I have named this ability Primal Origin Resonance. Roots of grass and trees merge, the primal origin flows as one. Damn it. Why? Why are beast tamers so physically frail? This time, were it not for my tame beast sacrificing itself to save me, I would have been decapitated. I must grow stronger. I must find a solution. There must be a way to prevent beast tamers from being counteracted by decapitation tactics. After 10 long years, I have finally discovered the answer. Weak grains of sand, when gathered together, form towering mountains. If a tame beast and its tamer unite, they too shall become an imposing mountain that strikes fear into the hearts of enemies. With this inspiration, I sat in silent meditation atop Mount Tai with my tame beast for 3 full years, until one day, sudden enlightenment struck. As long as one's spiritual power is sufficiently profound, all things can become whatever you desire. Luo Fan's autobiography. We humans are not endowed with such formidable spiritual power to alter all things, but between beast tamers and their tamed beasts there exists a linking channel. Using this channel as a fulcrum and leveraging our own spiritual power, we can thereby move the laws of the world. Xiao Qing, would you be willing to become the spear in my hand and charge into battle with me? When Xiao Qing transformed into a spear, the feeling it gave me was powerful, extremely powerful. All of Xiao Qing's attributes were bestowed upon me. I felt like a humanoid wild beast. Ha ha ha. This technique, I name it Holy Beast Armament. Divine weapons gather, Holy Beast Armament. The myriad races launched a massive invasion. 3 top-tier king-level combatants emerged in full force, while on humanity's side only I and one other had reached king level. Humanity was in peril. Forced by circumstances, I led Xiao Qing, Xiao Hong, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Bai, 4 tamed beasts, to fight 2 king-level combatants alone. Xiao Hong, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Bai had grown for too short a time. They simply could not withstand king-level attacks, and fell one after another. Only Xiao Qing and I were left to fight with our backs to the wall. That battle saw heaven and earth collapse, mountains and rivers fall, and it lasted a full 3 months. Ha ha ha, I won. I won. 2 king level of the myriad races died under my spear, one after another. Fighting 2 alone, who else? This time the myriad races have suffered a severe blow. Within 100 years they will have no strength to fight humanity again. Unfortunately, I was also severely wounded beyond recovery. 3 months later, I lay on my sickbed clinging to life. Xiao Qing, don't cry. Don't transfer your life force to me anymore. It's useless. If you continue like this, you will die too. Xiao Qing, promise me you must survive. If I die, you guard humanity for me, okay? In the final moment of my life, I seemed to have an epiphany. Within the concept of source homology, one can share life force, so why not share life itself? My time is insufficient. If I were given another 10 years, perhaps I could comprehend the ultimate esoteric talent of Beast Tamer's soul immortal. Heaven and earth returns soul immortal. As long as one side of the tamed beast or beast tamer does not die, the deceased can be reborn through the living, just like the ancient sacred beast phoenix, undergoing nirvana and rebirth. I, Luo Fan, throughout my entire life, ultimately failed to complete the final step of the beast tamer. What a pity. Future generations, if you happen to read this autobiography of mine, and you are also a beast tamer, I, Luo Fan, earnestly beg you help me continue on this path, and let the world see what the glory of a beast tamer truly is. Luo Fan expresses his gratitude. The handwriting in this book was vigorous and forceful, and the text was filled with the domineering aura of a supreme being looking down upon all things. Subai felt a surge of hot blood when reading it. At the end there was also an annotation by the current strongest human, the king-level combatant, who fought alongside Luo Fan. Luo Fan, to be honest, I never looked straight at you before. In my eyes you were like a stone in a latrine, both stinky and hard, a person who only clung to rigid principles and didn't know how to adapt. But I have to say your stubbornness and persistence saved all of humanity. I owe you an apology. I will pass down this book of yours, copying 10,000 copies, so that those who awaken the source skill of beast taming can see your spirit and will. I hope to bring closure to your wish and create a new world for beast tamers. Unfortunately, in the 100 years since your passing, countless beast tamers have been born in the world, yet not a single one has achieved anything, not even the most basic source homology. Ridiculous, isn't it? Before you were born, the profession of beast tamer was considered a chicken rib, but after you it became a chicken rib again. Your appearance was like a fleeting glimpse, as if you existed only to save humanity for 100 years. Truly ridiculous, lamentable, and deplorable. Or perhaps it was destined by fate. Subai spent an entire day reading the entire book. When he slowly closed it, he also let out a long sigh. What a pity. Senior Luo Fan, I Subai will carry on your unfinished will. However, after finishing the book, a doubt arose in Subai's mind. When he walked from the 13th floor to the 14th floor, whether it was martial artists' battle techniques or superhumans' innate skills, all book covers were marked with detailed ranks. Martial artists' battle techniques and superhumans' innate skills were collectively called cultivation techniques, divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Yellow rank was yellow rank, profound rank was profound rank. The classification was very clear. As for earth rank and heaven rank, Subai had not yet seen them in the library. However, the cover of this cultivation technique was pitch black, with only the title, unlike other technique books that had the rank marked on the cover. So Subai directly picked up this technique book and went to the supervising instructor on the 13th floor to ask, "Instructor, did this technique book forget to mark its rank?" Hearing what Subai said, the instructor was somewhat surprised. He had been the supervising instructor for the 13th floor and above for 10 years, and he could basically remember every technique book in there. How could there be a technique book without a rank marked? When the instructor took the book from Subai and saw the title on the cover, Luo Fan, the autobiography of the strongest beast tamer in history, he muttered softly, "Is there such a technique book above the 13th floor?" The instructor frowned deeply, constantly searching his mind for memories related to this technique book, and asked Subai, "Where did you get this technique book?" It was on the top shelf of the 3rd bookcase on the left on the 14th floor. But there was only this book on that shelf. Subai had also taken it down out of curiosity, because it occupied an entire shelf. After hearing Subai, the instructor exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible. The top shelf of that bookcase had no technique book at all. Are you mistaken?" But then he thought again. That bookcase was the only one that held technique books related to beast tamers and superhumans. Subai couldn't have taken it from anywhere else. Having realized this, the instructor did not question Subai further. Just as he was about to open the technique book to look, he found that no matter how hard he tried, the book would not budge. He couldn't even open it. How can this be? In an instant, a silvery white blood energy rose from the instructor. To Subai's surprise, the supervising instructor of the 13th floor was actually a silver-level combatant martial artist. Even so, after using the blood energy force, he still could not open the book. This mysterious black book lay there as immovable as the towering Mount Tai. The instructor narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Subai. How is it that this book cannot be opened? Technique books above the 13th floor were the foundation of a martial university. Any loss of a technique book was unacceptable. If this kid really dared to tamper with it, the school's wrath would not be something a student could bear, even if he had once achieved great glory and merits. Subai was equally puzzled as to why the advisor couldn't open the book when he himself had read it for an entire day without any difficulty. He picked it up and casually flipped through it, yet in his hands the book opened effortlessly. How is this possible? The advisor's eyes bulged wide as copper bells, staring at the book Subai had opened with utter disbelief. At that moment, the advisor realized this book was absolutely extraordinary. After reflecting on this, the advisor frowned and said, "Subai, this matter is of great significance. The grading level of this technique is beyond my authority to decide. I must report to the principal first." The students studying nearby were all drawn to the commotion between Subai and the advisor, turning their heads curiously. Bai Ningbing glanced at Subai's back and sneered. "Our junior fellow student is probably causing trouble again." Wang Qingqing gave Subai's retreating figure a cold glance and dismissed it, lowering her head to continue studying the book on martial arts techniques. Subai, he was nothing more than grandfather's misplaced judgment. What makes him any better than those flies constantly swarming around me? Within minutes of the advisor's report, a figure materialized out of thin air on the 13th floor of the library. A golden tier aura flooded the entire floor, leaving all the students in stunned shock. Holy crap, the principal actually used an earth tier movement technique to flash over here. What could be so urgent? Using an earth tier technique just to commute across campus. This is insane. The principal paid no attention to the crowd and hurried to Subai and the advisor in 3 quick strides. The first thing he saw was the technique manual in the advisor's hands that refused to open no matter how they tried. Snatching the book, the elderly principal held it with trembling excitement. This book is indeed the autobiography of the mighty Luo Fan. 18 years ago, this technique mysteriously disappeared, and the entire school went into a frenzy searching for it. When the principal heard the advisor's report, he had already harbored suspicions. Overwhelmed with ecstatic joy, he couldn't wait to verify his conjecture, so he hurriedly activated his Earth Tier technique to arrive here. The Heaven Tier beast taming technique of our Jiangzhou Martial University has been recovered. This book was a Heaven Tier technique. A Heaven Tier technique contained a trace of the power of heavenly and earthly laws. Ordinary people were utterly unworthy of practicing it. Only those at the Wang level realm could create such a technique. Below the Wang level, even attempting to copy, it would cost you half your life. Those with strength below the diamond level were not even qualified to copy it. However, individuals possessing diamond-level strength were equivalent to the commanders of one of the 5 major military regions nationwide. If such a towering figure had to risk half their life copying a Heaven-tier technique, the peril was truly immense. Therefore, the number of Heaven-tier techniques currently available throughout the entire Dragon Nation could be counted on one's fingers. Originally, this technique had been sent to Luo Fan's alma mater Jiangzhou Martial University by the strongest Wang-level warrior among humanity as a tribute to his old friend Luo Fan, hoping to fulfill Luo Fan's dying wish. Thereafter, this mighty being defied the backlash of heavenly laws and painstakingly copied the text by hand, distributing it to important locations, hoping to cultivate more top-tier beast tamers. After all, Luo Fan had shown everyone the formidable combat power of beast tamers. Facing 2 opponents alone and slaying 2 Wang-level experts. How domineering, how magnificent. When Luo Fan's original handwritten copy was delivered to Jiangzhou Martial University back, then the Military Intelligence Department repeatedly emphasized this technique must be preserved carefully. Whenever a beast tamer with special abilities appears, let them attempt to read it. If someone could grasp even a fraction of its profound meaning, then beast tamers with special abilities would surely rise to greatness again. Even all of humanity might witness a renaissance driven by the emergence of a single extraordinary beast tamer. As the elderly principal recalled the moment he had first taken custody of this Heaven-tier technique, his expression grew intensely emotional. His right hand trembled as he continuously traced every character on the cover, as if afraid the book might vanish again. But just as the elderly principal was about to open the book, he encountered the same problem the library advisor had faced earlier. Even the elderly principal, a full golden tier expert, could not open this book. The advisor beside him explained helplessly, "Principal, this book can only be opened by Su Bai." Only then did the elderly principal gradually shift his attention from the Heaven Tier book to Su Bai. Squinting his eyes, he asked, "Su Bai, you are able to open this book?" Although Su Bai had gathered from the principal's fragmented words that this book was indeed a Heaven Tier technique, he still had no idea how rare and extraordinary such a thing truly was. Su Bai appeared perfectly calm. After taking the book from the principal, he casually began flipping through its pages. "I don't know why you can't open this book, but to me it doesn't feel particularly special, does it?" The sound of Su Bai's page turning was crisp and smooth. Every leaf turned with such natural ease and fluidity, as if this were not a Heaven Tier technique, but an ordinary textbook. This sight made the elderly principal's eyes widen dramatically. His facial muscles trembled visibly as he stammered, "Teach this." Could this be the legendary moment when a Heaven Tier technique recognizes its master? The advisor beside him, unfamiliar with the circumstances, asked curiously, "Principal, what does it mean for a Heaven Tier technique to recognize its master? Why can't we open it once it has recognized its master?" The principal slowly exhaled, but his excitement showed no sign of subsiding. When a Heaven Tier technique recognizes its master, it is like a divine weapon binding to its wielder. It possesses absolute exclusivity. Simply put, before a Heaven Tier technique recognizes its master, others may read it and even copy it, but how much of its profound meaning they can comprehend depends entirely on their talent. Many who possess Heaven Tier techniques have not even grasped the slightest hint of their essence, merely mimicking what they have seen without true understanding, let alone achieving recognition. Once an individual truly comprehends even a portion of the profound meaning within a Heaven Tier technique, the technique will automatically recognize that person as its master. When the power of heavenly and earthly laws activates, all copied versions will disappear. Others who encounter this technique will face the same impossibility as we do now, unable to open it. I originally believed that the technique disappeared 18 years ago because someone had already comprehended its profound meaning, which is why it vanished. This year Su Bai is exactly 18 years old. I suspect that when the technique disappeared 18 years ago, it sensed the birth of its destined master and automatically concealed itself, keeping it hidden from our sight. Of course, these are merely my personal conjectures. I am merely at the golden tier and dare not presume to fully understand the mysteries of a Heaven Tier technique. After finishing, the elderly principal carefully studied Su Bai. This young man had indeed brought him an unimaginable surprise. "Su Bai, which part of this Heaven Tier technique have you comprehended?" After hearing the principal's explanation, Su Bai was also taken aback. Was it really that extraordinary? However, Su Bai had already read through the entire book and possessed the origin resonance talent, knowing more than the principal. This book was indeed rated as a Heaven Tier technique possessing the ability to sway the laws of heaven and earth. However, only after cultivating the sacred beast armament talent could one truly wield the power to influence heavenly and earthly laws. The origin resonance was merely a key to open the treasure chest. Su Bai currently possessed only this key, yet he lacked the strength to open the entire treasure chest, leaving him to gaze at it with envy. After contemplating these matters, Su Bai, whose body had been acknowledged by a heaven-rank technique, was actually less excited than the old principal. Instead, he said with some regret, "I have grasped the origin resonance, but only at its most primitive stage. After finishing reading this book, just now I realize there are still many aspects of origin resonance I have not fully mastered." Regarding Su Bai's regret, the old principal could only stare blankly. If someone else had the opportunity to be acknowledged by a heaven-rank technique, wouldn't they throw a 3-day and 3-night celebration banquet? What a kid, you are looking so disappointed. On the other hand, Su Bai's ability to remain as calm as ever regarding having his technique acknowledged by a heaven-rank art was somewhat impressive to the old principal. Bai Ningbing, who had been observing Su Bai from the side, was stunned into silence by the old principal's words. What? A heaven-rank technique? Acknowledging Su Bai as its master. Is this true? Wang Qingqing also stood nearby, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Su Bai could actually be acknowledged by a heaven-rank technique of his own accord. These young masters from noble families had known far more about techniques since childhood, incomparably beyond ordinary folk. They understood even more clearly how terrifying it was for Su Bai to be acknowledged by a heaven-rank technique. At this moment their feelings were utterly mixed, unable to describe what they tasted. The looks they cast at Su Bai had become strangely ambiguous. But if being acknowledged by a heaven-rank technique alone could make them submit to Su Bai, that would be impossible. Immediately Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. So what if it acknowledged him? If a person lacks ability, not even a divine rank technique would matter, the pearl would merely be covered in dust. After saying this, Bai Ningbing walked away sourly without looking back. Wang Qingqing glanced at Su Bai a few more times, then also huffed and departed alone. The stronger Su Bai became, the greater the pressure on these prodigies like them. They needed to work harder to grow stronger. Only Gu Yu Qingshu watched Su Bai with increasingly bright eyes, making Su Bai feel a chill down his spine, suspecting that this guy might have some peculiar fetish. The old principal observed the expressions of these young geniuses with clear sight, but he said nothing. On the contrary, he considered it a good thing. Su Bai was in effect indirectly motivating this group of ever-conceited prodigies, helping them grow stronger faster. This was a good thing. As for whether Su Bai would encounter countless troubles in the future, that was none of the old principal's concern. Soon after, the old principal looked at Su Bai with growing favor and said with a smile, nodding toward him, "It seems my guess was correct." After comprehending the origin resonance, Su Bai naturally met the conditions for a heaven-rank technique to acknowledge him. Su Bai simply ignored the attitudes of those young geniuses. Hearing the old principal say this, Su Bai's eyes flickered, and he spoke. "Principal, since this heaven-rank technique has already acknowledged me as its master and no one else can open it, keeping it in the library serves no purpose. Why not have you gift this technique to me? I can then use it to strengthen myself and bring honor to our Jiangzhou Martial University in the upcoming 100 Schools League. Wouldn't you agree, eh?" Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the old principal's expression shifted countless times in an instant. His heart was in turmoil. If Su Bai had dared to say such a thing before being acknowledged by a heaven-rank technique, the old principal would have beaten him senseless. This was a heaven-rank technique. Taking a heaven-rank technique away privately. No such precedent had ever existed. How did he dare to open his mouth? Moreover, under the circumstances where the heaven-rank technique had been lost and then recovered, the old principal treasured it even more dearly. Since Su Bai had been acknowledged by it, the copied versions from other schools had likely already been shattered by the laws of heaven and earth. In other words, this remaining heaven-rank technique was the unique copy in the world. One could say it was priceless. But what Su Bai said was indeed the truth. Although the ownership of the heaven-rank technique currently belonged to Jiangzhou Martial University, the heaven-rank technique had already acknowledged Su Bai as its master. Even if the old principal forcibly kept it in the library, no one else could read it. For Jiangzhou Martial University, such a heaven-rank technique was no different from a brick used to level a table. But asking the old principal to simply gift this heaven-rank technique to Su Bai was something he also could not bear to do. This was the only heaven-rank technique in Jiangwu, and moreover a unique copy. The old principal was filled with hesitation and inner conflict. From the perspective of maximizing benefits and considering the future of the human race, handing this heaven-rank technique to Su Bai was indeed the best choice. But the old principal still could not let go. A heaven-rank technique given for free. Su Bai watched with shining eyes as the old principal's expression continuously shifted, but he did not speak further. Because any words seemed pale and powerless in the face of a heaven-rank technique. All of this could only be decided by the old principal himself. Would it be for the possibility of the human race gaining another supreme beast tamer in the future, and Jiangzhou Martial University achieving greater glory in this 100 Schools League? Or would it be to keep this heaven-rank technique and find a way later to resolve the issue of it being acknowledged by Su Bai? Everything hinged on the old principal's single thought. The mentor guarding the library held his breath, his fists clenched until they turned purple, daring not make a sound. All the students remaining on the 13th floor quietly watched the old principal. They knew that because of the incomparable value of the heaven-rank technique, this very moment could be recorded in history. Two choices, entirely different narratives. One might read, in 2021, Zhou Xin, the gold-level principal of Jiangzhou Martial University for the greater good of humanity, generously gifted a heaven-rank technique to a genius beast tamer. The benefactor and the talented steed met at this moment. Humanity was blessed. Or it might read, in 2021, Zhou Xin, the gold-level principal of Jiangzhou Martial University, acted out of self-interest and embezzled a heaven rank technique that had already acknowledged a genius beast Tamer as its master. His merits and faults remain undecided. After an indeterminate length of time, the old principal slowly exhaled. His left hand holding the heaven rank technique, he walked slowly to Su-Bai's side and patted his shoulder with his right hand. Su-Bai, perhaps one day you will become a great figure as towering and upright as Luo Fan. Or perhaps you will fall early letting this heaven rank technique gather dust like an unpolished pearl. But regardless, this is your fate, the path you must walk step by step. Based on your calm composure upon realizing you had been acknowledged by a heaven rank technique, I am willing to take a gamble. From now on, this heaven rank technique is yours. You must remember, under any circumstances you must survive. Only those who live can earn the qualification to become the strong. Only then can you, like the mighty Luo Fan, extend the fortune of humanity for 100 years. The old principal held the heaven rank technique with both hands and offered it to Su-Bai, adding finally, Su-Bai, do not make me disappointed. Su-Bai reached out with both hands, slowly received the heaven rank technique, and bowed deeply to the old principal 3 times. Principal, please rest assured. Su-Bai will surely live up to your expectations. Watching this scene, the guarding mentor was overwhelmed with excitement. He slowly loosened his clenched fists and began to applaud. Soon after, dozens of students remaining on the 13th floor of the library also applauded. Everyone felt both envious and proud. Amidst the applause, the old principal watched Su-Bai's figure, nodded slowly throughout one last sentence, and walked out of the library with his hands behind his back. However, all your credits will be deducted. These words left the formerly joyful Su-Bai completely dumbfounded. Good lord, so it wasn't a free gift after all. Others' expressions also became extraordinarily complex under those words. Because the old principal's attention was entirely absorbed by the heaven rank technique, he had not noticed in time that Su-Bai had already advanced to the middle rank of bronze. In the imperial capital, deep within a remote mountain range under military quarantine outside the residence of the Dragon King's monarch-level powerhouse. This man was also the only monarch-level combatant of all humanity, the taboo that kept the myriad races from resorting to desperate measures. The middle-aged man wearing a mink robe slowly retracted his gaze, gazing southward, and smiled faintly. Hell, old man Zhou knows what is good for him. Then a flash of purple light rippled, and space trembled slightly. He returned to his study. He slowly stroked the now empty bookshelf. Just yesterday, these bookshelves had been filled with books. These volumes were all copied by his own hand, but this morning they had vanished as if they had never existed. He had once promised Luo Fan that he would copy 10,000 volumes of the technique Luo Fan had created. He said 10,000 volumes, and it would be 10,000, not a single volume less. What did 10,000 volumes mean? Even if every martial arts university distributed one copy, and all military bases of C-class or above received 1,000 more, would remain left to gather dust in the study of this royal rank powerhouse. The man's stubborn persistence in handling this matter was the greatest tribute to his departed friend. A century of waiting had finally yielded someone worthy to become the master of the heaven rank technique that Luo Fan had created. At that moment, the man slowly smiled. Luo Fan, the person you were waiting for has finally appeared after 100 years. If your spirit could witness this from the underworld, you would surely be overjoyed, wouldn't you? I never expected that in a humble place like Jiangzhou another youth like you would emerge, one capable of comprehending origin resonance. I hope he will not fail our hopes and complete that final step you never managed to take. Unfortunately, my time is also running short. I can only hope to one day witness this youngster grow stronger. Su-Bai had no idea that he was being noticed by someone of royal rank cultivation. For the next 20 days, Su-Bai remained sequestered in the library, devotedly studying the beast Tamer's exclusive innate ability. Even grasping the first layer of origin resonance had consumed an extraordinary amount of time. Although the system had directly bestowed this ability upon Su-Bai as a reward, after reading the book, Su-Bai realized that he had yet to unlock the origin resonance to its fullest potential. Take the ability to share vitality, for instance. Su-Bai's current comprehension of origin resonance did not yet include it. According to the book, the connection channel between him and his tamed beasts was not yet wide enough to allow the transmission of vital energy. While Su-Bai cultivated within the library, the outside world was equally stirring as the 100 schools competition drew nearer and its popularity intensified. Compounded by the recent raids on the human rear by the ferocious beasts of the 10,000 races, which had left countless students dead or wounded, public outrage reached a boiling point. The 100 schools competition became an emotional outlet for the masses. Did you hear the military news? All revenue from the 100 schools competition tickets will go toward cultivation resources as rewards for the competing students. Watching the competition means supporting these children's growth. Let's go. Let's buy tickets for the 100 schools competition. My child was butchered by those beasts on the battlefield. I cannot take up the sword myself to avenge them, but I can buy tickets to support these martial arts students in their cultivation. Tickets for the 100 schools competition went on sale a week in advance, yet within half a day tens of thousands of seats at every venue had already been sold out. Staff members sweated profusely, waving loudspeakers and shouting constantly, "Friends, tickets for the 100 schools competition have already sold out. Please go home." Although you cannot attend in person, the Dragon Country military channel is providing free live broadcasts of the competition. Immediately the crowd grew restless. They were citizens of Dragon Country. Their children were being mercilessly slaughtered by the ferocious beasts, and they too wanted to contribute to their nation and to these young students. What good is watching a damn live stream? Even if I cannot get a seat, give me a standing ticket. I refuse to watch free broadcasts. If tickets are insufficient, raise the prices. Are you fools? Wouldn't more funds mean more cultivation resources for the children? Ordinary people like us can endure hardship, but for these children heading to the battlefield, we must support them at all costs. Why is the live stream free? Can't we afford it? Tell your leader that I want the broadcast pricing to match the ticket prices. The staff looked at the ordinary citizens, their faces weathered by years of tilling the soil, and their expressions reached an extreme of astonishment. Among all those shouting that they had plenty of money, truly wealthy individuals numbered fewer than 1 in 100. The vast majority were ordinary laborers earning less than 3,000 yuan per month. A single ticket cost 500 yuan. For an ordinary person, 500 yuan was enough to buy a decent set of clothes, yet these people would not spend it on themselves. Even though many wore clothes faded white from countless washings, when it came to the greater cause of humanity and supporting the students' cultivation, they spared nothing and hesitated not at all. The staff were deeply moved by this spirit, their own eyes growing red without their noticing. Holding their microphones, they urged, "Friends, we will not charge for the live stream. Please consume rationally. Rational consumption, my foot. Our children died on the battlefield, and what good is money to us old men now? Quick, notify your leader. Tell him to get those tickets printed. If the printer smokes, I'll reimburse you for the machine." The staff sighed helplessly at a loss for words to respond. Anxiously they said, "But the audience capacity is limited. It is impossible to fit so many people. Friends, please go home and watch the broadcast." The crowd paid no heed. They only wanted to buy tickets and make a small contribution for their children. If I cannot squeeze inside after buying a ticket, that is my own failing, not yours. I declare plainly, I am spending 500 yuan on this ticket because I find its design beautiful. Whether I can watch the match or not has nothing to do with you. Go back and print tickets. Don't stand there babbling at me. Don't you dare come out until that printer is smoking. The invasion by the 10,000 races was a calamity befalling all of humanity, and in this great disaster, not a single person stood idly by. Time flew swiftly, and soon only 3 days remained before the 100 schools competition began. Subai, who had been living in the library, suddenly received a call from the headmaster summoning all competitors to his office. It was the first gathering of the 10 contestants in over half a month. When Subai entered the headmaster's office, the other competitors had already arrived, and all eyes turned toward him. Just as the headmaster was about to speak, having confirmed everyone's presence, something felt off upon glancing at Subai. Studying him more closely, his heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as he stared at Subai, as if witnessing some extraordinary phenomenon. "Subai, you have advanced to bronze rank mid-stage." The headmaster was fully 2 major realms above Subai, so the fluctuations in Subai's aura could be read at a glance. But how long had it been since Subai reached bronze rank early stage? Less than a month, and he had already breakthrough directly to bronze rank mid-stage. That was why the headmaster looked at him with such astonishment. Even knowing the answer, he still wished to hear Subai confirm it himself. Hearing the headmaster's words, the seniors who had harbored slight grievances over Subai's late arrival now also stared at him in disbelief. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows and said, "Headmaster, could you be mistaken? How is this even possible?" Wang Qingqing chimed in, "Indeed. Even with Subai's talent, this is only the first semester of his freshman year. How could he advance so quickly? Even we senior students are only at bronze rank mid-stage. Headmaster, you must be mistaken." Luo Yonghao pressed his lips together and remained silent, sighing inwardly. Alas, the gap between him and Subai continues to widen. He had witnessed Subai's monstrous talent firsthand. Perhaps only Luo Yonghao, Lei Yunxiao, and Zhang Man and I among the entire venue truly believed that Subai had genuinely advanced to the bronze mid-rank. As for the shock and disbelief of the other team members, Subai found his own advancement entirely natural. Nodding, he replied casually, "Yes, I advanced on the day I rented the trainers." And in his heart, Subai added, "What's so strange about that? If you were willing to throw down 23 bronze-tier beast cores, or over 30 million in funds, you could advance too. It would simply take you a bit longer than me. I've squandered a fortune." These people only saw the surface glamour of Subai's rapid promotion, completely unaware of the hardships he endured behind the scenes. The old principal coughed once and continued, "Ahem, very well, let us return to the matter at hand. I will explain the competition format to you. First, the 2 strongest teams from within our province will be determined. Then, based on the 5 military zones, Eastern, Western, Southern, Northern, and Central, provinces will compete regionally. Each zone will produce 2 advancing teams who will ultimately enter the national top 10 stage." The old principal paused and continued, "Jiangzhou province has 8 martial universities in total. The competition will be held at our Jiangzhou Martial University. Over the next 3 days, the other 7 martial universities from the province should arrive here in succession. We only need to wait here on campus for the other martial universities to arrive. The military will also send officers to serve as referees for these matches." Hearing this, Bai Ningbing let out a scornful laugh. "They are nothing but a bunch of inept clowns. Principal, I request to compete. I can easily wipe out 5 opponents in a single match." The other senior students also wore relaxed expressions. Having spent 2 or 3 years at the school, they had some exposure to students from other martial universities in the province. As a provincial tier martial university, Jiangzhou Martial University's strength was naturally incomparable to those in ordinary prefecture-level cities. The old principal cast a casual glance at Bai Ningbing and said, "The specific order of combatants will be entirely at Captain Su Bai's discretion. Discuss it with him." Bai Ningbing was instantly dumbfounded. Su Bai completely ignored her and instead asked the principal, "Principal, will participating combatants receive a larger share of benefits?" The principal nodded and said, "According to the Military Staff Department regulations, resources earned from each match will be divided such that combat members receive 80% based on their performance and contributions, while non-combating members receive 20%. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's eyes lit up instantly, his fighting spirit soaring. "Principal, rest assured. As captain, I will certainly lead from the front." The old principal seriously doubted that were it not for the greater resource distribution for combatants, Su Bai would likely be the one hiding at the very back for every match. This fellow's greed had reached a shamelessly audacious level. However, for Jiangzhou Martial University, the provincial competition indeed held little pressure. Among the official team members, perhaps only Luo Yonghao would struggle to sweep 5 opponents. The rest could likely handle it with ease. The resources obtained from the provincial league accounted for merely 10% of the entire 100 schools league's total rewards. Even after distributing the first-place prize to each province, the portion was quite limited. It was only during the zone league and the national finals that the resource gains became truly staggering. By the time the finals arrived, winning a single match would yield more resources than winning the entire provincial league. Moreover, Su Bai possessed a heaven-tier cultivation technique and had managed to advance to bronze mid-rank within just a few days of acquiring resources. The old principal believed Su Bai belonged to that rare breed of monsters who could rapidly advance whenever given resources. Concentrating early-stage resources on Su Bai alone, making him stronger, and then leading Jiangzhou Martial University further in the 100 Schools League, it seemed like a rather sound strategy. While the old principal was deep in thought, Bai Ningbing's heart skipped a beat. Could Su Bai be planning to solo the entire competition? Damn it, why did the possibility seem increasingly likely? If Su Bai took the field, she would hardly have any chance to compete in the provincial league at all. She immediately voiced her discontent. "Principal, I protest. Su Bai is abusing his authority for personal gain." Wang Qingqing, having grown somewhat more favorable towards Su Bai after learning of his heaven-tier cultivation technique, no longer troubled him as harshly as before. Watching the protesting Bai Ningbing, the old principal's face turned icy cold as he sternly declared, "Nonsense. My decision is final. You are to simply follow orders. Anyone with objections may voluntarily withdraw from the team. The school has plenty of others eager to join." Bai Ningbing. 3 days later, early morning, at the entrance of Jiangzhou Martial University. The once pale stone gate was adorned with crimson banners glowing vibrantly. Welcoming banners for the 7 distant martial universities from other prefecture-level cities were posted at the school entrance. "Welcome to Jiangzhou Martial University for the exchange competition city, named Martial University." Hundreds of Martial University students stood in 2 neat rows on either side of the gate. The principal led several school administrators and the 10 competing members standing at the center of the crowd. Today marked the opening of the 100 Schools League and the first day of the provincial preliminary rounds. The first to arrive at Jiangzhou Martial University were the leaders and 10 student representatives from Longying Martial University. As the bus slowly pulled over, a middle-aged man led his group toward the old principal, smiling broadly. "Principal Zhou, long time no see. You look as vigorous as ever, haha. These are your competitors for this year's 100 Schools League, I presume." Longying Martial University's Principal Wang Li narrowed his eyes as he sized up Su Bai and the others, secretly marveling that provincial tier martial universities truly lived up to their reputation. All competitors were at least at the bronze tier. The old principal walked over to Wang Li with a smile and humbly replied, Just a bunch of mediocre children. This time around we mainly want them to broaden their horizons." When the old principal turned his gaze to Longying Martial University's 10 competitors, he immediately noticed that their highest-ranked combatant was only at the bronze low rank, while the rest were merely at the ordinary high rank. This was perhaps the difference between a prefecture level and a provincial tier martial university. In an instant, the old principal had already ruled out Longying Martial University as any real threat. To the old principal, this group, from Longying Martial University, was practically coming to hand over free victories. Hearing the old principal's words, Wang Li's mouth twitched. "All bronze tier, and still called mediocre. Then what are we? Trash. You old fox, even your insults are so convoluted." After the 2 principals exchanged pleasantries, they were escorted into the martial arts tournament arena by student union members. The second to arrive was Fuquan Martial University. Its principal was also an elderly man dressed in a military uniform with the insignia of a full colonel upon his shoulder, placing him on equal footing with the old principal. The students of Fuquan Martial University were considerably stronger than those of Longying Martial University. At the very least, they had 7 bronze-level participants, including 2 at the mid-bronze tier. Su Bai and his team remained behind the old principal, attending to reception duties. Every now and then some principals would cast astonished glances at their overall strength, praising them profusely. Not long after, the principals and competing students from all 7 prefectural-level cities martial universities had assembled. As the clock neared 9 o'clock, a military vehicle rolled slowly into view, and when it came to a halt, 2 colonels stepped out. Su Bai learned from the materials provided by the old principal that these 2 were the judges for this Jiangzhou Province Martial University League competition. One was named Zhao Qingfeng, towering at over 2 meters tall, radiating considerable intimidation even from a distance. His strength had reached the mid-golden tier. The other was named Sun Yun, with a resolute countenance and muscles forged like tempered steel. His strength stood at the early golden tier. Golden-level warriors were the backbone of power on the myriad races battlefield. The fact that the military dispatched these two for the 100 Schools League alone spoke volumes about how seriously they regarded this competition. The old principal hastily moved forward with warm enthusiasm to escort the two military judges into the tournament arena. Jiangzhou Martial University's competition venue consisted of 6 distinct sections. The largest expanse belonged to the circular spectator stands, which were packed with 50,000 people. 8,000 were current students and faculty members, while the remainder were ordinary citizens who had purchased tickets to watch the matches. At the very front of the stands was the announcer's platform, where 2 instructors stood to organize the competition proceedings and provide commentary for the audience. Liao Yusin, celebrated as the most beautiful instructor of Jiangwu, was naturally among them, along with Chief Instructor Zhang Kai. Behind that lay the resting rooms for competing schools, each spanning over 100 square meters. There were 18 such rooms in total, though only 8 were in use at present. At the very center stood a square martial arena, roughly the size of a football field. The entire platform was constructed from extraordinarily hard Qinggang stone, making it nearly impossible for even bronze-tier warriors to cause significant damage to it. Adjacent to the arena were the judges' seating area and the VIP section with 5 seats reserved for the judges. The 2 military judges sat in the center, while the other 3 positions were occupied by 3 Jiangwu administrators. However, their role was merely to provide answers for the military judges whenever questions arose. They did not participate in the actual judging. Behind the judges' section lay the VIP seating area with hundreds of seats. Each seat bore an identity label listing government officials, local Jiangzhou aristocratic families, and military personnel. Governor Huang of Jiangzhou Province, Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Education, the Director of the Public Security Bureau, the Lei family and Luo family of Jiangzhou, and others. To Subai surprise, Mr. Wen Yuan and Lin Yanran were also seated among the VIPs representing the Jiangzhou Province military. On the opposite side of the judges' section was the reserve seating for competing teams. At that moment, all 8 Martial University teams were already seated. Finally, there was the press area, where a large group of journalists, each holding various cameras, had already assembled and awaited the start of the tournament. With over 50,000 people in the entire venue, Jiangwu had also deployed security personnel to maintain order. In no time, voices rose in a deafening din, and security staff shuttled back and forth through the spectator stands. Silence. Find your assigned seats. Maintain quiet. No loud disturbances permitted. No one may disrupt the competition order, or they will be removed. Even so, the collective whispering of tens of thousands of people was still enough to fill every corner of the arena. From the reserve seating, Guyu Qingshu approached Su Bai and gently patted his shoulder. Junior brother Su Bai, this 100 Schools League is of great importance. Although you are still a freshman, as team captain you bear a heavy burden. If you need my help, do not hesitate to ask. Su Bai held a reasonably favorable impression of Guyu Qingshu, at least unlike certain individuals who seemed intent on creating troubles for him. Very well. If I need you to step in, I certainly won't hold back. Guyu Qingshu smiled. We are all competitors, and you are the captain. No need to call me senior brother, just call me Qing. As they conversed, the military judges took their seats at the judges' panel. Clad in formal attire, Liao Yusin held the microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain quiet." The noise gradually subsided, and all eyes turned toward Liao Yusin. 1 month ago, the ferocious beasts of the myriad races, in an attempt to sever the fortune of our human race, dispatched large-scale forces to pin down the military's frontline combat power. Even more alarming, beast units from several provinces circumvented the front lines and attacked human rear military bases. The students of martial universities in the attacked provinces were nearly slaughtered to the last by the myriad races' beasts. Compatriots, shall we avenge this? Liao Yusin spoke with genuine emotion and conviction, and by the end she completely disregarded any notion of maintaining a composure befitting a beautiful woman screaming her words raw. She had personally participated in the battle against the beast attacks on the rear, and even now the brutality of that campaign left her deeply shaken. Every one of those screams came from the depths of her heart. She wanted to avenge the fallen students and do something meaningful for them. The audience below raised their banners and signs, and those without anything in hand clenched their fists high. Revenge. We must seek revenge. Slaughter every last one of those myriad races' beasts. Humanity shall prevail. 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 A tidal wave of sounds surged toward the heavens. The roars and fury of tens of thousands converged into one unified force at that moment. Su Bai also clenched his fists tightly, his memories dragged back to the scenes of bloody combat on the myriad races' battlefield. Gazing at the fervent crowd, Judge Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said to Sun Yun beside him, "With such spirit, our human race will surely overcome the myriad races." Absolutely. That is precisely the significance of holding this 100 Schools League. After a long while, Zhang Kai noticed the crowd's emotions gradually calming and continued, "Good. In order to cultivate more outstanding students, strengthen their combat effectiveness, and unyielding courage, the military general staff, in coordination with various military district commands, has decided to grandly host this provincial division of the 100 Schools League. The rewards and resources are exceedingly generous. I hereby declare the Jiangzhou Province Division League officially open. Zhang Kai paused, waiting for the cheers below to subside before continuing. There are 8 martial arts universities in Jiangzhou Province, each with 10 contestants, 5 of whom are official members and 5 are reserves. The competition adopts a team battle system, with each team fielding at most 5 members per match, including 1 junior, 2 sophomores, and 2 freshmen engaging in a single elimination wheel battle. The loser steps down while the winner may continue to accept challenges. The team whose members remain last wins. The rules are simple. Additionally, the order of appearance must be submitted 5 minutes before the match begins, and the order of the first round is determined by drawing lots by the team captains. Now please invite the 8 captains to the judges panel for the draw. As Zhang Kai finished speaking, Su Bai and the captains from other universities walked toward the judges panel. Meanwhile, Liao Yusin explained to the audience, the young man leading at the front is Su Bai, captain of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. I'm sure you've seen his name in the news recently. He is the recipient of the Golden Great Wall Medal, the hero who slew a silver-ranked beast and led the students of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University to a triumphant return. Currently, he is a bronze mid-ranked beast tamer, and his tamed beast is his main combat force against silver-ranked beasts. As Liao Yusin spoke, the audience erupted into cheers. In the VIP section, Master Wen Yuan observed Su Bai's figure, somewhat surprised by his rapid advancement to bronze mid-rank within just a few days. He muttered softly, "This kid Su Bai advances too fast." Yanran, you were right. As long as he has sufficient resources, he can advance quickly in the lower stages. This constitution is quite rare. This indicates his talent ceiling is very high, likely reaching platinum or even diamond level. This kid is interesting. Su Bai didn't hear Wen Yuan's words. If he had, he would have sneered. Platinum? Diamond? Who was he looking down on? His Black Tortoise and White Tiger were capable of infinite growth, destined to slay gods. Ceiling? There was no ceiling. Hearing Master Wen Yuan's evaluation, Lin Yanran felt exceptionally pleased, smiling faintly, while her gaze remained fixed on Su Bai. In the general seating area, a pancake vendor outside the university boasted to the person beside him, "Brother, I tell you, Su Bai loves my pancakes the most. From now on, whenever he comes for a pancake, it's on the house." Nonsense. How could a hero like Su Bai eat at a street stall like yours? For a moment, Su Bai's name became the focus of discussion and attention throughout the venue. Liao Yusin paused, waiting for the crowd's fervor to subside before continuing. The second is Mao Kai, captain of Fuchuan Martial Arts University, a bronze mid-rank poison-type esper. 3 months ago, in the battlefield of 10,000 races, he single-handedly poisoned dozens of beasts with his ability, causing even bronze high-rank beasts to retreat in fear. On the reserve seats, Bai Ningbing frowned as she watched Mao Kai from Fuchuan University, saying, "Mao Kai is no pushover. Even I am not confident of defeating him." Gu Yuqingshu, however, appeared relaxed, smiling. "If worst comes to worst, leave Mao Kai to me. My wood-type ability counters his poison type." Upon hearing Gu Yuqingshu's words, he was about to exchange polite remarks, but for some reason, at that moment, a figure he desperately wanted to avoid appeared in his mind. Su Bai. Instantly, his heart skipped a beat, and a troubling thought intensified. Will we even get a chance to play a? Bai Ningbing vividly remembered Su Bai's greedy expression when he learned that the winner would receive more resources in the principal's office. While Liao Yusin was introducing Su Bai, and the others had already reached the judges' panel. Colonel Zhao Qingfeng nodded and said concisely, "Let's begin the draw. There are 4 colors of balls, red, white, blue, and green, each with 2. The 2 teams that draw the same color will be opponents in the first round." Except for Su Bai, all the other captains looked tense, some even muttering under their breath, "Please don't draw Jiangzhou Martial Arts University." Su Bai looked at them in bewilderment. "Do you dislike us that much?" The captain of Longying Martial Arts University. The captain of Fuchuan Martial Arts University. The other captains. Su Bai was the first to reach into the box and pulled out a blue ball. After silently praying for a moment, the other captains reached into the box and pulled out colored balls. Soon the draw results were passed to Liao Yusin. Based on the first round draw, I now announce the match order. First match, Longying Martial Arts University vs. Xinmin Martial Arts University. Second match, Fuchuan Martial Arts University vs. Xichang Martial Arts University. Third match, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University vs. Qingyun Martial Arts University. Fourth match, Ani Martial Arts University vs. Jiangsu Martial Arts University. Please welcome the contestants from Longying and Xinmin. After drawing the lots, Su Bai returned to the reserve seats. The old principal nodded and said, "Since the match schedule is set, Su Bai arranged the order of appearance." Su Bai smiled, "I'll go first. You guys can discuss the remaining 4 spots yourselves." As soon as Su Bai said this, the others hadn't realized what was happening, but Bai Ningbing, who had suspected it, turned pale. This kid actually dared. The old principal was helpless about Su Bai's attitude, knowing full well that Su Bai was already planning to take on all 5 opponents by himself. The old principal leaned in close to Su Bai and whispered, "Don't go too far, kid. At least leave some for the seniors to handle, okay? Otherwise, if you offend them all, it won't be easy for you at school. Besides, what if you can't take them all down by yourself?" Su Bai looked at the old principal as if he were an alien. "What? Haven't I already offended them all? Wasn't it you who orchestrated this?" Then Su Bai shrugged. "Principal, rest assured. For such an important match, I will give it my all. It is my duty to win glory for the school, and as captain, I am even more obligated. I said I would shed the last drop of blood for the school. I can do it." The old principle. While other universities were still nervously discussing strategies, the atmosphere at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University was unusually strange, devoid of any tension. After Su Bai submitted the list of participants, the first match began. Su Bai watched with interest the duel between Long Ying and Xin Min. The first to step up for Long Ying was their bronze low-rank captain, who was now on high alert, eyeing his opponent. The first contestant from Xin Min was a bronze mid-rank martial artist. Boom, boom, boom. Techniques flew back and forth, and within 5 minutes the Long Ying captain was defeated. The gap between bronze low-rank and mid-rank was significant. The next two contestants were both high-rank commoners. Long Ying only had 3 bronze low-rank contestants, so winning was impossible. All they could do was prevent their opponent from achieving a 1 versus 5 sweep, which would be too embarrassing. When the two high-rank commoners took the stage, they could only run around the ring, trying to delay time and exhaust their opponent's stamina, making it easier for the later contestants. However, the two of them together lasted less than 5 minutes. The fourth contestant from Long Ying took the stage delayed for over 10 minutes, and then lost. In the audience, ordinary people didn't understand the gap between realms. They only cared about who won and how impressively. The Xin Min captain achieved a 1 versus 4 streak, drawing cheers from countless spectators, though many also cheered for Long Ying. Finally, after the 5th bronze low-rank contestant took the stage, he barely managed to defeat one of Xin Min's contestants, narrowly avoiding the humiliation of a 1 versus 5 sweep. On the reserve seats, the principal of Long Ying Martial Arts University wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That was close. For Long Ying, the weakest of the teams, this match was essentially about participation and gaining experience. Su Bai watched with a yawn. These people were too weak. Even the Xin Min captain, who had boasted about a 1 versus 4 streak, didn't impress him in the slightest. Bored Su Bai decided not to watch the second match, and instead turned his thoughts to the upcoming regional league and the finals. The strength of some prefecture-level martial arts universities in Jiangzhou province was weak, but that didn't mean the same for other regions. According to the old principle, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University wasn't even ranked in the middle. It was only dominant in the limited context of Jiangzhou. The top 10 prestigious universities, and especially the top 3 elite ones, were bound to be exceptionally strong. Only these schools were worthy of Su Bai's serious attention. As he pondered, Su Bai's mind involuntarily began to race. From Liao Yusin's earlier introduction, she had emphasized her own tame beasts, but had conspicuously omitted any details regarding Su Bai's true combat prowess. In other words, the school was unaware that his personal strength was also formidable, which meant others would likely harbor the same assumption. On this, there seemed to be quite a bit of room for maneuver. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Su Bai's eyes darted about, and a practical idea suddenly emerged. Just as Su Bai was plotting his schemes, the second match between Fuchuan University of Technology and Xichang University of Technology also came to a close. The two institutions were evenly matched, with Fuchuan edging out a narrow victory, thanks to their captain, Mao Kai's climactic performance. After the contestants from both universities exited the arena, Guyu Qingshu noticed Su Bai still lost in thought, and called out, "Su Bai, it's your turn." Su Bai snapped back to reality, a mysterious smile curling his lips as he slowly made his way toward the fighting platform, met with a variety of peculiar glances from the old principal and his teammates. Seeing Su Bai enter the arena, numerous distinguished guests in the VIP section turned their gaze toward the young man they had only heard of but never encountered in person. Lin Yanran clenched her fists tightly, silently cheering for Su Bai in her heart. Meanwhile, the spectators in the audience, stands aware of Su Bai's impressive record from the news, regarded him as a young hero. They had been eagerly anticipating his appearance and cheered him on enthusiastically. Go Su Bai! Su Bai win the championship! Su Bai, one more 5-kill streak! Hearing the cheers from the stands, Su Bai muttered under his breath, how did they read my mind? At that moment, Li Lingfeng, captain of Qingyun University of Technology, happened to catch Su Bai's words. His face darkened with rage as he glared at Su Bai. Don't get so arrogant. You really think slaying a silver-grade ferocious beast with the assistance of mentors and military experts makes you somebody, eh? Su Bai glanced up at him. A mid-bronze stage warrior, the same realm as himself. Ignoring Li Lingfeng's hostilities, Su Bai turned to Liao Yusin and asked, Instructor, does insulting a contestant count as a foul? Can you just declare me the winner? Liao Yusin. Li Lingfeng. No. Ahem. But student Li, please watch your words. Liao Yusin checked her watch and announced, time's up. Begin. The moment Liao Yusin finished speaking, Su Bai didn't waste a single word and directly summoned Xiaoba from his tamed beast space. Boom. As Xiaoba, a creature far larger than a truck, landed on the arena, a deafening sound erupted, causing even the ground to tremble. Many spectators had never seen Su Bai's tamed beast before. The moment Xiaoba appeared, the entire venue fell into shock. Hiss! What a gigantic turtle. One eye alone is as big as a basketball. And is that skin on its body? That's armor. It's gleaming like metal. Good heavens, look at those claws and limbs. No wonder Su Bai could slay a silver-grade beast. One slap from that turtle, and who could withstand it? This is cheating. With this turtle out, who could possibly land a hit? Poor Qingyun University of Technology. Li Lingfeng's face had turned green. He had initially believed that at his mid-bronze stage cultivation, even if he couldn't defeat Su Bai, the gap wouldn't be too great. When he first stepped onto the arena, his fighting spirit was high, eager to settle things with Su Bai, which is why his words had been sharp. But the moment Xiaoba appeared, he realized how naive he had been. Who would have thought Su Bai's tamed beast would be so monstrous? That thick turtle shell, that carapace resembling scaled armor. Even if he stood still and let Li Lingfeng attack, he had no idea if he could break through its defense. Meanwhile, the principal of Qingyun University of Technology wore a dark expression. Originally, their school was not weak, boasting no fewer than 3 mid-bronze stage warriors confident enough to compete for second place in the provincial league. But in the very first round, they drew Jiangzhou University of Technology, widely recognized as the strongest, and the first contestant was none other than Su Bai, famous throughout the nation. How could they argue against such misfortune? Truly unlucky beyond measure. Su Bai observed everyone's reactions, a smile tugging at his lips. Already this shocked. Just wait, there's more. While the crowd was still processing what they had just witnessed, he reached into his tamed beast space again and pulled out a stool, a plate of peanuts, and a bottle of cola. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, he leisurely placed the stool on the ground and sat down with a thud. He set the plate of peanuts on his knee, held the cola in one hand, and picked up peanuts with the other, slowly popping them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Brother, hang in there. Don't let my cola finish before you're carried off the platform. Su Bai thought to himself, being a tamed beast master truly is wonderful. In the stands, bursts of laughter, scoffs, and voices of doubt rose continuously. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Su Bai is actually cracking peanuts and drinking cola on the arena. How much does he look down on his opponent? Didn't the announcer say both of them are mid-bronze stage? We're doomed. Su Bai's gotten overconfident. He really is too young. I was quite hopeful for Su Bai, but with such recklessness, can he really pull through? The old principal's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Bai. What is Su Bai doing? He knew that with Su Bai's 3 tamed beasts possessing innate talents, Su Bai could crush the opponent effortlessly without lifting a finger. Yet Su Bai was sitting on the arena snacking on peanuts and drinking cola. This is going too far. What is this? This is open contempt. So arrogant. And what would this look like when reported to the outside world? At the announcer's podium, Zhang Kai was utterly stunned by Su Bai's actions. He never imagined someone would dare snack on peanuts and drink cola during a competition. If it were someone from another university, Zhang Kai would have simply watched the spectacle and moved on. Such a person wouldn't survive a single round and would be eliminated immediately. But Su Bai is from Jiangzhou University of Technology, and moreover, he is their team captain. What about Jiangzhou University's dignity? This Su Bai might just become the #1 figure in the history of all universities in Jiangzhou, no, the entire nation. Zhang Kai, disregarding the match that had already begun, directly scolded, Su Bai, you are disrupting the order of the competition. What kind of behavior is this? Quickly put those things away. Su Bai scratched his head, looking earnest and innocent as he said, Chief Instructor, but I have read the competition rules several times, and I didn't find any issue. Hearing that Su Bai was still stubbornly persisting, Zhang Kai erupted in fury. Nonsense. You are violating. As one of the MCs of the Provincial League, Zhang Kai was naturally familiar with all the procedures and rules. Yet no matter which rule he tried to apply to Su Bai, it seemed off. Su Bai had not violated any rule at all. For a moment, Zhang Kai was also stunned, unable to utter a word. Just then, Colonel Zhao Qingfeng, the military referee on the judges' panel, slowly spoke. Su Bai has not violated the league rules. Continue the match. He looked at Su Bai and Xiao Ba with keen interest. All is fair in war. What an interesting little fellow. Seeing Su Bai's almost contemptuous demeanor, Li Lingfeng's face flushed even redder, like a pig's liver. Without a word, he raised his battle blade and charged forward. This is too much. He knew he was no match for that giant turtle. Since Su Bai was already sitting there eating peanuts and drinking cola, he would simply bypass the giant turtle and defeat Su Bai. But reality proved he was overthinking. Even the silver-level agile nether cat couldn't do it. How could Li Lingfeng? Naive. Moreover, even if Xiao Ba didn't use its innate skills and wasn't particularly fast, that was only in comparison to its other attributes. With defense and physique both exceeding 200 points and agility only 60, it indeed seemed slow. But for an average bronze mid-tier or even high-tier martial artist, unless they were an agility type like the nether cat, their agility wouldn't even reach 60 points. Li Lingfeng happened to be the type not particularly adept in agility. His speed was genuinely slower than Xiao Ba's. He could only blame his terrible luck, completely outmatched in every aspect. Xiao Ba took a single step forward, appearing directly in front of Li Lingfeng, and swung a paw at him without any hesitation. Li Lingfeng stared at the enormous shadow that had suddenly darted in front of him, instantly dumbfounded. This turtle is so fast. With that thought flashing through his mind, Li Lingfeng couldn't dodge in time, and was sent flying by the slap. Had Xiao Ba not controlled its strength, that single blow could have crushed Li Lingfeng to pieces. While flying through the air, Li Lingfeng spat blood. After landing, he struggled to get up, but his bones felt as if they had been shattered, leaving him utterly powerless. A martial arts university instructor immediately approached and began the countdown. 10, 9. In the audience, the spectators were taken aback. Is the captain of Qingyun Martial Arts University an idiot? How could he not dodge such a huge paw? It's not even that fast, right? Brother, you clearly didn't study physics well. Although we perceive the turtle's speed as slow because of its large size, our visual nerves can track it. When you actually face that paw, you'll find that even if your mind reacts, your body can't keep up. You can't evade it. It's like a car heading straight for you. No matter which direction you run, it keeps coming. Your eyes and brain might react, but can your legs? Can you dodge it? That actually makes sense. Even a bronze mid-tier martial artist is no match for Xiao Ba. This turtle is unstoppable. Are you kidding? It killed a silver-level beast. How could it be easy to deal with? As the audience discussed, the instructor finished the 10-second countdown. In the end, Li Lingfeng still lacked the strength to stand and was carried off by medical staff. Subsequently, Qingyun Martial Arts University sent out their second contestant. Before going on stage, the principal repeatedly instructed him, Zhang Xian, stay far away from that turtle once you're on stage. That turtle isn't slow. If it gets close to you, you won't be able to escape. But if you maintain a certain distance, it won't be as agile. Then you just need to find an opportunity to ambush Su Bai. Su Bai is a beast tamer and is very weak himself. If you can get close, you might have a chance to win. Zhang Xian nodded, his expression grave as he stepped onto the platform, cautiously observing Xiao Ba. Seeing that the opponent dared not approach, Xiao Ba simply shielded Su Bai behind it and remained motionless, waiting for the opponent to come closer. Witnessing this, Zhang Xian's forehead veins bulged with anxiety. He had originally planned to run circles around the turtle on the platform, creating more distance between it and Su Bai, then launch a surprise attack on Su Bai to win the match. But this turtle seemed to have seen through his scheme, staying still and guarding Su Bai. How could he fight this? Yet already on the platform, Zhang Xian had to steel himself and think of a way. Direct confrontation was impossible. The turtle was essentially invincible at its level, and he was no match for it. So Zhang Xian began testing Xiao Ba's limits, hopping around like a grasshopper, moving along the edge of the platform, gradually inching closer to Su Bai. Su Bai ignored him, continuing to munch on his peanuts. By now he had already drunk a third of his cola. When Zhang Xian finally managed to circle behind Xiao Ba, with Su Bai in between, a glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly burst forward with a swift arrow-like dash, his battle blade pointed straight at Su Bai. Su Bai glanced at the opponent still more than 20 meters away and completely ignored him. Xiao Ba, in perfect sync with Su Bai, didn't move. Its massive tortoise body merely swayed its rear slightly. Zhang Xian noticed Xiao Ba's movement and remained highly alert, but seeing that the turtle couldn't turn around in time, he felt overjoyed. If it's too late to turn now. Su Bai, you've lost. With a cold snort, his blade was within 5 meters of Su Bai, ready to strike in the next instant. But at that moment, a tree-trunk-sized black shadow whizzed through the air with a roaring sound. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out as if the blade had hit a steel plate. Bang! A tremendous force traveled through the hand gripping the blade. Zhang Xian spat a mouthful of blood mid-air as he was sent flying by the shadow. What a perfect divine turtle tail strike. Throughout it all, Su Bai's peanut crunching never paused. After taking a gulp of cola, he said, "Brother, you'd better go get treated for your injuries." Zhang Xian struggled on the ground, his face filled with reluctance and disbelief. He had never dreamed that the turtle could pull off such a move. As a result, he ended up being carried off the platform by medical staff, just like Li Lingfeng. The principal of Qingyun Martial Arts University watched with a face as dark as iron, his mind racing for a countermeasure. In his view, Su Bai's beast tamer was truly formidable. At present, Qingyun Martial Arts University had already lost 2 consecutive matches. The remaining team consisted of 1 bronze mid-tier sophomore and 2 ordinary high-tier freshmen. It was quite possible that Su Bai would take them all out in a row. Even the weakest Longying Martial Arts University had not been swept in a single round. For their Qingyun Martial Arts University to be completely overrun would be an utter disgrace. Watching the recent battle, it was evident that the turtle was going all out to protect Su Bai. In that case, Su Bai himself was the biggest vulnerability. As long as they could defeat Su Bai, they would win. However, much to the regret of the Qingyun Martial Arts University principal, the remaining 3 competitors were weaker than the first 2 who had already taken the stage. Even if they could read the situation, what good would it do? Before, absolute strength strategy was nothing but a joke. The principal of Qingyun Martial Arts University sighed deeply, forced to send forth his students one by one, only to watch them carried off to the infirmary. After dispatching the 5 competitors from Qingyun Martial Arts University, Su Bai finished the last sip of his cola and casually folded his beast and stool back into his spirit beast space. With a confident flick of his sleeve, he strode casually back to his seat. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University versus Qingshan Martial Arts University. Su Bai swept through 5 opponents in a single round. Instantly, the stadium erupted in cheers like a towering tidal wave. Holy shit, Su Bai was cracking peanuts the entire match, relying on a single turtle to dominate the arena, and he still won. I've never seen such an arrogant competitor in all my life, but watching him is incredibly satisfying. Su Bai is fucking awesome. The turtle is fucking awesome. Su Bai, 5 in a row, the turtle 5 in a row. Su Bai, who had been happily calculating how much money he'd earn from this match, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on as he heard the crowd's cheers. Why do they have to lump me and Xiao Ba together when they're cheering? It sounds weird, like I'm the turtle. Can't you just cheer for me alone? On the host platform, Zhang Kai's right eyelid was twitching violently. Even though Su Bai had won the match for Jiangzhou Martial Arts University against Qingyun, he felt absolutely no joy about it. The old principal's sharp eyes seemed to grasp Su Bai's strategy. The turtle wasn't fast, so Su Bai used himself as bait to lure opponents within range, allowing his beast to fight on its own terms while exploiting its strengths. The tactic was brilliant, though perhaps a bit crude. In the VIP box, Lin Yanran seemed to sense Su Bai's embarrassment and covered her mouth with a suppressed laugh. Mr. Wen Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he shook his head in amusement. This kid really knows how to stir things up. After Su Bai descended from the arena, the 4th match began almost immediately. After Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's 5 matches concluded, the old principal led everyone to the locker room instead of watching the 4th match continue. Su Bai's performance this morning was unexpectedly impressive, taking on Qingshan Martial Arts University single-handedly despite their strength. The old principal had initially wanted to praise Su Bai's excellent play, but then remembered the kid was cracking peanuts and drinking cola on the arena floor, making it hard to praise him properly, so he adjusted his wording to focus on the unexpected nature of his performance. However, the other contestants in the locker room all stared at Su Bai with strangely odd expressions. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward for a moment. Pausing briefly, the old principal continued, ahem. But for this afternoon's matches, I expect other schools will develop strategies specifically targeting Su Bai. What are your thoughts on this, Su Bai? A smile played on Su Bai's lips as he shrugged and replied, 8 out of 10 of their strategies will likely try to bypass my beast and target me directly, viewing my destruction as their path to victory. But what they don't realize is that I possess Origin Flow, a technique that makes their meager attacks utterly insignificant at the bronze level. It had to be admitted that Su Bai had convincingly played the part on the arena, deliberately appearing defenseless and in need of Xiaoba's protection. Su Bai wasn't certain whether other martial arts universities would spot the deception, but at least Qingshan had built their entire strategy around targeting Su Bai's physical form only for Xiaoba to intercept every move. Rather than explaining his physical prowess to the old principal, Su Bai simply invoked the heavenly tier technique Origin Flow to avoid further questions. When his true physical strength finally emerged during the regional league or championship finals, the principal and the others would understand his careful planning. After all, Su Bai was truly striving to bring honor to his university. As he thought about it, he nearly convinced himself. Seeing Su Bai's confidence, the old principal nodded and said, good. But don't be careless. We're a provincial martial arts university. Winning is expected, losing would be shameful. Su Bai nodded and replied with a smile, don't worry, principal. This is only the provincial preliminary round. I can handle it alone. While Jiangwu was deep in discussion, the other competing teams also lacked the interest to watch the 4th match. They gathered in groups to discuss how they would handle Su Bai if they faced him. Especially the 2 martial arts universities that had won their first match. They faced a 1 in 3 chance of encountering Su Bai. Inside Fuchuan Martial Arts University's private lounge, the principal studied his 10 competitors with a grave expression as he outlined strategy. If we face Jiangzhou Martial Arts University next, they'll almost certainly send Su Bai out again. Judging from Su Bai's performance in the last match, his trained beast appears nearly invincible in close combat. However, we have an advantage over Qingshan Martial Arts University. Our captain Mao Kai is a poison attribute ability user, which means we don't need to engage in close combat and can simply maintain distance while releasing poison. That turtle's physique is extraordinarily robust, though, so the poison may not affect it significantly. When you activate your ability, Mao Kai aim directly at Su Bai instead. Don't waste it on that turtle, understand? Mao Kai absorbed the principal's words and nodded. Understood, I'll follow the plan. Inside Xinmin Martial Arts University's private lounge. Xinmin Martial Arts University had been in good spirits after sweeping Longying Martial Arts University in a clean 4-0 victory, but Su Bai's record left them concerned about their upcoming matches. Against other universities, Xinmin would simply lose if they couldn't prevail, but facing Su Bai meant they needed to focus on avoiding being swept themselves. Qingshan Martial Arts University was stronger than Xinmin, yet they had been thoroughly defeated. The principal of Xinmin Martial Arts University spoke in a grave tone. Su Bai is indeed powerful, but his weaknesses are quite obvious. Qingshan's strategy was correct. Find the opening break through the turtle's defense and defeat Su Bai to secure victory. If we face Jiangwu's Su Bai, Li Feng, you'll go first. As a speed-focused fighter enhanced by combat techniques, execute Zhang Xian's strategy from Qingshan Martial Arts University. Circle around the turtle slowly first, and with your speed launch a sudden strike that will definitely defeat Su Bai before the turtle can react. Watch out for the turtle's tail. If Li Feng's assault fails, Wang Dang Zhanghan and Zhou Taiyu 3 will focus on draining the turtle's stamina and patience to set up Yi Lan's entrance. Yi Lan wields a bow and arrow, and as long as she can avoid the turtle and strike Su Bai directly, she has a solid chance of winning. The 5 student competitors below nodded in unison yes. The university principals were mostly at the golden level, making their advice razor-sharp and precisely targeted for these bronze-level fighters. If Su Bai's displayed combat power was all he had, they might actually manage to defeat him. What they didn't know was that Su Bai hadn't even revealed his true strength, nor had he utilized any of Xiaoba's 3 innate talents. They had no idea they were facing the ultimate boss of this entire 100 schools league. Soon the 4th match concluded, and after a morning of competition, 4 teams advanced to the winner's bracket, while 4 fell to the losers bracket, setting up afternoon matchups, where winners would face winners and losers would face losers. The afternoon featured matchups between winners bracket teams and losers bracket teams respectively. When Su Bai returned to the dormitory after lunch to rest, the students and instructors from other martial universities were still earnestly and intensely discussing the details of how to counter Su Bai. Meanwhile, the spectators who had been watching the matches went out to grab some food, chatting animatedly over their meals about Su Bai's 5-in-a-row feat. I reckon that in this competition, the other members of Jiangzhou Martial University won't even need to step onto the stage. Su Bai alone can crush all the other schools. Oh, it's great to have a teammate like that. No wonder Jiangzhou Martial University is the provincial capital school. One student can single-handedly overwhelm every other prefectural-level martial university. Brother, don't say that. I just caught a glimpse of the live stream, and some prefectural-level martial universities in other provinces have prodigies who can even make provincial-level schools look inferior. After all, Su Bai has been on television. How can he be compared to ordinary people? As 2 o'clock in the afternoon approached, Su Bai walked toward the arena. Along the way, many spectators heading to the venue recognized him and greeted him warmly. Su Bai responded with a smile and a nod, truly experiencing what it felt like to be a celebrity. How exhilarating. Upon arriving at the reserved seats in the arena, he saw that the audience was already packed with eager spectators, all waiting for the afternoon league matches to resume. When 2 military judges took their seats, Liao Yusin raised the microphone and said, "The morning matches were splendid. The students from every martial university have shown us their fighting spirit, their honor in representing their schools, and their indomitable courage. Let us look forward to the coming matches, hoping the students will continue to shine and maintain that drive to strive for first place. Now I invite the 18 captains to step forward for the draw." As Liao Yusin's words fell, applause erupted from the audience. Su Bai and the other 7 divided into the winners and losers brackets walked toward the judges' table for the new round of drawing. When Su Bai drew a white ball from the box, the captains of the other 3 groups subtly cast glances in his direction. They had spent the entire noon strategizing against Su Bai, confident that even if they faced him, they could conquer the boss who had swept 5 opponents in the previous match. Once the draw results were announced, Liao Yusin read from the list, "I now declare the second round of the Provincial League officially begins. First match, Jiangzhou Martial University versus Ximin Martial University. Second match, Fuchuan Martial University versus Ani Martial University. Third match, Longying Martial University versus Qingyun Martial University. Fourth match, Xichang Martial University versus Jiangsu Martial University." Once again, Su Bai was the first to appear. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, he slowly stepped onto the arena. At Ximin Martial University, the principal stared gravely at Su Bai on the platform and patted Li Feng on the shoulder. Jiangzhou Martial University indeed sent Su Bai first. Fortunately, we have already prepared a counter-strategy. Follow our noon plan, and Su Bai won't sweep 5 again. Li Feng nodded solemnly, carrying the school's hopes as he walked toward the arena. Seeing Li Feng's burdened expression, Su Bai felt a pang of sympathy and kindly advised, "Brother, don't be nervous. It'll be over soon." Li Feng fixed his gaze on Su Bai, snorted coldly, without responding, treating him as his lifelong nemesis. Even before the match officially began, his blood energy was already surging, ready to strike. At that moment, Liao Yusin, seeing that the time had come, announced, "Match begins." The moment the words left her mouth, Su Bai summoned Xiao Ba from his beast-taming space. Li Feng, following the plan, adopted Zhang Xian's tactic, directly moving to the edge of the arena to begin hit-and-run maneuvers. It must be said that Li Feng's speed was noticeably faster than Zhang Xian's in the morning. Checking the system attributes, he was even slightly more agile than Xiao Ba. Su Bai, however, remained completely unfazed. In full view of the audience, he leisurely pulled a stool out of his beast-taming space, sat down, and took out peanuts and cola he had bought at noon, casually watching Li Feng's performance. But after creating distance, Li Feng's tactics suddenly changed. A green glow enveloped his body as he darted around like a cheetah, his speed continuously increasing with each stride. Combat skill, gentle wind step. With greatly enhanced speed, Li Feng occasionally charged at Xiao Ba, only to retreat swiftly the moment Xiao Ba prepared to counterattack, immediately escaping its attack range. He gave Xiao Ba no chance to touch him. After several such exchanges, the audience below burst into cheers. "Hey, that turtle seems to have been lured a bit farther away by Li Feng. Ha, look, the turtle looks pissed off by Li Feng's taunting. It's actually quite cute when it's angry, roaring wildly." If Li Feng suddenly turned around and charged at Su Bai, do you think he'd have a chance to win? I think he might actually have a shot. Isn't this just bullying Su Bai's turtle for being dumb? That's harsh, but I like it. Go Li Feng. Go Li Feng. Perhaps because everyone knew Su Bai and his beast were strong, and Li Feng's maneuvers offered a chance to overcome a stronger opponent, many spectators began cheering for Li Feng. The principal of Ximin Martial University, hearing the waves of applause for Li Feng from the audience, let a gratified smile curl at the corners of his mouth. Li Feng was executing the original plan flawlessly, step by step, without a single mistake. No easy feat. Li Feng not only had high talent, but also an excellent temperament. He would definitely be given key training after returning. In the VIP seats, when Yuan crossed his arms and analyzed the situation. If Su Bai has no hidden cards, he'll lose in about 5 minutes. The weakness of a beast tamer is still too obvious. Hearing this, Lin Yanran retorted, "Uncle Wen Yuan, I believe Su Bai will definitely win." Curious, Wen Yuan asked, "Oh, does Su Bai really have a hidden card? He's already a prodigy among prodigies to have reached bronze intermediate at his age. If he still has a concealed trump card, his talent might rival those from the elite schools." Having fought alongside Su Bai on the battlefield of myriad races, Lin Yanran naturally knew more about his hidden strengths than Wen Yuan. But since Su Bai chose to keep them secret, she wouldn't reveal them indiscriminately. "Uncle Wen Yuan, just watch. Su Bai won't lose." Seeing the young girl so protective of Su Bai, Wen Yuan shook his head with a smile, attributing it to her partiality that led her to support Su Bai unconditionally. At that moment, many believed Li Feng could defeat Su Bai. Didn't Su Bai look down on others? Wasn't he cracking peanuts and drinking cola on the arena? Now he had met his match. One by one they widened their eyes eager to see how Li Feng would turn the tables and defeat Su Bai. One by one they widened their eyes eager to see how Li Feng would turn the tables and defeat Su Bai. On the reserve bench, Guyu Qingshu watched as Xiao Ba drifted further from Su Bai and couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry for him. Li Feng's speed is faster than Su Bai's tamed beast. It will be difficult for the beast to land a hit on him. Su Bai might be in trouble in this match. Bai Ningbing, her gaze fixed on Li Feng with growing admiration, remarked, "Humph, it's about time a decent martial artist emerged from those prefecture-level city martial arts universities. Otherwise it would be embarrassing if Su Bai kept sweeping 5 opponents all by himself." Wang Qingqing seemed to acquiesce to Bai Ningbing's words. After stretching her limbs, she said, "It's time for us seniors to step in. If Su Bai takes all the glory, people will only know him when they mention Jiangzhou Martial Arts University." The old principal cast a glance at the restless main team members, then slowly shook his head. "Do you think Su Bai is only this strong? Naive. Defeat Su Bai. Impossible. That turtle is far more formidable." On the arena, Xiao Ba, provoked repeatedly by Li Feng, roared in fury. "Roar, roar, roar. Master, can I activate Earth's gravity and just swat this grasshopper away?" Su Bai casually tossed a shelled peanut into his mouth, then took a big gulp of cola. He transmitted his thoughts. "If you want to activate it, just do it. Why ask me? Just don't be too rough." Hearing Su Bai's words, Xiao Ba protested with a pitiful roar, 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 roar. "Didn't you tell me to hold back? I thought I wasn't allowed to use my innate ability." Su Bai rolled his eyes. He had to admit Xiao Ba was truly simple-minded. He wondered who the turtle had learned that from. It certainly wasn't from him. Since Su Bai had given his permission, Xiao Ba stopped chasing. It planted its 4 legs on the ground, squinting as it watched Li Feng dash about. Suddenly, a faint earthy yellow glow of innate ability began to radiate from Xiao Ba's body. Innate ability, Earth's gravity. Instantly, a yellow ring of light materialized around Li Feng, and his feet grew heavy, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been strapped to him. Then a tremendous gravitational force surged upward from beneath Li Feng's feet. What the hell is this?" Li Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He channeled his vital energy and blood with all his might, trying to break free. But even a silver-rank netherworld cat couldn't escape this gravitational pull, let alone a bronze mid-rank Li Feng. The guy was almost being pressed to the ground. Seeing the same earthy yellow glow enveloping both Xiao Ba and Li Feng, Master Wen Yuan glanced at Lin Yanran beside him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This girl must have known all along that Su Bai had this trick up his sleeve. And she didn't even tell me. Whose side is she on? I am your uncle Wen Yuan. Truly, a daughter once raised is easily lost. At this moment, 2/3 of the dignitaries in the VIP section rose to their feet, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Xiao Ba. What? A bronze-rank tamed beast can actually possess an innate ability. What bloodline level is this turtle? If this beast can grow up, it's at least platinum rank, or even diamond rank with some probability. This Su Bai is truly full of surprises. He's been hiding this trump card for so long. On the reserve bench, the principal of Xinmin Martial Arts University, seeing that Xiao Ba possessed an innate ability that perfectly countered the agility-based Li Feng, slumped back into his seat. A damn bronze mid-rank turtle has an innate ability. Is that even fair? On the other side of the reserve bench, Bai Ningbing, Wang Qingqing, and the others stared in disbelief at Li Feng, who was being suppressed by Xiao Ba. Was Su Bai going to sweep 5 opponents again? Just then Xiao Ba ambled over to Li Feng, raised its paw, and gently swatted at him. Bang! Li Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying dozens of meters before crashing to the ground motionless. Seeing Li Feng down, the instructor rushed over to begin the countdown. 10, 9, 8. The audience below the stage buzzed with disappointment. They had been hoping Li Feng might have a chance to counterattack, but instead he was knocked out by a single paw swipe from the turtle. While Su Bai is still Su Bai, it seems no one in the provincial league can beat him. I get it now. It's not that Li Feng is weak, it's that Su Bai is just too overpowered. If I were up against Su Bai, I might as well just surrender. How can you even fight that? Ha ha ha, isn't it better the stronger Su Bai is? He's from Jiangzhou, we'll all go watch him in the national finals and bring glory to our city. After 10 seconds, Li Feng was carried off on a stretcher to the medical room. Su Bai watched Li Feng's retreating figure, feeling a hint of sympathy. He murmured under his breath, I told you not to be nervous, it would be over quickly. But you had to keep bouncing around and pissing off Xiao Ba. Why bother? Then the next 4 fighters from Xinmin Martial Arts University were all instantly wiped out by Xiao Ba's Earth's gravity innate ability. Even the highly anticipated archer, Yi Lan, didn't get a chance to shoot a single arrow. As soon as she stepped onto the arena, she was slammed to the ground by the gravity field and couldn't get up. After the match, Su Bai recalled Xiao Ba and put away his stool, then returned to his seat. Seeing Su Bai's relaxed expression, the old principal said helplessly, Su Bai, can you not bring a stool to sit on the arena in the next match? It's really damaging the image of our Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Do you realize this is a nationally broadcast inter-school league? Do you know the whole country is watching you? Su Bai scratched his head. Old principal, you know I never get a chance to fight. If I don't bring a stool to sit on, I'll have to stand through 5 opponents. That's so tiring. Hearing Su Bai's reply, the old principal's veins bulged on his forehead. You? A bronze mid-rank martial artist gets tired from standing for a while. But since Su Bai's behavior was permitted by the military judges, the old principal couldn't make an issue of it. He dropped the matter and walked away, shaking his head in frustration. After the day's matches were over, unlike other martial arts universities that held meetings to study their next opponents, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University spent their time studying how long Su Bai could keep sitting on the arena. Why were the other universities so useless? Couldn't they even handle a freshman? Couldn't they try harder? The old principal turned around, waved his hand, and left. After the day's matches were over, unlike other martial arts universities that held meetings to study their next opponents, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University spent their time studying how long Su Bai could keep sitting on the arena. Why were the other universities so useless? Couldn't they even handle a freshman? Couldn't they try harder? At the imperial capital, the residence of a king-level mighty figure, a man in a mink robe gazed southward, stroking his chin as he murmured, "Ha. This little fellow is truly interesting. How amusing, how amusing." At the imperial capital, the residence of a king-level mighty figure, a man in a mink robe gazed southward, stroking his chin as he murmured, "Ha. This little fellow is truly interesting. How amusing, how amusing." By 8:30 the next morning, the arena was already packed to overflowing. Su Bai and his team had also arrived. Today, Su Bai did not need to draw lots on stage, as the winner's bracket now consisted only of Jiangzhou Martial University and Fuchuan Martial University. These two schools would inevitably represent Jiangzhou province in the regional league. However, to determine the specific rankings among the 8 universities, today's matches would decide the final order. After a brief address by Liao Yusin and Zhang Kai, Su Bai stepped directly onto the arena. Fuchuan Martial University sent out their poison-type ability user Mao Kai. As the time arrived and both contestants were ready, Liao Yusin announced, "The match begins." Su Bai was about to summon Xiao Ba when unexpectedly Mao Kai took the initiative to speak to him. "Su Bai, I admit you are strong. I know I am no match for you. How about we make a deal?" Su Bai narrowed his eyes, sizing up Mao Kai. Ability users possessed a myriad of strange talents with all sorts of unexpected powers. Su Bai had been holed up in the library recently. Besides studying the origin of the same stream, he had been poring over the characteristics of various ability users. With his spirit attribute as high as 86, he could basically remember everything after reading a book just once. According to the records, the description of poison-type ability users stated, like other elemental ability users, poison-type users at the common rank could communicate with the scattered poison elements in the world through their spiritual power. The strength of one's spiritual power determined the amount of poison elements they could mobilize and the time required to do so. At the bronze rank, they awakened their first talent skill, gaining 1 additional talent skill with each major rank advancement. Poison-type ability users had 2 hallmark characteristics. First, area of effect lethality. Given the opportunity and sufficient time, a single poison-type user could massacre countless myriad race beasts. Second, stealth. Before making their move, they generally showed no obvious fluctuations. By the time you saw the dense green mist, it meant the opponent had already gathered poison elements, and you might already be poisoned. By then it was too late. To deal with a poison-type ability, user 1 either had to concoct an antidote or rely on a constitution far superior to the opponent's to forcibly withstand the toxin and then execute a decapitation tactic. In previous matches, Mao Kai had been kept hidden as the final ace in the team's lineup. He had only acted twice, both times making his opponents fall unconscious without a sound, leaving no one knowing how he did it. It was clear that Mao Kai was quite formidable. The moment Mao Kai spoke, Su Bai understood his intention. Stalling for time to gather poison elements. How could he give him that chance? Thinking he could play me. Without any hesitation, Su Bai opened his beast-taming space and summoned Xiao Ba. Boom. Xiao Ba's massive body landed, startling Mao Kai into retreating, cold sweat trickling down his back. "Brother, we haven't even finished talking. Why are you attacking?" Su Bai snorted coldly. "Do you think I'm uneducated? You actually want to fool me." Xiao Ba, gravity of the earth, activate. In an instant, a yellow light rose from Xiao Ba, and soon Mao Kai was also covered in a yellow glow. Mao Kai's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Su Bai to be so decisive, not even giving him a chance to stall. Having been closely watching Su Bai's matches, Mao Kai naturally knew the terror of this yellow light. If he didn't erupt now, he would likely be sent flying before long. The gravitational pull on his feet grew stronger and stronger. Since he was not a martial artist, and his constitution was not as high as Li Feng's, he couldn't hold out much longer. "I wonder if the poison quantity is enough now." Muttering to himself, Mao Kai instantly detonated the poison elements he had been gathering around Su Bai. A green light rose around Su Bai, then instantly transformed into a green mist surging towards Su Bai to envelop him. Poison-type ability talent, Poison Mist. This was the first time Mao Kai had activated this talent since the Provincial League began. In his previous 2 matches, he had only slightly stirred the poison elements in the air, and that was enough to knock out his opponents. Facing Su Bai, he had to go all out. "Let's see whether you fall to my poison first, or I get smacked away by your turtle first." A desperate last stand. The audience also held their breath for Su Bai and Mao Kai. Both glowed with light, and both were under the effects of their opponent's talent skills. Is this what it's like when ability users fight? It lacks the flesh and blood impact of martial artists, but it's far more perilous. Victory or defeat may be decided in an instant. Otherwise, why do you think the military values ability users more than martial artists? Ability users may be vulnerable once a martial artist gets close, but their offensive methods are far more unpredictable. This match is simply incredible. Who will win in the end? It depends on whether Su Bai can withstand the poison. If he can hold on for just 3 more seconds, that turtle will send Mao Kai flying. At that moment Su Bai felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and yawned. But that was all. Not to mention the origin of the same stream. Given Su Bai's constitution, which was already at the silver rank, this mere bronze rank elemental poison mist was no different from ordinary hypnosis. Perhaps if Maokai advanced to silver rank and then used this talent against Su Bai it might pose a threat. But right now absolutely not. When Maokai saw that his proud talent skill only made Su Bai yawn he widened his eyes in disbelief and roared, "How is that possible?" He had never imagined that Su Bai, a beast tamer, an ability user dismissed by the world as useless, could rely solely on his constitution to withstand his poison. Slap. In the next moment Xiao Ba's massive paw swept through the air, sending Maokai flying. All members of Fuchuan Martial University collapsed into their seats in despair. Although no one understood why Su Bai could resist Maokai's poison, it no longer mattered. Maokai was their trump card. If even he had lost, no one else stood any chance against Su Bai. Fortunately for Fuchuan Martial University, they had encountered Su Bai in the final round, meaning even if they lost this match, they would still qualify for the regional league with their second-place finish. The remaining 4 contestants from Fuchuan Martial University were predictably swept away by Su Bai alone. Once again he achieved a 1 vs 5 victory. 3 appearances, 3 consecutive pentakills. Su Bai's strength had earned everyone's approval, and at this moment no one dared to question whether he had slain the silver-grade ferocious beast relying solely on his tutor and the military strength. For this final match, perhaps because Su Bai was facing a metahuman for the first time, he made the rare decision not to bring out his folding chair peanuts and cola. Su Bai wasn't particularly afraid, more curious than anything, eager to get a better look at something he'd never seen before. But ultimately, it was nothing special, nothing he hadn't encountered before. Seeing Su Bai finally behave himself for once, Principal Lao was nearly moved to tears. Su Bai had still given him some face after all. When Su Bai slowly walked to his reserve seat, Principal Lao nodded at him with a gratified smile. Su Bai, this time you finally didn't embarrass our Jiangzhou Martial University. Good job. Su Bai paused for a moment, puzzled. When had he ever embarrassed Jiangzhou Martial University? 3 pentakills in a row? Wasn't that an incredible achievement? Wasn't it amazing? Couldn't that make you proud? Then Su Bai realized. The principal was talking about how he hadn't sat on the bench during the final match. But thinking about how Principal Lao had deliberately made him team captain and set him up before, Su Bai replied, "Principal, about what you mentioned, that bench was just too hard and uncomfortable to sit on. I ordered a leather sofa yesterday, but it hasn't arrived yet. But don't worry, it'll definitely be here before the next regional tournament. I saw in the product description that the sofa is super comfortable. Want us to share it when it arrives." The principal, who had initially thought Su Bai had changed his mind, was left speechless by Su Bai's words. He cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, this time our Jiangzhou Martial University won the Provincial League Championship, and the military will reward you with corresponding merit points. The results will be available this afternoon. You can go to the logistics department to exchange them for the corresponding resources. Also, the regional league will be held in Luocheng in 3 days. Rest for 1 day, and the day after tomorrow we'll depart for Luocheng together. Mentioning the points matter by Ningbing glanced at Wang Qingqing, who glanced at Luo Yonghao, and Luo Yonghao glanced at Guo Qingshu. Finally, everyone looked at Su Bai. Points. How does that relate to us? When 4 o'clock in the afternoon arrived after Longing Martial University defeated Qingshan Martial University, which Su Bai had already crippled, the Provincial League moved into its closing ceremony segment. At the closing ceremony, the principals of Fuchuan, Ximin, and Qingshan, all prefecture-level cities, glowered at Su Bai with dark expressions. Su Bai had mercilessly given them consecutive pentakills. This was a nationwide broadcast. It was shameful on a national scale. But only the principal of Longing Martial University looked at Su Bai with gratitude. Not just the principal. Every competing student from Longing Martial University also gazed at Su Bai with profound gratitude. They had originally come just to broaden their horizons, not caring much about rankings or resources. Originally, the weakest team ranked last, Longing Martial University, had become unstoppable because Su Bai had destroyed all the other losing competitors. Their weakest squad had miraculously stormed through undefeated, claiming an impressive 4th-place finish. It all felt like a dream. This meant that after returning this time, Longing Martial University's ranking among the top 100 academies would improve, and they could secure more military resources in the future. Though the improvement wasn't substantial year after year, it added up considerably. After the closing ceremony ended, Longing Martial University's principal seized Su Bai's hand with trembling excitement. The man's grip was incredibly forceful. His expression nearly had him calling Su Bai his benefactor. Su Bai enough said. Whenever you come to Longing City, just come straight to Longing Martial University. This is your home. Su Bai, having a player of your caliber in Jiangzhou is truly a blessing. If Jiangzhou province rises through Jiangzhou Martial University in the future, we prefecture-level cities will benefit as well. Su Bai, keep up the good work. Su Bai looked utterly bewildered. What exactly are you so happy about? I'm from Jiangzhou Martial University. But you don't scold someone who's smiling at you, so Su Bai politely responded with a few words. Then he hurried to the temporary logistics department to check how many military merit points he had earned from this provincial league. The logistics department at Jiangzhou Martial University originally only handled minor administrative matters and didn't offer resource exchanges, but the military dispatched a logistics unit to provide contestants with a channel to redeem their merit points. They couldn't let these youngsters travel all the way to the myriad races battlefield just to exchange resources. When Subai reached the merit window, he handed his student ID to the logistics officer. The officer was initially half interested, but when he saw Subai was the one exchanging resources, his demeanor shifted with sudden interest. Oh, it's Subai? You've accumulated quite the merit points. That's a full 4,000 merit points. You're arguably the top earner across the entire Southern Theater Command. Even many competitors from the nation's top 10 martial universities don't have as much as you. Tell me, what would you like to redeem? Subai was equally surprised by his own total. He never expected it to reach such an amount. Back on the myriad races battlefield where he'd fought for his life, he'd only accumulated over 1,000 merit points. Yet this time, munching peanuts and drinking cola, he'd earned 4,000. In monetary terms, that translated to 40 million. But reconsidering he had carried the team single-handedly against 5 opponents throughout, meaning roughly 80% of Jiangzhou Martial University's championship funding went directly to him. That's why the total was so substantial. After pondering for a moment, Subai told the officer, "Sir, I'd like to redeem everything for silver-grade beast cores." To his surprise, the officer frowned and replied, "I understand you're exchanging these beast cores to feed your tamed beasts, but using so many merit points for cores seems wasteful. On the myriad races battlefield, silver-grade cores are abundant. Wherever you have the strength to hunt, you'll find plenty. As a metahuman, you shouldn't neglect spiritual cultivation either. I suggest you exchange some spiritual cultivation resources instead. Only when your spiritual power reaches a high level can you better assist your tamed beasts on their path to advancement. If you fall into a bottleneck later in cultivation, due to insufficient spiritual power, both you and your beasts will suffer losses that outweigh the gains." Subai rolled his eyes. He wasn't an ordinary beast tamer. His 2 gluttonous companions could advance infinitely with just food. They simply had no bottlenecks. And his own spiritual power would naturally amplify through normal advancement, making it unnecessary to waste resources on specialized cultivation. "Sir, please just exchange everything for silver-grade beast cores for me." Though Subai spoke casually, the quartermaster felt his well-intentioned advice had been dismissed as wind to the ears, and replied somewhat displeased, "Since you've made up your mind, I won't press further. Cultivation is your own affair. Silver tier initial cores cost 600 merit points, mid-tier cost 800, and high-tier cost 1,000. How would you like to exchange them?" Subai considered for a moment, then redeemed 4 silver-tier high-grade cores. As he walked away clutching the cores, the quartermaster watched his retreating figure and shook his head, sighing, "Ah, the youth." Subai, carrying 4 high-grade silver beast cores, went directly to the old principal to rent an indoor training room. After securing the doors and windows, he released the little cat. The little cat landed on the ground looking at Subai with excitement. "Meow, master, you finally remembered me. Are you going to send me into battle this time?" "Haha, that's great." Subai was bewildered. In his mind, the always gentle little cat had suddenly become so eager for battle. He speculated that Xiao Ba, upon returning to the taming space, must have boasted endlessly to the little cat about how formidable he was and how many opponents he had slapped away. That turtle must have corrupted the little cat. With this thought, Subai's expression darkened. That turtle would need a proper lesson in the future. How could it casually lead a young one astray? The little cat, oblivious to Subai's expression, surveyed the surroundings. Disappointed, it found no grand scene of a massive crowd as Xiao Ba had described, nor any opponent. "Meow, so it's not a fight. What a letdown." Subai, speechless, took out 4 silver-grade beast cores. "I was planning to give you a treat, but if you don't want them, forget it." The little cat, who had just seemed uninterested, suddenly had its eyes sparkle. It immediately spoke obediently. "Meow, meow, meow, I'm sorry, master, I was wrong." Subai had spent far less time with the little cat than with Xiao Ba, but he felt that the little cat was noticeably more lively than Xiao Ba. However, their gluttonous nature was strikingly similar. When it came to food, nothing else mattered. Subai didn't torment the little cat further and directly fed it 1 beast core. After consuming 1 high-grade silver beast core, the little cat was enveloped in a swirling blood aura as its body slowly grew. From its original length of over 2 meters, it gradually transformed into a massive cat over 5 meters long. A faint king character pattern emerged on its forehead, giving it the appearance of a white-striped green-eyed tiger. At the same time, Subai felt a warm current surging through his body, continuously enhancing his attributes. A unique bronze-grade cyan light slowly rose from the little cat's body. The cyan radiance mingled with a hint of sharp golden hue. Drawing from Xiao Ba's previous advancement, Subai understood that this sharp golden hue represented the little cat's exclusive innate ability. Just like Xiao Ba's earth attribute, all talent skills were replaced with earth-based ones. Ding, the little cat has evolved to bronze low-grade sharp gold white tiger. The sacred beast white tiger bloodline has been awakened, granting the talent sharp gold aura blade. Subai stroked his chin, examining the evolved little cat. At this point, calling it little cat seemed inappropriate, so he casually named it Xiao Bai. After Xiao Bai's advancement was complete, Subai had it consumed the remaining 3 beast cores. Xiao Bai's aura instantly surged again. Ding, sharp gold white tiger has advanced to bronze mid-grade. Ding, sharp gold white tiger has advanced to bronze mid-grade. Tame Beast Sharp Gold White Tiger Murderous Dominant and Slaughter Level Bronze Mid-Grade White Tiger Bloodline Activated 30 All Attributes Significantly Enhanced Talent Strengthened Physique 158 Defense 105 Agility 295 Spirit 60 Talent 1 Sharp Gold 100 Claws Consume Stamina to launch 100 attacks on a single enemy in an extremely short time. The first attack deals 150 of base attack power, and each subsequent attack amplifies by 2. Talent 2, Sharp Gold Spirit consumes stamina to cover the body with Sharp Gold energy, making each attack inflict a 200 tearing effect. Can be stacked with Sharp Gold 100 Claws, greatly increasing the damage dealt by Sharp Gold 100 Claws. Talent 3, Sharp Gold Ghost Shadow consumes a large amount of stamina to increase movement speed and attack speed by 300. Can be stacked with Sharp Gold 100 Claws, allowing the 100 attacks to be completed instantly. Holy crap. Subai was stunned. This attack power. It's going to dominate everything. Xiao Bai and Xiao Ba consumed similar resources to advance to mid-grade, and their attribute boosts were comparable, with total attributes around 600 points. If Xiao Ba's Awakening of the Black Tortoise bloodline granted it defense and physique, Xiao Bai's Awakening of the White Tiger bloodline bestowed agility and burst power, with decent physique as well. Looking at Xiao Bai's talent descriptions, Su Bai couldn't imagine the terrifying damage if the second and third talents were stacked with the first talent Sharp Gold 100 Claws. An instant burst of 100 attacks each with tearing and armor-breaking effects, the final attack amplified by 350. If Xiao Ba represented the strongest shield among the sacred beasts, Xiao Bai was the strongest spear. The most chilling part was that with Xiao Bai's terrifying speed, enemies couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Even though Xiao Bai hadn't yet taken action, Su Bai could already imagine its fierce murderous aura when facing an enemy. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation as the death-dealing among the four sacred beasts. It seemed that unless facing the myriad races, Xiao Bai should be kept out of sight. Otherwise, Xiao Bai's intervention would inevitably create a bloody stormy scene. The killing intent was too heavy. After a deep look at Xiao Bai, somewhat disoriented from the rapid advancement, Su Bai withdrew it into the taming space and opened his own attribute panel. Host Su Bai Occupation Tamer Level Bronze Mid-Grade receives attribute boosts of 30 from Earth Mystic Turtle and 30 from Sharp Gold White Tiger. Age 18 Physique 150 Base 38. Inherited 65 from Earth Mystic Turtle 47 from Sharp Gold White Tiger. Agility 138 Base 32. Inherited 18 from Earth Mystic Turtle 88 from Sharp Gold White Tiger. Spirit 96 Base 60. Inherited 18 from Earth Mystic Turtle 18 from Sharp Gold White Tiger. Tame Beasts Earth Mystic Turtle View Details Sharp Gold White Tiger View Details. Talent 1 Infinite Evolution Contract. Tame Beasts System granted Talent 2. Can use all talent skills of Tame Beasts. Common to all Tamer ability users. Talent 3. Source Confluence Host and Tame Beasts share energy and bear damage together. Su Bai looked at his final agility shortcoming now filled, and an involuntary smile of happiness and satisfaction spread across his face. With his current attributes combined with the 8 talents, even a silver mid-grade warrior would be lost in battle against him. High attack, high defense, and incredible speed. It was simply unstoppable. Have you ever heard of a high-speed mobile tank fortress? Yes, that's me, Su Bai. Although these talent skills consume a lot of stamina thanks to Source Confluence, he could share the stamina of Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai with no need to worry about energy. Not only was he unmatched at the same level, but even across a major stage, how many could rival him? This was the thrill of cheating. Others wouldn't understand. Awesome. After leaving the indoor training room, Su Bai returned directly to his dormitory to rest. Meanwhile, major television stations were extensively broadcasting the results of the Provincial League that had just concluded. Longhua Military Channel. To provide more promotion opportunities for ordinary martial arts universities, the top 10 prestigious universities nationwide, due to their far superior strength, have been directly exempted by the military from participating in the Provincial League and instead sent to the Warzone League. Furthermore, the top 3, Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, Magic Capital Martial Arts University, and the Great Wall Guard Martial Arts University, are so far ahead of other institutions that they have been directly seeded into the finals. Currently, the Provincial League of the 100 Schools tournament among ordinary martial arts universities across various provinces has concluded, and many outstanding talents have performed exceptionally well. The most dazzling among them is Su Bai from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, who won the championship of Jiangzhou province by defeating 5 opponents single-handedly in all 3 matches. A strong youth makes a strong nation. We hope all martial arts students will learn from Su Bai, strive for the top, and bring glory to their schools. We look forward to Su Bai continuing his efforts in the Warzone League 3 days from now and delivering brilliant results. Su Bai casually turned off the computer and shook his head. Didn't expect to be on TV again. And called a prodigy. I don't feel much. Just raising a turtle. Something feels off. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, the over 40,000 spectators at the Jiangzhou Martial Arts University stands had returned home after the match, boasting to their families about Su Bai's achievements. Son, let me tell you that Su Bai is incredible. He just placed his turtle on the field, pulled up a stool, sat down, drank cola, and munched peanuts while claiming the Provincial League title. Dad, are you kidding me? We have a turtle at home too, but it's nowhere near as powerful. Can it even beat a martial artist? Kidding. I'll watch the replay with you tonight. You'll see if I'm lying. If you awaken the Beast Tamer ability, I'll give you this turtle I've raised for 10 years as your companion. Countless martial arts students from other universities who had awakened the beast tamer talent watched the television with fervent excitement. Every time Xiao Ba displayed its might, and Su Bai took down 5 opponents in a row, they would pound the table and roar, "Holy shit! Holy shit! Another pentakill! Pentakill! Su Bai is awesome. He really brings honor to beast tamers. Damn it. From now on, if anyone says the beast tamer ability is useless, I'll fight them. No way, I have to transfer to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Transfer. Must transfer. Right now. Jiangwu is the true dreamland for beast tamers. Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. The principal narrowed his eyes as he studied Su Bai's match videos. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. This Su Bai is quite interesting. Could it be that the beast tamer is about to rise again through him? Great Wall Guard Martial Arts Academy Strategy Department. The principal and a group of advisors listed 10 ordinary martial arts universities with promising potential. Topping the list was Jiangzhou Martial Arts University with a note. If not for their captain Su Bai being only at bronze mid-tier, he would surely be able to contend with the captains of prestigious schools. Magic Capital Martial Arts University. A group of experts gathered around Su Bai's competition videos, engaged in discussion. A silver-haired senior expert spoke. I believe Su Bai was able to withstand the poison of that toxic element ability user because he immediately saw through the opponent's stalling tactic, leaving no time to gather toxic elements. Thus the poison's potency was greatly diminished, not even enough to take down a martial artist of the same rank. Moreover, beast tamers can inherit a portion of their companion's attributes. Su Bai's companion clearly has exceptional physical growth, which is reflected in Su Bai's own physique, far surpassing other ability users, and even rivaling weaker martial artists. Another expert asked, Professor Zhou, do you think Su Bai's physique could allow him to cultivate blood energy and become a martial artist? Professor Zhou slowly shook his head. It's unlikely. Martial arts is not something one can just decide to cultivate. Both effort and talent are indispensable. Although Su Bai never made a move after entering the field, I still believe he is merely an ability user with a high physique, not a cultivator of blood energy. Look at his palms. With that, Professor Zhou paused the video and slowly enlarged the image of Su Bai's hands. Those who cultivate blood energy have thick meridians and calloused palms, but Su Bai's hands show none of these traits. The other experts suddenly realized and flattered. Professor Zhou truly has keen insight. Professor Zhou sighed softly. It's a pity. Since the great Luo fan beast tamers, despite attribute boosts from their companions, remain vulnerable to decapitation tactics. Their combat capability is indeed too weak. Su Bai is invincible in Jiangzhou only because the opponents there are too weak to even attempt decapitation. But facing a top-tier school like Magic Capital, he would have no chance of victory. This is one of the key reasons why the beast tamer talent is considered useless. Luoha Province, Luoha Martial Arts University. Luoha Martial Arts University, ranked 10th in the Southern War Zone, enjoyed the privilege of direct qualification and did not need to participate in the provincial league. However, this did not mean Luoha Martial Arts could completely ignore other ordinary martial arts opponents. The principal held the remote control, repeatedly watching match videos from other provinces in the Southern War Zone. What troubled him most was Su Bai of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, dominating opponents throughout the entire match, a strength far beyond what an ordinary provincial martial arts school should possess. Fortunately, Su Bai is only at bronze mid-tier, far from the little monsters of the 3 top-tier schools. Still, he is quite troublesome. Imperial Capital residence of a king-level powerhouse. A man in a mink robe smiled with a nostalgic expression as he watched Su Bai's combat footage on the projector. But the more he watched, the more uneasy he became, his brow furrowing. This kid has secrets. That turtle might be even more outrageous than Luo fans back then. But then again, every top-tier human powerhouse, including myself and Luo fan, has their own secrets and fortunes. As long as they serve humanity and benefit Longhua, it's fine. 2 days later, Su Bai and 9 other participating students arrived with the old principal at Luoha Martial Arts University in Luoqing. In the rest area, the old principal addressed the students. This War Zone League is crucial. Every victory we achieve will elevate our school's ranking in the 100 Schools tournament. Therefore, I will personally arrange the order of players for this War Zone League. Our goal is to enter the top 10 finals. With that, the old principal cast a discreet glance at Su Bai. When he had previously let Su Bai decide the lineup as captain, that fellow hadn't left a single drop of soup for anyone else. The Jiangzhou Province Championship came with a reward of 5,000 merit points. Su Bai had claimed 4,000 for himself, leaving the remaining 9 to split only 1,000 military merits. How outrageous. Fortunately, this time the old principal would personally intervene. He could not allow that rascal Su Bai to continue wreaking havoc. Otherwise, the other team members would surely abandon their posts one by one. Even the most prestigious aristocratic families would never treat resources worth tens of millions as trivial entertainment. This was merely 10% of the total resources allocated to the provincial league, and that modest portion was already being divided among over 100 martial arts universities. When it came to the Warzone League, over 30 institutions would compete for 40% of the total resources. These were resources worth hundreds of millions, enough to send even the grandest aristocratic families into a frenzy. Su Bai could naturally discern the old principal's intentions, though he understood that the principal would allow him to run wild during the provincial league, but would certainly not permit such recklessness during the Warzone League. Subai had no objection to the old principal's words, but Bai Ningbing and the others were absolutely thrilled. They finally had an opportunity to prove themselves. Subai, your days of favor are over. The old principal paused, observing that Subai raised no objection, and after a sigh of relief, continued. For the upcoming Warzone, League 9 martial arts universities will compete. 8 of them secured their spots as champions and runners-up from the 4 provincial leagues, while Luoha Martial Arts University earned direct qualification as a prestigious institution. After extensive deliberation with the university counselors over the past 2 days, we have identified 3 particularly formidable teams ourselves: Luoha Martial Arts University and Sanghi Martial Arts University. I hope we do not encounter them in the early rounds. Of course, with 9 teams competing, there will inevitably be buy slots. It would be even better if we could secure one. Subai cared little for whether they received a buy or not. What mattered to him was the opportunity to obtain more resources. He spoke up and asked, "Principal, if we receive a buy, can we still have a chance to earn resources from that match?" The principal cast a sidelong glance at Subai, whose greed was painfully obvious, and shook his head. How could that possibly be? The military allocates resources based on combat performance. The more opponents you defeat, and the stronger those opponents are, the greater your resource allocation. Do you really think military resources can be obtained through cunning shortcuts? That said, receiving a buy would still be advantageous. Even a first-round buy would guarantee our academy at least a 5th-place regional ranking, giving us significant leverage in the national standings. Upon hearing the principal's explanation, Subai's eyes widened. He silently prayed, "Please do not let us receive a buy." Missing even one round would cost him tens of millions in resources. The thought alone was agonizing. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Subai and his companions arrived early at the Luoha Martial Arts University competition arena. The competition venue at Luoha Martial Arts University was structured similarly to Jiangzhou's, divided into 6 main areas: the announcer's podium, the martial arts ring, spectator stands, judges, seating, rest area, and contestant preparation zone. However, the Luoha facility was fully twice the size of Jiangzhou's. From the stands, 100,000 spectators chanted in unison, "LSC's first place." The roar was thunderous and unceasing. The old principal narrowed his eyes and addressed his students. "This Luoha Martial Arts University is clearly trying to intimidate us from the outset." Wang Qingqing sniffed disdainfully and retorted, "Let them show off all they want. It amounts to nothing until we prove ourselves on the martial ring." Bai Ningbing, however, wore an expression of defiant pride. Despite competing on the home ground of a nationally ranked 10th institution, she showed zero intimidation and volunteered immediately before the principal. "Principal, I must fight in the opening match." The old principal glanced at Bai Ningbing and replied, "It depends on who Subai draws. If the opponent proves weak, I may permit you to enter. But if they are formidable, Gurya Qingshu will open and Subai will close." Upon hearing the old principal's arrangement, Subai's face darkened with exasperation. Why was he placed last? The old principal was clearly retaliating for Subai's 3 consecutive 5 kills during the provincial league, where he had hoarded all the merit without sparing a single drop for his teammates. Having spent considerable time with the old principal, Subai had come to understand his temperament well. While steadfast on matters of principle, the old man proved petty and vindictive in trivial matters. At that moment, Subai resolved to draw a powerful opponent. Ideally, he wanted someone who could sweep 4 matches before he stepped in to complete the 5-kill streak. A flawless entrance, a perfect finale. Oh, what a magnificent setup. As Subai and his teammates were discussing these prospects, the Warzone League's grand opening ceremony commenced. First, let us extend warm applause to welcome the Martial Arts University students who have traveled from across the provinces to our Luoha city. Applause erupted from the stands as each university's principal rose to briefly introduce and promote their respective institutions. The announcer then took the microphone and continued. The competition format for this Warzone tournament mirrors the provincial league structure. 9 martial arts universities will participate. Now please invite the captains from each of the 9 universities to the judges panel to draw lots and determine the matchups, with one team receiving a bye. Hearing his name, Subai ascended the stage alongside the other 8 team captains to take their positions at the judges panel. Only then did Subai truly grasp how feeble Jiangzhou province's martial artists truly were. Among the 9 captains present, 4 held mid-tier bronze rank, and Jiangzhou alone contributed 2 of them. The host Luoha Martial Arts University captain concealed his aura so thoroughly that other students might not have discerned his strength, but through his system, Subai could view the opponent's attributes. To his astonishment, the captain was a warrior at the initial stage of silver rank. In that moment, Subai gained a profound understanding of what it meant to be a top 10 nationally ranked institution. A prestigious school indeed lived up to its name. Ranking merely 10th nationally, yet already producing a silver rank warrior. A student who had not yet graduated possessed silver rank strength, a gap that utterly eclipsed every other martial arts university. Even Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, despite being a provincial institution, saw the vast majority of its instructors confined to bronze rank, with only a select few outstanding students reaching that level. Bai Ningbing and the others, who had been eagerly anticipating competition after winning the provincial league championship, fell momentarily stunned upon witnessing the overall strength of the universities that had advanced to the Warzone League. Good heavens! Were bronze rank high-stage warriors walking everywhere? Even the weakest among them were bronze rank mid-stage. The old principal naturally noticed their expressions. Beyond offering a helpless wry smile, he offered no explanation. Their Jiangzhou Martial Arts University was inherently ranked in the lower tier among hundreds of institutions, mere kings upon a single acre of land within Jiangzhou. Not only were they unremarkable on a national scale, but even when measured against the broader war zone standards, they simply did not stand out. The old principal knew well that if it weren't for Su Bai, a fighter capable of contending with silver rank opponents, and Gu Yuqingshu, that mysterious and special existence, for Jiangzhou Wuda, coming to the regional league tournament was almost like going on a trip or just playing a supporting role. As for Fuchuan Wuda, who came to the regional league alongside Jiangzhou Wuda this time, they were truly just there to fill the numbers and participate for the sake of participation. Looking around, there was no team weaker than Fuchuan Wuda. When Su Bai reached his hand into the dark box, he kept silently chanting in his heart, "Let me draw a stronger opponent." The old principal, holding his breath, watched Su Bai's hand, silently praying, "Let him draw a weaker one, or better yet, a Bai." The captains of other Wuda teams were also silently chanting in their hearts the opponents they wished to draw. When the draw results came out, the MC announced, "Now I will announce the match schedule. First match, Luohao Wuda versus Fuchuan Wuda." Hearing this, the old principal shot a gloating glance at the Fuchuan Wuda's principal not far away, as if saying, "Brother, you're really unlucky." Second match. Second match. Fourth match. Jiangzhou Wuda gets a bye for this round. When Su Bai heard that he had drawn a bye, he was utterly distraught. He felt like slapping himself right then and there. What kind of luck was this? A 1 in 9 chance, and I actually drew it. Why didn't I go buy a lottery ticket? Damn it, what a huge loss. This is the regional league. Rounding it up, I lost tens of millions. What sin did I commit to draw a bye? But the draw result couldn't be changed, so Su Bai could only walk back to his seat with a face full of regret and indignation. He sat down dejectedly, speechless. Ha ha ha, Su Bai, well done. Just as Su Bai was fuming over the loss of tens of millions, the old principal came over with a smile, vigorously patting Su Bai's shoulder and saying, "I told you you're a lucky general, haha. This luck is really beyond words, and choosing you as captain was a wise move." The bye that Su Bai drew meant a loss of resources for strong academies, but for weak academies, it was a chance to improve their own academy's ranking without any risk. As long as the ranking improved, the school would be allocated more resources in the future, which was extremely beneficial for the school's development and overall strength enhancement. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Some rejoice, others grieve. Su Bai listlessly watched the beaming old principal, not even in the mood to speak. If I were truly a lucky general, how could I have drawn a bye? None. No love. The world is too unfriendly. Full of malice. Getting more and more frustrated, Su Bai decided to start observing the matches that had already begun. Among Luohao Wuda's 5 main team members, 1 was silver initial rank, 3 were bronze high rank, and 1 was bronze mid rank. If it weren't for the rule allowing only 1 third-year student to participate, Su Bai suspected that Luohao Wuda could have fielded even more silver rank combatants. On the arena, Luohao Wuda only sent out 1 bronze high rank member, yet achieved a 5-kill streak. Mao Kai didn't even have a chance to use his ability, as he was directly blasted away by a burst of speed that closed in and sent him flying. Watching his own team suffer a crushing defeat, the principal of Fuchuan Wuda had a very unpleasant expression. When he looked at Jiangzhou Wuda's team, which had gotten a bye for 1 round, he couldn't help but feel envious. A sour feeling spread in the heart of Fuchuan Wuda's principal. If this time Jiangzhou Wuda had faced Luocheng Wuda, and our Fuchuan Wuda got the bye, then after this 100 school re-ranking, our Fuchuan Wuda would be above Jiangzhou Wuda. At Jiangzhou Wuda's luck is really good. After the 4 matches in the morning concluded, Su Bai had been waiting eagerly, and finally the afternoon matches began. When he reached his hand into the dark box with full anticipation, he frantically chanted in his heart, "Even if I draw Luohao Wuda, that's fine. The stronger the opponent, the more resources. This time please don't let it be a bye." Meanwhile, the old principal was also looking at Su Bai with full expectation, silently praying, "Su Bai, you must be ambitious. Amazing, you better give me another bye." After the draw, when the MC got the list of match order, she looked toward Jiangzhou Wuda's direction with a puzzled expression, but she still finished reading the order for the first 8 Wuda schools. Finally, after some hesitation, she announced, "Ahem. This round Jiangzhou Wuda gets a bye again. Su Bai, Luohao Wuda, Fuchuan Wuda." The whole audience, the entire nation watching the live broadcast. Damn, is this so ridiculously lucky? Did Su Bai save all of humanity in his past life? What kind of luck is this? Jiangzhou Wuda did nothing at all, just sat in the audience and watched matches for a few days, and then inexplicably jumped from a no-name Wuda to a top 20 nationally renowned school. Is this reasonable? Getting 2 consecutive byes is simply unbelievable. Instantly the audience began to whisper among themselves, and even the military judges were a bit baffled. They were all gold rank strength, while Jiangzhou Wuda's captain Su Bai was only bronze mid rank. How could he possibly pull any tricks under their noses? But the result was right in front of them, and everyone found it unbelievable. Many in the audience raised objections. Isn't there some inside dealing with Jiangzhou Wuda? How can they get 2 consecutive byes? What's going on? I came all the way here just to see Su Bai sit on the bench eating peanuts and drinking cola. 1 bye is one thing, but why 2 byes? Right? Your competition mechanism is too unfair. A strong player like Su Bai being given byes all the time. This is disrespectful to the opponents. Is it that Luohao Wuda is afraid to face Su Bai directly, so they deliberately let Jiangzhou Wuda get a bye? Hearing this, the students of Luohao Wuda's faces turned black. We're afraid of him. What a joke. Let him come up if he dares. The entire venue descended into chaos because of Su Bai's 2 buys. The matches even had to be paused. One of the military judges stood up and said, "Dear audience, I know you are all puzzled about Jiangzhou Wuda's 2 buys. The competition will be paused for 10 minutes, and we will investigate the reason and give you an explanation. If it really is manipulation, then Jiangzhou Wudao will be directly disqualified. But if it's truly luck for 2 buys, then we have nothing to say." The military was the organizer of this 100-school league, and everyone trusted their words. They all eagerly waited for the result. Seeing the big commotion, the old principal quietly pulled Su Bai aside, carefully looked around, and after making sure no one was near them, he whispered, "Su Bai, these 2 buys, you really didn't pull any tricks, did you?" Su Bai was on the verge of tears. "Principal, you don't understand me at all. If I could manipulate the draw, I would definitely pick La Martial University to gain more military merits and resources. What benefit is there for me in getting a buy?" The old principal pondered and realized that given Su Bai's strength and personality, he would indeed welcome stronger opponents. Thus he slowly let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the backstage staff were flustered and overwhelmed. Some reviewed the footage of the 2 draws, others opened the ballot box to check for irregularities, and still others inspected the colored balls for any tampering. 10 minutes quickly passed, and the staff came forward to report their findings. Report no anomalies in the surveillance footage. Report no anomalies in the ballot box. Report no anomalies in the colored balls. The military judge rubbed his chin and muttered softly, "We didn't detect any fluctuations of supernatural energy either. Could it really be that Jiangzhou Martial University is just lucky?" If a certain man in a mink coat had noticed their actions, he would have sneered in disdain. Ignorance. Fortune is a tangible force that truly exists. Su Bai watched the bustling staff, feeling deeply frustrated. 2 major waves of resources had just vanished into thin air. If you think Jiangzhou Martial University is suspicious, then just assign us an opponent. It's that simple. Why waste time on all these investigations? After the final results were announced, the military judge held a microphone and explained to the audience, after rigorous inspection, no evidence of misconduct by Jiangzhou Martial University was found. The competition continues. Upon hearing this, Su Bai rolled his eyes, too weary to watch the matches, and returned directly to the hotel. His heart was exhausted. Watching Su Bai's slightly dejected back, the old principal began to wonder if his own silent prayers for a buy had caused them to get 2 consecutive buys. Could it be that he himself was the chosen one? Whatever he said came true. But that couldn't be right. If he were truly the chosen one, why was he only at gold rank? For a moment, the old principal fell into self-doubt. Yet with 2 buys, Jiangzhou Martial University had directly advanced to 3rd place in the war zone. This meant they only needed to win 1 match tomorrow to qualify for the finals of the 5 war zones. The old principal had never dared to imagine being so close to the finals in this way. It was almost within reach. In other words, with just 1 more victory, Jiangzhou Martial University could dramatically break into the top 10 nationwide. It was truly dramatic. If Su Bai were excluded as an uncertain factor under normal circumstances, Jiangzhou Martial University would likely not have survived the first 2 elimination rounds. But, such is life perhaps. The next day, Jiangzhou Martial University faced Lane's Martial University. This was the first time Jiangzhou Martial University had fought since arriving in Luo City, and though their opponent was still formidable, yet the old principal's lips were perpetually curved in a smile. This ranking was already a pleasant surprise. What more could he ask for? Just go all out. First match, Luo Yonghao, you go up. This is your chance to shine. If we reach the finals, you might not get another opportunity. Then Bai Ningbing will go second, Wang Qingqing third, Guyu Qingshu fourth, and Su Bai fifth. Although they were already defeated by Luoha Martial University, their combat strength is still formidable. We must give our all and not be complacent. At this stage, there are no weak opponents. Understand. Su Bai heard the old principal's arrangement, glanced at the other 4, and then at Guyu Qingshu's calm demeanor. Immediately, he wore a grim expression. Well, it seemed there would be nothing for him to do again. Others didn't know how formidable Guyu Qingshu was, but Su Bai with his system to check attributes knew it all too well. This guy was also a wolf in sheep's clothing. Anyone who mistook him for an ordinary bronze mid-rank would be in for a brutal surprise. This Warzone League was sheer torture for Su Bai. He silently vowed that when the finals came, he would recoup all the resources. Luo Yonghao, the first to compete, faced a bronze mid-rank strength-type martial artist from Lane's Martial University. Although they had struggled against the prestigious Luoha Martial University yesterday, the Lane's team still appeared full of fighting spirit today. Luo Yonghao wasted no words, directly brandishing his 100-pound greatsword and unleashing his combat skills to engage the opponent. Everyone knew they were fighting for a spot in the finals. Both sides entered an intense battle from the start. Each fought with relentless ferocity. The sharp clash of fists and feet echoed throughout the arena. In the end, they exchanged a powerful punch, and both were sent flying out of the ring. Luo Yonghao's talent and combat skills were superior, and he had been tempered by blood and fire. A bronze low-rank fighting a mid-rank ended in a draw. But the second opponent from Lane's Martial University was an agility-type bronze high-rank. Bai Ningbing, a bronze mid-rank, showed no fear and stepped up to face him. To be honest, although Bai Ningbing was arrogant, he had the capital to be so. As soon as Bai Ningbing entered the ring, he went into a berserk state. His twin blades spun with impenetrable precision, relying on his exquisite family sword techniques and footwork. he abandoned all defense, adopting a life-or-death fighting style. He actually drove the opponent back, repeatedly holding his ground without losing an inch. On the judges' panel, a military colonel rubbed his chin and muttered thoughtfully, a bronze mid-rank suppressing a bronze high-rank from lanes. Interesting. Bai Ningbing's blade techniques and footwork look familiar. I can't quite place where I've seen them. Old Zhang, any ideas? Another military judge, Old Zhang, searched his memory. Bai Ningbing's surname Bai. Could it be the Bai family of the imperial capital? Now that you mention it, the White Spirit Blade technique and the White Void Step are indeed two mystic-grade combat skills of the imperial capital's Bai family. Jiangzhou Martial University has been hiding this well. But why would someone from the Bai family leave the imperial capital for Jiangzhou? On the reserve bench, several other reserve members watching Bai Ningbing's spectacular display, Zhang Mani and Lei Yunxiao, were also astonished. A martial artist's combat power consists of 4 parts: personal cultivation level, the grade and cultivation level of their techniques, equipment, and weapons, and talent. Below the gold rank, equipment and weapons are not decisive for combat power. However, if one has exceptional talent, high-grade techniques, and deep cultivation, strength cannot be judged by surface level alone. Defeating opponents of higher ranks is common. This is also a major reason why the military gives more attention to the descendants of top-tier warriors. Bloodline exists among humans. But Zhang Mani and the others were only freshmen, and it was inappropriate to discuss Bai Ningbing openly, so they pricked up their ears and listened. Guyu Qingshu watched Bai Ningbing's fight, and shook his head with a smile. That kid is still as crazy as ever when he fights. Wang Qingqing said with a disdainful snort. His style is only advantageous when the opponents are of similar strength. If he encounters someone much stronger, he can't even save himself. It's practically suicide. On the arena, as Bai Ningbing's chi and blood nearly depleted, the bronze high-rank martial artist from Lane's Martial University had his weapon knocked away, and Bai Ningbing's blade was at his throat. Bai Ningbing wins. The military judge immediately announced the result. However, Bai Ningbing was also exhausted of chi and blood and lost to the third opponent. Next up was Wang Qingqing. This beautiful campus belle, though usually aloof, possessed formidable combat skills. Her whip technique was both offensive and defensive, executed with superb mastery. Her combat power was on par with Bai Ningbing, and she also managed to secure a difficult victory by overcoming a higher rank. Of course, as soon as Wang Qingqing's combat skills were displayed, the bigwigs in the audience recognized them as the exclusive techniques of a renowned family, naturally sparking further discussion. No wonder that among the other second-year students at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, some had also reached the bronze mid-rank stage, yet the old principals still chose Bai Ningbing and Wang Qingqing as the main team members. The old principal knew all too well the backgrounds of the students. To be honest, when Bai Ningbing and Wang Qingqing first transferred to Jiangzhou from the imperial capital, the old principal was overjoyed for quite some time. Ordinarily, young masters from prestigious families at their level would naturally attend top-tier universities. As Wang Qingqing fell to the fourth opponent, Guyu Qingshu took the field. Before the match was even announced, Guyu Qingshu glanced at the 2 opponents below and smiled. There's no need for such trouble. I've been watching the remaining 2 opponents. I request that both contestants from Blue Marsh Martial Arts University come to the stage together. Let's all save some time. Upon hearing Guyu Qingshu's words, Su Bai abruptly rose from his seat, glaring at him with fury. You rascal, not even leaving me a scrap. Qingshu, you're being unreasonable. All that good impression I had of you wasted. The military judge narrowed his eyes, studying Guyu Qingshu. The competition rules do allow one person to challenge multiple opponents simultaneously. But you're only bronze mid-rank, while across from you are 1 bronze high-rank and 1 mid-rank opponent. Are you certain about this challenge? This marked the first time in this league's history that someone in the Southern Theater had attempted to face multiple opponents at once. Guyu Qingshu nodded firmly. I'm certain. The military judge wasted no more words and requested that Blue Marsh Martial Arts University send out their final competing student. Guyu Qingshu faced 2 opponents alone. Such an unusual sight naturally drew everyone's attention and sparked lively discussion. Even more astonishingly, the spectators erupted into thunderous cheers. The remaining 2 Blue Marsh Martial Arts University members stepped onto the stage with furious expressions. So arrogant. The match officially began, and Guyu Qingshu wasted no time with words. His wood attribute ability activated immediately. His azure robes billowed as a refreshing breeze swept through the arena. A 1,000-year-old maple tree materialized from thin air, its crimson leaves drifting like countless blades that swiftly surrounded the 2 opponents in a rotating storm of razor-sharp foliage, unleashing a tempest as deadly as a blade hurricane. As time passed, the maple leaf blades multiplied while the 2 trapped Blue Marsh members grew progressively quieter, their initial resistance fading into silence. More leaves replenished the storm, which gradually condensed into twin tornadoes of razor-sharp foliage that stood motionless upon the arena. Throughout the entire confrontation, Guyu Qingshu remained perfectly still in his cyan robes, with hair bound, one hand tucked behind his back, and the other holding a folding fan, exuding such effortless grace and commanding presence. The 2 judges squinted at Guyu Qingshu from their seats. If Bai Ningbing and Wang Qingqing, who just competed, were students with solid talent, strength, and diligence, then Guyu Qingshu is nothing short of a monster. I've encountered wood attribute ability users before, but for Guyu Qingshu to manifest a 1,000-year maple tree, that would be incredibly difficult even for an ordinary silver early rank ability user, wouldn't it? Just how terrifying is his mental strength? Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's current cohort is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Dark horses keep emerging one after another. It's truly hard to imagine why a genius of this caliber would attend Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. With his talent, he could easily have entered a top institution in either the imperial capital or Demon City. On the reserve bench of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, a group of reserve students were utterly stunned. This was the first time Guyu Qingshu had revealed his abilities in front of them. Holy crap, senior brother Qingshu is this strong. Facing two opponents alone and remaining so calm and composed. I wonder whether Su Bai or our senior brother Qingshu is the strongest person at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. I think Su Bai is still stronger after all his tame beast has slain a silver rank opponent. If it were senior brother Qingshu, he might very well be able to slay a silver rank as well. Tisk, how did I not know before that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University was this amazing? Even Bai Ningbing and Wang Qingqing, who were relatively familiar with Guyu Qingshu, looked somewhat surprised. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brow and said, Qingshu's strength has grown even stronger. He truly lives up to being from that family. On the arena, the maple leaf tornado's ferocity intensified until no sounds could be heard emanating from within. The principal of Blue Marsh Martial Arts University, seeing the dire situation, voluntarily conceded defeat on behalf of his students. Only when the referee arrived on the arena did they discover that Guyu Qingshu had merely controlled the maple leaves to encircle without attacking. Those two students had only suffered minor superficial injuries with no life-threatening concerns. However, their appearance was far from dignified. Their clothes were tattered all over and threads of blood seeped from countless wounds. The fine iron weapons they held had long been shredded to pieces by the maple leaves. Principal Lanze glanced at the debris on the ground, then gave Guyu Qingshu a profound look. After offering words of gratitude for his restraint, he led his two injured students to the medical room for treatment. If Guyu Qingshu had harbored killing intent, they would have certainly perished without a trace. As he walked toward the spectator stands, all eyes followed him, yet he maintained only a gentle smile, neither arrogant nor complacent. When Guyu Qingshu returned to the reserve bench, the principal, overcome with emotion, announced to everyone, "Students, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University has advanced to the national finals." Because the 10 great famous universities held special privileges, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University was not required to compete against Luohan Martial Arts University in the final match. Both universities advanced to the national finals simultaneously. At this moment, one could hardly fathom the old principal's elation. What did entering the national finals signify? It meant Jiangzhou Martial Arts University would thereafter enjoy the status and treatment of a premier institution. The military's resource support from then on would be vastly different from before, like heaven and earth. The difference was not merely tenfold. Damn it, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University was about to rise again following the fall of that great power from Luo Fan. Having served as principal of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University his entire life, he had never dared to imagine that the school he led would one day reach the national finals. As the old principal's excited gaze swept across the faces of the 10 students, it ultimately settled on Su Bai. Su Bai, this time you have made a great contribution to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Don't worry, the Academy will not forget your contributions. Although you didn't participate in the final match, the Academy will not withhold even a single reward due to you. Su Bai, who had been somewhat dejected about missing the chance to compete, now found the old principal much more agreeable upon hearing these words. Old principal, bringing honor to the school is every student's duty at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. I, Su Bai, will gladly fulfill this responsibility. In the future, I will surely. Cough, cough. Alright, don't let a few compliments go to your head. Su Bai, who had been about to deliver a lengthy declaration, was abruptly cut off by the old principal. Bai Ningbing, who had always harbored ill will towards Su Bai, couldn't help but chuckle. Old principal, you claim Su Bai's contribution was drawing Bai's twice in a row correct. The old principal glanced at Bai Ningbing calmly and replied, what else could it be? If you could draw 2 Bais and lead Jiangzhou Martial Arts University to the national finals, I would reward you as well. This? Bai Ningbing was momentarily at a loss for words. Those Bais were entirely a matter of luck. Such things couldn't be demanded at will. Su Bai had drawn 2 Bais simply because he was fortunate. If it had been her, she couldn't even guarantee drawing 1. The old principal, unwilling to waste further words on Bai Ningbing, continued, this regional league has been full of surprises, but once we reach the top 10 national finals, the level of competition there will be far beyond what we've seen here. That's where the nation's finest prodigies gather. You've all witnessed the matches over these past 2 days. Luohan Martial Arts University may only rank 10th, but their combat prowess is nothing short of dominant. Among the opponents we'll face in the upcoming national finals, Luohan Martial Arts University may well be the weakest batch. However, do not lose heart. Since we've reached the finals, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University will not retreat halfway. We'll strive to improve our ranking as much as possible, and even if we can't advance further, we'll fight with our full spirit and determination. For the main team members competing this time, the Academy will provide each of you with 5 million cultivation resources. Given Su Bai's significant contributions and his role as a key combatant in the finals, the Academy will fully fund his promotion to bronze high rank. Su Bai, Guyu Qingshu, Bai Ningbing, and Wang Qingqing. You 4 must break through to bronze high rank within a week. After a week, we'll go face those so-called prestigious schools. Does anyone have any questions? Aside from Sue, the other 4 main team members erupted in cheers. 5 million is already quite a lot. Adding the resources Jiangzhou Martial University gained from the last match in the regional league, each person would have at least around 15 million. With such abundant resources, breaking through to bronze high rank would naturally be easy. But that's for others. For Sue, 15 million. Is that even considered money? Advance to high rank. I wish I could. Seeing that Sue wasn't cheering, the old principal looked at him with confusion and asked, Sue, do you have a problem? Sue was not cheering, not because he was unhappy, but because he was afraid the old principal would go back on his word, so he wanted to confirm with the old principal once more. Principal, you just said that you would provide me with additional training resources to advance to bronze high rank, right? The old principal nodded, thinking that in the future Jiangzhou Martial University would enjoy the treatment of a prestigious school, all thanks to Sue. Providing him with resources to cultivate to bronze high rank would be a piece of cake, right? Old principal, you are such a good person. After Sue sighed, he started calculating with the old principal. Old principal, you should know that a tamer's advancement has 2 thresholds. First, the spiritual power must be raised to the peak state of the corresponding rank. Don't worry about that. My spiritual power has already reached the peak of bronze middle rank. I don't need you to spend extra resources on helping me train my spiritual power. As Sue said this, he put on an expression of saving money for the academy and the old principal, which moved the old principal. However, the old principal had a vague sense of foreboding, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Knowing Sue greedy nature, the old principal had carefully considered before making this promise, even willing to bleed heavily to ensure good rankings in the finals. However, he still had a budget in mind. For a bronze middle rank martial artist to advance to high rank, it would cost about 15 million in resources, which should be enough. You Sue are a tamer, and you also have to feed your tamed beast. So double it, 30 million at most, right? This amount of money is still affordable. Thinking this, the old principal nodded and said, go on. Sue continued, the second threshold is the level advancement of the tamed beast, and only then will the tamer advance simultaneously. But you may not know that with my tamed beast's massive size, it can rival a silver level combatant at bronze middle rank. So the resources it consumes are relatively higher. However, old principal, you just promised to provide the resources for my advancement. You won't go back on your word, will you? The old principal was stunned. He knew all that Sue said and had mentally prepared to bleed heavily, but Sue deliberately emphasized it again. Why was that bad feeling in his heart growing stronger? But a word spoken is like water spilled. The old principal, scowling, said, Sue, just name the amount of resources you need. I, the esteemed Jiangzhou Martial University, would not be unable to afford such a small amount of resources. Seeing the old principal's confident expression, Sue revealed a relieved smile. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Without a trace, he glanced at Gu Qingshu and the others. They were all witnesses. Then Sue began to speak. Old principal, I'll be straightforward with you. My tamed beast advancement from bronze beginner rank to bronze middle rank cost about 30 million resources. Normally advancing from middle to high rank costs about 3 times as much as from beginner to middle. I'll cover the odd change myself, you just give me 100 million. After Sue said this, the old principal's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Sue with an expression that said, Don't try to fool me, kid. What the hell? 100 million. Do you think I'm stupid, or do you think the academy is a bank? Seeing the old principal's disbelief, Sue analyzed for him. The 30 million for beginner to middle advancement is verifiable. Among that, 10 bronze grade beast cores were awarded to me by Mr. When you on from the military, and you gave me 15 bronze grade beast cores last time. 1 bronze grade beast core costs 150 military merits, which is worth 1.5 million. So 25 cores would be 37.5 million. For advancing from middle to high, wouldn't that be 100 million? Principal, you see I'm not wrong, am I? As Sue spoke, he clasped his hands together and rubbed them, hoping the old principal would still say generously like before, Jiangzhou Martial University doesn't lack such a small amount of resources. Gu Qingshu and Bai Ningbing standing by were dizzy from Sue calculations. Damn, 30 million was enough for a martial artist to advance from bronze to silver. For you Sue, it only allows you to advance from bronze beginner to middle. And to advance to high rank, you still need a damn 100 million. Luo Yonghao and the other 2 freshman prodigies were completely dumbfounded. They all looked at Sue in shock. Is this kid trying to scam money? The old principal knew that Sue would not deliberately falsify accounts to cheat him. What Sue said was verifiable, and he indeed knew that Sue had exchanged these items. But he never expected that Sue had already used up all these resources. Advancing to bronze high rank actually costs a damn 100 million. What kind of tamed beast is Sue raising? This is a glutton. No, it's a vat. For a moment, the old principal felt mixed emotions. Unknowingly, the few strands of black hair left on his head had turned quite white. However, having made the promise in front of so many students, the old principal couldn't go back on his word. Besides, giving resources to Sue was to enable him to strive for a higher ranking for the academy in the finals. Ahem. Well, Sue, the academy is actually not easy. How about this? I'll give you 3,000 military merits first, and the rest can we put it on the tab? Don't worry. As long as you perform well in the finals, I said I would provide you with resources to advance to high rank, and I won't shortchange you. You can rest assured about that. Hearing this, Sue was dumbfounded. Damn, there's even such a thing as putting it on the tab. Wow, old principal, you're so awesome. Then what's the point of saying you'd give us resources to break through? Subai, who was about to complain, noticed that the old principal's face seemed even more haggard. Indeed, Jiangzhou Martial University was never a prestigious school. Its funds had always been relatively tight. It was already not easy for the old principal to take out so much now. 100 million is not a small amount. Subai let out a slow breath. All along he had been running around to earn money and resources for his two tamed beasts Xiaoba and Xiaobai. This time having the old principal willing to share some of the burden had already made things much easier for Subai. Well, anyway, his current strength should be enough. As a student he should think about winning glory for the academy. Alright then, 3,000 military merits. The rest on the tab. Subai's first sentence delighted the old principal, but the latter sentence. Well, forget it. After settling the resources the school would support the students, Subai went to the logistics department of Luohan Martial University. This time Jiangzhou Martial University had 2 buys and only won 1 match. Moreover, Subai didn't even play, so as a main combatant, he only had 200 military merits. So Subai simply exchanged the military merits for money, sent 1 million back home, and called his father. Dad, I earned some money during the competition and sent you 1 million. Please check it. On the other end of the phone his father was still working at the factory. When he heard Subai say he had sent 1 million, he widened his eyes and said, "What? How much did you say you sent me?" After Subai repeated himself, his father's shocked voice came through the phone. 1 million. So much. In the factory, some of Su Zaheo's co-workers overheard his words and curiously gathered around. Old Su, what 1 million? Did you win the lottery? Old Su, daydreaming instead of working. Come lend a hand, we're swamped. Old Su, focus on your job. It's more reliable than pipe dreams. Your kid's schooling depends on your wages. Still dazed, Su Zaheo ignored his co-workers' teasing. He repeatedly asked Subai what was going on. It took Subai considerable effort to explain to his father that he was well off, and that the million was just pocket money for his parents so they wouldn't have to work so hard. Soon after, Su Zaheo received a bank transfer notification. He quickly checked it, his heart pounding with excitement. A co-worker noticed Su Zaheo's dazed expression and curiously peeked at his phone. That one glance left the co-worker stunned as well. Holy crap. Old Su, I must be too tired from work today. My eyes are blurry. How many zeros are there at the end? Other co-workers also noticed the commotion and leaned in to look at Su Zaheo's phone screen. Wow, so many zeros. Could it be a scam text? Are you stupid? The bank's number is right there. How could it be a scam? Everyone quiet, let me count the zeros. Holy crap, Old Su, you're about to be rich. It really is 1 million. Not a single zero missing. No wonder he's a graduate of Wu University. Martial artists earn way more than us ordinary folks. I'm so jealous, Old Su. You have a great son. If my kid could get into Wu University, I'd sell everything to support him. Listen, Old Su, if I were you, I'd quit my job and retire right now. Blown away by his co-worker's flattery, Su Zaheo felt lightheaded. However, he had no intention of touching that million. After all, his son was a superhuman. Though he earned fast, he also spent lavishly. Su Zaheo wanted to save the money for his son in case it was needed later. But the pride and joy on Su Zaheo's face were unmistakable. Ha ha, it's all thanks to Subai's hard work, haha. Come on, let's get back to work, or the foreman will chew us out. Co-workers. With a son like yours, which foreman would dare scold you? The factory boss would probably treat you with kid gloves. Meanwhile, in the Lin family villa, Wen Yuan gently knocked on Lin Yinran's door. Yinran, come out for dinner. But there was no response from inside. Wen Yuan shook his head helplessly. This girl, ever since Subai entered the 100 schools tournament, she's been either watching his matches or training like mad with no sense of balance. She never liked martial arts before, but now she's suddenly so driven. Inside her room, Lin Yinran had just taken a priceless bronze-grade blood coagulation pill. She sat cross-legged on the bed, her blood energy surging as a green glow enveloped her body. Boom. An overwhelming aura swept through the room. Books on the shelves were blown to the floor by a sudden gust of wind, and even several chairs toppled over. Crack. The energy grew stronger, causing fine cracks to spread across the window glass, which finally shattered. Shards of glass scattered everywhere. Lin Yinran slowly opened her eyes, feeling the surging blood energy within her body. A smile curled at the corners of her mouth. I've broken through to bronze. Haha, one step closer to Subai He. I must catch up with you. When Yuan, still waiting at the door, heard the commotion and knocked again. Only then did Lin Yinran realize he was there and hurriedly opened the door. Sensing the blood energy within Lin Yinran, Wen Yuan looked at her with surprise. Yinran, your blood energy at early bronze is even denser than that of most high-level bronze cultivators. But recalling her identity, Wen Yuan nodded in understanding, as expected of the tiger of Lin's daughter. Truly terrifying talent far beyond ordinary people. Yinran, if you hadn't spent the past few months compressing your blood energy to improve its quality, you could have broken through to early bronze long ago. It's a pity that you missed this year's 100 schools tournament during the most critical phase of your cultivation. Otherwise, you might have recreated your father's youthful glory on that stage and shaken the entire nation. And shown those who doubt your father why he was hailed as the most promising supernova to touch the king level in a century. The title Roaring Tiger of the 9 Provinces wasn't just for show. Despite Wen Yuan's endless praise for her talent, Lin Yinran herself remained unsatisfied. After listening to Wen Yuan, Lin Yinran shook her head. Uncle Wen Yuan, I'm not as strong as you say. Besides, even though I can now fight high-level bronze cultivators, I'm still far behind Subai. He's already been killing silver-level beasts. I'm so far behind. By the way, Uncle Wenyuan, I've almost run out of the pills you gave me. Could you ask Father for more? I want to boost my strength as fast as possible. Now that Subai has finished the regional league, we'll go to Luoqing together to find him, and then head to Modu. Wenyuan looked at her with a mix of regret and puzzlement. I don't know what spell Subai cast on you. That kid is so lucky. If he knew that countless top families and prodigies from the capital Modu, and even military academies have proposed to your father, only to be rejected by you outright, what would he think? That's the peak of what a man could achieve. Uncle Wenyuan, what are you saying? Lin Yanran's face flushed red as she interrupted, lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze. Yet in her heart, she couldn't help but think of Su Bai's brilliant smile. At first glance, Su Bai might seem overshadowed by the nation's top prodigies in background talent and strength, but that didn't matter at all. I have background, I have resources. Su Bai is simply the best. There's no need for a reason. There are thousands of prodigies in the world, but none of them is him. As long as it's him, that's enough. After resting for 2 days and watching, Su Bai and his team followed the old principal to the train station, heading to Modu for the final tournament. Along the way, the old principal explained the finals. This time, 10 teams promoted from the 5 major regions, plus 3 top-tier elite schools. A total of 13 martial arts universities will compete. After deliberation among the highest echelons of the military, a decision was reached. The staggering gap in strength between top-tier institutions and others is particularly pronounced, especially regarding Changshan Guard's military university. Thus, the senior military command unanimously agreed upon their final decision. To ensure every team could fully showcase their capabilities and to prevent other competitors from receiving repeated buys that would compromise the authenticity of the rankings, it was directly decided that Changshan Guard's military university would be granted a buy until the quarterfinals. At this point, the old principal cast a subtle glance at Su Bai, his expression suggesting that the military's decision was likely influenced by Su Bai's incredible luck of drawing consecutive buys. While buys are inevitable and not a loophole in the rules, Su Bai's ability to secure back-to-back buys through sheer extraordinary fortune was undeniably unfair. Upon catching the old principal's gaze, Su Bai immediately understood what he was thinking. Good heavens, this was rubbing salt in the wound. He instantly wore an expression of grievance. I didn't want any buys either. Do you think I wanted this? Who in their right mind would? Then, curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, why is Changshan Guard's military university getting the buys? Because Changshan Guard's military academy is less of a conventional institution and more of a military talent cultivation base. Their recruitment method does not go through the National College entrance examination. Instead, they directly select talented warriors from the armed forces for training. The difference is monumental. Moreover, you may not be aware that Changshan Guard's military academy is the only martial university that has established its campus right at the front line of the myriad races battlefield. Precisely because of their unique nature, Changshan Guards had long refrained from participating in the Martial University League and rankings, yet their strength is universally recognized as the greatest. Having long endured life and death battles amidst blood and fire, standing on the front lines of survival, they lack neither resources nor cultivation techniques. Frankly, for the military to send them to compete now is to some extent an unfair advantage over ordinary martial artists like yourselves. The unanimous vote to give them buys for the first 2 rounds may also stem from nobody wanting to face them in the preliminary matches, because encountering them means facing elimination almost guaranteed. As the old principal explained everything along the way, they had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the train station. At that moment, the area around the train station was adorned with banners cheering for Loha Martial University, clearly organized proactively by the Loha municipal government to encourage the students. Numerous crowds waved banners and cheered all the way, seeing the principal and contestants of Loha Martial University into the high-speed rail station. Bai Ningbing saw this scene and sneered, Loha Martial University really has some nerve. Gue Qingshu smiled and explained for him, before warriors depart for battle, townsfolk see them off one after another. It is both a blessing for their triumphant return and a prayer for their safe homecoming. What makes humanity humanity is precisely that we possess emotions, attachments, and a deep understanding of human warmth and bonds. The warriors of the myriad races fight solely under the orders of their supreme commanders, while our human warriors fight for the families behind them. Gue Qingshu's words instantly resonated deeply with the students from Jiangzhou. The old principal sighed lightly. Alas, if this were in Jiangzhou, we would enjoy the same treatment too. Unfortunately, we are in Luoqing now, and Jiangzhou is still too far away. As everyone chatted, while continuing forward, to their surprise, they spotted banners being held high by a crowd. Jiangzhou Martial University sees first place. Subai, we can't wait to see you in the national finals, drinking cola, cracking peanuts, and still punching opponents. Gue Qingshu, let your maple leaves blanket the Mushroom Kingdom arena and make your enemies tremble. Bai Ningbing, you look incredibly cool wielding dual blades. Please keep that up in the finals. Every main combatant from Jiangzhou Martial University had a personalized banner written by the masses. These people were not from Luoqing. They were Jiangzhou natives who had traveled tirelessly all the way to see them off. Seeing row after row of banners, the old principal's eyes instantly reddened. The townsfolk also spotted the principal and students in Jiangzhou Martial University uniforms among the crowd, further intensifying the emotional atmosphere. They raised their banners high and marched toward them, continuously shouting, Jiangzhou Martial University victory. Subai victory. Subai show the whole nation the momentum you displayed in the provincial league. Make them know how formidable Jiangzhou Martial University truly is. Let's crack peanuts all the way to the Mushroom Kingdom. As they spoke, the townsfolk actually produced a large bag of peanuts and handed it to Subai. Subai received the peanuts with a bewildered expression. Good heavens. They were actually gifting peanuts. But this was a heartfelt gesture from the townsfolk, so Subai flashed a broad smile and waved warmly at them. Though Guiyue Qingshu by Ningbing and Wang Qingqing were not originally from Jiangzhou, gentle smiles also graced their lips. If this had been Jiangzhou, such a scene would have been entirely ordinary. But finding themselves as strangers in a foreign land made it all the more touching. The townsfolk's actions warmed their hearts profoundly, making them feel that no matter where they went, their homeland people always kept them in mind. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, Subai and his companions entered the train station. Just as the old principal was distributing train tickets to each student, the figure of Lin Yanran suddenly appeared before them with Mr. Wen Yuan following closely behind. Wang Qingqing, one of Jiangzhou Martial University's 3 most celebrated beauties, frowned instinctively upon seeing Lin Yanran's arrival. What was she doing here? The old principal was equally surprised by their appearance, as he was somewhat aware of Lin Yanran's background. Although Lin Yanran held a special status, she was still a student of their school, so the old principal merely offered her a casual greeting. Guiyue Qingshu and the others curiously observed Lin Yanran, speculating about her intentions. Lin Yanran carried 2 ice pops and approached Subai cheerfully like a little deer, offering him one. Subai, treat. Have some ice pop. I've already broken through to the bronze level, isn't that impressive? Can I come with you to Mushroom Kingdom? Subai had mentioned his trip to Luocheng for the competition to Lin Yanran, who had also informed him of her planned secluded breakthrough. What surprised Subai was that Lin Yanran came directly to find him in Luocheng right after achieving the bronze level. Seeing Lin Yanran greatly lifted Subai's spirits. He took the ice pop and unwrapped it, eating it without any hesitation or concern for onlookers. Great, then you'll have to cheer for me. You bet. After greeting Subai, Lin Yanran turned to the others and said to the old principal, Principal, I've reserved a private compartment on a military supply train for you in advance. I've also prepared detailed information on the top 10 teams advancing to the finals and the 3 premier institutions. We can share hot pot and discuss tactics together. The ingredients on the military train are all crafted from high-level ferocious beast materials, hard to come by in the outside world. After hearing that Lin Yanran had arranged everything for them, the principal naturally had no objections and accepted with pleasure. Lin Yanran's files might even be more detailed than what he had obtained. Thus, under the guidance of Lin Yanran, Subai and his companions entered the private compartment of the military supply train. This scene happened to be spotted by the students from Luoha Martial University who were about to depart for Modu. They began discussing in utter disbelief. They're from an ordinary martial university, yet they're riding the military supply train. On what grounds? I heard that in the military supply train, each compartment has only 20 seats, all equipped with leather sofa chairs where you can lounge or sleep. There's also a projector for watching movies and even a spacious dining table. Plus, there are attendants on standby 24 hours a day with complimentary tea, beverages, snacks, and premium ingredients served at your request. The service is simply impeccable. Damn it, who are the actual top 10 prestigious universities? Principal, please judge. Why does Jiangzhou Martial University get such superior treatment while we don't? The gap is simply enormous. Could you please see if there's any way for us to board the military supply train as well? Many students, clutching their recently issued regular high-speed rail tickets, felt a bitter jealousy well up within them. The Luoha Martial University principal was also at a loss for words. The high-speed rail tickets in these students' hands were originally soft sleeper tickets, the best they could afford to purchase. Yet even so, compared to the military supply train, it was worlds apart. That kind of service wasn't accessible to ordinary people. It was certainly beyond the reach of a Martial University principal like himself. But they couldn't afford to lose face. The Luoha Martial University principal's expression darkened as he declared, "This is absurd. We went to Modu to compete, not to indulge ourselves. Each of you should be focusing on strengthening your abilities and finding ways to defeat your opponents, not fixating on these superficial luxuries." Upon hearing this, the Luoha Martial University students grew even more resentful, yet they dared not retort against their principal. They could only redirect their hostility toward Jiangzhou Martial University. One by one, they pursed their lips and muttered under their breaths, "That's right. The principal makes a valid point. As martial artists, how could we harbor desires for material indulgence?" Despite saying this, the Luoha Martial University student still stole a glance at the military supply train, exuding an unmistakable air of exclusivity. Jiangzhou Martial University. I doubt they possess much strength. It's purely luck that's carried them this far. They simply drew buys twice during the regional league phase. Had fate paired them against us, they'd barely qualify for the finals. Should Jiangzhou Martial University cross paths with us in the finals, I'll make them regret ever showing up. Subai and his companions remained entirely unaware of the scorn being directed their way by the Luoha Martial University faction. Nor did they have the mental bandwidth to care. Their attention was completely captivated by the luxurious opulence surrounding them aboard the military supply train. A variety of delicacies prepared from ferocious beast ingredients awaited them, each one highly beneficial for nourishing chi and blood. Genuine leather sofas, expansive seating areas. Was this truly a train? This had to be some kind of paradise. Su Bai and his companions lounged on the plush sofas devouring rare dishes made from exotic beast meats without a shred of restraint. Periodically their gazes shifted to the projector screen displaying footage of the 10 teams who had advanced to the finals. Lin Yanran picked up a peeled mutant crayfish tail with her chopsticks and placed it in Su Bai's bowl. This crayfish is remarkably fresh. Give it a try. Su Bai, still holding a piece of mutant beef with his chopsticks, immediately transferred it to Lin Yanran's bowl without hesitation after seeing her gesture. He then began enjoying the crayfish himself. Yanran, you eat too. This beef is absolutely delicious. Wang Qingqing watched the pair openly displaying their affection with a darkened expression. Su Bai maintained some dignity. You're the team captain of Jiangzhou Martial University's 100 Schools League, not some dog food ambassador. Beneath Wang Qingqing's irritation lay a deeper resentment. As another campus belle from Jiangzhou Martial University, why did Lin Yanran receive such attentive care, while she received none? Hearing Wang Qingqing's remarks, Su Bai looked up in confusion. Dog food captain. Which one of you is the dog? Thud. Who are you calling a dog? Wang Qingqing slammed her palm onto the table in anger, startling Luo Yonghao, who had just picked up a piece of beef and was about to put it in his mouth. The meat fell from his chopsticks. The guy now gazed regretfully at the beef lying on the table, pondering whether he should pick it up and continue eating. But since it had fallen on the table, would that be embarrassing? Oh, what a dilemma. If only there were no one else around right now. By her side, Bai Ningbing glanced at Su Bai, then at Wang Qingqing. She suddenly and strangely picked up a piece of beef and placed it into Wang Qingqing's bowl. Wang Qingqing shot Bai Ningbing an angry glare. I have mysophobia. Wang Qingqing then retrieved a fresh set of bowl and chopsticks. Good lord, Bai Ningbing's expression immediately darkened like a soot-covered pot. Gu Yuqingshu, sensing the eerie atmosphere, stepped in to ease the tension. Ningbing, who taught you that? You actually serve others food now. I recall you used to only steal glances at beautiful girls training from behind on the practice field, didn't you? I never expected you'd dare serve someone food. Impressive, really. There's been progress. Upon hearing this, Bai Ningbing's face darkened even further. The others also stared at Bai Ningbing with curiosity, genuinely surprised to discover this side of him. Never would have guessed it. The collective stares from the group nearly caused Bai Ningbing to explode on the spot. Damn it, are you all cursed? Qingshu, did I somehow offend you? When did I ever spy on girls practicing martial arts? You're framing me. I'm suing you for slander. Defamation. Gu Yuqingshu burst into laughter at the scene. Ha ha ha, alright, don't mind me. I was just joking earlier. Ningbing isn't that kind of person. Yet the more he insisted, the more suspicious the looks from the others became. Eventually they exchanged knowing glances and returned to devouring the food before them. Only Luo Yonghao took advantage of everyone's diverted attention, briefly unleashing a burst of vital energy to swiftly pick up the fallen piece of beef and toss it into his mouth. Good grief, that motion was seamless, flowing effortlessly. He then pretended nothing had happened. In truth, Bai Ningbing, Wang Qingqing, and Gu Yuqingshu all hailed from the imperial capital. They had known each other back then, and had coincidentally ended up at Jiangzhou Martial University together, which is why they maintained a close bond. Gu Yuqingshu had no need to worry about offending Bai Ningbing over a few playful remarks. The group finished watching videos of their competitors while enjoying hot pot and bantering amongst themselves. Afterwards, the elderly principal stood before the projector with a highlighter in hand, analyzing tactical arrangements for the finals to the team members. For now, let's set aside the 3 top-tier prestigious universities. If we happen to face them, our chances of victory are slim to none. Among the other 10 teams, 7 are from the top 10 prestigious schools, with their captains basically at silver level strength, and the other main combatants at least at advanced bronze level. Then if we draw a prestigious school for safety, Sake, let Su Bai take the lead and Gu Yuqingshu anchor the team. That way, no matter where their captain is, we can put up a fight. Apart from these 7 prestigious schools, there are 2 ordinary martial arts universities like ours. Their strength is relatively weaker than the prestigious ones. So let Bai Ningbing take the lead, Gu Yuqingshu go third, and Su Bai anchor. Now, except for Su Bai, the others have all advanced one minor stage in the past few days. Our goal this time is to secure 8th place and strive for 6th, understand? Everyone nodded in agreement. The old principal's tactical deployment was quite steady. Based on the strength their team had shown so far, as long as they weren't unlucky enough to encounter strong enemies in 2 consecutive rounds, 6th place was very promising. Only Su Bai disagreed, thinking to himself, how many resources can 6th place get? Truly lacking ambition. It's rare to have the military provide abundant resources in the 100 Schools tournament. Shouldn't we take 1st place? Shouldn't we fatten up both Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai, those 2 gluttons, in one go? Such an opportunity is once in a lifetime. After Xiao Bai advanced to mid-bronze, Su Bai indeed had the qualification. If he went all out, Su Bai alone could be considered a humanoid ferocious beast plus Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai. This was a damn 3-on-1. Lin Yanran, though not participating in the finals, listened very attentively. From the old principal's arrangements, she clearly discerned that both Su Bai and Gu Yuqingshu were the pillars of this finals. Especially from the arrangement of Su Bai taking the lead when facing prestigious schools, it was evident that in the old principal's mind, Su Bai's importance was even slightly higher than Gu Yuqingshu's. Seeing Su Bai achieve such accomplishments and strength, Lin Yanran was both happy for him and worried that the gap between them would grow larger. After 5 hours, the military supply train arrived at Modu. Su Bai and his group reluctantly got off the train. They then took a few taxis directly to the gate of Modu Martial Arts University. The moment they got off, Su Bai was stunned by the university's gate. The gate alone was nearly 100 meters wide. With such width, the height naturally wasn't low. The gate tower was at least 20 meters tall. Made entirely of metal, its golden luster reflecting in the sunlight gave many who were visiting Modu Martial Arts University for the first time the illusion of standing at the southern heavenly gate. On the top of the gate tower were carved 6 characters in a flamboyant style, Modu Martial Arts University. On the right side of the gate stood a 6-meter-tall stone stele bearing the university's motto, "Only the strong can safeguard the peace of the nation." Standing outside the gate, Su Bai murmured softly, "Such a magnificent gate must have cost several hundred million, right? Extravagant. Wasteful." Hearing Su Bai's mutter, the old principal laughed and said, "The materials alone cost about 1.8 billion yuan, and this gate was forged in a single day by 20 gold level and 5 platinum level experts working together. Look at the motto of Modu Martial Arts University together with this gate. It's all to promote the spirit and will that only the strong can protect the nation." While everyone was discussing, a student came out from the gate of Modu Martial Arts University to receive the teams participating in the 100 Schools tournament. "Principal Zhou, hello. I am Zhang Ming, Vice President of the Student Union of Modu Martial Arts University. Welcome to bring your students to Modu Martial Arts University for the finals of the 100 Schools tournament. Please follow me. We have prepared a hotel and buffet for you." The old principal nodded and said, "Good, thank you for your trouble." Bai Ningbing couldn't help but pout, muttering in a voice only he and Wang Qingqing could hear, "Modu Martial Arts University sure knows how to put on airs. Our principal of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University personally led the team all the way here, and they only send a student union vice president to greet us." Wang Qingqing glanced at Zhang Ming leading the way and said softly, "It's because they think our Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is weak and not worth the trouble. If it were people from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, their principal would probably come out to greet them personally." What Wang Qingqing said was true. This world was ultimately one where martial prowess was revered. The strong naturally received better treatment. The group followed Zhang Ming to the Modu Hotel, where they dropped off their luggage. Then Zhang Ming gave them a brief tour of the Modu Martial Arts University campus. When Zhang Ming boasted about how powerful Modu Martial Arts University was to Su Bai's ears, it translated to how rich they were. For example, they had spent billions to hire a top international tech team to build an adjustable gravity training ground where warriors could automatically condense their blood energy during training. The old principal looked at the gravity training ground with envy. If they had such a facility, their Jiangzhou Martial Arts University might also produce silver-level students. As for Su Bai's thoughts, damn, another few billion. This gravity field and that gate. Wonder if Xiao Ba can eat them. After the tour, the buildings Zhang Ming introduced must have totaled hundreds of billions. Modu Martial Arts University was really rich, ridiculously extravagant. Finally, Zhang Ming brought them to the Modu Grand Hotel. Even Luo Yonghao, who came from a prominent family, couldn't help being stunned by the hotel. The hotel had 28 floors. The first floor alone had a ceiling height of over 10 meters, and the total height exceeded 60 meters. This was not what a campus hotel should look like. It was a skyscraper on par with international hotels. Even the most luxurious hotel in Jiangzhou, the Shangri-La Hotel, would pale in comparison. Zhang Ming, seeing everyone's astonished expressions, felt a surge of pride as a Modu martial arts student. Still wearing his signature smile, he said, "You can all come here to eat from now on. There's a 24-hour buffet, and the ingredients are meat from various races of ferocious beasts cooked by top chefs. It's quite helpful for warriors' blood energy growth, and it's unlimited." Hearing Zhang Ming say the beast meat was unlimited, Su Bai's eyes lit up. He kept stroking his chin, calculating in his mind whether Xiao Ba could fit in. Currently, Xiao Ba's size was much larger than a big truck, 6 meters tall and about 12 meters in diameter. The first floor of this building had a ceiling height of over 10 meters and a width of over 30 meters. It should be able to fit right. Su Bai looked at Zhang Ming nervously. "Senior, you said it's unlimited, right? Is it true? You're not lying to me, eh?" Zhang Ming shifted his gaze to Su Bai, watching the eager anticipation on the young man's face, and silently scoffed at him as a provincial bumpkin. Yet wearing a warm smile, he said, "Don't worry, junior brother. Since you've traveled all this way, how could our Modu Martial University possibly let you go hungry? Just eat your fill. We'll absolutely make sure you're satisfied." Upon hearing Zhang Ming's reply, Su Bai immediately showered him with flattery. "Modu Martial University is truly magnanimous. I really admire schools like yours. Senior brother, can tamed beasts be brought in to eat as well?" Hearing this, the old principal felt a sudden premonition of something amiss. Was Su Bai actually contemplating? No way could it be. The old principal had been about to reprimand Su by telling him not to shame Jiangzhou Martial University outside. But who would have guessed that Zhang Ming, having never watched Su Bai's competition, hesitated for a moment before actually agreeing amidst Su Bai's expectant gaze. "This should be fine, I suppose." However, before Zhang Ming could finish his sentence, Su Bai had already forgotten about everyone. He bolted straight into the Grand Hotel. Zhang Ming shook his head helplessly. This junior brother is truly impatient. Seeing Su Bai already dash inside, the old principal looked at Zhang Ming with deep sympathy, as if to say, "You young man clearly have no idea just how massive the turtle Su Bai raises actually is." Lin Yanran pressed her lips to stifle a laugh, already picturing the scene. Guiyue Qingshu, Bai Ningbing, Wang Qingqing, Luo Yonghao suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Su Bai's gone inside. Will there still be anything left for us to eat? Let's hurry in, or we'll go hungry tonight. Upon finishing his words, Luo Yonghao charged in after him, his entire body wreathed in swirling qi and blood. Could he have activated a cultivation technique? Zhang Mani and Lei Yunxiao followed closely behind. Lousy wait for us, you bastard. The rest of the prodigies scrambled forward frantically, as if terrified of lagging behind. In an instant, only the old principal and Zhang Ming remained at the hotel entrance. The old principal refused to enter because he simply couldn't bear the humiliation. If he were just 10 or 20 years younger. Well, it was hard to say. After all, their Jiangzhou Martial University was impoverished and could hardly afford a buffet featuring fierce beast ingredients. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming felt a touch of disdain toward their uncultured, greedy behavior. He turned to look at the old principal. The old principal gave an awkward smile. Zhang Ming, thank you for showing us around Modu Martial University all day today. You've worked hard. How about this tonight? Let me treat you to a fine meal outside. Zhang Ming shook his head. Principal, there's no need for such formality. Hosting you and the Jiangzhou Martial University team is my duty. Besides, how could a fancy meal outside compare to our Modu Martial University's buffet? The old principal sighed deeply. Sigh. What a pity. I'm afraid we won't get to enjoy the buffet after all. What? Hearing this from the old principal, especially noting his expression, a dreadful premonition struck Zhang Ming. But that couldn't be right, could it? The hotel's ingredient supplies were stocked several times over the expected number of guests. Even if Su Bai had tamed beasts and the Jiangzhou Martial University students had impressive appetites, how much could they possibly consume? The two then entered the hotel one after the other. As soon as they stepped inside, Zhang Ming heard the staff shouts from the cafeteria. Holy shit, where did such a giant turtle come from? And that tiger over there, stop lying in the basin while eating. How are the rest of us supposed to get any? At that moment, Su Bai couldn't be bothered to respond to the Modu hotel staff screams. He was humming a tune, carrying bowl after bowl of food and pouring it directly into Xiaoba's mouth. After all, with Xiaoba's massive frame, letting it eat on its own would be inconvenient. As its master, Su Bai naturally couldn't let it go hungry after entering a buffet. A basin full of food weighed roughly 5 kilograms. In barely a minute, dozens of empty basins had already piled up at Su Bai's feet. Xiaoba chewed noisily, not forgetting to let out a couple of roars. Roar, roar, roar. Master, why didn't you ever bring me to such a wonderful place before? Xiaoba ate on one side while speaking. Aowu. Xiaoba, you've almost eaten half of everything here. That's enough already. Leave some for me. Although Xiaobai specialized in speed, its jaws weren't nearly as large as Xiaoba's, so it couldn't compare in eating speed. With Su Bai servicing Xiaoba the entire time, Su Bai's current pace was comparable to that of a mid-level silver-tier agile martial artist. Though he was holding back and not operating at full capacity, that was still fast enough. To ordinary eyes, Su Bai had nearly blurred into a phantom. Before anyone could even register his movements, 2 full basins of food had already been poured into Xiaoba's mouth. It was as if all his cultivation had been dedicated solely to feeding that fucking turtle. Watching this scene, Zhang Ming was utterly dumbstruck, large beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the actual fuck is this? When he watched Su Bai carry 2 basins of unprocessed silver-tier fierce beast meat and stuff them into Xiaoba's mouth, his already maximally widened eyes strained to grow even larger. This was silver-tier fierce beast meat. The raw ingredients alone were worth a fortune, and you're using it to feed a turtle. At that moment, Zhang Ming could no longer care about anything else. Channeling his qi and blood, he roared, Junior brother. Please stop. There's no need for this, let's talk this out. Make them stop right now. Su Bai naturally heard Zhang Ming's thunderous shout, but since he yelled, Junior brother, and Luo Yonghao and the others were all there. Who among the many junior brothers here was Zhang Ming actually addressing? Certainly not me. Su Bai's gaze fell once more on the 2 basins of meat in the very center, and he darted over in a flash. Seeing Su Bai ignore his advice and instead sprint toward the remaining basins of silver-tier fierce beast ingredients, an unnamed fury surged within Zhang Ming. He immediately rushed forward to stop him. But who would have thought Su Bai's speed was significantly faster than Zhang Ming's? Although Zhang Ming possessed silver-tier strength, he was not an agile-type martial artist. By the time Xiao Ba finished the 2 basins of silver-tier fierce beast meat, Zhang Ming had barely reached Su Bai. Pointing at the turtle, he roared, this is absolute nonsense. Put away your 2 tamed beasts right now. Su Bai looked at the furious Zhang Ming with genuine confusion. Senior brother, didn't you just say the supply was unlimited? My 2 tamed beasts haven't even had their fill yet. Seeing as the food is running low, why don't you ask the chefs to bring out more? At this moment, every second delayed meant these 2 gluttons could devour more. Even if the entire dining hall was nearly cleared, weren't there still plenty of soup and leftovers in those basins? Nothing should be wasted. He had to buy time for these 2 bastards. They needed to lick every last drop clean. A buffet is truly a wonderful place. Why hadn't he thought of this before? When had it come to this? Was he Su Bai now resorting to such tactics just to get free food and drink? All for these 2 gluttons. Being a father is not easy. Zhang Ming's forehead veins throbbed upon hearing Su Bai's words. Who would have imagined your tamed beast was not only so massive, but also devoured food in such quantities? Even though martial artists had larger appetites than ordinary people, others at least ate from plates. Yet Su Bai's tamed beast was devouring from a basin. No, it was pouring the entire basin down. These were all materials from fierce beasts of considerable value. At this rate of consumption, even the Magic Martial University could hardly afford it. At this moment the old principal hurried over to Su Bai and said, "Su Bai, that's enough." He then glanced at the devastated restaurant and cleared his throat. Cough cough. Anyway, they've eaten their fill. Su Bai opened the system panel and checked the two gluttons' attributes. Both had risen by over 10 points. This buffet had been an enormous profit. He had at least saved the equivalent of several bronze-tier beast cores. Having saved millions, Su Bai was in high spirits. Since the old principal had spoken, he could only reluctantly seal away his two tamed beasts. Zhang Ming knew that the incident at the hotel had grown too large for a student council vice president to handle. He simply made a call and summoned his own tutor. Soon a tutor from the Magic Martial University rushed over. He was a middle-aged man whose cultivation base was surprisingly at the golden tier. A tutor's strength was comparable to that of a martial arts university principal. This truly illustrated the vast gap between the Magic Martial University and ordinary martial arts institutions. The old principal, aware of his fault, wore an expression of guilt as he explained the sequence of events to the tutor. "I am Zhou Zining, principal of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University and leader of this league delegation. This is truly a misunderstanding. Previously your school students were unaware that Su Bai's tamed beasts from our school could consume such vast quantities of food, so they readily agreed to allow him to bring them into the buffet. However, Su Bai's tamed beasts nearly devoured the entire buffet here. Of course, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is not one to take advantage. If your side feels the cost of these ingredients is difficult to bear, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University will gladly compensate you at the appropriate price. We have come here to compete and naturally hope to maintain friendly relations with your esteemed institution. How would you suggest we resolve this matter?" The tutor, who had rushed over in a hurry, narrowed his eyes as he assessed the old principal after hearing his words. As a tutor confronting another school's principal, he did not pay it too much mind. This was precisely the confidence that came with the Magic Martial University's status as a top-tier institution. It still made Su Bai and the others feel somewhat resentful, however. Rather than immediately raising the issue of compensation with the old principal, the tutor turned and asked Zhang Ming, "Is what the Jiangzhou Martial Arts University principal said truly accurate?" Su Bai could not help but look at the old principal with some surprise. This old principal was indeed a cunning veteran of the world. Although his words were polite, and he proactively mentioned compensation, upon closer reflection, there were sharp thorns hidden within. He proactively brought up the promise Zhang Ming had made at the beginning, then explained the circumstances, effectively placing all responsibility for this incident on the Magic Martial University. "It was you who boasted about providing unlimited food without understanding the situation." Finally, he mentioned that if your side found the ingredients difficult to bear, the old principal was willing to compensate. But the proud Magic Martial University, if they publicly admitted they could not even afford the ingredients for a single buffet meal, wouldn't they lose all face? In other words, the old principal had executed a perfectly open scheme. Whether they accepted it or not, they would have to swallow it. Su Bai could not help but exclaim in his heart, "The old principal is incredible. Still so cunning, old principal." Naturally, Zhang Ming also saw through this layer. He opened his mouth, but could not speak for a long time, and finally nodded under the tutor's piercing gaze. After receiving the answer, the tutor turned to the old principal and Su Bai and said, "I am truly sorry. I understand the situation now. Our proud Magic Martial University is by no means incapable of supplying such ingredients. We do not need Jiangzhou Martial Arts University to compensate us. But this must not happen again. In the future, tamed beasts are not allowed inside." With that, the tutor lost any interest in staying, turned around, and left, ignoring Su Bai and the others entirely. Zhang Ming had completed his duty of receiving guests, so there was no need to stay. He simply followed the tutor away. After seeing the people from the Magic Martial University leave, the old principal looked at Su Bai with a frosty expression. Creating a scene in Jiangzhou was one thing, but coming to the Magic Martial University and causing trouble, what kind of conduct is this, eh? Su Bai rolled his eyes and said, "My two tamed beasts directly consumed materials worth millions this time. In other words, we saved millions in funds. Do you think that's reasonable?" The old principal, who had been somewhat furious moments ago, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing Su Bai's words and asked, "Consumed that much?" Su Bai glanced at the old principal. "Otherwise, what else do you think? If not for this benefit, would I be so tactless?" The old principal's expression gradually softened. Unable to read his emotions, he said, "Very well, I understand. However, next time if something like this happens, you must inform me in advance so that I can also prepare myself mentally." Then the old principal seemed to recall something. "By the way, Su Bai, when did you acquire two tamed beasts? And they have both advanced to the mid-bronze tier." At this, everyone turned curious gazes toward him, pricking up their ears, eager to know when Su Bai had gained another tamed beast. Su Bai casually explained, "Otherwise, what do you think I spent my 4,000 military credits from the Provincial League Championship on? It was precisely to feed this tamed beast up to the mid-bronze tier." Now that they had reached the finals, the stronger Su Bai's strength, the happier the old principal naturally was. "So how does this new tamed beast perform in combat?" Thinking of Xiao Bai's 3 talents brimming with killing intent, Su Bai said somewhat headache-inducingly, "In terms of combat power, it and Xiao Bai are equally matched. However, whenever it makes a move, the opponent is basically either killed or severely wounded. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to let it engage." The old principal nodded thoughtfully. From Subai's tone, the old principal understood that this white tiger's strength was no less than the first turtle. In other words, Subai alone possessed the power of 2 silver-tier combatants. The old principal fell into deep thought. He had originally thought that achieving 6th place in this 100-school league would suffice. Who could have imagined that Subai was actually this incredible? After all, among the top 10 prestigious universities, those ranked from 10th to 4th only had 1 or 2 silver-tier combatants. And besides, Subai Guyuqing Shu had not yet unleashed his full power either. I cannot even fathom his true combat level. This means this time we can strive harder. Perhaps we can challenge for 4th place. The more the old principal thought about it, the more excited he became. He repeatedly patted Subai on the shoulder and said, "Subai, just go ahead and do as you please. Do not hold back your strength. Whatever happens, I will cover for you. This time let's adjust our goal, secure top 6, and aim for top 4. The following day, inside the magical Capital Martial Arts University Stadium. On the competitor's bench, Subai sat with eyes wide open, scanning the surroundings in the manner of a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Good heavens! This stadium of the magical Capital Martial Arts University was truly unlike any in other regions. If there was one word to capture the difference, it would be just one character. Big. 2 words, enormous. 3 words, simply colossal. Such a massive stadium was something Subai had never before seen in person, nor even on television. It was the most breathtaking sight of his entire life. His gaze swept across a sea of darkened heads stretching as far as the eye could see. The stadium accommodated a staggering 300,000 spectators. If every person spoke a single word, the entire venue would resonate with the roar of thunder. Among these 300,000 spectators, some were locals of the magical capital, while others had traveled thousands of miles from across the nation. Subai even spotted dozens of people from Jiangzhou holding banners to cheer him on. Go Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Cheer on Subai. Don't let down the peanuts, your fellow villagers sent you. However, their cheers had long been swallowed by the roaring tides of sound around them. Subai could only see them brandishing banners and shouting wildly. As for what they were actually shouting, he had no idea. Finally at a loss, he simply bellowed back blindly. Why are the peanuts you sent me raw? After eating them, he wouldn't even dare to drink water. I'm afraid of getting diarrhea. To maintain order at the venue, the military had stationed thousands of peacekeeping personnel within the stadium, each one a fully armed martial artist. Even when they exerted every ounce of effort to calm the crowd, the din remained relentless. Some people had to lean close to each other's ears and shout loudly just to exchange a single sentence. Below the spectator stands lay the judges' panel. The finals featured 5 military evaluators, 4 of whom bore the rank of full colonel and were golden-level powerhouses, while the central figure alone sported the rank of senior colonel, a platinum-level expert. To the right of the judges' seating was the VIP section. Among the distinguished guests, Subai spotted a theater deputy commander with diamond-level combat strength, and no fewer than a dozen platinum-level provincial deputy commanders had also arrived. These titans were the pillars of the myriad races, battlefield figures whose every stamp of a foot in human society could send shockwaves across the world. From this alone, it was evident just how highly the military regarded this 100 schools league final. Some patriarchs of ordinary aristocratic families might have occupied seats in the VIP section during provincial or theater-level leagues, dispensing counsel like seasoned strategists. Yet at the finals, they did not even qualify for a seat among the honored guests. Adjacent to the VIP seating was the media-reserved area where reporters from nationally renowned outlets, television stations, and military programs had gathered. There were over 3,000 journalists alone. Each one held camera equipment documenting this grand league. Today they would become chroniclers of history. At the very center lay the competition arena, comparable in size to a football pitch, radiating a faint dark luster beneath countless spotlights. The arena floor at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University was paved with green ironstone capable of withstanding the combat aftershocks of bronze-level fighters. But within the magical Capital Martial Arts University Stadium, the entire floor was constructed from tungsten steel blocks laid like bricks. Even gold-level combat power would struggle to cause any damage. One judge wearing the rank of lieutenant colonel examined the competition floor and asked his colleague in confusion, "I remember the magical Capital Stadium previously had silver-grade flooring. Since the highest rank among these competitors barely reaches silver, it should have been more than adequate. Why has it been replaced with gold-grade flooring now?" The senior judge at the center, bearing the rank of senior colonel, explained, "Silver-grade flooring would indeed suffice for students from other martial arts universities. But do not forget, the Great Wall Defense Force Military Academy is also competing this time. What difference would silver-grade flooring make against them compared to ordinary flooring? Only gold-grade flooring can withstand the combat reverberations generated by that group of youngsters." Hearing the senior colonel's explanation, the other judges could not help but feel stunned, some even finding it hard to believe. Gold-grade flooring was typically reserved for actual gold-level warriors entering the arena to fight. Those students from the Great Wall Defense Force Military Academy should barely reach silver level, right? Could they truly need gold-grade flooring? Could they really generate such devastating attack power? It seemed impossible yet. Others had also noticed this detail, and many speculated that the magical Capital Martial Arts University had upgraded to gold-grade flooring simply to showcase the institution's strength and prestige. After all, the construction cost of a gold-grade competition arena was tens of times that of a silver-grade one. Laying such an extravagant arena alone would be worth at least tens of billions. Spending tens of billions merely to build one arena. To tell the world this was the power of the magical capital martial arts university. Even Su-bai, who had lived 2 lifetimes, had never witnessed anything so magnificent. It far exceeded the World Cup of his previous world by many times over. Guyu Qing-shu and Bai Ningbing, though children of prominent families in the imperial capital, and even having visited the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, were seeing such an awe-inspiring scene for the first time. When measured purely by financial might, the Magical Capital Martial Arts University was undoubtedly the most lavish institution, not just across the nation, but the entire world. That said, Guyu Qing-shu and the others displayed commendable composure. On the surface, they appeared completely unfazed, showing no visible shock at the university's staggering wealth. However, their clenched fists betrayed the truth. They were deeply impressed beneath their calm exteriors. Amidst the crowd's amazement, the MC took the stage and announced into the microphone, "Audiences from across the nation, please quiet down." It took fully 15 minutes for the roaring din to finally subside, as everyone awaited the host's speech. Welcome to the Magical Capital Martial Arts University Stadium to witness this grand final of the 100 Schools League. There are currently 13 competing teams: the Imperial Capital University of Martial Arts, the Great Wall Defense Force Military Academy, the Magical Capital Martial Arts University, the Luoha Martial Arts University, the Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, and others. Upon hearing their names called, the principals, or team leaders of each university, led their contestants to rise and wave toward the judges, the VIP section, and the audience behind them. After a brief introduction of the 13 universities, the host continued to explain the competition rules. By unanimous decision of the Military High Command, the Great Wall Defense Force Military Academy will bypass the initial rounds and advance directly to the final 4-way championship match once the other universities have determined their top 3. The format remains a 5-person elimination battle where teams compete 1 versus 1 until the last member of the opposing side is defeated. In the opening matches, the 12 universities will be divided into 6 groups. Winners advance to the quarterfinals, while losers proceed to ranking matches. Once the quarterfinals determine the top 3, the Great Wall Defense Force will enter the tournament, progressing through the semifinals until a single champion is crowned. Just as the first female host finished explaining the rules, the second male host suddenly raised his voice 8 octaves higher and declared, "I hereby announce that the 100 Schools League finals have officially begun. Next, let us welcome the team captains of all 12 participating squads to the stage for the draw." Upon hearing this, Su-bai made his way toward the judges' panel, while the captains of the other teams followed suit. At the same time, the 2 hosts were recounting the credentials of each martial arts school captain to audiences nationwide. First up are the captains from the 3 regular martial arts universities. One wonders whether after this inter-school league their rankings might qualify them to ascend among the top 10 prestigious institutions. Leading the procession is Su-bai, captain of Jiangzhou Martial University, a beast tamer at the bronze mid-tier. Yesterday at the Magic City Grand Hotel, his strength was revealed. He commands 2 bronze mid-tier tamed beasts. Though merely at the bronze mid-tier, one of his beasts slew a silver low-tier ferocious beast on the Wanzhou battlefield. The true power of his second companion remains undisclosed. We eagerly anticipate what further surprises he may bring us. As Su-bai took the stage, the crowds from Jiangzhou rose in unison, hoisting banners and chanting his name in spirited support. Jiangzhou Wu Su-bai, strive for first place. Following Su-bai, the other 2 captains from regular martial universities were likewise introduced, each bearing formidable achievements that earned them spots in the finals and leadership positions. Among the 3 regular martial universities, Su-bai's bronze mid-tier cultivation was actually the lowest. After hearing the background introductions of all 3 captains, many in the audience began exchanging whispers. The captain from Jiangzhou Martial University is only at the bronze mid-tier. I've heard they received 2 consecutive buys during the regional league, which is how they managed to reach the finals. He is merely a first-year student, yet he slew a silver-tier ferocious beast at the bronze mid-tier. That is quite impressive. However, compared to other teams, he indeed falls short. True. In the finals, which captain has not slain a silver-tier ferocious beast? In my opinion, Jiangzhou Martial University will likely finish at the bottom of the standings. At this point, aside from Su-bai's fellow villagers from Jiangzhou still backing him, few others believed in Jiangzhou Martial University's chances. After all, with cultivation levels as they were, overcoming a young genius by a full tier proved far more difficult than defeating a ferocious beast. Even among the VIP seating and judges panel, many considered Jiangzhou Martial University's run to the finals to be mere luck. After the 3 regular martial universities took the stage, the captains ranked 4th through 10th from the top 10 prestigious institutions entered. The moment they appeared, the atmosphere shifted entirely. They were all uniformly at the silver tier. In the military forces, a silver tier warrior could serve as a regiment-level officer, and locally they held positions of considerable authority. The entire audience erupted in excitement instantly. The prestigious schools truly live up to their reputation. Even just by cultivation level, they far surpass the regular universities. I have heard that many of these prestigious school captains did not even need to fight during the regional league, advancing to the finals with merely their ordinary team members. Their regular players must be comparable to the captains of regular martial universities. The universities ranked 4th and 5th both possess 2 silver-tier combatants each. Who could possibly shake such standings? The final two to take the stage were the captains from Magic City Martial University and the Imperial Capital Martial University. The host's voice rose instinctively, and the introductions grew far more detailed. The captain of Magic City Martial University, Chao Zixuan, is the legitimate eldest son of the Chao family patriarch, one of the most prominent lineages in Magic City. Despite such an illustrious background, he shows no complacency. Since arriving in the city, his relentless dedication to cultivation has left numerous instructors awestruck. Currently at the silver mid-tier, Chao Zixuan has practiced his family's Earth-grade cultivation method since childhood and later studied the Earth-grade technique of Magic City Martial University. This means he alone possesses two Earth-grade methods. Even many golden-tier powerhouses typically hold but a single Earth-grade technique as their trump card. The instructors of Magic City Martial University have assessed him, thus Chao Zixuan's talent is extraordinary, managing to master both methods simultaneously. Few among his peers can match him. As the host introduced Chao Zixuan, the crowd below erupted in unprecedented cheers. Chao Zixuan, victory is yours. Magic City Martial University triumph awaits. Most of the audience here were natives of Magic City, deeply familiar with both the Chao family, one of the city's premier dynasties, and Magic City Martial University, each a colossus in its own right. When two such behemoths pour all their resources into cultivating a single individual, how formidable could that person become? No one could imagine it, or dare to. Chao Zixuan approached the judges' panel with a confident smile. The final entrant was Wang Yang, captain of the Imperial Capital Martial University, a titan unmatched among all martial institutions whose absence would leave the Great Wall Guard diminished. Wang Yang, before even entering university, had already reached the bronze tier. After 3 years of cultivation at the Imperial Capital Martial University, he now stands at the silver mid-tier. Upon breaking through to the bronze high tier, he famously slew a silver mid-tier ferocious beast. Since ascending to silver mid-tier, Wang Yang has remained undefeated against all below the golden tier. Experts have remarked the Imperial Capital Martial University truly deserves its title as the cradle of Dragon Country's strongest warriors. Wang Yang's prowess stands unrivaled among the nation's youth. Wang Yang, captain of the Imperial Capital Martial University, made his way toward the judges' panel amid thunderous applause. This, just listening to their introductions, makes one's blood boil with excitement. The other competitors pale in comparison to these two. Even the captains from other prestigious universities fall far short. Wait, if Chao Zixuan and Wang Yang are nearly invincible at their level according to these introductions, who do you think would prevail if they fought each other? It would surely be a clash of titans. I cannot wait to see them battle. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, all 12 teams had completed their draws. First match, Jiangzhou Martial University versus Yokohama Martial University. Second match, Imperial Capital Martial University versus East China Martial University. Third match, Magic City Martial University versus Nanjing Martial University. When the host announced the draw results, the old principal paused, startled. What was I just wishing for? I believe I was hoping to draw a regular university team. And it actually happened. Could I truly be blessed with such fortune? Just then Su Bai returned to his seat, and the old principal hurried over, patting him on the shoulder. This draw worked out well for us. Let us follow the plan we discussed on the train. By Ningbing, you will compete in the first match. Hearing this, Su Bai immediately objected. Who would have thought that at the finals, where prestigious schools abound, he would draw such a mediocre opponent? His luck had truly hit rock bottom. But luck aside, Su Bai had sworn to reclaim the resources in the finals. This was several billion yuan. Even Su Bai, who had lived 2 lives, had never seen so much money. So when he heard the old principal's arrangement, Su Bai immediately jumped up and protested. No way. Old principal, have you forgotten how Modu Martial Arts University looked down on us before? When we from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University came to Modu for the competition, they only sent a single student to receive us. Why was that? Because they thought we were weak, that we didn't deserve the respect they should have shown. Since they treated us like that, we should show our true strength and make our presence felt in the finals, so they can see the real power of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. As team captain, this duty is mine alone. I will lead the charge. Say no more. I'll be the first to go. If I don't take them down one by one, Su Bai would be unworthy of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's nurturing. Please, old principal, give me this chance. Su Bai will show the world that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is no weakling. Their disdain will become the sails and driving force of our voyage. Everyone stared at Su Bai, who looked so righteous and impassioned, their faces darkening. After all this time, who didn't know who he really was? Who were you trying to fool? Everyone knew what Su Bai was scheming. Were you vying for the school's honor? No, you were after money. Even the old principal coughed awkwardly, pulling Su Bai aside and saying slowly, Su Bai, this is only the first match of the finals. There will be chances for you later. Su Bai's face darkened. These were the finals, and each match was worth nearly 100 million in resources. How could he endure that? He truly couldn't. Su Bai slowly spoke. I don't care, I can't swallow this insult. I am a student of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. I want to win glory for the school. Stop. There's no outsider here, don't give me that. The old principal was truly exasperated and quickly interrupted Su Bai. Ahem. Old principal, if you don't let me fight, I won't have resources to feed my tamed beasts. You know how much those 2 gluttons eat. If you won't let me fight, then at least pay back the IOU of 70 million first to solve my urgent need. Wait. Hearing Su Bai's words, the old principal's eyes widened. This kid actually brought that up at this critical moment. You were just talking about Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's nurturing, so where's your gratitude now? Seeing the old principal's expression, Su Bai said with disdain, you're the principal of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, a gold-level powerhouse, and you're going to default on a mere bronze-level student's money. The old principal coughed violently. If he could afford that much, would he have written an IOU? Ahem, well, Su Bai, I think what you said earlier makes sense. Our Jiangzhou Martial Arts University should show its true spirit. I've decided, you'll be the one to fight this match. Hearing this, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction and followed the old principal back to the seats. Now the old principal, just like Su Bai earlier, put on a righteous and united front announcing to Guyu Qingshu and the others, I've thought it over carefully. What Su Bai said is right. Our Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is about building the eternal Great Wall of Dragon Country with our flesh and blood. We cannot lose our momentum. In light of Su Bai's spirit of fighting for the school's honor, we'll send Su Bai first in this match, and the rest will follow in order. Any objections? Bai Ningbing, Wang Qingqing, Guyu Qingshu, Luo Yonghao. Holy crap. There was a backroom deal. Wasn't Su Bai obviously trying to monopolize the resources? And the old principal actually agreed, even praising Su Bai for winning glory for the school. Did they think we were all fools? Old principal, just tell us what Su Bai gave you. We can all afford it. Instantly, everyone recalled the scene from the provincial league where Su Bai had hogged all the resources. If Su Bai went up, it would be a disaster. Bai Ningbing with a dark face tried to resist old principal. But the old principal, who was already panicking inside, didn't give him a chance to speak. He cut him off. Enough, I've made up my mind. The lineup has been submitted. It's settled. And so Su Bai stepped onto the arena with a smile, facing everyone's incredulous gazes. After both contestants were on the stage, the announcer declared, begin. Su Bai glanced at the opponent, a bronze high-level martial artist, and arrogantly beckoned him with a finger, then summoned Xiaoba. Boom. The giant turtle landed, its massive body shaking the ground as if the earth trembled. Those who had seen Su Bai's matches knew Xiaoba, but a large portion of the audience in Modu had never watched Su Bai fight, and murmurs arose from the stands. Holy crap, what a huge turtle. Su Bai's opponent had naturally watched his match videos. Though furious at Su Bai's arrogant gesture, he still eyed Xiaoba, warily slowly retreating to create distance. But the next second, a yellow light rose from Xiaoba and then appeared on the opponent. The opponent instantly found it hard to move, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Watching Xiaoba, which was bigger than a truck, approach him, the martial artist's heart sank. I refuse to accept this. This is outrageous cheating. When Su Bai pulled out a leather sofa he had customized online from the taming space and sat down, the opponent had already been sent flying by Xiaoba. The action was swift and decisive without any hesitation. He had said he would show his momentum, and Su Bai was determined to follow through. Quick victory. Huh, you're that weak. I didn't even get my peanuts out. In the audience, spectators were stunned. Wasn't it well known that tamers were a useless class? Fighting above your level against martial artists just like that. This is the national finals, and Su Bai actually pulled out a sofa. Wow, that leather looks like cheap stuff from Pinduoduo. How much did he look down on his opponent? Haven't you seen Su Bai's earlier matches? This turtle has incredible defense and strength. It's definitely at silver level. If you had such a powerful tamed beast, you could toy with bronze martial artists too, and be just as arrogant. Since all the contestants from Yokohama Martial Arts University were martial artists, not psychics, and none had reached silver level, there was no suspense when Xiaoba didn't hold back. The other 4 contestants from Yokohama Martial Arts University were also sent flying by Xiaoba, one after another, without any surprise. Su Bai slowly put away the sofa and the peanuts he hadn't finished snacking on just as the host astonishingly announced the result of the match. Unbelievable. Jiangzhou Martial University actually achieved a stunning 5 in a row in the finals. I'm afraid Jiangzhou Martial University's strength has already reached the level of prestigious schools. No, it's Captain Su Bai's strength that has reached the level of prestigious schools. After the host's announcement, the entire venue, after a brief silence, instantly erupted. The crowd cheered, applauded, and roared with all their might. The Su Bai just now was simply too arrogant. But damn, it was so satisfying to watch. What is a warrior? It's about daring to fight and daring to step up. I am inherently infinitely arrogant. This is the very spirit a warrior needs. Su Bai walked back to his seat amid the thunderous tsunami-like roar of voices, grinning as he said, Old Principal C, send me out, and I'll wrap up the battle in 10 minutes. How simple is that? The old principal showed an expression of undiscernible joy or anger, nodded without saying anything, but his hands behind his back were trembling incessantly. That little rascal Su Bai, he actually dared to sit on the sofa during the match. This is the finals, the whole nation is watching. He's made a fool of himself nationwide. But it was indeed thrilling to watch. I was so conflicted. However, shame aside, the tangible improvement in ranking and the benefits obtained by Jiangzhou Martial University will not be reduced by a single bit. Being a principal is not easy, and being Su Bai's principal is even harder. The old principal didn't know whether to be happy or angry at this moment, so he simply stopped thinking about it and cast his gaze onto the field. The second match was Imperial Capital Martial University versus East China Martial University. East China Martial University, ranked 6th, was undeniably strong. However, Imperial Capital Martial University was ranked 2nd. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Imperial Capital was bound to win this round, but everyone wanted to see just how strong Imperial Capital's strength truly was through this match. To avoid the embarrassment of being taken out in a 5-in-a-row, East China Martial University sent their silver-level captain in the first match. Imperial Capital Martial University, on the other hand, sent a sophomore silver early-stage contestant. Everyone thought the two were on similar cultivation levels and should have fought evenly right. Yet within 5 minutes of battle, the East China Martial University captain was beaten bloody by the Imperial Capital team member, unable to stand for a long time. Meanwhile, the Imperial Capital team member emerged unscathed with a relaxed expression. The spectators below cheered. Is this the strength of Imperial Capital Martial University? Even ordinary members are so much stronger than other schools' captains. Looking at this momentum, Imperial Capital Martial University is going to wipe out East China Martial University in a 5-in-a-row, just like Jiangzhou Martial University did. How can you compare? Imperial Capital is fighting a prestigious school, but Jiangzhou fought ordinary martial universities. If they really faced a prestigious school, it would be a win for them, just to not lose. Just as everyone was discussing whether Imperial Capital would achieve a 5-in-a-row, the Imperial Capital team member voluntarily stepped down and was replaced by a bronze high-level martial artist. After defeating the opponent again, Imperial Capital Martial University voluntarily conceded and switched to the next contestant. Over 5 matches, Imperial Capital fielded 4 main fighters and 1 substitute, winning all 5 matches. At this point, the audience exploded. This is the strength of Imperial Capital Martial University. Terrifying. If the Great Wall Guardian Martial School doesn't participate, perhaps only Magic Capital Martial University can rival Imperial Capital Martial University. At this moment on the Jiangzhou substitute bench, the old principal earnestly patted Su Bai's shoulder. Look at the Imperial Capital team captain. When facing weak opponents, he gives the chance to other team members. Learn from his demeanor. Su Bai rolled his eyes. That's because the Imperial Capital captain either has so much money he can ignore a million, or he's just plain stupid. I don't fit either category, so why should I learn it? Su Bai's words made sense. The old principal. On the Magic Capital substitute bench, Chao Zishuan curled his lip disdainfully. These Imperial Capital guys really know how to show off, putting on so many tricks just to beat the 6th-ranked East China. Our next opponent is Nanjing Martial University, ranked 7th, right? We'll send substitutes to take them out in a 5-in-a-row. Who wants to go? Immediately the Magic Capital substitutes eagerly shouted, Captain, let me go. I'm stronger, Captain, let me go. In the end, a silver early-stage contestant took the field and indeed crushed Nanjing Martial University. The successive displays of strength by the 2 top-tier prestigious schools became the talk of everyone, while also secretly shocking and astounding them. The strength of the 3 top-tier prestigious schools was indeed far beyond what other schools could match. Su Bai, however, was unimpressed by the strength displayed by the 2 top-tier schools. At least there was no one stronger than him yet. As for the matches between other prestigious schools, Su Bai couldn't be bothered to watch. For someone with his cheat-like abilities, there was no comparison. If he went all out, there really weren't many on the field who could withstand a single round of his attacks. It felt somewhat boring. Was this the loneliness of invincibility? Was this the feeling of being too high to stand the cold? After Su Bai discreetly went off to the side to indulge in some humble bragging, he found that no one was paying attention to him. Feeling a bit melancholy, he greeted the old principal and headed to the Magic Capital Hotel for dinner. You have to admit, the food at Magic Capital Martial University was indeed delicious. The only pity was that a huge sign now stood at the entrance of the Magic Capital Hotel. Tamed beasts are prohibited, especially turtles. In Su Bai's full anticipation, the afternoon match drawing ceremony finally arrived. Su Bai clasped his hands together, rubbing them back and forth, silently praying that he could draw a stronger opponent. After all, the stronger the opponent he defeated, the more resources he would gain. First match. Third match, Luoha Martial University versus Jiangzhou Martial University. When the host announced the draw results, before Su Bai could say anything, the Luoha Martial University substitute bench instantly erupted. They were so overjoyed. Cheers, almost hugging each other and crying. The sneers, disdain, and contempt couldn't be more obvious, completely disregarding the face and feelings of Jiangzhou and other ordinary martial universities. Haha, our second-round opponent is actually Jiangzhou Martial University, an ordinary school. Our Luoha Martial University is guaranteed to enter the semifinals this time. What luck! In the finals, there are only 3 ordinary martial universities, and we've encountered them twice in a row. Our luck is simply off the charts. I didn't expect to meet Jiangzhou Martial University in the finals instead of the regional league. What a fate! Their Jiangzhou Martial University is currently the only remaining team without a silver-level member. No matter who they face, they'll be eliminated. It's our luck to draw them. I still remember they came on a special train. I wonder if they'll still have the face to ride that special train back. Haha. Principal, let me go first in the first round. I'll teach them how to behave. The principal of Luoha Martial Arts University, looking relaxed, nodded to the student who volunteered and said, No, doesn't Jiangzhou Martial Arts University like to sweep 5? Then let them experience the feeling of being swept 5. Let Captain Wang Mingquan take the lead in this round. Take them out in one go and show the momentum worthy of a prestigious school. An ordinary martial arts university should know its place. Hierarchy rules. Understand. Although Su Bai swept 5 and defeated another ordinary martial arts university, in the eyes of prestigious schools, defeating an ordinary martial arts university was nothing. Any prestigious school team could achieve a sweep of 5. Just as ordinary prestigious schools felt inferior compared to Imperial Capital Martial Arts University and Magic City Martial Arts University, ordinary martial arts universities found it hard to hold their heads high among prestigious ones. This was a common mindset. Since both Jiangzhou Martial Arts University and Luoha Martial Arts University belonged to the Southern Theater, their positions were adjacent. The discussions from Luoha Martial Arts University reached the ears of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's team. Was Luoha Martial Arts University actually glad to be matched against Jiangzhou Martial Arts University? Bai Ningbing's forehead veins bulged with anger. She stood up abruptly from her seat. Principal Luoha Martial Arts University is going too far. Let me go first this time. I want to see who will be stopped here and who will teach whom a lesson. The others also showed varying degrees of indignation and volunteered to fight. Su Bai, seeing that everyone wanted to steal his thunder, glared at the old principal threateningly. The old principal suddenly felt his pockets empty and quickly said, "Let Su Bai take the lead in this round. Show the momentum of our Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Let Luoha Martial Arts University know that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is not to be trifled with. Don't step down until you've swept through all 5 of them." The principal wasn't lying. With 2 tamed beasts, Su Bai essentially had 2 silver-level combatants fighting simultaneously 2 against 1. Luoha Martial Arts University had only 1 silver-level combatant, so there was still a chance. After enduring Luoha Martial Arts University's mockery, the team no longer found Su Bai's participation so unacceptable. If he truly swept 5, it would be immensely satisfying. At this moment, even Bai Ningbing, who usually didn't get along with Su Bai, chimed in. "Su Bai, if you run out of peanuts and cola, I'll buy you more. Just one thing, sweep them all." Wang Qingqing added. "Remember to cross your legs when you step on stage." Su Bai raised an eyebrow. As long as his teammates didn't compete for resources, everything was easy. "You are all adorable people. Isn't a sweep of 5 just something I'm good at? Isn't crossing legs simple?" With that thought, Su Bai grinned and nodded to everyone. "Don't worry, folks. I'll complete the mission." After the order of appearance was arranged, Su Bai went directly to the competition arena. Luoha Martial Arts University's captain Wang Mingquan followed with a relaxed smile on his face. "The match begins." As the host announced, Wang Mingquan did not attack, but instead looked at Su Bai with a mocking expression. "Junior from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, you're already a captain at the bronze intermediate level. Not bad talent. But that's all your school amounts to. Why not just settle for a decent rank in the theater? Why insist on forcing your way into the finals? This is not a place for a martial arts university of your level. If you surrender now, you can spare yourself some physical pain. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. You're still young." Su Bai rolled his eyes, unwilling to waste words on such a person. He pulled a sofa out of his taming space and sat down. He crossed his legs, then slowly raised his right hand, extended his index finger toward the opponent, and gently shook it, as if to say, "You're not good enough." Then in the midst of the opponent's enraged expression, he summoned Xiao Ba. Boom. Xiao Ba's massive body landed, producing a deafening sound that seemed to shake the ground. Seeing a stronger opponent on stage, Xiao Ba's eyes lit up. A yellow glow emanated from its body. Earth's gravity activate. Wang Mingquan, true to his reputation as a silver-level agility-type martial artist, possessed speed and reflexes far beyond others. Seeing Xiao Ba about to release its innate ability, he anticipated it. With a cold snort, his figure vanished instantly, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Like an arrow, he shot toward Su Bai. Just as Xiao Ba tried to lock onto him with its gaze to apply Earth's gravity, Wang Mingquan's speed was too fast for it to track. The innate ability failed to activate. This was the first time Xiao Ba's Earth's gravity had failed since it acquired the ability. Su Bai was surprised, but quickly understood the reason. Xiao Ba's Earth's gravity required eye contact to lock onto the target. Obviously, Wang Mingquan's speed exceeded the limit of Xiao Ba's visual nerves, causing even the locking phase to fail. Although Earth's gravity countered agility-type fighters, if the speed reached a certain threshold, it instead became a counter to the ability itself. The captain of Luoha Martial Arts University was only at the silver initial stage, but he was a prodigy. His strength far surpassed that of the silver initial phantom cat they had encountered earlier, which had been caught off guard. Of course, this was also because Xiao Ba was only at bronze intermediate with too great a rank gap. If Xiao Ba were also silver level, Wang Mingquan wouldn't even be worthy of its attention. Wang Mingquan, closing in on Su Bai, sneered, "If you really think that relying on this turtle can make you invincible in the finals composed of national prodigies." Naive. From the audience, a thunderous cheer erupted. "I told you, how could Su Bai possibly defeat a silver level prodigy?" Bronze level opponents were helpless against Su Bai, but silver level is still silver level. How could Su Bai contend with that? Once Wang Mingquan finishes off Su Bai, he can take care of the rest of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's opponents. A perfect sweep of 5. A prestigious school is a prestigious school. Do you think they got all those resources for nothing? As they spoke, Wang Mingquan had already reached Su by slashing his blade towards Su Bai's shoulder. At that moment, Xiao Ba was still far away, unable to support Su Bai in time. Everyone held their breath watching Su Bai. If that blade struck, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Was Su Bai truly going to lose? Was this where he would stop? Facing that fear, Su Bai could have relied on Xiao Bai's innate ability to burst forth with speed surpassing Wang Mingquan's and dodge. But Wang Mingquan didn't deserve Su Bai to reveal his trump card. Most importantly, Su Bai wanted to slap the opponent's face in the most shocking way. Su Bai didn't move at all, completely ignoring the attack. He unhesitatingly activated Origin Communion. A mysterious spiritual energy surged within Su Bai. An invisible, intangible, and inaudible mysterious connection channel materialized between Su Bai and Xiao Ba. At this moment, the mysterious connection channel had long grown several times thicker than when Su Bai first obtained the Origin Convergence. At this very moment, Xiao Ba and Su Bai were sharing the damage together. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba's innate skill activated. Earth Barrier. A sharp metallic clash rang out, as if Wang Mingquan's strike had hit a steel plate. Su Bai's physique alone exceeded 100 points, no weaker than silver-level warriors who focused on body cultivation, let alone with the protection of Origin Convergence and Earth Barrier. Su Bai actually stood motionless, and amidst everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, he forcefully withstood Wang Mingquan's attack. Wang Mingquan's full-power strike merely tore Su Bai's school uniform, left a faint red mark on his skin, and didn't even draw a single drop of blood. This was the defensive power of Xuanwu completely unveiled upon Su Bai at this moment. Wang Mingquan was utterly stunned. His expression changed in an instant as he looked at Su Bai in disbelief. How is this possible? Meanwhile, the judges who had been watching the match with casual indifference from their seats all jumped up in alarm, some even trembling, as they pointed at Su Bai. Could this be Origin Convergence? In this world, besides Luo Fan, there's actually a second person who comprehended Origin Convergence. Heaven and earth return the divine soul, never perishes divine weapons, gather sacred beast armor, the root of all plants. Origin Convergence. It's actually the heavenly grade martial art Origin Convergence for beast tamers. Legend has it that Luo Fan's Origin Convergence had 3 variations in those days: shared damage, shared energy, transmitted vitality, and what Su Bai is using now should be the shared damage technique. No wonder a silver-level warrior's strike left Su Bai unscathed. He transferred all the damage to his tamed beast. The principals from Shanghai Martial University and the Capital Martial University also rose from the VIP section, muttering to themselves, "I wondered why our heavenly grade martial art copy went missing." It turns out Su Bai comprehended Origin Convergence and made the heavenly grade martial art recognize him as its master. Most reporters might not understand what Origin Convergence meant, but seeing how shocked the VIPs and judges were, they quickly started filming the scene. Many veteran reporters shouted to their colleagues beside them, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and write down what the judges and university principals just said. This is heavenly grade martial art recognizing a master." The last time a heavenly grade martial art recognized a master was over 10 years ago with the super newcomer Lin Lao. This footage is guaranteed to go viral. Reporters who knew the legend of Origin Convergence widened their eyes even more. While others were filming the shocked big shots, they seized the opportunity to frantically photograph Su Bai, roaring wildly in their hearts. "I'm going viral. I'm going viral. This time I'm really going to make it. Origin Convergence. There he is, the second person in the world to comprehend this heavenly grade martial art. Our human race can extend its fortune by another 100 years because of this." As for ordinary people, what right do they have to know about heavenly grade martial arts? Yet they were all stunned that Su Bai could withstand a full power strike from a silver-level fighter. Wang Mingquan was also a decisive person, and after seeing his attacks fail against Su Bai, he feared Su Bai would counterattack. He instantly created distance, looking at Su Bai with a face full of vigilance and shock. Su Bai grimaced slightly. Even though there was hardly any real damage enduring that strike, for show still hurt a little. Plus his clothes were torn. This kid owes him compensation. Then Su Bai looked across at Wang Mingquan, who was staring at him like he was some kind of monster, and asked, "What's wrong?" Already speechless. "Aren't you supposed to be fast? I'll find someone else who runs pretty fast to play with." With that said, Su Bai once again opened his beast taming space and released Xiao Bai. "Roar. Master, you finally let me out for some fresh air. Beat him up. Roar. Alright." In an instant, the tiger's roar shook the entire venue, and an indescribable fierce aura surged forth. The crowd gasped in awe. What a majestic tiger. After Xiao Bai appeared, Wang Mingquan squinted and took a good look at it, but once he sensed that Xiao Bai's aura was only at the mid-bronze level, he felt considerably more at ease. For someone like Wang Mingquan, a prodigy of his caliber being defeated by a fierce beast beyond one's cultivation level was almost unthinkable. However, he was about to pay dearly for his ignorance. Wang Mingquan originally had no intention of dealing with Xiao Bai, and was about to go straight for Su Bai. But after Xiao Bai let out a roar, its figure flickered and vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. Sharp metal ghost step. Like a phantom, it appeared before Wang Mingquan in an extremely bizarre posture. Wang Mingquan was also a martial artist specializing in agile attacks, but he discovered that this white tiger's speed was actually far greater than his own. How is this possible? Wang Mingquan's hair stood on end as his blood qi surged throughout his body with a silver luster covering him. Pouring all his strength into activating his battle technique, he retreated fiercely, hoping to create distance from Xiao Bai and gain more reaction space. But would Xiao Bai simply obey his wishes? It clung to Wang Mingquan like a parasite, impossible to shake off no matter how he retreated or accelerated. Wang Mingquan understood that this situation could only mean one thing. The opponent's speed far exceeded his own. In the next instant, before he could even process what kind of monstrous creature this was, his vision blurred as a dark shadow lunged forward. Before he could raise his blade to strike, Xiao Bai's claws had already struck him. Bang! The palm strike landed with full force against Wang Mingquan's defenseless body. Huffed. Wang Mingquan spat blood as he was sent flying backward, his body tracing an arc through the air. Unlike his bronze-level teammates, however, he'd already adjusted his landing position mid-flight. Wang Mingquan gripped his battle blade, tightly prepared for another surprise attack from Xiao Bai. His feet bent slightly as they hit the ground, sliding across the surface for over 10 meters before he came to a gradual stop. Once he stabilized himself, Wang Mingquan used his left sleeve to wipe the blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Only when he saw Xiao Bai wasn't pressing the advantage did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He slowly regulated his breathing. This tiger's speed is absolutely insane. And its attack power is equally devastating. But I also have my reasons for not losing. Kill. As if pumping himself up, Wang Mingquan let out a thunderous shout, his chi and blood surging from his entire body as he charged toward Xiao Bai once more. A crimson glow began to swirl around his battle blade as if man and weapon were merging into a single entity in that moment. Battle skill wind extreme flash. Wang Mingquan then shot toward Xiao Bai like a blood-red tempest. A hint of disdain flashed through Xiao Bai's vertical pupils as its two forepaws extended 10 razor-sharp claws like 10 deadly blades. Sensing the killing intent radiating from its opponent, it wouldn't hold back anymore. Roar. One violent storm, one ghostly phantom. The two figures collided instantaneously, stirring up the air currents across the entire arena in a wild frenzy. Howling winds and spreading killing intent filled the space. Bang. Tearing sound. Xiao Bai's speed ultimately couldn't withstand Wang Mingquan's strikes. With just a single clash, the outcome was already decided. Victory was decided. Wang Mingquan's clothes were torn by sharp claws, leaving bloody claw marks on his body. The claw wounds were several centimeters deep, blood vessels ruptured, and blood gushed out, as if it were free. Drenched in blood, he crashed to the ground. This was still the result of Xiao Bai following Su Bai's instructions to avoid vital points, causing only superficial wounds. If Xiao Bai had been allowed to fight unrestrained in that very instant, Wang Mingquan would have been torn to shreds. The white tiger dominates slaughter. This is no empty talk. Soon medical personnel directly carried Wang Mingquan onto a stretcher and sent him for treatment. In the audience, all the spectators were rendered speechless by this sight. Holy crap, Su Bai actually won. A bronze intermediate defeated a silver-level captain from a prestigious school, and it was almost a complete domination. This can't be real. How is it that Su Bai's two tamed beasts are each fiercer than the last? What is this big tiger all about? So ferocious. Is Su Bai going to take down all 5 of Luoha Martial University? Who is the prestigious school after all? On the MC stage, the host ignored the crowd's uproar and continued to announce, Luoha Martial University's second contestant take the stage. Su Bai heard the crowd's astonishment and their discussions about prestigious schools, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That's right. Our Jiangzhou Martial University is not a prestigious school, so after arriving in Modu, we only received student reception. Our Jiangzhou Martial University is not a prestigious school, so defeating an opponent seems unbelievable. Our Jiangzhou Martial University is not a prestigious school, so advancing to the finals has been dismissed as luck countless times. Perhaps none of this matters. What matters is that the resources of prestigious schools far surpass those of ordinary martial universities. Prestigious schools possess resources far exceeding ordinary ones, and upon enrollment their cultivation pills are almost provided for free. As for ordinary martial universities, even when they go to battle, the school can only afford to issue them ordinary swords and shields for defense, and cannot even supply basic cultivation materials like blood chi powder. Over a month ago, when the myriad races launched a surprise attack on the rear, it was the students of ordinary martial universities who suffered the most casualties. Their instructors were only at bronze level themselves, teetering on the brink of life and death, needing to fight alongside the students, let alone protect them. The instructors at prestigious schools were mostly at silver level at least, and even gold level ones were not lacking. Even if fierce beasts attacked the rear, their safety would be guaranteed. Their students had the best cultivation environment guidance from renowned teachers and no shortage of techniques. That is why they sit high and mighty. That is why they look down on students from ordinary martial universities. Even later in the military, students from prestigious schools could quickly advance, while those from ordinary martial universities could only fight at the bottom. The status and gap between prestigious schools and ordinary martial universities have been deeply ingrained in people's subconscious. At this moment, Su Bai recalled his classmates who were slaughtered by the Netherworld Cat on the battlefield, the deputy battalion commander who fought to the death without retreating, and the instructors who sacrificed their lives to protect the students. Why must ordinary martial universities struggle with all their might just to survive, while prestigious schools can be content and even look down on us, ordinary martial university students? We are all human. Who is more precious? We all have lives. Why should your lives be treated with such privilege? After Su Bai transmigrated here, he was initially cautious and unwilling to fully integrate into this world, so he always viewed things around him with cold detachment, making improving his strength his core goal. However, as his experiences grew, his friends increased, and more people acknowledged and supported him, making him care about more people. Su Bai gradually integrated into this world. In my past life, there was a gap between rich and poor. In this life, I've even got to cheat. Why should I still endure this humiliation? If I had no strength, that would be one thing, but since I have strength, why not fight for it? Why not prove myself? This gradual change began from the moment he killed the bronze high-level Netherworld Cat, and a classmate took the initiative to befriend him. It began from walking on the street and seeing countless people holding up banners and shouting, It began in the Martyr's Garden where the old principal loudly recited the eulogies for those classmates who had lived with him day and night. It began from Jiangzhou Martial University being very poor, but the old principal, in order to fight for more students to qualify as a prestigious school, didn't hesitate to fund Su Bai with 100 million for cultivation resources. It began from the villagers traveling thousands of miles to bring peanuts for Su Bai. Today let the challenge begin from this class gap. Then I Su Bai want to see what right you prestigious schools have to enjoy treatment far beyond ordinary martial universities with such peace of mind. He wanted to break this class. At this moment, Su Bai's mindset underwent a subtle transformation with Xiao Bai's shocking slaughter. It was unknown whether Su Bai had always harbored this thought, but suppressed it, or whether it was due to the influence of the White Tiger's killing aura from the merging of their origins. But none of that mattered. At this moment Su Bai recalled the scene of Gu Yuqingshu fighting 1 against 2 in the regional league. He wanted to try it too. You Luoha Martial University want to teach Jiangzhou Martial University a lesson. Then I Su Bai will see if you are qualified. Su Bai slowly spoke toward the host. I want to fight 4 of them. The host, doubting his ears, looked at Su Bai in shock and confirmed again. Student Su Bai, did you just say you want to challenge all 4 opponents from Luoha Martial University at once? Su Bai nodded in agreement. Whether in the audience or in the VIP seats, everyone was astonished and stared at Su Bai in shock. Especially those from Luoha Martial University were filled with rage. Although Luoha Martial University was only the lowest-ranked prestigious school, it was still among the prestigious schools. Arrogant. Too arrogant. A captain from an ordinary martial university dares to challenge for students from a prestigious school. Principal, let us go up and kill him. How dare he look down on our Luoha Martial University? Today no matter what will make him leave on a stretcher. The principal of Luoha Martial University also had a frosty expression. He had never expected to be provoked like this by a student from an ordinary martial university. If the host doesn't agree then fine. But if he does, beat him to death. If anything happens I'll take the blame. Dare to provoke our Luoha Martial University. We'll teach him a lesson. As Luoha Martial University united in indignation, the other prestigious schools also stood on the same side, as Luoha glaring at Su Bai. If Su Bai had challenged properly, defeating Luoha Martial University's team 1 by 1, even if it were a clean sweep of 5, it would be shameful only for Luoha's lack of skill, and others couldn't say much. After all, it would only be Luoha's face being lost. But Su Bai wanted to directly have the remaining 4 from Luoha come at him all at once. Isn't this arrogance? Isn't this mocking the students of prestigious schools for receiving generous resources, yet being of poor quality? This was slapping the face of all prestigious schools. As soon as Su Bai said this, it almost provoked the resentment of all prestigious schools. Chao Zishuan of Magic City frowned as he scrutinized Su Bai. This kid is arrogant enough. If we encounter him in the semifinals, beat him to death. The other Magic City Martial University contestants glared at Su Bai and sneered. Humph, an ignorant bumpkin who still owes us for the time he and his 2 tamed beasts freeloaded on a buffet worth millions last time. If we run into him, we'll make him pay. The captain is right. This bumpkin needs a lesson. However, several military judges were intrigued by Su Bai's words. They cared little about the prestige of the elite academies. Instead, they favored someone who dared to challenge it. A martial artist must possess this spirit and courage. Moreover, Su Bai's challenge was within the rules. At that moment, the old principal became anxious. While the rules allowed multiple opponents to fight a single challenger, there was a supplementary clause if the challenger lost, and the opposing team chose not to step down, they could maintain a 4-on-1 advantage indefinitely. In other words, if Su Bai was defeated, Jiangzhou Martial University would have to send in 1 player at a time. Unless they managed to reduce the enemy's numbers, Luoha Martial University would keep the numerical advantage of 4 against 1 until victory. Su Bai was stirring up trouble. The old principal broke out in a cold sweat. At this critical juncture, if Su Bai's arrogance caused Jiangzhou Martial University to lose the match, all their efforts would be in vain. Su Bai, steady yourself. If you lose, I'll hold you accountable. To the principal's despair, moments later the military colonel judge actively approved Su Bai's request, permission granted. Regardless of the outcome, Su Bai will receive the resources of this match's victory. A martial artist needs this kind of momentum and bravery. Receiving the order, the host's voice rose an octave as he roared. Please welcome the 4 contestants from Luoha Martial University to the stage. From the reserve seats, 4 furious youths grabbed their weapons and strode onto the arena. Before the fight even began, the arena was already thick with tension. Su Bai heard the principal's words and gave him a thumbs up to reassure him. Then he turned slowly, facing the 4 opponents on the stage, and reversed his thumb, rotating it downward. With a final sharp flick downward, the disdain was unmistakable. At that moment, the 3,000 seat venue erupted because of Su Bai's gesture. It boiled over. Nearly half of the 3,000 spectators roared in frenzy. Su Bai is incredible. The scene was overwhelmingly explosive. Even those watching the live stream from home, including family and teachers of ordinary martial universities, were howling with excitement. Kill. Brothers, teach this nobody from an ordinary martial university a lesson. Elite academies are not to be trifled with. Let's go together. Beat him to death. Listening to their roars, Su Bai smirked. These 4 bronze-level opponents were nothing to him. Xiao Bai, you 2 handle 2 each. With that, Su Bai plopped down onto his sofa and pulled out peanuts to snack on. Roar, roar. Got it. Oh, whoa. Only 2. Not enough for us. Instantly, a yellow glow emanated from Xiaoba, and two of the contestants found themselves trapped, as if walking through quicksand by the gravitational pull of the earth. Meanwhile, Xiaobai moved like a phantom, appearing before the other two contestants in a flash. His tiger claws slammed down, forcing them to parry. Within 3 exchanges, the first was sent flying. Xiaoba approached the 2 restrained Laha Martial University students and delivered a slap, sending one of them flying without any resistance. Thump 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 thump. Within 5 minutes, all 4 Laha Martial University contestants were sent airborne, their impacts merging into a single sound. 1 against 4 handled with ease. Irresistible momentum. Ordinary Martial University Jiangzhou's Su Bai, crushing all Luoha Martial University contestants. A streak of 5. The judges' seats, the audience, and the VIP seats erupted once more. Is this Su Bai's true strength? Terrifying. Even the top-tier players from the Imperial City and Magic City Martial Universities are no match for this right. Jiangzhou Martial University actually produced such a prodigy this year. Their rising Jiangzhou Martial University is rising this time. The old principal was trembling with excitement, his aged face quivering. His fists were clenched tightly. Damn, Su Bai won. We won. We're in the semifinals. Jiangzhou Martial University is rising. Su Bai, well done. The referee finished the countdown, and none of the 4 Luoha Martial University contestants could stand. Jiangzhou Martial University wins, advancing to the semifinals. The old principal and all the contestants embraced, crazily cheering wildly. The citizens of Jiangzhou, who had traveled thousands of miles to support Jiangzhou Martial University, rose as one, jumping and tossing their belongings into the air in ecstasy. They laughed, shouted, and cried. At that moment, no words could describe their feelings. All the ordinary martial universities also cheered. Countless ordinary people joined in the cheers. Only the elite academies wore gloomy faces, glaring at Su Bai as if he were a thorn in their side. While the Intercollegiate League was still in full swing in the Imperial City at the highest level meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Military Command, 6 of the Dragon Kingdom's 12 Lord-level powerhouses gathered, while the remaining 6 stayed on the myriad races battlefield. Among the Lord-level experts, the leader was the first of the Dragon Kingdom's 12 great generals, a superpowerhouse only half a step away from king level, with the rank of Grand General holding the position of Marshal. In the meeting room, there were over 20 diamond-level powerhouses, all bearing the stars of generals on their shoulders. This was a meeting of the Dragon Kingdoms, and indeed humanity's highest combat power. At that moment, a signal soldier jogged into the meeting room. Report. The Intercollegiate League is about to enter the semifinals, expected to conclude within 2 days. The Marshal's slightly drooping eyes suddenly gleamed, and he nodded expressionlessly. Good. A second signal soldier stepped forward. Report. The military supplies for the counterattack against the myriad races have been fully assembled and are being distributed to all troops. The Marshal rubbed his palms, slowly squinting as he said, Good. Soon a third signal soldier entered. Report. Troops from across the nation have been mobilized. 1 million soldiers are amassed at the front lines of the myriad races battlefield, ready to launch the counterattack at any moment. At this, the Marshal stood up and declared firmly, Good. Once the Intercollegiate League concludes, our counteroffensive against the myriad races will officially begin. All contestants of the League must also join the battlefield. This is a war of vengeance for the myriad races' surprise attack on our rear lines a while ago. To avenge the tens of thousands of students and mentors who died. Let the myriad races know that those who offend the Dragon Kingdom will be punished, no matter how far they flee. We will strike until they tremble, until they never dare to harbor such thoughts again. All the generals rose, raised their right hands flat to their foreheads, and saluted in unison. Humanity will prevail. Seeing the blazing fighting spirit of his generals, the Marshal nodded slowly and continued. Now let us go and consult Mr. Nieching. The Mr. Nieching the Marshal referred to was the king-level mighty one residing in the forbidden deep mountains of the Imperial City. Just as the Marshal finished speaking, a ripple appeared out of thin air in the space, and a figure draped in a mink robe stepped out from it. I am aware of your actions. Go ahead and do it. With me here, that king level of the myriad races dares not make a move. After Su Bai defeated the Luoha Martial University team, their day's competition came to an end. What lay ahead was the top 4 tournament. This was a true clash between the mighty. Upon returning to the Modu Hotel, Su Bai recalled the fierce battle with Wang Yankuan on the arena. The moment he activated Benyuan Tonglio, a flicker of insight had sparked within him. Previously, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivating Benyuan Tonglu. Now the connection channel between Su Bai and his tame beast was leagues beyond what it once was. He had essentially mastered the 2 variations, sharing damage and sharing energy. However, the final variation, transmitting life force, remained elusive to him. Su Bai understood this was no longer a matter of the channel's width. It delved into the profound mystery of life's origin, something he had yet to touch upon. In truth, it was simply his cultivation realm that was too low, so he could only set it aside for now. As for the sacred beast arms, which he had never studied before, Su Bai decided to give it a thorough examination. It took him about 10 minutes to thoroughly reorganize the techniques of the sacred beast arms. But he discovered that because sacred beast arms involved transforming into a sacred beast, it still required the profound art of life origin. One could not cultivate it without reaching at least the golden realm. Just as he was about to give up, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. What would happen if he attempted to activate the Sacred Beast Arms technique without relying on the life origin profound art? With this thought in mind, Su Bai summoned Xiao Bai from the system space and repeatedly attempted to activate the Sacred Beast Arms technique. Unfortunately, all his attempts failed. Yet Su Bai did not give up. During his trials he felt as though he was grasping something just out of reach. But it remained frustratingly vague. 3 hours later, Sacred Beast Arms activate. Su Bai unleashed a torrent of spiritual consciousness continuously flowing through the modified technique he had devised, finally channeling it into the connection passage. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Su Bai had assumed this attempt would fail as well and was preparing to continue his research when suddenly his vision blurred. When his eyes cleared, he realized he had somehow swapped positions with Xiao Bai. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully comprehended the Beast Tamer's exclusive talent skill, Benyuan Tonglu, Position Shift. Position Shift. Within a kilometer range, the Beast Tamer and the Tame Beast may arbitrarily exchange positions, ignoring all restrictions. Su Bai. Weren't I trying to activate the Sacred Beast Arms? How did I suddenly achieve an epiphany about Benyuan Tonglio's new form? What kind of scientific principle is this? I can't figure it out. Wait a moment. Position Shift. A new variation of Benyuan Tonglu. The fourth application method. This is something even Luo Fan had not comprehended. I am truly exceptional. And isn't this Position Shift the legendary divine skill, Divine Hand's power? Holy crap. This is the ultimate skill for pulling off flashy maneuvers and turning the tide in battle. This is amazing, truly amazing. After obtaining this legendary level skill, Su Bai immediately tried activating Position Shift again. This time he did not need 10 seconds. As long as he poured in his spiritual consciousness, he could instantly swap positions with Xiao Bai. It was essentially instantaneous, a mere thought away. Thus overcome with excitement, Su Bai unleashed it several times in a row, nearly dazing Xiao Bai silly. Oh whoa, master, my head is a bit dizzy. Why don't you summon Xiao Bai to keep you company? Looking at Xiao Bai's eyes sparkling with admiration, Su Bai gave a disdainful expression and returned Xiao Bai to the beast space. Although the Modu hotel room was spacious enough for Xiao Bai's figure, there was no way it could fit Xiao Bai. Thinking of this, Su Bai felt somewhat regretful. If he could swap positions with Xiao Bai, the scene would surely be spectacular. Just then a knock came at Su Bai's door. The principal had summoned all students to discuss the top 4 tournament. Upon arriving at the principal's room, Su Bai found the principal's eyes narrowed in pure delight. Students, from now on we will face the top 4 tournament. Do your best, and nothing more. The goal we originally set, to secure top 6 and reach the top 4, has already been achieved. This 100-school league has been quite a success for us. Rest assured the school will reward you generously for your contributions. Especially you, Su Bai. You are the one who made the greatest contribution. Hearing the old principal's words, everyone's faces bloomed with joy. Although they had not participated in the finals, and Su Bai had claimed all the resources, they felt no resentment. After all the resources Su Bai had acquired were military rewards given in a single lump sum. It was precisely because of Su Bai's grueling efforts that Jiangzhou Martial University had risen to 4th place. In the future, the annual military investment in Jiangzhou Martial University would certainly exceed 10 billion. Consider that in previous years their total funding had barely reached a mere billion or so. This was a windfall. Jiangzhou Martial University had suddenly grown wealthy overnight. And as the outstanding prodigies of Jiangzhou Martial University, would their future resource allocation be lacking? So what if Su Bai took the bigger share? The remaining surplus would still be quite substantial. Perhaps Su Bai earned more, but they would not suffer any loss either. Only Su Bai found something amiss as he listened. What? From the old principal's tone, it seemed he was planning to hand over the championship's resources. Over 1 billion, without a second thought. Had he even consulted Su Bai about this? Hadn't Su Bai painstakingly developed a new talent skill precisely to bring honor to the school? Yet the old principal was already backing down. How could this be tolerated? Instinctively Su Bai's anger surged and he glared at the old principal, saying, "Old principal, aren't you a bit weak at mathematics?" The old principal had just been immersed in the joy of becoming the headmaster of the nation's 4th-ranked prestigious university. Hearing Su Bai's question, he briefly faltered. What? Su Bai counted on his fingers and laid out the numbers for the old principal. Do you not know that the top 3 prestigious universities receive far more resources each year than the 4th-ranked one? Just look at the Modu Martial University. A single main gate costs them 18 billion. Could Jiangzhou Martial University, even if ranked 4th, afford such extravagance? In my opinion, we should aim for 1st place and rebuild our school's grand gate. Old principal, we cannot accept settling for the top 4. We must not let down the expectations of the people of Jiangzhou. We must strive for 1st place. 1st place. Speaking with growing passion and to inspire everyone's fighting spirit, Su Bai suddenly rose from his seat, clenching his fist as he delivered his impassioned speech. Hearing Su Bai's words, the old principal was stunned. The others also looked at him in disbelief. Those were the 3 top-tier prestigious universities. You actually want to challenge the status of the 3 premier schools, especially by Ningbing and Wang Qingqing. They were both from the imperial capital, and they deeply understood the strength of the 3 top-tier prestigious universities. Wishful thinking. Only Gu Yu Qingshu's eyes shimmered with interest as he curiously observed Su Bai. Seeing that Su Bai would not budge from his stubborn stance, the old principal cleared his throat and kindly advised, Su Bai, one should know contentment. 4th place is already our limit. The three premier universities are truly beyond our reach. For Jiangzhou Martial University, achieving this far has already been extraordinarily fortunate. Subai rolled his eyes and said, "Old principal, is my leather sofa not conspicuous enough or not comfortable enough? Or did I not elevate my legs high enough? To make you believe we barely scraped into the top four purely by fortune. Rest assured at the finals I will certainly prove otherwise. I will go buy a bigger sofa tonight. Of course the school must reimburse me, after all it is for the glory of the school. Surely you wouldn't expect Subai to pay out of his own pocket." At these words many could not help but chuckle. If he had not brought this up it would have been fine, but once mentioned everyone recalled Subai's performance in the arena. Making it to the top four was truly not as difficult as the old principal claimed. Throughout the entire competition, Subai single-handedly achieved 5 consecutive quintuple kills, while all other main combatants had only struck once. Through this approach, Subai successfully dispelled the deep-rooted fear that everyone harbored toward the three premier prestigious schools. He also allowed everyone to feel his conviction to achieve an even higher placement at the finals. Gu Yuqingshu's eyes gleamed with intensity. He gripped his folding fan in his right hand and slammed it forcefully against his left palm, echoing, "Principal, perhaps Subai is right. We should not stop here. Let us throw caution to the wind and give it our all. Even if we lose in the end, we remain in 4th place with nothing to lose." Bai Ningbing, who had never admitted defeat, recalled scene after scene of Subai's performances during the 100 Schools League. A smile spread across her lips, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit as she said to Subai, "Although I find you rather irritating judging by your track record, you are undoubtedly worthy of this captaincy. I propose that Subai arrange our strategies for the top 4 tournament." Wang Qingqing scanned the reinvigorated crowd, smiling. "Since everyone is resolved to fight, Wang Qingqing will certainly not retreat an inch." Luo Yonghao, although talented, was the weakest in strength among those present. He scratched his head and laughed naively. "Subai, if you need my effort, just say the word. Even if I cannot defeat them, I will fight to the death and tear a chunk from them." Although the group had resented Subai, a junior student serving as their captain at the start of the 100 Schools League, after experiencing so much together and following the incident at Loha Martial University, they had subconsciously developed a sense of trust in Subai. Furthermore, Subai's strength was undeniable, and yielding to the strong is simply human nature. The old principal looked at the crowd, roused to high morale by Subai's few words, and could only shake his head with a wry smile. "You all still so young and impulsive. Since you wish to fight, then fight well. Starting from today, Subai will take command for the top 4 tournament." At that moment, Jiangzhou Martial University stood united as one, their collective, while forming an impregnable fortress. The following morning, Shanghai Sports Stadium. The 30,000 spectators were still as dense as ever, yet the excitement surrounding the 100 Schools League was now incomparable to yesterday's. Today was the top 4 tournament. It was also the first time the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy would make their appearance and enter the fray. On the announcer's platform, the host held the microphone and spoke impassionedly. "Ladies and gentlemen, after a day of fierce battles yesterday, the 100 Schools League has finally entered the top 4 tournament. Below, let me solemnly introduce the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy, which is about to make its debut." I imagine many of you are wondering why the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy only appeared at the top 4 stage. Allow me to explain. Now I will tell you why. The Great Wall Guardian Military Academy originated from the Great Wall Guardian Military Base, founded in 1907. In other words, the Great Wall Guardian Base was among the very first military installations established by humanity in the battlefield of myriad races. As time passed, gifted warriors among humanity gradually emerged from the Great Wall Guardian ranks, growing into powerful figures. Meanwhile, humanity's frontline stretched ever longer, and more outstanding talents rose to prominence. In order to concentrate the training of humanity's most exceptional warriors in 1925, the Great Wall Guardian Military Base was officially converted into a martial academy, boasting a history spanning 94 years to the present. Throughout these 94 years of history, the myriad races have harbored consummate hatred toward our Dragon Kingdom's Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. Desperate to root this institution out completely, the myriad races launched over 100 campaigns against it. In these 100-plus battles, students and instructors fought desperately to the death, slaying innumerable monstrous beasts and powerful enemies from the myriad races. Yet countless brilliant students also fell permanently upon the battlefield of myriad races. As many as 3 times peerless experts from the myriad races proved unstoppable, utterly crushing the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. Every teacher and student perished. Not a single one surrendered, not a single one coveted life over duty. But how could humanities will ever be shaken by the myriad races? As long as Dragon Kingdom endures, the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy will endure. Crushed once, rebuild again. Stronger each time. Over these 94 years, countless powerful figures have emerged from the Great Wall Guardian ranks: 1 Sovereign Tier expert, 8 Lord Tier experts, 29 Diamond Tier experts, hundreds of Platinum Tier experts, and countless Gold Tier experts. In terms of sheer strength alone, the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is the undisputed #1 martial academy in the world. One could say that as long as the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy stands, Dragon Kingdom's hope remains, and its future endures. The motto of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is, "As long as the myriad races persist, the Great Wall shall never fall." To this day the strongest figure among humanity, the sole sovereign tier expert Mr. Nietching serves as the honorary principal of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. This is precisely why the powerful experts of the myriad races dare not step half a pace onto the Academy's territory. In the audience stands the 300,000 citizens, all listened with grave seriousness as the host recounted the history of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. For ordinary people, their understanding of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy was limited. They only knew that although the Academy never participated in martial school rankings, it had always been ranked first among the 3 premier institutions. They knew only that they were extraordinarily powerful, but had no idea why their status was so preeminent or just how formidable they truly were. After hearing the host's account, everyone in the crowd felt profound reverence for the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. Rather than students, they were more like iron-blooded warriors. Heroes who dedicated their youth and even their lives to protecting their homeland. Thunderous applause erupted from below. It was their tribute to heroes, their admiration for the mighty. Only after a long while did the applause gradually subside. After pausing briefly, the host continued, as Dragon Kingdom's foremost martial university and the vanguard bulwark of humanity, the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy truly earns this title. Now let us welcome the 5 Great Wall Guardian Military Academy competing students to the stage. As the host's voice fell, enthusiastic applause resounded across the arena, and all eyes converged upon the entrance. Meanwhile, the audience began chattering among themselves. Rumor has it that the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is a city of heroes where every student is a hero in their own right. They are usually so elusive that one can rarely catch a glimpse of them. Today we finally get the chance to feast our eyes. Exactly right. Even if I skip watching the matches, just seeing the people from the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is worth the trip. Both the Imperial Capital Martial University and the Shanghai Martial University are already so powerful. If the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy surpasses them, I cannot fathom just how terrifying their strength truly is. Did the host say 5 team members? Don't they have reserve players? Brother, you're underestimating them. They are the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. Do they need reserve players? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, 5 contestants from the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy, clad in armor and wielding weapons, slowly stepped onto the arena. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, as though 5 were one. Resounding footsteps echoed against the ground without a single extraneous sound. The 4 behind him donned silver battle armor, resembling celestial warriors in their majestic bearing, each possessing strength at the intermediate silver tier. The leader stood like an iron tower clad in purple-gold battle armor. Though his cultivation was merely at the initial silver tier, his aura was so concealed that even the principal at the peak of the golden tier could not fathom his true depth. Once the 5 Great Wall Guardian Military Academy contestants appeared, the announcer began detailing their backgrounds. The 4 main combatants are elite prodigies from the military, 2 at the intermediate silver tier and 2 at the initial silver tier. Their silver battle armor is forged from the cores of high-tier silver ferocious beasts they personally slew. This reflects both their prowess and their courageous spirit. The announcer paused briefly, and the crowd erupted in voices of sheer disbelief. Holy crap, these kids are ruthless. Can they already slay high-tier silver ferocious beasts? And these are just the regular members. Every competing member is at the silver tier. No wonder they say the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is humiliating us by entering this tournament. Even an ordinary member could challenge any prestigious academy. Perhaps only captains Chao Zixuan and Wang Yang from the top academies could hold them back. If the standard troops from Great Wall Guards require the top academy captains to counter them, who can stop their leader? How would I know? Let's just hear the host introduce their captain. As the crowd's commotion subsided, the announcer continued, the team captain of the Great Wall Military Academy is Han Zhan, a lord-tier powerhouse and grandson of General Han Dang. His purple gold armor is forged with the core of a diamond-tier warrior from the myriad races. Although Han Zhan can only harness 1 or 2% of its power, it still grants terrifying combat prowess to its wielder. In the myriad races battlefield, Han Zhan has a terrifying record of fighting golden-tier warriors to a standstill alone. And yet his current cultivation realm is merely initial silver. Hearing this, the audience collectively gasped. He hasn't even graduated yet he already possesses strength rivaling a golden-tier expert, truly worthy of being the captain of the Great Wall Guards. The judges and VIPs nodded in approval. The Great Wall Military Academy never disappoints. Just as everyone marveled at the Great Wall Military Academy's power, at the Baidu Martial Arts University bench, Captain Wang Yang slowly shook his head and sneered. They're merely relying on their background to obtain decent armor. As if anyone lacks a trump card. If the Great Wall Guards are only relying on their weapons and armor, then their reputation in the 100 Schools League this year will be ruined. Meanwhile, at the Moda Martial Arts University bench, Captain Chao Zixuan rubbed his chin and muttered, counting armor as part of one's strength just to barely withstand a golden tier opponent. Does that even count? And his cultivation is only at the initial silver tier, nothing special. At the Jiangzhou Martial Arts University bench, Su Bai studied Han Zhan's stats through his system, narrowing his eyes and thought, good heavens. Despite his low cultivation, his stats far surpass both Wang Yang and Chao Zixuan. These are just the base attributes. If he unleashes his innate skills and armor techniques, when fully unleashed, this Han Zhan could likely floor those too. What a monster. Remember Chao Zishuan and Wang Yang are the peerless geniuses cultivated to the hilt by Baidu and Moda martial arts universities. If Su Bai unleashes his full power, he's like a human tank capable of devastating bursts, yet this opponent seems strangely similar in his own way. But Su Bai has the advantage of his system. At this moment Su Bai couldn't help but wonder, does this military academy kid have a cheat too? Actually Su Bai overlooked one thing: he himself is the most monstrous presence here. Han Zhan has at least trained diligently since childhood, possesses diamond tier armor, achieved the silver realm, and honed his skills through countless battles on the myriad races battlefield. What about Su Bai? How long has he cultivated? For months. His realm is only intermediate bronze. What has he been doing all day? Breeding turtles. This means Su Bai has accomplished nothing, yet already rivals someone who spent half his life training. And Su Bai calls Han Zhan a monster. Imagine if Han Zhan knew Su Bai's situation, he'd probably be in tears. Just as Su Bai was speculating, the announcer continued over the microphone. The Great Wall Guardian Military Academy has taken the stage. The 4-strong championship begins now. The stands erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, with spectators continuously rallying behind the 4 teams. Su Bai walked slowly to the judges' table, where the other 3 captains were already positioned. None of them paid him any mind. In their eyes, he was merely the captain of an ordinary martial arts university. He posed absolutely no threat. After the draw, the announcer declared, first match Great Wall Guardian Military Academy versus Baidu Martial Arts University. Second match Moda Martial Arts University versus Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Hearing the results, Chao Zishuan from Moda Martial Arts University paused and sighed. It's a pity he wouldn't face Baidu or the Great Wall Guards. Without so much as glancing at Su Bai beside him, Chao Zishuan turned and walked straight back to the bench. Meanwhile, at the Moda Martial Arts University bench, several team members snorted derisively. Our first opponent is Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, a piece of trash. Winning against them won't bring any glory. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University is nothing but a nuisance. How do they even deserve a spot among the top 4? Captain, why don't I take the field? I'll sweep through all 5 and send them packing. Chao Zishuan, unwilling to waste words, casually nodded and shifted his attention to the upcoming clash between the Great Wall Military University and Baidu. Su Bai may have shown off against Luoha Martial Arts University with considerable strength on display, but to Chao Zishuan he still didn't measure up. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University wasn't even worth his attention. He could simply send someone to handle them. His only worthy opponents were the Great Wall Guards and Baidu Martial Arts University. At the Jiangzhou Martial Arts University bench, the old principal regarded Su Bai with a grave expression. We're facing Moda Martial Arts University this round. Su Bai, you arrange the lineup. In the old principal's view, no matter which team Jiangzhou Martial Arts University faced, they were all formidable opponents requiring careful preparation. Yet Su Bai seemed to lack this awareness, casually responding, I'll take the lead and sweep through all 5. Upon hearing this, everyone glared at Su Bai with barely concealed fury. Some even wished him dead. They were up against Moda Martial Arts University. Su Bai, take this seriously. Sensing the murderous intent in the air, Su Bai cleared his throat. Never mind, they're all classmates after all. Since they came this far, he might as well put in an appearance. With that thought, Su Bai shrugged. Alright then, Luo Yonghao goes first, followed by Bai Ningbing, then Wang Qingqing fourth, and I'll close out the lineup. Does that work for everyone? The old principal pondered Su Bai's tactical arrangement. A counterintuitive strategy, placing the weaker fighters up front while keeping the strongest for last. Was Su Bai using Luo Yonghao and the others to gauge his opponent's capabilities? Luo Yonghao. Su Bai actually wants me to open this. Such a crucial position, and I'm the one. Is Su Gu overestimating me? Or underestimating me? No, Su Gu must truly value me. Su Gu is indeed magnanimous, choosing not to hold past grievances against me. Even against Moda Martial Arts University, he's sending me to lead the charge. In that case, I absolutely won't let Su Gu down. Go Luo Yonghao. While Jiangzhou Martial Arts University was discussing the lineup, order the blockbuster match between Imperial Capital Martial Arts University and the Great Wall Defense Force Martial University was officially underway. The host's voice, overflowing with excitement, echoed throughout the entire arena at this moment. The semifinal first round. Begin now. Let us warmly welcome Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. With the host's call, all the audience's attention was drawn over. Imperial Capital Martial Arts University had already sent out their opening fighter. It was Captain Wang Yang. Wang Yang was already handsome, but now standing alone on the arena with a spear in hand, head held high, and chest out, he looked like an invincible war god of noble bearing. In the stands, countless spectators erupted in thunderous cheers, shouts, and screams. Especially among the female audience, countless young girls were screaming and married women were stirring with excitement. That aura, that style, that fellow. Watching this, Su Bai couldn't help but sneer. If this kid were from my past life, he probably wouldn't have a strong stomach. Can't handle hard work. Bah, pretty boy. The whispers in the stands also exploded. Good heavens, who would have guessed that Imperial Capital Martial Arts University's first fighter would be Captain Wang Yang? I've heard Wang Yang is truly extraordinary. Despite only being mid-level silver rank, he's known as invincible below gold rank, and might even stand a chance against gold rank. When he fights, even the Great Wall Defense Force will feel enormous pressure. This match between Imperial Capital Martial Arts University and the Great Wall Defense Force is already a clash of dragons and tigers, and Captain Wang Yang is the pride among dragons. Let's cheer for Captain Wang Yang together. Wang Yang victory. Wang Yang victory. Listening to the ocean-like waves of cheers for Wang Yang from the stage, Su Bai at the Jiangzhou Martial Arts University bench used the system to examine Wang Yang's attributes. After finishing his observation, Su Bai subconsciously glanced at the nearby Guyu Qingshu, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He leaned close to Guyu Qingshu and whispered, "Qingshu, between you and Wang Yang, who do you think is stronger?" Guyu Qingshu didn't expect Su Bai to ask such a question. His eyes shimmered with thought, and he lightly tapped his folding fan against his palm before slowly shaking his head with a smile. Junior brother likes to joke. Wang Yang is the peerless genius of Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, while I am merely an unknown member of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. How could I compare to Wang Yang? Not comparable, not comparable. Su Bai looked at Guyu Qingshu with a look of disdain. Don't try to fool me. I'm a beast tamer ability user with spiritual power far exceeding ordinary people. My perception is exceptionally strong. You've got secrets, old man. Guyu Qingshu paused, studied Su Bai, pondered for a moment, then leaned in close and whispered, "Cough. Junior brother. Cough, I haven't seen Wang Yang fight at full strength, so it's really hard to judge." Su Bai saw Guyu Qingshu's cautious expression and gave him a very peculiar look. Old Gu, you're truly a master manipulator, hiding so deep. Fortunately, you're on my team. Guyu Qingshu. At the Great Wall Defense Force Martial School bench, Hanjan, a man as towering as an iron pagoda, scanned his 4 teammates. Imperial Capital Martial Arts University has sent out Captain Wang Yang for their opening match. Who dares to accept the challenge? A martial artist at mid-level silver rank immediately stood up. I've long heard of Wang Yang's extraordinary strength. I'm also mid-level silver rank, and I Zhang Ji volunteer to face him. Hanjan nodded. Good. Challenge accepted. As Hanjan's voice fell, Zhang Ji slowly walked toward the arena. Wang Yang frowned deeply when he saw that the fighter coming from the Great Wall Defense Force bench was not Hanjan, but a mid-level silver rank team member. Today he wanted to challenge the one known as the strongest among the military's younger generation, the legendary Great Wall Defense Force Captain Hanjan. Moreover, everyone said he was inferior to Hanjan. Wang Yang was unwilling to accept this. Today he would use his strength to prove to the world that he, Wang Yang, was the #1 figure among the younger generation. Others were not worthy of his hand. Wang Yang spun his spear and pointed at Hanjan in midair. Blood energy erupted as he roared. Hanjan, do you dare come to the arena and fight me? Sending some minor character to face me. Do you look down on me, Wang Yang? The moment these words left Wang Yang's mouth, the entire arena fell silent. Holy crap. This Wang Yang. Pure dominance. He's actually challenging the Great Wall Defense Force Captain Hanjan. This is a king versus king showdown. Arrogant. Truly worthy of being the captain of Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. So bold. So arrogant that he completely looks down upon other geniuses. Hearing Wang Yang's words, the Great Wall Defense Force Martial School team member's face turned dark. His palm clenched tightly around his weapon, and he was so angered that his face flushed red. He was a proud main battle team member of the Great Wall Defense Force Martial School, yet being called a minor character. Both being mid-level silver rank, how could he claim to completely defeat him? To be selected for the Great Wall Defense Force Martial School and serve as a main battle team member in the 100 Schools League was enough to be considered an elite among geniuses. He naturally had his own pride. In an instant he erupted with blood energy, and silver-colored blood aura gushed forth like solid matter, lending a luster to his silver battle armor. Holding his battle blade pointed at Wang Yang, he bellowed, "Captain Hanjan is no ordinary person. How could he be challenged at your whim? Arrogant." On the referee platform, the host looked between Wang Yang and the Great Wall Defense Force Martial School competitor, momentarily unsure of how to handle the situation, so he cast his gaze toward the Great Wall Defense Force's principal in the waiting area. As the host's attention shifted, the entire arena erupted in a wave of sound as loud as thunder. Hanjan, 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 king versus king, king versus king, king versus king. The audience never shied away from drama. They simply wanted to watch the ultimate battle between the strongest from the Great Wall Defense Force Martial School and the strongest from Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. A king versus king showdown. Everyone leaned forward in anticipation, cheering wildly. At the Great Wall Defense Force waiting area, both Wang Yang's challenge and the audience's enthusiastic cheers reached Hanjan's ears. But he remained unmoved, his face displaying no expression. He was a soldier, and he knew only that following orders was his paramount duty. Slowly rising to his feet, he strode with standard military bearing toward the Great Wall Defense Force principal. Principal. Hanjan, you are the strongest among the younger generation of the Great Wall Defense Force Martial School. Even on the myriad races battlefield, you serve as a regiment commander. Whether or not you fight is your decision. Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. Yes. Having received permission, Hanjan turned and surged with blood energy, shouting toward Wang Yang on the arena, "As you wish." Upon speaking, Hanjan leaped from his seat and directly crossed dozens of meters through the air to descend upon the arena. The waiting area was fully dozens of meters above the ground. For an ordinary person or a low-level martial artist, such a fall would be fatal. Yet Hanjan landed on the arena without a scratch. He didn't even produce the dull sound of heavy impact upon landing, demonstrating that he had brought his blood energy control to the absolute peak. The audience erupted. First, Han Zhan's domineering response to Wang Yang's challenge, "As you wish," was so imposing. Moreover, his entrance without any flashy tricks was awe-inspiring, igniting the passion of everyone. This clash of kings indeed. Cheers erupted across the venue, wave after wave like a tide. Defeat the Imperial Capital Military Academy, uphold the dignity of the Great Wall Guard Martial School. Han Zhan, invincible. Han Zhan, invincible. After stepping onto the stage, Han Zhan ignored the crowd's cheers and said to his teammate, "Go down, I'll handle this." Hearing Han Zhan's command, the silver mid-tier team member, though still resentful, stood at attention, saluted Han Zhan respectfully, and then walked off the stage. At the judges' table, although these judges were all from the military, they greatly admired Wang Yang's extraordinary bearing and his daring fighting spirit. This kid Wang Yang is pretty good too, he has that spirit. The young people nowadays are each more dazzling than the last. The Imperial Capital Military Academy has grown increasingly formidable over the years, capable of nurturing a prodigy like Wang Yang. In time it may well become our Dragon Kingdom's second Great Wall Guard Martial School. This match should be the ultimate showdown of the highest combat power. Wang Yang's courage is commendable, but for him to defeat Han Zhan now seems quite difficult. Let us wait and see the outcome of this king versus king battle. At the press area, thousands of reporters frantically filmed Wang Yang yelling at the top of their lungs, "Dragon Kingdom Military Channel, this is Dragon Kingdom Military Channel. The highly anticipated Top 4 championship has begun. This first match is the pinnacle battle between the strongest prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom. The Great Wall Guard Martial School and the Imperial Capital Military Academy meet on the stage for the first time. Who will be the #1 school of our Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Tiger Championship is about to begin." On the stage, Wang Yang's silver-grade blood energy surged like a tangible force, a gale rising out of nowhere. He pointed his spear at Han Zhan and roared, "Today I will make the world know that my Imperial Capital Military Academy is the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom." On the reserve bench of the Jiangzhou Martial Academy, Su Bai looked at the confident and spirited Wang Yang with a sympathetic expression. "Kid, you're too naive. The guy opposite you is a total cheater. Have you ever seen a cheater?" On the stage, Han Zhan said nothing, maintaining military discipline, and said, "Let's begin." With that, Han Zhan stepped forward, his blood energy surging dramatically, reaching a level that could rival Wang Yang. When he took another step, his blood energy surged again to an unbelievable degree. Now Han Zhan's aura was even higher than Wang Yang's erupted blood energy. Many bigwigs in the VIP seats watched with incredulous expressions. Han Zhan was only at the silver initial stage, yet his blood energy density surpassed Wang Yang's. Such talent was truly extraordinary. But it still wasn't over. Why was Han Zhan regarded by the military as the #1 among the younger generation? Just that. Of course not. With a determined expression, Han Zhan said nothing and moved his foot. He took the third step. A purple gold light soared into the sky, and a chilling, iron-blooded killing intent swept across the entire venue. The battle had not yet begun, yet the tungsten steel golden-grade floor could no longer withstand Han Zhan's aura. A crack appeared. The 4 golden-grade judges on the panel exclaimed in shock, This is impossible. Han Zhan's strength has reached such a terrifying level. Even the golden-grade stage floor cracked under his feet before the fight even started. A diamond-grade battle armor, and Han Zhan has developed it to this extent. Monster. A monster. Looking at Han Zhan, whose aura had reached its peak, Wang Yang felt an immense pressure. It came from the diamond-grade armor forged with a beast core that Han Zhan wore. But so what? Wang Yang dared to challenge because he had his own capital. It's just the advantage of arms and armor. What use is it? After a cold snort, Wang Yang activated his Earth-grade battle skill, Wind Spirit Possession. Clearly Wang Yang was an extreme agility-type warrior. Amid the howling wind, his figure seemed to vanish, not even a trace of his clothes visible. This was the first time since the 100 Schools League began that Wang Yang had gone all out. At this moment, Wang Yang seemed to have become the wind itself. His voice came from all directions. What does it matter if your blood energy is high or your armor is sharp? In my Imperial Capital Military Academy, there are many silver high-stage prodigies among the juniors, and plenty who have higher blood energy than you, but none of them are my match. Today I'll show you that battle is not just about blood energy and armor. Wang Yang's speed was extremely fast. From all directions, he launched a dense saturation attack on Han Zhan. In terms of speed, even Han Zhan was inferior to Wang Yang. Wang Yang's speed had basically reached the extreme of his level. Even Su Bai, after activating Xiao Bai's talent, Sharp Gold Ghost Step, and bursting with full speed, could only barely match Wang Yang. He was even slightly inferior. But that doesn't mean Su Bai is weak. Remember, Su Bai is only at bronze midstage. Bronze. Wang Yang was silver midstage. A whole major realm difference. Unfortunately, no one knew that yet. Facing Wang Yang's tidal assault, Han Zhan was like a solitary boat in a storm. Yet he remained utterly calm, as steady as Mount Tai. Every move he made seemed extremely ordinary, but it was perfectly timed without any wasted motion. He always used the simplest, most basic techniques to defend, rendering Wang Yang's attacks ineffective. This was the skill honed from fighting in the Sea of Beast Tides. A skill with no shortcuts. Compared to the Beast Tide, Wang Yang's attacks at this level couldn't put pressure on Han Zhan. For a moment, a silver and a purple figure interweaved in the wind. In the audience, everyone held their breath, not daring to blink, afraid they might miss the most crucial moment. Even without blinking, it was hard to see the detailed fight. They could only eagerly await the outcome. Clang, clang, clang. From within the storm came the sound of metal clashing as spear met blade. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of rounds. Everyone had thought this would turn into a stalemate, a war of attrition. But in the next second, Han Zhan's eyes blazed with a sharp light. He had seized a fleeting opportunity. He held his battle blade with the edge upward and the back downward. Silver-white blood energy mixed with a hint of purple-gold light instantly enveloped the blade. As if with the force of 10,000 June, he slammed the blades back onto the ground. Earth-grade battle skills, sky-splitting slash. Boom. A deafening sound erupted. At that moment, the earth itself trembled. Wang Yang, who had been relentlessly attacking, suddenly felt a tremendous shockwave. The exact spot where he was about to land was destabilized by Han Zhan's strike, causing his footwork and posture to falter for an instant. This was the opening. Han Zhan, relying on his rich combat experience, had created an opening. At that moment, Wang Yang's figure became visible to the audience. On the judges' panel, the judges were in constant awe of Han Zhan's maneuver, exclaiming, This is General Han's heaven-splitting slash. I recall that 3 years ago General Han cleaved a diamond rank enemy to death with that very slash. Such terrifying power enough to force Wang Yang to a halt. Han Zhan actually used an exceptionally aggressive combat technique as a control type. Incredible. Brilliant. In this way, Wang Yang's speed was checked by the earth-shaking force, exposing a flaw. For Han Zhan to conceive such a tactic is sheer genius, sheer genius. Han Zhan's battle experience was vast. His years of slaughter told him never to let a single opportunity slip. The flaw Wang Yang revealed was absolutely fatal. Earth-grade technique, heaven-splitting double slash. Surging blood, chi exploded forth at this moment, soaring into the sky. The domineering blade energy poured wildly toward Wang Yang. Wang Yang had no time to evade, yet no trace of fear appeared on his face. He gripped his spear tightly, infused it with blood chi, and instantly unleashed his most powerful technique. He was going to clash head-on with Han Zhan in this state. He too was a madman, and an exceedingly confident one. Earth-grade technique, sky-rending spear. At this moment, backed by 2 earth-grade techniques, Wang Yang had given his all. If that spear strike had been aimed at a flaw in Han Zhan's armor, it might have posed a significant threat. But Han Zhan seized the initiative, denying Wang Yang the chance to probe for weaknesses. Instead, Han Zhan created the opening first. Wang Yang could only counterattack violently, leaving him extremely passive. Boom. The 2 weapons collided. Han Zhan's great blade itself weighed 1,000 Jin, coupled with his unmatched divine strength. With one stroke, he actually snapped Wang Yang's spear in 2. Wang Yang's tiger's mouth split open, blood staining the broken spear. The next instant, with the blade's spine unobstructed, it slammed into Wang Yang's body. Boom. A dull thud rang out. Wang Yang's spine was cleaved apart by the blow, and even his body was twisted out of shape by the brutal force. He was sent flying over 100 meters through the air. After crashing heavily to the ground, he plowed another dozens of meters across the earth, once again grievously wounded. Blood spewed from his mouth all along the way, leaving a trail of blood dozens of meters long. When the referee approached to count him out, Wang Yang, faint and barely breathing, used his last shred of strength to lift his head and look at Han Zhan on the arena. The blazing unwillingness in his eyes was overwhelming. Then he fell unconscious. This was the most severe injury seen since the start of the 100 Schools tournament. Although Su Bai's previous fight against Loha Martial University looked brutal, he hadn't actually inflicted any lasting damage. Only superficial wounds. The diamond rank principal of Imperial Capital Martial University was startled by the scene. Ignoring the competition rules, he immediately activated his earth-grade flash technique, appearing beside Wang Yang to administer preliminary healing. In the audience, as they watched Wang Yang's unconscious, twisted body, a collective gasp of horror rose from the crowd. Many female spectators let out panicked screams. The scene was far too brutal and bloody. Many voiced their incomprehension. They're all students. This is way too harsh. If he had struck with the blade edge instead of the spine, the Imperial Capital Martial University captain Wang Yang would already be a corpse. It's just a competition, why be so vicious? Look at this dozens of meters long trail of blood. Too terrifying, too bloody. They're still kids barely out of their teens beaten like this. It's only a ring match. Why not stop at the point of contact? The audience's murmurs reached the judges' panel and even the military bigwigs in the VIP seats. Unexpectedly, the diamond-ranked deputy commander of the war zone stood up at that moment, channeling his blood chi and bellowing, "Everyone quiet." Perhaps many of you cannot bear such a bloody scene. But I want to tell you, even on a competition stage, this is a battlefield. Here, if someone is killed, no one else is to blame but themselves for not training hard enough. If Wang Yang had faced not Han Zhan today, but a stronger enemy on the myriad race battlefield, he wouldn't even have the right to be carried to the hospital. When we humans face the myriad race beasts, no beast will show mercy. Getting injured now is nothing, at least you can save your life on the battlefield. They must know they are not only Martial University students, but also warriors. Bloodshed and slaughter will accompany them for life. They fight and hover on the edge of life and death, and a single mistake means being battered black and blue, or even killed. This 100 Schools tournament is not for you to sit comfortably in your seats and watch Martial University students bounce around like monkeys. It's to let you witness the cruel and tragic reality of real combat. I have watched all the students' matches, but this one is the most satisfying to me. This is the true flavor of the battlefield. Under the deputy commander's furious roar, the crowd fell silent. But for a moment, they still found it difficult to accept such a life-and-death struggle. Nevertheless, whether they accepted it or not, they gradually came to understand through this incident what kind of enemies the Great Wall Guard Martial School students faced on the myriad race battlefield. Only by fighting to the death could they survive. That was why Han Zhan gave his all on the arena. For the Great Wall Guard Martial School, every battle was a fight to the death. Han Zhan paid no heed to the crowd's discussion. He glanced at the host and said, "For the next matches, let my comrades also step onto the stage and show themselves." With that, Han Zhan wiped his great blade, slowly sheathed it, and turned to return to his seat. But at that moment, he sensed a gaze burning with fighting intent. Having fought on battlefields for years, Han Zhan was extremely sensitive to killing intent and battle intent. After he crushed Imperial Capital Martial University's Captain Wang Yang in a dominant fashion, all eyes were filled with shock, awe, fear, or admiration. But that one gaze showed no shock, as if his victory over Wang Yang was only natural. No fear or awe, and even a tinge of eagerness to fight him for 300 rounds. Interest piqued. Han Zhan scanned the crowd of hundreds of thousands, following his instincts, and locked onto Su Bai, sitting in the Jiangzhou Martial University reserve seat, clad in the Jinghui uniform. Su Bai. Their eyes met across a distance of hundreds of meters. At that moment, they seemed to see in each other's eyes the loneliness of being unmatched, a calm beneath the surface. At that moment, it was as if a true king had encountered another king. Only the two of them understood this feeling. The two of them gazed at each other for a long while, forgetting everyone around them, forgetting the cheering audience still erupting behind, perhaps even forgetting time itself. Eventually, Han Zhan gave Su Bai a nod. Once another comrade had ascended the arena, he turned and departed. The battles that followed were decent, yet clearly no match for the peak clash between Han Zhan and Wang Yang. Imperial Capital Martial University sent a silver beginner stage fighter, just as the Great Wall Garrison Army did. However, before 30 exchanges had passed, the Imperial Capital Martial University student fell defeated, and the Great Wall Garrison Army continued to substitute another onto the platform. The third match, Imperial Capital Martial University lost. The fourth match, Imperial Capital Martial University lost. The fifth match, Imperial Capital Martial University lost. Ranked second among all universities, Imperial Capital Martial University fell in all 5 encounters. Moreover, they lost to 5 different warriors from the Great Wall Garrison Army. Whatever humiliation Imperial Capital Martial University once heaped upon other prestigious schools, that was precisely how the Great Wall Garrison Army returned the favor. The audience in the stands was utterly stunned. Even those who had guessed the Great Wall Garrison Army would surpass Imperial Capital Martial University could never have imagined such an overwhelming domination. Instantly, the stands erupted with thunderous chants. The Great Wall Garrison Army is invincible. The Great Wall Garrison Army is invincible. The Great Wall Garrison Army is invincible. Yet amidst the grand cheers, Han Zhan's eyes remained as calm as still water. In his heart, the Great Wall Garrison Army Martial School was always destined to be invincible in the 100 Schools League. Their purpose seemed nothing more than to show the world the difference between students who fight on actual battlefields and those who train in a sheltered greenhouse. It was barely any more demanding than a casual sightseeing trip, a mission without real difficulty. After the match between the Great Wall Garrison Army Martial University and Imperial Capital Martial University concluded, the Magic City staff made simple repairs to the floor cracked by Han Zhan, and then the match between Magic City Martial University and Jiangzhou Martial University began. For this round, the audience had little to look forward to. Everyone believed this would be another crushing defeat. Jiangzhou Martial University would be utterly dominated. But on the Jiangzhou Martial University side, things were very different. Their fighting spirits burned high. Luo Yonghao eagerly rubbed his hands together and said to Su Bai, "Brother Su, rest assured, since you've entrusted me with such an important position as the opening fighter, then I will never bring shame upon you or upon Jiangzhou Martial University. Su Bai, I merely noticed none of you had stepped onto the platform yet since reaching the finals, and it seemed a bit unfair, so I arranged for you to show your faces. Brody, you have some misunderstanding about me." But after a moment's thought, Su Bai still patted Luo Yonghao on the shoulder and told him, "Howzy, if the enemy is too strong, there is no need to clash recklessly. We won't suffer such losses. Remember, behind you stands Brother Su." After so much time, Su Bai had already earned Luo Yonghao's recognition through his strength. There was no arguing against it. They truly couldn't match Su Bai. The guy was an absolute monster. Couldn't compare. If resistance was futile, then quietly accept it. Luo Yonghao grinned widely. "Don't worry, Brother Su, I know what I'm doing. We're both first-year freshmen, and you're already this powerful. Naturally, I can't fall too far behind." Su Bai was a peerless genius, but Luo Yonghao was also a prodigy. In fact, without Su Bai, he was hailed as the strongest newcomer at Jiangzhou Martial University, and he naturally carried his own pride. Before Su Bai could reply, Luo Yonghao already strode onto the arena with his broadsword in hand. His steps were resolute, his posture upright and tall. Even facing Magic City Martial University, he showed no trace of fear. Magic City Martial University's fighter was also a first-year student at the Bronze Advanced stage. But as the school's gifted genius, he found ordinary Martial University students like those from Jiangzhou utterly uninteresting to face. After stepping onto the platform, the Magic City Martial University student saw Luo Yonghao's fierce and eager expression and chuckled. You seem quite confident, aren't you? Never mind. The outcome will be the same regardless. You'll be off the stage soon enough. Just remember, the one who defeats you is Zheng Leixiao of Magic City Martial University. At that moment, the announcer declared the match to begin. Fight! Luo Yonghao didn't waste words on him. His vital energy surged, sinews bulging like a green dragon coiled around his arms. A bronze radiance enveloped his 100-pound broadsword as he charged headlong toward his opponent. Martial 9 battle skill, overbearing blade art. Watching Luo Yonghao charge forth, Zheng Leixiao slowly shook his head. Is that all? With a flash of movement, he effortlessly dodged Luo Yonghao's attack and casually swung his blade, striking Luo Yonghao across the back. Blood welled forth. Luo Yonghao stumbled, feeling the burning pain on his back, yet not a single groan escaped his lips. Unafraid, he roared again and charged forward. Kill. Within 10 exchanges, Luo Yonghao was slashed into 6 or 7 wounds across his body. His Jiangzhou Martial University uniform lay in tatters, and he resembled nothing more than a walking bloodbath. In truth, Zheng Leixiao could have ended the match with a single strike, but he chose not to. Instead, he casually sliced again and again, leaving layer upon layer of glistening wounds upon Luo Yonghao, as though carving some toy. The intent to humiliate and toy with his opponent could not have been more obvious. As if playing with a mere plaything. Seeing this scene, many in the audience couldn't help but frown. They felt Zheng Leixiao had gone too far. On the Jiangzhou Martial University side, everyone wore dark expressions, while those from Magic City Martial University, including Chao Zixuan, looked entirely unfazed, as though this were perfectly normal. Wang Qingqing could bear it no longer and said to Su Bai, call Haozi down. That opponent is simply mocking him, treating him as no real threat. He isn't even granting the most basic respect. Su Bai, who usually joked and lacked seriousness, had been entirely expressionless from the moment Luo Yonghao took that first blow, none of his usual emotions showing. Although Su Bai himself loved to mock others, he would never humiliate anyone so thoroughly. He simply stared fixedly into Luo Yonghao's eyes still burning with fighting spirit and unyielding resolve. Let Haozi continue fighting. He has his own convictions. Magic City Martial University will pay for their actions. And I am the one saying this. Su Bai was truly angered. He could see exactly what Luo Yonghao was doing. He was defending his own dignity, defending the honor of Jiangzhou Martial University. Previously, Su Bai hadn't felt particularly much toward Luo Yonghao. But at this moment, he saw an unyielding warrior who clung to his beliefs untouched by humiliation, unafraid of overwhelming enemies. A classmate, a comrade in arms. Especially when recalling those words Luo Yonghao had spoken before ascending the platform. Su Bai was furious, just as he had been on that day in the Myriad Races battlefield, yet he forcefully suppressed that fury. Since Haozi had his own convictions and dignity, Su Bai would support him and respect him. But this grievance would surely be avenged. On the arena, after taking another slash from his opponent, Luo Yonghao had long realized the other's intentions. His opponent was using him like a clown, humiliating Jiangzhou Martial University's name. Yet the more so, the less could he yield. Gripping the sword hilt with all his might, Luo Yonghao's eyes burned crimson as he locked onto his foe. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he roared, Jiangzhou Martial University is the most formidable. His blood chi coursed unevenly through countless severed meridians, yet Luo Yonghao still summoned every ounce of his remaining vital energy and launched his final fearless charge. Kill. At that moment, Luo Yonghao forgot about life and death, his eyes fixed solely on the enemy. You are persistent indeed. Why bother? The weak must have the awareness of the weak. You are only humiliating yourself. Zheng Leixiao shook his head with a light sigh, and with a single casual sweep of his blade, he sent Luo Yonghao's greatsword flying. Then with a swift step forward, he kicked Luo Yonghao more than 10 meters away. Send the next one. You are too weak. Luo Yonghao's eyes were bloodshot, his hands trembling as he propped himself up on the floor, blood dripping from his wounds. No. After a roar, Luo Yonghao tried to rise and continue fighting, but Zheng Leixiao would not give him that chance. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of Luo Yonghao, arms crossed over his chest, and with the absolute arrogance of a superior, he lifted his right foot and stomped it heavily onto the back of Luo Yonghao's head. Bang! Noisy. Luo Yonghao's head smashed heavily against the ground, and he passed out in an extremely humiliating posture. There was no choice, this was a gap in raw strength. Haozi. Everyone from Jingwu stood up, faces flushed with anger as they glared at Zheng Leixiao on the arena. If not for the venue's security personnel holding them back, they would have all rushed up. This was the first time one of their Jingwu contestants had been injured so severely. Most importantly, winning is fine, being strong is fine, but why must you humiliate others? Although Su Bai had also taunted his opponents, he always had his limits, and gave every martial artist the basic respect they deserved. But this man, Su Bai's face was frosty. He had originally intended to let Luo Yonghao simply show his face on stage. Qingqing Ningbing, go up and carry Haozi down. Then both of you forfeit the match. Old Gu, you too. I'm going to grind Mowu into the ground. Su Bai was now in a state of fury. But the match rules could not be changed, their order of appearance had already been submitted. Unless Su Bai's previous teammates all voluntarily forfeited, it would be impossible for him to take the stage. Otherwise, he would be judged as disrupting the match order and disregarding the rules, leading to direct disqualification. Wang Qingqing and Bai Ningbing did not answer Subai. With grim faces, and without a word, they rushed onto the arena, carried Luo Yonghao to the medical room, and then returned to the side of the arena. The host announced the start of the match. Wang Qingqing stepped onto the stage and ignored Subai's words. Wang Qingqing knew she might not be a match for this opponent either, but the stubbornness of Jiangzhou Martial University was not confined to Luo Yonghao alone. Haozi was usually a bit simple-minded, but he was also the most innocent and likable member of the team. Seeing him so humiliated, Wang Qingqing could not swallow this anger. Subai's action was his own, and Wang Qingqing's action was hers. Two different things. Haozi, big sister Qing will avenge you. After muttering these words to herself, Wang Qingqing resolutely faced the battle. This scene surprised Subai for a moment, but he quickly understood their intentions. They were just like Luo Yonghao. Jiangzhou Martial University was a cradle of stubbornness. Yue Qingshu then came to Subai's side, putting away his ever-warm smile and silently watching the arena below. Let them go. This is their honor and responsibility. Regardless of their victory or defeat, leave the rest to us. Mo stops here. Subai said nothing more and nodded. But in his heart, he had already sentenced Mo to death. Didn't the deputy commander of the war zone say so? This was a real battle. That was exactly what Subai wanted. As long as no one died, beat them to death. On the arena, Lei Yunxiao was in no hurry to attack. Gazing at Wang Qingqing's stunning beauty, he whistled and teased. I've heard that the land south of the Yangtze produces beautiful women. Today I finally see it for myself. Little sister, rest assured, I'll go easy on you. Wang Qingqing's face was like frost. Too lazy to waste words with such a man, she turned her long whip into a spear and thrust it at Zhang Leixiao. Bai Ningbing, who was already angry about Luo Yonghao's incident, was even more livid when he heard Lei Yunxiao dare to speak to Wang Qingqing like that. His face turned dark and his fists clenched with a crackling sound. On the arena, although Zhang Leixiao was also at the high bronze rank like Wang Qingqing, he relied on his more condensed blood energy and superior combat techniques to handle her attacks with ease. After all the tens of billions spent by Modu on the adjustable gravity training hall were not for nothing. In less than 3 minutes, Wang Qingqing's original 3-meter-long whip was forcibly cut into several pieces by Zhang Leixiao, leaving less than 1 meter of the handle in her hand. The gap in strength between them was too great, and the outcome was almost decided. The long whip became a short one, but Wang Qingqing remained as fierce as ever, showing no sign of retreat. Instead, she fought even more ferociously. She kept charging at Zhang Leixiao, a raging female Tyrannosaurus Rex. How dare you hit my junior brother from Jingguo? Even if you're from Modu Martial University, so what? As the saying goes, long weapons give advantage, short weapons bring danger. Initially, Zhang Leixiao handled it easily, but as Wang Qingqing's whip shortened, the distance between them closed, leaving him less time to react. Zhang Leixiao originally had no intention of hurting a beautiful woman, but after being lashed a few times, he too grew angry. Are all you people from Jiangzhou Martial University missing a few screws? An ungrateful wench. I was lenient because you're decent looking and you think you can actually beat me. With a cold snort, he stopped defending and began to attack with full force. His long blade danced like a dragon, whipping through the wind. After 30 exchanges, Wang Qingqing was battered and bruised, utterly miserable. Seeing Wang Qingqing in such a state, Bai Ningbing was nearly mad with rage, constantly roaring, Qingqing, concede. I'll take care of this bastard. Concede. Wang Qingqing ignored him, still swinging her short whip, oblivious to the blood spattering on the arena. But in the face of absolute strength, Wang Qingqing ultimately lost. After 10 exchanges, she was beaten into unconsciousness and kicked off the stage by Zhang Leixiao, who then spat on the ground. Ungrateful. At this moment, the entire audience was disgusted with Zhang Leixiao, and a chorus of boos erupted. Bai Ningbing anxiously watched as Wang Qingqing was sent to the medical room. Then, without waiting for the referee to speak, he flashed onto the stage. His eyes locked onto Zhang Leixiao, and his entire body erupted with a murderous aura that seemed almost tangible. You're dead. Among the Jiangzhou Martial University students who had stepped onto the stage, Bai Ningbing carried the most intense killing intent. Although Zhang Leixiao was a prodigy of Mo with formidable strength, he couldn't help but feel a chill from Bai Ningbing's murderous glare. What's with you people from Jiangzhou Martial University? Are you all a bunch of reckless madmen? After the host announced the start of the match, Bai Ningbing instantly entered a berserk state, ruthlessly activating both of the Bai family's martial arts, disregarding the consumption of his blood energy. White Spirit Blade Technique. White Void Ethereal Step. Bai Ningbing's body was wreathed in cyan blood energy, and he moved with uncanny footwork, rapidly closing in on Zhang Leixiao at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. As soon as he was within range, a flash of silver light streaked through the air, and a fierce blade edge cleaved straight down at Zhang Leixiao's head. This strike held nothing back. He truly intended to kill the opponent. Bai Ningbing, consumed by seething fury, unleashed a lethal strike, without the slightest hesitation, holding nothing back. Seeing this, Zhang Leixiao swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack with a fluid motion. Then countering with a reverse slash aimed at Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing's previous strike had just ended, leaving him a fraction slower than Zhang Leixiao, he paid no heed to defense in the face of this incoming blade. Instead, he whirled his dual blades around and continued to target the vital points of his opponent. It was a ruthless all-or-nothing strategy of exchanging wounds for wounds, betting life for life. As the saying goes, the shorter the blade, the greater the peril. Bai Ningbing's dual blades were both short, and Zheng Leixiao's warblade was not long either, so they were essentially fighting in close quarters with lightning-fast attacks and recoveries. Especially Bai Ningbing's desperate, reckless style instantly escalated the danger of this battle to its extreme. One misstep could lead to injury, or even death. Bai Ningbing was well aware of all this, yet he cared not. He had only one goal, now to kill Zheng Leixiao. Facing this frenzied, suicidal offensive, Zheng Leixiao became wary and irritated. He prided himself on being stronger than Bai Ningbing, and exchanging wounds with him would be highly disadvantageous. Seeing no reason to fight so desperately, he chose to abandon his offense and retreat, intending to create distance before re-engaging. But would Bai Ningbing allow it? The more you fear, the more I will kill you. Bai Ningbing had completely lost control, his attacks growing fiercer and more relentless with each strike more vicious than the last, every attack aimed directly at vital points. With the enhancement of the Bai Kongyu step, Zheng Leixiao found it difficult to shake off Bai Ningbing, forced to fight while retreating. Thus a bizarre scene unfolded. The originally stronger Zheng Leixiao was being suppressed by Bai Ningbing. Clang, clang, clanged. Their blades clashed in the air, producing a dense cacophony of metallic collisions. On the reserve bench, Su Bai and Guo Qingshu gasped for Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing seemed to have the upper hand against Lei Yunxiao's raw strength was still superior. With such close proximity, a single mistake could lead to being slain by the opponent. Bai Ningbing was walking a tightrope on a cliff, dancing on the edge of a blade. However, neither Su Bai nor Guo Qingshu tried to dissuade Bai Ningbing, for they knew he had fallen into a frenzy. Either he fell, or his opponent did. He was completely deaf to any words. All Su Bai and Guo Qingshu could do was continue the revenge after Bai Ningbing. Kill without mercy. On the arena, as the two clashed repeatedly, their blood energy was consumed at a rapid pace, and the battle grew increasingly perilous. Slash. Zheng Leixiao, after all, held the upper hand. Seizing a flaw in Bai Ningbing's defense, he slashed his blade across Bai Ningbing's chest. Blood gushed forth instantly, pain searing Bai Ningbing's mind. Yet Bai Ningbing ignored his injury, allowing the blood to pour out like a fountain. With his right hand, he slashed at Zheng Leixiao's neck, while his left hand thrust a blade rapidly toward Zheng Leixiao's chest. With only one goal, kill, Zheng Leixiao had just expended his momentum after the slash. Now he was unable to defend against two attacks simultaneously, and coupled with Bai Ningbing's relentless death or glory aura, terror seized him. He hastily withdrew his blade and retreated. If Zheng Leixiao had pressed forward instead of retreating, he might have severely wounded or even killed Bai Ningbing. But he himself would have had a high probability of being slain on the spot. He dared not gamble. As a prodigy of the Magic City, he had a bright future. Why should he bet his life against a mad dog? Slash. The two were too close. Bai Ningbing, being an agile-type martial artist, made it impossible for Zheng Leixiao to fully retreat, even if he wanted to. Though he dodged the fatal strike to his chest, Bai Ningbing's blade still pierced his thigh. The stinging pain ignited Zheng Leixiao's temper. He stopped retreating and launched a fierce offensive of his own. He wanted to see just how ruthless Bai Ningbing could be. But Bai Ningbing was even angrier, even more vicious. Thus the fight had devolved into two red-eyed beasts attacking each other with savage ferocity. Life for life. Within 30 exchanges, both had sustained over a dozen wounds. Each cut reached the bone, blood and flesh flying. The arena floor was soaked in blood, transformed into a hellish battlefield. This was the bloodiest, most frenzied, and most brutal fight since the start of the 100 Schools League. Some spectators were deeply shaken by this style of combat. The entire audience fell into dead silence. This battle was different from the earlier one between Wang Yang and Han Zhan, where the brutality only appeared in the final moment. Here blood flowed continuously from both fighters. The entire process from start to finish was saturated with bloodshed. It felt less like a military-organized inter-school tournament, and more like an underground deathmatch, a fight to the death. Ordinary spectators in the stands were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Are they really just children? Is this what martial combat is like? So brutally. If real martial combat is this savage, what do the soldiers on the myriad races battlefield endure every day? Most found it too bloody. Oh, such a level of combat should not appear among students who were still children. That's enough. How about a draw? If they keep going, they'll die. Even from 100 meters away, I can almost smell the thick blood. It's horrifying. Even the referee felt his heart pound with fear at the ferocity of the fight. He hurried to the judges' table for guidance. But the military judges deemed this battle necessary and meaningful, as it was closer to a real battlefield than the match between Han Zhan and Wang Yang. The deputy commander of the war zone looked at Bai Ningbing with admiration and said, Jiangzhou Martial University's advancement to the semifinals is no fluke. To produce a man of such blood and spirit like Bai Ningbing proves their excellence. If Jiangzhou Martial University wins this battle, all is well. If they lose, the military will still allocate funds to them at the level of a top-tier renowned school from next year onward. Let them continue. But be careful to avoid casualties, especially keep an eye on that boy Bai Ningbing. After this battle, he will be my disciple. As their injuries worsened, Zheng Leixiao's mindset gradually shifted from anger to fear. Madman, this man is utterly insane. Whenever he had an opportunity, he sought to kill me. Zheng Leixiao had been terrified by Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, on the other hand, bore even more wounds than Zheng Leixiao, yet he grew more excited, more frenzied, and his killing intent intensified with every clash. After forcing Bai Ningbing back with a single slash, Zheng Leixiao roared with a mixture of bravado and fear, "You're a fucking lunatic. Bai Ningbing stared at him fixedly. By now he was drenched in blood, unable to tell his own from Zheng Leixiao's. But as long as Zheng Leixiao was not dead, or he himself was not dead, this battle would not end. Kill. Watching Bai Ningbing charge at him again, Zheng Leixiao was truly enraged. He instantly mobilized all the blood energy in his body and bellowed, "You're asking for death."